Oh, were you now? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome to rounds 5 and 6 of the BUKC 2025. You join us at the midpoint of the season here at GYG in North Wales. A splendid day. What a day to go racing, hey? Sun shines out. It's not exactly warm, but, you know, we've got sun in Wales, so what more can you expect? First time a BUKC has been to GYG in a couple of years. Last time was 2023. That day we saw Brooks A, Exeter A and Trent A being the main people in focus. But this season so far, Bath A are the ones that lead the way at the moment. They've taken a number of podiums. They had a second place in round 3, but their consistency has kept them at the top, closely followed by Coventry A, Southampton A, Cardiff A, Brooks A and Reading A. So we've got a tight championship this season, and we're getting ready for the first race of the day, which will be the lightweights. The grid is forming. We're about to go racing in just a few moments' time. I think we've got just enough time to walk down the grid and grab a word with some of the drivers on the grid for the first race of the day in round 5 here, starting with our pole sister, the number 19. Remind us who you are, who you're racing for and what's going on.
Name's Ben, racing for Swansea A. You might remember me as Yam Yam from Warden Law.
Of course, Yam Yam, the Brummie.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about these brand new front tyres and used rear tyre situation?
Well, we might turn and something might happen. It might not turn.
I think you're going to struggle with front end at the start and then have plenty front end at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting with a lot of these corners where they're kind of 50-50, whether they're flat or not, so that'll definitely be a factor.
Good to see that your team have given you the best chance of having a good result, putting you on pole position. I assume they thought that there was no other way you're going to get a good result.
Oh, no, I haven't had a Mackey's breakfast, so the form could be shaky.
What was breakfast this morning then?
Oh, it was some sausage roll from a Nissa local. It was pretty hanging. I had about half of it, so yeah. Normally
we swerve, Anita. But anyway, good luck for starting from pole position. Our driver in 4th place. Good morning. How? No, let's leave that one. 6th place. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Jacob Jones, Southampton C.
And you're starting in 4th or 6th?
6th.
6th place. I think you'll probably overtake the driver in 4th place by the start.
Well, hopefully.
You'd hope so. What do you think is going to happen in this race? Where are you going to finish?
Hopefully top 15.
Hopefully top 15. High hopes indeed. I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the bespoke GoPro mount here. It's a proper student solution to a student problem, that one. My GoPro doesn't quite fit, so wedge some paper in there. And there's a driver looking very shiny here, starting in what would be 8th place. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Elliot Pugh and Oxford Brooks.
Oxford Brooks, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I?
I think we're in D this week.
You think you're D this week, right? Have you been here before at GYG?
Never, actually, first time.
First time. It's a good circuit, very, very good circuit. One of the best, I'd say, great for racing. It's dry as well, which will hopefully things will go well for you. But, you know, what was Oxford D's hopes for the day?
We'll see how it goes after lap 1. Hopefully bomb around the outside of a few and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely brilliant. Oxford Brooks, of course, one of our returning. There's a lot of team in Oxford Brooks, have them every single year. We've got time for one more interview while Oliver Flashman from Reading, our current champions from last year, make our way. Let's do one more interview with the driver number 60. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Ryan Harris for Surrey B.
Surrey B. How's Surrey B's year gone so far?
Pretty good, actually. Yeah, getting top 10s in Clubmans, which is, yeah, respectable results.
Absolutely, and I suppose the Clubman victory is on your mind?
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a good result today. We've got some good experience around here, so yeah.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, I was doing Club 100 this weekend. So
you got plenty of practice.
More experience.
How did it go at the weekend for you?
Quite well, actually. Yeah, I did better than the first round, which is good.
Talk to us, how well did that go? What happened?
Top 20s, but a bit of chaos in Buckmore meant that my result in the first round wasn't quite ideal. But yeah.
But what about your GYG this weekend? In fact, I better get it going. So it's time for race number 1, first lightweight race of the day. That's coming up next.
Well, Thank you for introing us there, Piers. Hello and welcome, everyone, as Piers mentioned, to the beautiful GYG circuit here in Wales. You join us here for BUKC. It's back for 2025. My name's John Ratcliffe. Joining me in the commentary box for today and tomorrow is Mr. Reeve Taylor.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for that, John. Looking forward to a great day's worth of racing. It is beautiful out there today, so it's good to hear our go-karts heading out of the pit lane once again.
Yeah, I thought I'd quickly get through that one because there's no waiting around here for BUKC. It's straight out on circuit, straight into racing. We've got effectively 2 rounds today. We've got the morning round of 6 races, the afternoon round of 6 races. So don't go anywhere, folks. There's going to be lots of action coming up on your screens throughout today. And like we say, first race already heading out on circuit, getting those practice laps in. But a few of the drivers knowing this circuit quite well, given that Club 100 was here last weekend, and so were you.
I was indeed. I was here for the senior sprints, and it was a great day's worth of racing. It must be said. It was fair, but it was fun racing. So hopefully we'll see the same thing once again. As you say, a few drivers fairly experienced, a couple actually were there for the senior event, but we've also got a couple of new faces by the looks of things. So what a good track to be visiting for your first time.
Exactly. An absolutely stunning circuit. But like you say, if it's one of your first, there are a few drivers in the drivers' briefing who did put their hand up when JB asked, has anyone not been here before? It's a difficult circuit to get your head round, but once you do, wow, is it enjoyable. Some super fast sections for the first half, really, really quick. You're absolutely on the ragged edge of grid. And then as you come down into the last sector, tight and twisty, you've really got to be wrestling the kart through and trying to hit your apeces, or it could all go horribly wrong pretty quickly.
Indeed, yeah, those compressions are really actually quite taxing, not just on the car and pushing the tyres to the limit, they're also pushing the drivers to the limit as well. It's quite a physical circuit. It might not look at first glance, but it can be. Those undulations and the elevation changes really do test those drivers.
Yeah, exactly like you say, through that third sector, which we can see on your screens now, and here through the final few corners, you really are having to hang on to the car. And I think a few drivers, particularly the drivers maybe a little bit more skinny than myself, really needing to have a rib protector on and get themselves nestled in the seat, because it does properly chuck you around. But like Piers mentioned, of course, you join us here for round number 5 at GYG. Now, you might be thinking, hold on a second, how are we at round number 5? We've not seen anything so far this season. Sadly, we weren't able to bring you any streams for the first 4 rounds of the season. But you join us here in the second half. So already, the championship beginning to start to play out. Now, leading us in the Premier class here today are Bath A. They've been having a brilliant season. I will say, though, they've not yet won a round this year. They've just been nice and consistent, getting good, consistent points. And like we say, consistency is key in motorsport, particularly when you've got 4 drivers who have to carry through multiple races during the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency has rewarded them with some decent points, but they're only 50 points ahead of the likes of Coventry, as Piers mentioned just a moment ago. In fact, we've got, realistically, well, there's at least 8 or so teams who are in the mix here in this championship as it stands. Probably a couple more outside chances as well. So over the next couple of rounds here at GYG, Clay coming up as well. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see how it shapes up.
Oh, for sure, mate. It's about 10 points, I think it is, between the top 6 in the Premier category. I do want to give a highlight, though, to the clubmen. So, of course, if you've not watched BUKC before, everyone out on circuit is racing in the main championship, but they'll be split into the Premier class and the clubman class. In the clubmen's, UCLA are leading by, 14 points. They're P12 in the overall championship. Birmingham A second in clubmen's, P17 overall in the championship. But 14 points in the lead. That is so impressive as they go here into round number 5. And UCLA, third place in Inters last year. So they've taken the jump up into Prem for this year, and they are absolutely flying in the clubmen's.
They are indeed, as we see the sign for formation comes out now. It looks like we've got a pace kart out on track as well. So now's our chance to get our grids all bunched up, formed up in a correct and safe order. I think we're going to go around again by the looks of it, though, as we try to get our big pack of carts all lined up, heading down our tram lines here. Drivers need to stay in those tram lines as they start the race, of course, make sure that we get a fair and equitable start to the race. And we can see a few carts filtering through now to form up our grid. It's quite a, well, it's 1.1 kilometres, but this lap tends to fly by, especially when you're in race trim. It's quite a narrow circuit as well, so it can be difficult sometimes to get these grids formed up.
Indeed, like you were saying, it is a long circuit here at GYG, but it does go by pretty quickly. But like we say, these are considered sprint races here for BUKC, but they are 25 minutes in length. So not exactly easy to keep yourself going and keep yourself in the zone for 25 minutes. Now, hopefully we should see some grids up on your screen relatively soon, but we'll start running you through exactly how this race is going to play out as we head here into the first race of the day. Like we saw on the grid, Swansea A are starting on the front row here alongside Bath B. Then we've got Loughborough C and Reading A, Derby A, Southampton C, Bath A, Oxford Brookes D, Sheffield C and Cardiff A. That's your top 10. Then it's UWE A, Cambridge A, Bristol B, Sheffield A, Leeds D, Cambridge B, Oxford Brookes B, Oxford A, then Surrey B, Huddersfield A, Southampton B, Oxford Brookes C, Birmingham A, Warwick A, Nottingham Trent A, UCL B, Loughborough A, Coventry C, Coventry A, Reading B, Loughborough D, Portsmouth A, Liverpool B, Lancaster A and De Montfort A. I've got it out. Reeve, take us to the start.
Here we go then, we're ready to go as John recovers his breath, I think, from that one. The revs rise and we are good to go racing for the first time here at GYG today. Oh, a relatively good clean getaway. Actually, I spoke a little bit too soon there, but actually the whole pack's made it through.
Yeah, to be fair, I thought there was going to be a few drivers taken to the grass there on the exit, but they've all managed to make it through. And here, leading us up through into a very difficult right-hander. You've got to be on the brakes as you get the turn in there as they head through the top section. A couple of drivers trying to force each other out wide there to the grass on the exit, but all seemingly making it through. One driver there forces the other driver to the grass. Oh, sorry, sir, I'm just coming through here. I'll take 5th place from you, thank you very much. The top 5 trying to break away here, though, through the first lap. But the number 19 of Swansea 8, still the driver leading us through.
Yep, they've got 25 minutes to try and defend that position, although they're in the best place to try and control this race now, heading down through the final sector to see that long snake of karts as it gets pretty narrow at this part of the track. There's no major overtaking points, although we've just had a bit of a move into that final corner. We're going to be 2 wide heading through the first corner now. Everyone makes it through, make that 3 wide in fact, but that's not usually you see a place that people overtake.
Not often, but they've got it done. Anyway, just as you were saying, that's not an overtaking opportunity. They get it done. I can see Cardiff A. That's Fraser Brunton who's siding through there up into the top 5 now. He's pressing on well. We saw a lovely move from Derby A into the final corner, getting up and under and getting 2 places side by side down to the bottom. That's Derby A going side by side with Bath B. Loughborough C, I think, are getting involved in there. And that's Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A picking up the pieces, saying thank you very much. Up into 4th place he goes, side by side between the 84 and the 77. That's Bath B. And Loughborough C still going at it. They've got to get back into single file, though, as they head into this sector, and they just about do manage that.
They do. We'll see, though, if the battle continues on at the start of the next lap, of course. It's all about that run through that first corner, keeping that momentum up, and that will carry you down the Dragon Straight when it does open up a little bit and can offer some overtaking opportunities. A couple of warnings coming in for track limits, for contact warnings. If I was to wager where the track limits will be, it'll be at that final corner.
Yes, exactly, yeah. You've got a lot of runoff curb to use there, but you've got to be a little bit careful not to get yourself those track limit warnings, because, of course, you get a few of those, it turns into a penalty, and then it doesn't matter how far you get up the grid, you're going to be knocked down a few by the time you get to the end of the race. Well, look at this then. Top 4 already starting to break away. You can see their 5th and 6th in the background. That's Bath B and Loughborough C still trying to go side by side through the middle section of the circuit. They're trying to work themselves out as these 4 begin to scamper away. Swansea A still leading from the front, Cardiff A at the back. So we've got a Welsh sandwich here at GYG. How fitting to kick off this first race of the day here in North Wales. And Derby A and Bath A right involved in the scrap as well. Round the final corner they come then to start a new lap of this race. And still, we've already got excited. There's still 22 minutes of this race to go. Down the inside, is that a move from Derby A to take the lead of the race as they head up the Dragon Straight?
It was indeed. That was a great run. That was set up nicely through that final corner, and they just carried the speed all the way into the entry of the first. Watch out for Cardiff A, though. They are just waiting, I think, in the background with that immense fastest lap of 50.8 so far. Remember, the time's going to improve as we get later into the day and the drivers get into a rhythm, the cars get fully up to temperature, but that's a nice starting pace from Cardiff A there.
Yeah, really, really good from Fraser Brunton. I mean, he's well known amongst the UK karting scene, let alone in Club 100, doing a lot of work now for Club 100, so he knows these karts like the back of his hand, and he's flying through like he means it. It was a lovely move from the number 2 of Bath A earlier on in that lap, right at the top section, late on the brakes, down the inside at the right-hander, and then on the exit, Fraser Brunton just snuck through, followed him through, and I mean, you would expect it from these drivers. To explain, if you've not watched BUKC before, you can see the numbers of the karts on the left-hand side of your timing tower. That is the position that they finished in last year. So Bath A, second place in the championship last year, 5th place for Cardiff A. So drivers that maybe you would expect to be coming through the field. We did see one driver there going a little bit slowly up at the top to the section of the circuit. I think that might have been Warwick A, potentially the number 16. They potentially are out of this race. Looking at the live timing, we'll give you an update as soon as we can. Top 4 still pressing on though through the middle section of the circuit, and was that a little bit of a mistake there from Bath? They went a bit wide, and Fraser Brunton picked them off. Up to second place he goes.
If that was Warwick, then the Jaffa Cakes was nothing. Really.
The Jaffa Cake law continues into 2025.
Of course. Anyway, we head down that final sector once more. The elevation changes. They might not look quite so aggressive out on camera, but when you're in the car, they're fairly noticeable. It's a bit of a roller coaster. It's not quite a Portimao, but it's certainly noticeable.
No, for sure. This circuit is an absolutely incredible circuit to drive. It's one of the drivers' favourites for sure across multiple disciplines of karting. And it's great to drive just hot lapping around here, but to race and be right side by side with your fellow competitors, what a circuit it is. And it's an honour to be back here at GYG. 2 years since I've been here, since I was here with the British Kart Championships, but back here for BUKC, and the racing just as exciting as we look here. 2x2 for the lead, up and under attempt from Fraser Brunton. He's got that inside line. He's going to try and force his way through. A little bit of side-to-side contact there as they continue to go 2x2 down into the left-hander. I thought that Derby A would try and hold the inside there. They didn't. Fraser Brunton sides his way around the outside, and Cardiff A take the lead of the race.
Yeah, he makes a gap for a kart to go through, and he absolutely goes through it. The fastest lap as well, 50.296 for Fraser Brunton there, so absolutely flying along now.
Oh, he is. Like we say, he knows what he's doing on one of these couple of 100 karts, but now he's at the difficult point. He's at the front of the train. He's the one who's forcing his way through the air. He's got no assistance from karts in front of him to open up the channel of air, and that'll be a more difficult one for him to carry on these fastest laps. But if anyone can do it, it's that man in kart number 5 here, leading the train. They've also got the issue that they're chasing down a back marker here, and this is going to be an interesting one as well. Of course, no blue flags in the BUKC. You've got to pick your way through. It's the 31 who they're trying to find a way past, who's just finding it a bit difficult. Closes off of the apex. I mean, the 31 not too happy about that, but Fraser's got to get through somehow, and all three of them managed to follow each other through.
Yeah, that's Loughborough D, the back marker. We've got 35 karts on the grid for this race here, so a fairly packed grid, even over 1 kilometre's worth of GYG circuits. We head through the first corner once again. Cardiff A building a lead, or at least trying to build a lead, but there's a bit of a battle going on here between Bath A and Derby A as we run towards the end of the Dragon Straight. We were side by side, but it's well defended by Derby A as they stay in P2 for the time being.
Impressive stuff from Derby. I've been really, really impressed so far in this race from the number 62, driving very, very well and managing to fend off Bath A. Like I mentioned, second in the championship last year, one of the teams that you'd be looking for as hopes for the championship this year as they try and force their way down the inside there. The door was closing, but they managed to shove their foot in and reopen it and take the place. Up to second place then go Bath A, but now that's given maybe, what is that, 2 or 3 tenths to Fraser Brunton there. Can they try and close the gap here, and could Fraser use this as an opportunity to try and scamper off? Well, he's still got 18 minutes to try and do so.
He does. This is almighty stuff though from the battle for P2, because despite their battling, usually we'd see drivers tend to slow each other down just a little bit in the midst of battle, but they're not doing that. They are keeping Fraser Brunton in check here. If anything, you'd say that this is now a battle for P1 at this point as we head into the second half of the lap, because now Fraser's very much occupied by what's going on behind him.
He very much is. He's got to be a little bit careful. So it's Ben Sanders who's at the wheel of the 62 at the moment for Derby A, doing a fantastic job driving from 5th place on the grid. So it was a great start from Derby A to side their way through up into the lead. And now they've just got to hold on to the coattails of these two ahead. Very experienced drivers, like I mentioned. Fraser Brunton, who is in the Cardiff A kart, and then the Bath A kart, that's Philip Farver, who is in second place at the moment. Experienced drivers, and he's proven it there, has Philip. New fastest lap courtesy of Philip Farver then as he crosses the line, takes the new fastest lap, a 50.217, about half a tenth of a second quicker than the lap previously set by Fraser Brunton, and potential move, not quite, door is closed by Brunton.
Flying along there, and just in case you don't think we are in the thick of it, then I can tell you that the wind's just changed, and our commentary box is just filled up with the glorious smell of two-stroke, hasn't it? It's we are right close to the action here as we are still watching this battle for the lead. It is Bath A in second there with that fastest lap on a charge at the moment. Still not even half race distance yet, so this is certainly by no means over yet. And we do have a cone penalty, though, for Bath A. That is huge in this race. That changes the tide of this battle substantially. They will see that as they come onto the start-finish straight, go past that digi flag there. They will know that there is a penalty there, and we have a spin.
That was a big spin. I think that was the 57 of Bristol B going off there. I think they just got Nussel wide there through the right-hander onto the grass, and as soon as they touched that, they spun round. Of course, like we say, it's lovely bright sunshine here at GYG, but I did still have to scrape the ice off my windscreen this morning. It was bitterly cold through the night, so it might mean that grass is still a little bit slippery out there. Once you touch it on these nice thick tyres, you end up going round and round, and that's exactly what happened to the driver there. Thinking about the move for the lead, though. Down the inside goes the number 2 of Bath A. Fraser's going to try and hold it round. They're going to be side by side through the right-hander as well. Down into this tight and twisty section of the circuit. And Brunton knows exactly what he's doing in terms of a defensive masterclass. And Fraser Brunton for Cardiff A holds onto the lead once more. He's dealing with the pressure very nicely. But like we mentioned earlier, it's a difficult circuit to defend from the lead because you've got this huge straight that they're about to go onto now, where you basically just get sucked along as you go up the hill. And the drivers in behind gain a few miles an hour and close right back up to you. So no matter what you've done earlier on in that, they're going to try and go for the move later on as they pick up that speed. As you see, Bath A were trying to do just that. Are holding that inside line and holding first position at Cardiff A.
Yeah, you have to use the narrow nature of the circuit later on into the lap if possible to try and defend and get rid of that advantage that your competitors have gained at the start of the lap. We saw Bath A having a look around the outside in the seniors on Sunday. We did see that move actually working, as we do have a penalty for contact, and that's for Derby A as well. This is looking better and better for Fraser Brunton, isn't it? His competitors near him just seem to be keeping to pick up penalties here.
Oh, that was close. Oh my goodness, I came across a back marker right on the apex there. That was a bit of a tetchy one, but anyway, they've made it through.
They have indeed. And you might be thinking, well, if you've got penalties, Reeve, John, you've just said that they can't win the race if they've got penalties, but it still matters. You're still going to go for these positions on track because it negates any effect that you have from the penalty, or it eliminates the full brunt of those penalties there, so you're going to try and get past.
You could say the full Brunton.
I knew you were going to say that. I just tried to move on quickly from it, but it's going to be a long day, folks.
Sorry everyone. I can only apologise for being here in the Cosmos today. But like you say, to explain that a little bit further as well, of course, it negates the penalty because we don't do any time penalties here in the BUKC. It's just position penalties. So if you get, say, a +4 positions for something, if you can get from second to first, you end up gaining a place at the end of the race anyway because you have the same positions taken off, but you're from a higher position. That was a terrible way to explain it, but hopefully that makes a bit of sense to you at home.
It's all about making the best out of a bad situation once you've picked up a penalty. And speaking of bad situations, Liverpool B, bump and pass penalty. Oh dear, Liverpool. This is what happens when you don't bring me Jaffa cake. You should have bought me a pint last night and it would have been fine.
Side by side for the lead there at the top of the hill. It was an attempt around the outside this time from Bath A. They realised the inside wasn't quite working for them. Tried the outside this time, but sadly it still didn't work. And yeah, to explain that further, just to give full clarification to everyone listening at home, my name's John. I used to race for Cardiff. His name's Reeve. He used to race for Liverpool. So there might be a little bit of Cardiff and Liverpool chat here on the stream today. And like you say,
I don't think that you race for Liverpool at the moment, so I think we're fine.
The shade already, right? Race number 1. Is that a new penalty or is that the same penalty? No, it's a new penalty for Derby A. They've got 2 penalties now for contact for Derby A. It was all going so well, but they're going to be finding themselves dropping down the order at the end of this one. Now, the difficult thing is, like we were saying, of course, they're still racing through. They're still trying to negate those penalties as much as possible, but it's impossible to learn every single number of every single car on the track. So Fraser is unlikely to know that the drivers that he's directly battling with have these penalties. In his mind, he's still trying to hold on to first here. He doesn't know that if he drops to second or third, he's actually still going to win this race. So he's still going to be battling, as you can see there, as if he's trying to hold on to the lead of the race, still holding that inside line and still trying to hold those drivers up in behind. But a quick thing to mention, of course, Swansea A, they started pole in this race. Last time I checked them, they were about 3 seconds behind this 3-way battle for the lead. It's now less than 2. So this defensive driving from Fraser is holding these 3 up and could bring some more drivers back into the fray who, crucially, don't have any penalties.
Yeah, exactly. Just goes to show just how much pace you can lose when in the midst of battle. And, more importantly, your Welsh sandwich is being reconstructed if that happens. Swansea will be closing up and reforming that 4-kart battle. See a couple more track limits warnings coming in there. Once again, I'm going to make the assumption that it's at that final corner there where we have made the, I think, quite sensible decision that we don't want the drivers necessarily to be pushing on a bit too much going towards that rather nasty curve on the outside of the course at that final corner.
Yeah, it's quite a serious curb, and the barrier comes up on you pretty quickly as well. So you don't want to be getting anywhere near that, especially with the grass being a little bit dewy this morning, a little bit slippery. As soon as you're out on that grass, I think you'll be one way ticket to the barrier. So definitely the best idea to keep the drivers away from that and keep them on the black stuff, keep nice and true. Well, yellow flag down through sector number 3. You can see the drivers popping up their hand, just say, yep, I've spotted that. You need to be losing a little bit of pace through that, but as long as you're sort of letting the officials know that you've seen it, you're not speeding through, then you should be fine to not get any penalties. But speaking of penalties, I mean, we've seen quite a few in this race already. I'd noticed as I was looking through all of the old races from this year so far that have gone by and the Club 100 stuff, we have so many opportunities for penalties here in Club 100. It's amazing. Let me run you through it quickly while we hopefully don't have a too crazy battle for the leads. You can see there again, just a noting that they've seen the yellow flag here going down to the middle section of the circuit. So there's a driver off. That'll be why there's a yellow flag there. Who's that? Is that number 19 who is off on the outside there? Who's that dropping down the order? Maybe it's the 18 of Oxford Brooks B. I think they're dropping down the order. They are. Oxford Brooks B dropping down the order. They're off in the grass. Well, potential penalties. You've got +6 for an advantage by contact takeout, +4 for advantage by contact, +4 for forcing driver wide, +4 for overtaking under yellows, +4 for spinning under yellows, +2 for speeding under yellows, +2 for a jump start, +2 for exceeding track limits, +2 for multiple contact, +1 for cone abuse, and then exclusion, allowing the kart to roll back. And I did see as well, courtesy of Birmingham in Enduro 2 at PF International, there was -1 lap for omitting part of the circuit.
Oh, naughty, making up your own track.
So that's quite the interesting penalty there for Birmingham. Hopefully they won't be continuing that today anyway.
Hopefully not. And Reading A have just demonstrated the track limits penalty for you, which is very kind of them, isn't it? So +2 there for Reading A, as we still have some yellow flags. We might be waiting for potential barrier repairs, something like that, or making sure that kart is off the grass and back onto the tarmac
There they
before
are.
we are underway. There we go.
So, yeah, like we were saying, especially at that particular section of the circuit, it's so difficult when you get off on the grass there. Through that right-hander down in the middle of the track, through compression corner. As you go off on the grass, the whole circuit just dips away from you. So the grass drops down a little hill. So as soon as you go off there, one, your speed basically picks up and you just go further and further off into another postcode, exit stage left. But also it's so difficult to then get yourself back on the circuit, particularly if it's nice and slippery. You're wearing nice race boots which have absolutely zero grip on the bottom of them. You're slipping and sliding, trying to push the sort of the same weight as you car back onto the track. It's never easy, particularly for some of the lighter drivers out there on circuit, because all drivers having to get to the weight limit for their race. They might have a bit of lead on board in the car. It's even more difficult to get that car back onto the black stuff.
It does indeed. Hello to Peter and Aaron watching the broadcast there, who are supporting Loughborough C. So hello to all of you watching along at home. Make sure you show support. What team is supporting? Who you want to make fun of out on track? I don't know, or something along those lines. But do get those comments in. We will be sure to read them throughout the day.
I mean, Loughborough C actually flying this one up in the
They
top
are
10.
indeed, yes.
7th
Very good
place.
place
I mean,
so
just
far.
as I said, they've
8th
literally
place.
just been overtaken, so sorry about that.
Commentator's curse. Again, this is why Jaffa Cakes
We
are
weren't even looking
available.
at them. We weren't even looking at them, and I've already commentator's cursed them. Well, apologies, everyone.
Jaffa Cakes are available in many good supermarkets.
Exactly. Get them to the comms box now. We still watch this battle over the lead, though. I mean, I say it's a battle. We haven't actually seen a change of position yet in this battle for the lead, but the Bath 8 driver, the number 2, has been doing everything they can try and force the door open. They might have just done it, though, down the inside. And big bit of contact! Wow, goes Fraser Brunton! Cardiff A are off here in the first race, and I'm not sure what's going to be said in the stewards room about that one. We'll wait and see how it all continues. Where have they rejoined? Have they just rejoined beside the driver that took them off? Let's wait and see as they come across the line. No, I think they have dropped a bit further back. Where is Fraser Brunton in comparison then? They've dropped back to 2nd place. Weren't Bath A... Hold on, Bath A, did they go off as well? Derby A are in the lead of this race.
That was a bit of a head turner there. Either way, Cardiff A do continue on in 2nd place. Given the penalties that we have, that is in effect no major change.
ABC takeout for Bath A. ABC takeout
there, isn't it? But
yeah, I mean, I think we were expecting that one. It was a bold move, shall we say, down the inside there. I mean, the door was always going to close. They knew that was going to happen, but I think it was a bit of frustration from the first 15, 20 minutes of this race, trying to find a way through, not being able to do so. They thought, let's just go for it, chuck it down the inside. Fraser closed the door, round they went, but I assume we must have just missed out on the cameras that Bath A went off as well there, and in getting back on, they've fallen back in line there with Cardiff A ahead of Bath A. To remind you though, Derby A, who are now in the lead of the race, do have that penalty for early in this race, so Fraser Brunton is still in the effective lead of this one.
yeah, there's been no major change there. As a result, we have another car just rejoining the circuit. That could have been much worse for Fraser, and it is a pretty bad day out then, as all things considered for Bath A. They've already got a penalty. That's going to stack with the new ABC takeout. But as you say, this circuit does reward bravery, but you've got to pick your moments.
Exactly. It was a bit of a defensive masterclass throughout this race from Fraser. He knew exactly when to hold that inside line and to fend off, and it was just, I think, a frustrated attempt there from Barth to try and find a way through. And with that +6 positions there from an ABC takeout, like we said earlier, in addition to their previous penalties, yeah, it's not going to be the best first race here for Barth. Like we mentioned, Barth leading the championship as they come into today. They're looking for their first round win. Not sure what's going to happen here in round 5 with this result.
No, it's not the way to start the day. Fastest lap, though, from Fraser Brunson, so he's looking rather unshaken given how their previous lap went. That's a 50.1 from Fraser Brunson there, so he's pushing on. He's going to try and take it back on track. He doesn't need to, but I'm sure he wants to. As we have
another one.
Penalty coming in, forcing a driver wide for Bath A.
Oh, no, that's actually an update. So it's been updated from an ABC takeout to a forcing driver wide.
Okay.
So I want to say, I mean, I literally just read through the penalties, but there's so many, I can't remember. How much was a forcing driver wide? Was that +4 or +2?
It's certainly better than a takeout.
It's a +4.
Yeah.
So instead of a +6, you've got a +4. That's a move for the lead on track, though. Down the inside goes Fraser Brunson for Cardiff A. I was just going to mention how quickly he closed the gap with those new fastest laps. It was down to 3/10 as they went onto this lap. He's through back into the lead of the race on track. And like we were saying earlier, it didn't really matter. I mean, they had a penalty. But anyway, Fraser's on the road in the lead. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, what spin? Don't know what you're talking about, John and Reeve.
Honestly, so impressive. I mean, that just shows the experience as well in these karts particularly, that he went off there, rotating around on the grass, knew to turn into the slide, hit that throttle, and just bounce yourself back out of the grass, not get stuck. Because as soon as you're stuck, there's no way you're going anywhere.
Yeah.
If you try and get yourself out there, you're going to get excluded from the race. You've got to push yourself back on, and you waste at least like a lap, and it's just the race is gone then. Fraser heads up driving there, got it straight back on the black stuff, straight back into the lead of the race, and Cardiff A still on for a great result.
Yeah, didn't really lose anything in the grand scheme of things. If anything, gained some style points as well.
We're actually going to give minus positions for the style points there. If you finish third, you give us some style points, we'll give you the win. Sadly, we don't actually have that jurisdiction here in the Commons Box. Well, I wish we did. Anyway, on to a new lap of the race. Then 4.5 minutes left to go of this first race of the day, and fantastic to see that BUKC is back. I was mentioning though about the finishing position in this race and how that goes towards the round as well. Of course, four drivers in each team. That means they'll do 4 of the 6 races will each team. However, they can drop one of those races for their final points that go to the round positionings as we come to the end, and then those round positionings are what go towards the championship. It's a little bit confusing as you get into BUKC, but we'll try and guide you through as best we can in the commentary box here today. But starting off the race with a win, there's no real better way to start the round.
No, absolutely not. Bath A still on a charge. They might have picked up a couple of battle scars, shall we say, in the form of penalty points, but 49.9, the first lap into the 49s of the day. So that's a pretty impressive run here as we head into the final few minutes of this race. No changes at the top end of the field, and in fact our top 4 covered by less than 1 second. Our top 5 just 2 seconds. So some pretty close running here, all things considered, especially given, shall we say, I'm not going to call it chaos, but some of the fun we've had out on track at certain points in this race. It's all still pretty close running. Some nice competitive drives here.
Some very competitive drivers. I mean, like you were saying, new fastest lap from Bath A. Philip Barber driving very well, and I mean, not surprising. Now that I've just had a look at him on Instagram, Philip racing in GT4s out in Europe, racing a Mercedes. So he's got a lot of experience amongst karting, amongst cars, and he's really putting that to show here out in the BUKC. Just sadly coming across to some penalties. Sadly,
nice for him to jump into something with some power then, isn't it?
This is real racing, Philip. Welcome to the BUKC here up in North Wales. They're still trying to pick their way through the back markers. That was nearly Darby caught out there from a bit of a slide from one of the back markers. You can see they're wearing the Club 100 helmet. That's how we can pick them out as they head through. Of course, you can bring all your own stuff if you want to, but Club 100 will happily lend you a helmet, a suit, whatever you need. So if you're thinking about racing in the BUKC, if you're at university, if you're just about to go to university next year, you don't need any of your own stuff. You can just turn up and race. It's arrive and drive race at the end of the day, so come down and enjoy yourself.
Certainly, although if the strength of the field is anything to go by so far, you might need a bit of practice here or there if you want to be going as quickly as the likes of Bath A or Cardiff A are today. As we have a contact warning coming in there for Cambridge A. Just a warning so far, but they don't want to pick any more up in the final couple of minutes.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, to be fighting with the likes of these two at the front, you might need a little bit of experience. But don't worry, if you've not got that experience, BUKC is still very much open to you. Tomorrow, we will be streaming the BUKC Inters. So like we mentioned today, we're streaming the mains. They're split into the Premier and the Clubman categories. But tomorrow, a whole different championship for the Inters all new teams. It will be likely teams that you've seen today, but they're subsidiary teams. So instead of Bath A, you might see Bath D out tomorrow. And that's the teams as you've got the run through. You might join the Union, don't have much experience. You start off in the D team, you start getting involved in Inters, you get that experience, and as you move through, you jump up the teams, you get into mains, and you start getting involved with quote-unquote the big boys and girls out here in the mains. But like I say, if you haven't got that experience, don't worry, get yourself involved. It's a fantastic series to get involved. I don't know about your story, Reeve, but I hadn't really done any racing, a little bit of team sport here and there. Jumped in the BUKC, one of the best experiences of my life.
Yeah, likewise. I can't say I did very well. My BUKC career was particularly long, but I had great fun nonetheless.
My claim to fame is I nearly won a race at qualifiers at Wilton Mill. Jacob called me up and said I'd won, and we did an interview, and then actually I got a penalty, so I got dropped down to, I think, 4th or 5th, so gutting that one. But anyway, GYG was always one I went relatively well at. Just such a fun circuit to drive, and so great to battle up and continue to see here at the front of the order. We'd said that a few drivers are closing in. We thought it was going to be Swansea A, but it's actually Cambridge A who have dived in. Look at them go down the inside. Big move there as they retake the place for second. Cambridge A siding through to second place here, and could we have a race on here for the lead in the last 30 seconds of this one? They head through to the end of this lap. Bit of scuffling there between Derby and Bath, drops them back off, but Cardiff A, Fraser Brunton, needs to be on his A game here as we head into the last few laps.
He does. Cambridge A, they're pushing on quite heavily in this later part of the race. I mentioned a contact warning earlier on, but now also a bump and pass penalty that they pick up, so that is going to negate them. It's going to completely knock them out of the running for the win in this race, but they're still going to go for it on track, I'm sure.
Of course. They're still going to have a nice battle out front, but as we were getting nice and excited that maybe there would be someone here to try and steal the lead away from Fraser Brunton. It doesn't look like it's going to happen here as the timer drops to 0. And like we say, Fraser doesn't know that, though. He's still battling here for the lead of the race as Cambridge try and find a way through. Not going to happen here through sector number 2, though. They're going to try the up and under here into the right-hander, but Fraser knows that all too well, holds that inside line, and for the moment, holds on to the place.
Yeah, he's very wise to the switch back here as we head through the compressions, and now coming towards the very end of this, the last
there's
lap.
the move.
And there we go, down the inside. Cambridge A see a gap, but there's a bit of a switchback as we head into that final corner now. And under so much pressure, Fraser Brunton has not cracked. He crosses the line to take race victory just ahead of Derby A, who side through at the very end there. Cambridge A complete the podium. Bath A and Swansea A are top 5, provisionally, of course.
Wow, well, welcome back to the live streams, BUKC. First race of the day. The top 4 separated by just over 0.2 of a second as we went across the line there. What a great job from Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A, though. He didn't know that Cambridge had a penalty, so he was doing his best to defend there. And I thought it could all end in tears there as they came through the right-hander. Cambridge still had that nose in the inside. Yeah. I thought they were going to go for it to the final corner, but Cardiff A were able to force them wide, and that actually hindered Cambridge a little bit. Derby A sneaking through at the final corner, like you mentioned, but they've all got loads of different penalties there in second, third, and fourth, so I don't know how that's going to end up at the final classifications. Of course, if you want to see those, we'll try and guide you through as best as we can, but head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. That's where you'll find all of the finalised results when the poor ladies and gentlemen up in the stewards room have dealt with everything at the end. But Reeve, why don't you take us through the results on that one?
Yes, so it's Cardiff A, Derby A, Cambridge A, Bath and Swansea are top 5. Then it's BUKC C, De Montfort A, Surrey B, Loughborough C and A, the 2 Loughborough teams coming to home together. Reading A, Birmingham A, Sheffield A and Coventry A are top 14. These are, of course, as we say, provisional. Then it's Southampton C, Oxford Brooks D, Sheffield C, Bath B, Leeds D, Nottingham Trent A, Liverpool B, Huddersfield A, Lancaster A, Coventry C, Southampton B, UWE A and Reading B. Moving on then to our final results. Here it's Bristol B, Cambridge B, Warwick A, Portsmouth A, UCL B, Loughborough D, Oxford Brooks B and Oxford A, completing our provisional results for our first lightweight race of the day. Don't worry, we've got plenty more action coming up next as we bring an end to this race. It's our first heavyweight race of the day coming up next.
What a first race we had there. The lightweights race 1 was what a good one to watch. Won eventually by Cardiff A, Fraser Brunton. I'm going to grab a quick word of Fraser because, of course, he was in the lead battle. That Fraser, a good win in that one. Did you know that everyone around you pretty much had a penalty?
Even 62.
Pretty sure everyone, I think second, third, fourth, maybe even fifth, all had penalties. But you won the race on the road, so it didn't matter.
I know. It was, yeah, I thought it was going to be a nice, easy start because I got into the lead quite quickly. But yeah, they were just on me like, I don't know. Insert phrase. Yeah.
But it was, you got a little shuffled wide at one point in the race, but that didn't deter you.
I know, yeah, luckily my cart was still going straight across the grass, so I definitely didn't put my foot down, but I managed to get back on the track, and yeah, it was good.
All good. Great start to the day for Cardiff.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. Fraser Brunson taken plenty of wins in the BUKC previously, and he was chased hard by Philip Varva in the number 2, who actually finished number 2. You number 2? Yeah. You actually, unfortunately, after penalties, got dropped down a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of penalties there. I think a couple of them were, justified to be fair, but there was one where it came out randomly. I was a bit surprised. It was a very clean lap, and I got one.
May have been from the lap previously. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, this is my first time on this track. I was just trying to get behind Fraser, just try to learn the track as much as I can, but he was defending too much, so obviously made the race a bit trickier. I just want to get away from the gap and create a gap with the rest of the group behind. But yeah, something got a bit more complicated there.
You said it's your first time at this track. It's a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really fun. The elevation change, I think, it's unusual for a go-kart track to have this much elevation change. So yeah, it was really cool. I really enjoyed it.
And what do you reckon Bath's chances are of a good day today?
I think quite high. Probably I was a warm-up round, so I think the other guys will have learned from me and will be doing better throughout the rest of the day.
Amazing. Right, well, congratulations on what was a good result on circuit. Unfortunately, after penalties, Philip dropped down the order. I think he ended up actually in 9th place. Did get the fastest lap in that one, though, Philip, considering you've not been here before. It's not too bad. The drivers are weighing up at the moment. Of course, a minimum weight in the lightweights. I think pretty sure it's 75 kilos, unless I'm mistaken. We'll head towards the weigh bridge so we can grab a word with some more of our drivers and also catch the start of the next race as well. The drivers heading into race number 2, which I think also is a lightweight race. I'll confirm that in just a moment's time. It was a good start to the day, actually. Good racing. Fairly clean in the first lap. That was the main thing. JV in the briefing was saying we want a nice, clean fight today. Good start to the race. Not too much loading into the top corner. Let's grab a word with some drivers over here. Who do we have? Are you in this next one?
Yeah, starting 18th for Coventry A.
Coventry A. So you've had a pretty decent season so far, you guys, haven't you?
Yeah. It's been surprising. We thought Buckmore would be our drop round, but Buckmore turned out better than we thought it would be.
Why did you think it was going to be your drop round?
Because last year was atrocious.
It really was.
Last year was wet, windy and miserable. We had no breakfast, so we weren't fueled up, obviously.
Are you fueled today?
Yeah. Had a bacon and egg, sausage and egg from the brilliant canteen here.
Amazing. And do you feel ready? Do you feel fueled for the day?
I feel great.
Well, 18th place to look out for Coventry. I think you're at the moment where are you in? Let me have a quick look. You're in the championship. Coventry currently sitting 2nd. Not bad.
We'll take that.
Absolutely. You've had and you also took a win at the PFI as well.
Yeah, that was great. We were expecting to win some more, but we'll take it.
We'll take it. Still only at halfway point of the season. I've got someone viewing me over. Yes. Who are you?
Owen Marlowe, DMU.
And talk to me. What's going on?
35th to 4th.
That's not a bad drive. Was it 4th on the road?
4th on the road, 1st in class.
4th. Oh, were you clubman as well?
Yeah, no, we're clubman, yeah.
Amazing, great day for you. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was great. It's been a while since I've driven this track. Obviously, we had new tyres this morning as well, so there was a little bit more grip than usual. The pack's obviously quite hard to get through, but I was slowly working my way through. A couple of crashes obviously helped me on the way as well. Well,
you did a great race, so I'm intrigued now. What did you have for breakfast? What fueled your drive?
Bacon, hash brown and sausage, and a Red Bull and then a cigarette.
Athletes, these drivers. Congratulations on a great result. We're looking ahead now to race number 2. I think this might actually be a heavyweight. Let me just double check the situation there. But we're looking forward to another good race, of course. Races coming thick and fast this morning. 6 races this morning. Each team competing in 4 of those races. Of those 4, 3 count towards their score for the round. And then where they finish in the round, as John Ratcliffe so eloquently put in that previous race, then gets the points for the championship. 2 rounds today. Round 5 this morning, round 6 this afternoon. Sprints again this afternoon. No endurances this time out. So 25-minute sprint duro. I don't know, some people call it sprint because 25 minutes is fairly long for a sprint race. I'm going to get Luke, our camera operator, to do some gymnastics over the go-karts. There we go, well done. So we can walk towards the front of the grid and grab a word with some more of our drivers ahead of this one. Who shall I chat to? Who's my first victim in this one? This person looks ready, number 37. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What did you have for breakfast?
We had a Mackey's breakfast, classic.
Excellent.
From Southampton C. Southampton social to have the Mackey's breakfast before.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so you must be in the clubman's.
Yeah.
How's your year gone so far?
It's been all right. Not done anything special. Just getting around, having fun.
Absolutely. What's your plan in this one?
Not come last.
Do you know what? You've got 35 chances of that, so hopefully.
Yeah, got good chances. Yeah, that's the main thing. Maybe top 20. That'd be ideal, I guess.
Is this your teammate up here doing the socials?
Yeah, he is.
Who's that?
Will.
Will, how do we reckon your man down there is going to do?
He's going to do great. He's starting alongside Sam as well, so they're going to have a good race.
Yeah. He said to me his goal was to not finish last.
Oh, he's not going to finish last. He's top 10, I reckon.
Top 10, you reckon?
Easy.
Top 5? Top 5?
I reckon top 1.
You reckon he's going to win?
Yeah, P1's only.
Would you put a bet on that?
No.
£5 wait. Okay, wouldn't put a bet on it. Right, I was about to make a £5 there, but unfortunately, I'll try it next time. Good job. Let's grab a word with our driver on pole position. University of Leeds. I'm coming in for an interview. Who are you? Who are you racing? Well, you know with Leeds, but which team and all that? Just give me the rundown.
Khalid Saab, Leeds D.
Leeds D. Nice. Talk to me. What's going on? How's uni?
Well, yeah, it's going great. We've been gifted this pole for the morning, so looking.
Who gifted you that? Who's in charge? Who's?
Yeah.
Arian, why did you put this man on pole position?
Because he's just rapid.
Surely if he was rapid, you put him somewhere near the back to get some.
No, I want him to win. I want him to get his first win, first podium. He's definitely got the pace for it, so yeah, that's why I'm sticking him on pole.
Have you got much experience around this GYG circuit?
I've never actually driven here in my life. It's not once.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I'm really excited. I was on the track walk. It looks really good.
And who was giving the track walk? Was it this man here as well?
Yeah.
Yours truly.
I've never been here either, but
I love that. Yeah, I've never been here, but I think you turned right at this one. Did you end up in the middle? Because that's not where we go.
No, I went on the right layout.
Right, what do we reckon our man's chances of a win in this one? What would you give odds?
100%.
100%.
Full confidence he's got.
Do a fiver on that?
Nah.
I'm just going around trying to make £5 and I can't do it. Anyway, let's go over with our second place driver. I'm going to pop in here. The number 13. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What's on your mind?
My name's Matthew. Race for Edinburgh. All on my mind is to win, to be honest. But
I spoke to the dude on pole position. He's racing for Leeds D, and I asked him and his team, and he says there's a 100% chance he's going to win this race. I said, would you put a fiver on it? And they said no. So I think you've got a good chance.
well, I mean, I would say so, but we'll see.
Have you raced here before?
Previously, we came here like 2 years ago. So the last time I was here was 2 years ago. But
Did it go well for you?
it was alright. Didn't come last. So
That's always a bonus.
Yeah. But hopefully I can win this, or at least stay with the leader, and I don't die at the top of the hairpin.
The first race, actually, I'll give it to the drivers in the first one. They did very well on the first lap. There's not too much carnage. How did it go for you last time we were here a couple of years ago?
I think the first race was not bad. The second race was really good, and the pace was quite good. So hopefully I'm just as fast now.
Amazing. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how this one goes. This is the second race of the day, and I'll hand you over to John and Reeve for that.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yeah, just about ready to get going for race number 2. Piers doing his best to try and make a little bit of extra fee here from today, but no one taking him up on the chances.
Well, I think he needs to pay for the new Piers pad edition, as I've now coined it. I quite like the Piers pad. He could have all sorts of useful or /useless information up on the tablet as he pleases.
Well, he's also working as a mechanic. They're trying to get the kart going. They've managed to do so now as the rest of the drivers try and follow on. I just want to clarify as well, we've now got the finalised results from race number 1. So after all was said and done, what a start it's been for Wales here in Wales. Cardiff AP1, Swansea AP2. What a start. Clearly a bit of a home advantage happening here for race number 1. Will that continue into race number 2? Well, I mean, firstly, it kind of depends whether they're actually in race number 2. But we'll wait and see for the rest of the day. As we jump in here, the drivers getting those practice laps in.
Yep, it's time to get the cars heated up once again. Here in the BUKC, we actually have a fairly decent, I know they are sprint race, but we have a fairly decent gap between races, so the karts will cool down. They've got to get the tyres back up to temperature. They've got to make sure that they're happy with the kart that we're in, and that's why we need these practice laps as well, because you've got so many drivers jumping in and out of the cart, and they might not drive the kart until later on today, until the very end of the day, so these practice laps are really important.
Yeah, they're super key, particularly when we're at a track like this, where we've not been here for multiple years. Some of the drivers never having driven here, or not having been here for ages. A difficult one to get your head around. Well, we'll go through the grid, Reeve.
We should indeed. It's Leeds D and Edinburgh A on the front row of the grid. Oxford Brookes B and Bristol B, followed by Glan A and Bristol A are second and third row. Then it's UWE A and Coventry B, it's Southampton C, Southampton A, Manchester A and Bath A, row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7 then. it is going to be Derby A and Lancaster B, followed by Oxford Brookes D and Loughborough B on row 8. Reading A and Coventry A on row 9. Moving on to the 10th row over the grid, then it's Montfort A and UCL A. Row 11 is Liverpool A and Loughborough D. Row 12, Loughborough A and Bristol C. Moving on to row 13, we've got Coventry C, Liverpool B, Sheffield B, Oxford Brookes C, Reading C and Exeter A on 13, 14 and 15, Warwick A and Oxford Brookes A, followed by Nottingham A and Bath C on row 16 and 17, our 34 kart grid for the second race of the day.
We got lots of, shall we say, quote-unquote supporters for Leeds D in the live chat. Leeds D at the moment. Leeds D all kinds of cooked, and Leeds D driver sounds hot. Well, he might be hot, but let's hope he's selling hot lap times out there on circuit. We want to see purples from Leeds D, like we saw the drivers very confident as they're heading into this race, but both the driver who's taking to the track and the driver who led the track walk never having been here, so not really fueling the confidence.
No, but I'm liking the enthusiasm, though. That's what we like to see. And it's quite chilly out there. I don't know how they're hot. Anyway.
I also want to just give a massive shout out to Skids Marks in the chat. Ratters is the commentary go. Yeah, big up. He knows what he's talking about. Welcome to the live stream, Skids Marks. I hope you're enjoying the racing here from GYG. But lots more excitement to come. I am a little bit worried that Piers might have, I was going to say commentary curse, interviewer curse does from the grid there. He was speaking about how well the start went in race number 1, how calm and considerate the drivers were. And is that a bad omen here for race number 2?
Let's hope not then, as the karts get behind the pace car for another go around here at GYG. Come to the end of our formation laps, then we usually look out for a little sign. We usually have a kind of almost like a lasso where you see the finger wagging around. That tells us that we're going to go around again, and then we tend to get a slow down sign that says, no, it's time for the pace car to go in. We're good to go, racing, head down those tram lines and get ready to go once again. So we'll see what we get now.
Let's see what we get then. 2x2 formation round the final corner. Are we ready to get this race number 2 of the day underway? Nope, I can still see the pace car at the front of the order, so we'll continue round again, and the drivers will have a little bit more time to get their minds in the game. And this is always where you start to get a little bit fidgety when you're in the car. You're thinking, oh, the race is about to start. There goes Nicky Richardson. Exit stage left into the pits as he's done a little bit of kart testing here today for Club 100. But yeah, like I'm saying, you've got the engine rumbling underneath you. It really gets the Mackey's breakfast for a lot of these, really flowing around the organs and getting the blood pumping as you get ready to go for what will be their first race of the day. Because, of course, unlike owner driving, you see drivers out multiple times in heats and out for finals. You've just got one race in the first round, one race in the second round. You might see some drivers jumping about teams and they don't have enough drivers, but they won't be eligible. I always get that word wrong. Won't be eligible when they're in the second drive of the day. So whatever team they're in for their first drive, that's the one that gets points for whatever team they're racing for. If they jump in again, they're not eligible for points. Well, the pace cart's putting their hand up. It looks like we're about ready to go. We were saying a lot of confidence here for Khaled Saab, who starts on pole position here for Leeds D. Let's see if that confidence continues up to the top section of the circuit. Well, 2x2 formation round section number 3. Drivers keeping it nice and relaxed for now. We want that to be a good omen as we go into the start of the race here. Round the final corner they come then. It is Khaled Saab on pole position as they go 2x2 to the lights. We're underway and racing here for race number 2. Round the first corner they go then, and keeping it relatively calm, staying in that 2x2 formation, and all drivers once again making it through. This is unheard of in BUKC here at GYG. Here we go, up into sector number 2, then far section of the circuit. The drivers try and fight each other as they head round 2x2 again. Down the inside goes to number 13, trying to take the lead of the race. Now, is that Adam Nather on the number 13? No, it's not. It's Edinburgh A, sorry. It's very similar helmet design. There is drivers up, but nearly going over there in the middle of the circuit. Driver mounting another 2 karts as it all closed up on the exit, but finding all 4 wheels back on the ground and continuing once more.
Yes, a nice, energetic start then to this race. We've seen those cars barreling through plenty of these corners here. It can be so easy to run off into the grass, especially at the start of the race where we've got a full pack of karts heading through the same corner. It's a narrow circuit and it's traditional British track as well, so there's no big runoffs. It's straight into the grass here, but we have a great start to this race for Leeds D. They get ahead of Edinburgh A on the first lap and they stay there, but they're very much under pressure now as we head towards the end of the Dragon Straight.
Serious press to the inside. There goes Edinburgh A to the inside. Well, Leeds D, you led a lap at least, dropping down into 3rd place now as through follows yet another team. That's Oxford Brookes B finding their way through as well. You've got Heathcote there and behind for Southampton, who's trying to side through, but no, doors closed on the exit there by the 61. Leeds D dropping to 3rd place. Well, they said there was a 100% chance of a race win here for Leeds D at the start of this race, so we're watching for them trying to retake those positions later on. Edinburgh A were quietly confident alongside there. You noticed how Leeds had a whole conglomerate of people around the car, all enjoying themselves. Edinburgh A, he was there on his own. He was locked in, and he leads this race.
Yeah, it's something you see very often here at GYG in these pack battles. One small error, you open the door up accidentally to one driver. There's going to be two more drivers behind who are just going to follow on through and see that opportunity. So it can be very costly indeed to just mess up one small corner. It can cost you big time in your race.
Here we go then, chase for third place, leads D, leaving that door open there at the right-hander as they get to the top of the hill, down to fourth place. So they're going to go up and under though. Great move from Leeds D, fighting their way back through, closes the Sony kart driver to the apex, but the number 4 still has the inside line as they'll drop down to the bottom of the hill and takes that third place at the end. That was a really nice attempt at the move though from Leeds D. Fantastic attempt. Couldn't quite make it work though, and now they've got a few more drivers trying to close in. There is Bath A, your championship leaders, siding through. I think they're up to 5th place now as they chase down this leading pack.
Yeah, they'll be trying to make amends for race 1, where they very much had the pace, just unfortunately a bit too many penalties to make a decent difference as we have our first penalty of the race.
Edinburgh A, jump start. Edinburgh A have had a jump start here right at the start of this race, and that means that Edinburgh A, who are leading at the moment, cannot win this race. Oxford Brookes B are now in the effective lead.
That's a great shame to start off your day like that. Something we saw quite often actually in the senior sprints on the weekend as well here at GYG. We're seeing plenty of braking formation, jumping starts as well. I think it's quite a small start-finish line really, and it's quite a big pack of karts, so it can be tricky to get underway in the correct manner, but you do need to do that in order to avoid penalties.
Exactly, and it's really something you've got to be on top of when you're the leader of the secondary team, when you're second on the grid. That's really where you're going to get caught out for a jump start, because it is so incredibly obvious when you have a jump start. You're right at the front of the train, and you know it's the leader who's to the right of you. If you go across the line before him, well, slam dunk penalty, and sadly that's what's happened there to Edinburgh A.
It is indeed, so it will just be a case of trying to make the best out of a bad situation now as they try to score or finish as highly as possible in order to negate any effects of that penalty. Penalty coming in as well for Loughborough B, bump and pass, advantage by contact. So again, early in the race for a couple of penalties here, plenty of contact warnings as well. I think we've got some rather elbows out pack battling, shall we say.
Yes, that is the kind way of saying it, Reeve, the commentary way of saying it. Yes, definitely some heated battles going out there on circuit. We'll just have a quick look back to the results in race number 1 as well. Not a great start for drivers in and amongst the championship. Like we said, Bath A with those penalties, they were racing right up at the front, ended up P9. So a great start to the day for Reading A, your championship winners, I should say, in 2024. Down 9 places, 4th on the grid, ended up finishing in 13th place with a few penalties to their name. So a number of drivers probably having to sort of bin off that first race and say, right, well, that one's done, it's out of the way at least. These next 3 really have to count.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see UWEA making a few positions at the start of this lap, or rather on the previous lap. More track limits warnings coming in once again as we have a look at the battle here for second position. Oxford Brookes B then defending from Southampton A as we head to the final part of the lap now. It is quite a nice sun move, so I can actually see the screen now, which is an advantage.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's a nice problem to have here in Wales. Usually it's like, close the door, we're getting soaked here in the commentary box. So, hey, we'll enjoy the sunshine while it stays.
The commentary hutter, as it is now correctly known, the Executive Lounge here at GYG.
Executive Lounge. Yeah, we're on very comfy sofas here.
We're on a sofa.
It is very, like Piers was saying when we were chatting before the live stream started, usually a commentary box that has no windows, we're nestled somewhere about a kilometre away from the circuit on stools. Whereas here at GYG, lovely in the Executive Lounge here on a nice little sofa, enjoying the racing.
And what racing it has been so far. Fastest lap, by the way, goes to Edinburgh A, so they really are trying to make amends for that penalty early on in the race here. 50.5. We saw some 49s in race 1. Can we see the same from the heavyweight? Obviously, there's a couple more kilos in the car, but still should be some pretty good times.
Exactly. Sadly for them as well, there's a rejoining car on the inside corner. They're right at the top of the hill. They get themselves back going with a number of positions lost for themselves. But like we were mentioning, there's no penalties here in terms of time. It's all with position, so it doesn't matter the lead that Edinburgh A gets in this race. It's not going to matter to them at all. They're still going to drop back those positions. They're still going to lose places when it all is said and done post-checkered flag. So this battle that we're watching through the final corner then, Oxford Brookes A still just ahead of the 4 of Southampton A. This is the battle for the lead as it stands. They head down Dragon Straight up towards the top. Things thinking about the inside line here as they head into the right-hander of Southampton A. Here they go, down the inside, and they're going to take the effective lead away. Second place on the track, but the lead overall goes to Southampton A.
It can be so scary at the end of the Dragon Straight there as you try to carry speed on the outside. If you've just got to trust that the car's got the grip underneath you to keep you on the track, you wash out a little bit wide, you are on the grass. Now, of all places to go off to the grass, it's relatively easy to rejoin there and still be pointing in the right direction, but still, it's a bit intimidating with the fastest part of the track to be running out wide like that.
It is really, really tough. And then you've got to get yourself ready for the spoon at the top because you come through flat out over a blind crest. You've got to think, I think I've got a brake about now. And then you've got to chuck the anchors on, get that steering lock on and force your way around the corner. And it's equally, more difficult when you're going in side by side, as you saw there with these two drivers battling over second place on track. But it does go the way of Southampton A. And I mean, like we said in the first race, they're not going to know that Edinburgh A have a penalty here. So they're going to be full speed ahead, trying to charge down and chase down Edinburgh A for the lead of this race on track. And Southampton A, they don't know it. They are in the effective lead of this one.
As we see a bit of contact there between the number 14 car, that's Glan-Y as well as Lead D there. That was a little bit close for comfort. They both made it through, so it was just some good hard racing, which is what we like to see, isn't it?
Leeds D still very much holding their own here in the top 10. It's been a great race from the number 61 so far. I just want to highlight as well in the chat, Gareth Bawada, he's just asked, are all the karts having the same configuration? Yes, this is an Arrive and Drive series here at Club 100. So Club 100 provide all the karts for the British Universities Karting Championship, and all karts relatively the same. Of course, they're all going to have their own slight differences, but all remaining within a good couple of tenths of a second in terms of one lap, so it's all down to the driver behind the wheel.
Yeah, I should add as well, lots of prudent work going in behind the scenes at the moment in Club 100 as well to make the parity between the karts, make it even more equal. We've made some changes to the tyres recently that applies to the BUKC fleet, where the tyres are, I believe they're a slightly harder sidewall, so that when they do wear down, they're a lot more similar. So you've got a couple of hours, some cars might have done an enduro and some others might get more hours on some sets of tyres, but they've got that harder compound now so that they should be a bit more equitable.
You're like my Bernie Collins of BUKC. This is great.
Oh, that could be nowhere near as good as Bernie Collins. That is a disservice to Bernie Collins. She is brilliant.
Well, that was a fantastic bit of information there. Thank you very much, Reeve. I think we saw on the grid for race number 1 that they have brand new front tyres but used rear tyres, so it could get a little bit slidey as well.
Yeah, which if you're a driver who prefers that oversteer, as I am one of them, it's a bit of fun, really. It's an opportunity to slide the cart around a bit.
Exactly. I think most drivers usually preferring that as well because it helps you get that sort of turn in under brakes, get that rear a little bit slidey, use the rear braking to get yourself pitched into the corner nicely. You're scrubbing off less speed then with the fronts, you're using them less, gaining more speed in terms of lap time as well. So I think a lot of drivers more or less preferring that as we've got more sliding through there at the top of the hill up at Spoon. One driver getting forced right over the curb on the inside and over the bit of the grass as well, but the number 8 forces their way through, and that is a change for position there. That's Oxford Brooks A forcing their way through on the number 8 car and getting another place.
Yeah, nice little pack forming up here as we see, looking down the inside there's potentially having a move on. Have to think better of it though. Bit of a switchback presents itself towards the end of the lap here. Just want to give notice as well, so I know I shouldn't because they're not really doing much out on track at the moment, but Liverpool A, that is George Lunt in the car there. Brilliant new helmet that he's got. It's like a neon green. It's got like 80s kind of rainbow graphics on the side. It's awesome.
That is beautiful. What a beautiful lid there on that driver. Of course, from your past team. And I mean, they're really getting their others out on track, aren't they? Impressive stuff. As we again head up towards Spoon then, and they're still all in amongst it and side by side. It was the number 11 properly involved in that squabble as they continue to be there on the exit. That's Manchester A. Manchester A down into the Clubman's here for 2025. I remember back when I was driving, Manchester were one of the teams battling for the championship almost every year. But of course, that's just how it works with BUKC. Your drivers just get too old. They can't race. They're not in a university league. They've got to leave. So you've got to have that through for the drivers. And that always happens in BUKC. Every sort of 4 or 5 years, you'll see teams rise to the top of the rankings. Then they'll start to lose their really, really good drivers. They'll drop down a little bit, but then you'll have that curve back up again. So you just get a nice little wobbly graph of them going up and down and up and down. And that's where we see the grids get jumbled up. And it makes it nice and exciting for us watching at home.
Yeah, certainly it does ebb and flow. I know, for example, that, well, I'm looking at doing a Masters next year. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately, I'll be commentating, obviously, because otherwise Liverpool would have been sorted. You know, they would have had no driver woes at all if I was back in the fleet that's alive, of course.
Will you be in race 1, race 2, race 3 and race 4?
It would just be me. That's why I'm commentating. They have to Reeve, please. Give someone else a chance. Those of you who know my brief BUKC career know that is very much not the case.
Yeah, that's why we can take the mick up in the full because none of us were particularly fantastic on the circuit, and that's why we've been sent to be on the microphone instead. But we continue to watch this battle then. That was the number 8 finding their way through as they head up into the top 10. Oxford Brooks 8 continuing on side by side up to the top of the corner. I think that was 2 teammates, I think, on the other through as they headed up to the top section of the circuit. It was the number 2 getting let through there as they headed up through to the top section. And that being the number 2 of Bath A, that would have been. So their teammate, slightly further down the order, that probably would have been Bath C in 32nd place on the 36, just allowing them through, and Bath A saying thank you very much, because I mean, I've personally dealt with this before. It can be difficult, like you say, no blue flags. So as a back marker, you've got no idea when drivers are coming up behind you. And equally, it's so difficult to know when your teammate is coming up behind you as well. Exactly. I remember in Cardiff, we had plenty of times where we were there at the side of the circuit screaming at the B or the C driver to let the A driver through. And they're trying to defend, thinking it's a battle for position. You've got your head in your hands, you're like, no. Because, of course, most of the drivers out there on the circuit as well don't have any sort of team radio. You've got no way of communicating with the drivers as to what is going on. So it's really just a case of, if you know you're a little bit further down the pack, having your eyes open, looking around you, seeing what's going on. If you see a driver with a Premier plate coming up behind you, likely it's not going to be for position.
It's particularly difficult here at a track like GYG as well, where it is pretty narrow. Overtaking opportunities can be few and far between on occasion based on track conditions as well, so it can be really tricky to let a driver through at the right moment. Again, well, say let a driver through, you're under no obligation to. It's pretty much all on the driver getting past the back marker there, so it's difficult to pick the moment to do that.
Exactly, and it's so difficult for the leaders as well, because like you say, they have no obligation to let them through. You've got to try and find a way through as best as you can, and those penalties still apply. If you do something slightly incorrectly, you bump them out of the way, you're going to get a penalty for it, and if you're running up in the top positions, it's going to drop you right down the order. So you've got to be super, super careful when you're coming through the back markers. Well, new fastest lap on the last lap of the race, courtesy of Southampton A. They've closed that gap down to 1.5 seconds between themselves and Edinburgh. Of course, it doesn't hugely matter, I don't think, because we've seen that penalty for Edinburgh come through right at the start of this race for a jump start. I don't think a penalty has come through for Southampton A in this one just yet, but they've cleared off from Oxford Brooks B, I should say. 2.5 seconds clear they are now of the number 18 there in second place. I will say, though, Edinburgh ahead, personal best on the last lap, only about 1/10 of a second shy of that lap set by Southampton A, so the gap is closing slowly but surely between Edinburgh and Southampton, but when all is said and done after this final 11 minutes, it's not actually going to matter too much. Southampton still sat in the effective lead as they head on to a new lap.
Yeah, it's been great progress for Southampton as well, obviously starting 10th on the grid. I want to mention Oxford Brooks A as well, starting 32nd on the grid, currently up into 9th, and we've still got half race distance pretty much, so it'll be interesting to see where they end up towards the end of the running. Bath A as well, starting 12th, making up a good few positions here. As we start the next lap of the race, then a bit of a pack forming up. Is 34 cars, you're always going to find someone to have some fun with at GYG.
Exactly, you are. There's always great racing throughout the mains and the inters tomorrow as well. There's always exciting things to watch. A few other big moves as well. Warwick A moving up into 15th. They're up 16 places, so a 31 place start on the grid for this one, and that's as Piers was mentioning on the grid as well when they were chatting to Leeds D on the front row of the grid, when they said, oh no, he's a great driver, and Piers said, oh, why haven't you started him at the back then? That's often what we see, is some of the best drivers in the teams taking a rearward start because they think they can run through the field as, oh, that's a big off. You very rarely see someone in the barriers here at GYG, but the number 9 is off in the wall. That's Loughborough B from 19th place who are off in the wall there. Was there potentially some assistance from another driver? We didn't see the incident, so we mustn't speculate about that. But either way, like I say, it's difficult to find the walls here at GYG. They're pretty far away from the track.
It is, but if it's at a high-speed part of the course, you can see how you might end up sliding over that slightly slippery grass. Try that again. But not a great day for, well, not a great race, rather, for the Loughborough squad so far. Loughborough B obviously off and into the wall, and Loughborough A with a bump and pass penalty as well, and they're down in 19th. That won't be 19th on the road, or on paper at least, when at the end of the race.
Yeah, less than ideal then for the Loughborough squad throughout today. Here in race number 2, it's not quite on their way. As there goes Nicky Richardson. You were talking earlier about them doing lots, a couple hundred doing lots of efforts to make the parity of the carts less and less and less, and make sure they're all close and fair racing going on. And that's exactly what Nicky's doing out on circuit at the moment. There it goes, a move for the number 2. And I do think that was the 3rd place. Bath A moving their way through into 3rd on the road, which of course after the penalty for Edinburgh A is going to be 2nd second place then for Bath A. I mean, they were racing very well in race number 1, but with a few penalties for the driver there for Bath A, dropped them down to a P9 finish. It's definitely not all said and done for Bath A as they look to take their first round win of the year.
Yeah, some great pace demonstrated in that first race by Bath A, and as you say, repeating it again in the second race. And we know, obviously, they're looking pretty good in the standings at the moment, Bath, so they just need to continue putting on these performances, keep up that consistency, and they should be rewarded with a pretty good finish no matter what happens, as long as they keep clear of those penalties.
Exactly, and that is the big thing. I will say, to be fair, here in race number 2, there have been a lot less penalties flying through on our live timing than we saw in race number 1, so that's good to see. Drivers betting themselves into the racing action here today, and we hope that as we go into round number 6 later on this afternoon, they will have all had one race, and we'll hope there'll be pretty much no penalties by that time, but I think that's easier said than done from us here in the Cotswolds.
It's race 2 as well. Yeah, everyone's woken up a bit more. The Mackey's hash browns have kind of set in. Everyone's ready to go racing. Might have been a bit of feedback from the fellow drivers in the first race as well, saying, well, watch out for this part of the course here, that sort of thing. So it's understandable as to why it might be getting a little bit more predictable out there, shall we say, for the second race.
There's also a little bit of self-preservation here in your first race today. You go, well, I've got another one in the afternoon, so let's not go too crazy. And then the afternoon one, you go, well, especially if you're not driving home at the end of the day, we go, well, let's just go for it. Let's just go for it second race of the day. I'm not going to come back here for at least another year, so let's enjoy it. So that's maybe where sometimes it can go a little bit peak-tong, but hopefully not. And that'll definitely be what JB, John Glan-Y-Gors at Club 100 is hoping as well. He wants to keep his cart nicely intact. As they've already done a race weekend here at GYG last weekend for Club 100, he wants to take them home all in one piece.
Yeah, exactly. Different fleet used for the seniors, but still the same applies. We want to make sure that the carts are looked after, and they've got a comparison to have our Clubman's and Prem's drivers. Got a comparison because the Inters are coming up tomorrow, so you need to be making sure that you're on your best behaviour. You've got to show the Inters how it's done, because if you're an Inters driver, you should be watching along right now, learning a thing or two. We are obviously a bastion of wisdom and knowledge in preparation for the racing tomorrow, so hopefully you're watching along, and as we say, yeah, comparison can be held between the two drivers because we are streaming Inters for the first time in a little while now.
It's a number of years since we streamed the Inters Championship, so really looking forward to get that under our belts tomorrow and get involved with some great racing, because of course it'll be slightly less experienced teams, slightly less experienced drivers, but still going to be some fantastic racing in the Inters. It's always slightly different as well, because of course here in the heats you're all jumbled up, it's all random grids, whereas in the Inters tomorrow there's going to be qualifying in the morning, which you won't be covering on the live stream, and that'll set the grids for the race in the afternoon. But the drivers aren't treated like they are here today for 2 races. They've just got the one, so they've got to put it all on the table for that one race and absolutely go for it, which I think should make it pretty exciting for us in the comms box.
Yeah, Inters always delivers with some exciting racing action. As we see Edinburgh A with the fastest lap of the race overall. Now they've set personal best, they're on a bit of a charge, but it's a 50.2. Fastest we've seen so far by a good couple of tenths as well. Correct me, I'm wrong there. By only 0.002 of a second they have the fastest lap of the race, because Southampton A just behind them on the road. 50.2 as well.
Yeah, the top two absolutely trading times, or these two trading positions there down at the bottom of the hill. Number 2 of Bath A dives back down the inside of Oxford Brooks B. They continue to battle side by side here as they head through compression corner. It's the inside line for Bath A. Attempt at the switch back there to steal the inside line. They might still have it. Brooks B go for it. Brooks B nearly making a bit of contact there through the right-hander. And just about both of them holding on to it. We nearly saw a repeat there of the move that Bath made on Cardiff in race number 1. Nearly had it done back to them here in race number 2. But both of them this time managed to keep it on the black stuff.
I saw that move starting, then I had war flashbacks to race 1. I was thinking, oh, we can't have a repeat of this. But luckily, both drivers making it through. There was a contact warning for that. So I think there was a little bit of a meeting, shall we say, halfway through the lap there. But all making it through as we go down the inside there. Only just about a cart's width. That opportunity briefly opened up, and they say, yep, thank you very much, going for it.
Ooh, trying to close the door, trying to close the door there at Bath A, not quite able to do it. Keeping the nose in there is the 18 of Oxford Brooks B, and Brooks B head on through back to 3rd place. Yeah, the issue here is you head down here through conventional the right-hander. This then next right-hander that we saw the move attempt on the, and they're going to go for it again. This time Bath A are looking for it. They're going to force to the outside there as they head into the left-hander though, and the position is held there by Brooks B. But I was going to mention, as you head through that right-hander where they went for the move that previous lap and where we saw in the previous race with Cardiff A and Bath A, the issue is as you head through to that right-hander, the track really drops away from you. So your front wheels sort of come half off of the ground, and that's why you stick your nose in there. you're there on the inside, but then suddenly you lose all traction on the front wheels and you find yourself just drifting out to the car on the left-hand side of you, and there really isn't much space here, particularly through that section of the GYG circuit, and that's why you see the contact that we did in race number 1. These two, though, battling nicely, a couple of contact warnings coming through, but no penalties, room being given, and some great racing here in race number 2 between Oxford Brookes B and Bath A.
Yeah, exactly. Brookes B on the defence. In terms of the best, Bath A do have the advantage. They've done that charge through the field from 12th position, don't forget. So has some decent momentum at certain points, have Bath A, but Oxford Brookes B very much responding to that charge as we get ready to start the next lap now. Heading down that start-finish straight, just kissing the outside of the course. They're not wanting to go too wide, of course, because there's a barrier that approaches you very quickly indeed. There's a few curbs there as well, but it's a good run for Bath A this time around. They have a look down the inside. Can they make it stick? We're still side by side around the inside. The move is done, but it's not secure just yet because the course is going to come back to Brookes B in just a moment. They're looking around the outside, though. You can potentially get a move done there if you're particularly brave, but it looks like it's going to be Bath A into third on the road.
They were dancing there through the first sector, weren't they? Great battling between these two drivers, and Bath A retaking third place on the track. Of course, this is effectively going to be the battle for second as they head on through, but all of this battling that's been happening between these two is just dropping them further and further back for the lead. It's now 10 seconds between Southampton A in second place on the road and Brookes B, or now effectively Bath A, in third place. That now increases to over 11 seconds, so the battling holding each other up, but realistically Southampton A had cleared off so monstrously that it didn't really matter. They were just they're bound to be hounding with themselves here for second place as it all comes down to it. A great racing through though for a couple of the B teams, like we say, in this battle. Oxford Brookes B getting involved, Coventry B there in 5th place as well. Glan-Y doing a good job in P6, and interesting to see that we've got one of the B teams ahead of the A teams. Brookes B in 4th, Brookes A in 8th. Of course, Brookes A have raced through from quite near the back of the grid, but you will see that particularly with such an experienced team as Brookes. They've got a number of teams in the championship, and they've got a lovely through flow of drivers here through the team. So you might see a couple of Brookes B drivers being a little bit faster than some A drivers as they've got that breadth of drivers throughout their team.
Yeah, they can afford to kind of play around with grid positions, with what drivers going into the cars, as you say, to, well, it all comes down to trying to get the most points out of the weekend, doesn't it? So they can tactically think about what cars they want, or what drivers they want in what cars, and give them points of the weekend as we head to the final couple of minutes of this race now. Bath A and Brookes B not having to worry too much about Coventry B behind. You'd always worry when you're watching on, is this battling that's slowing you down? Is it going to potentially bring them under threat here? But I think Coventry B is otherwise occupied at the moment.
I think so, yeah. Up and under, try Glan-Y. They've got it done. Lovely move there from Glan-Y. They position the car beautifully. And the 14 sides through into the top 5. Takes away 5th place from Coventry B there. Great little battling between these two. As you say, we're going into the last few minutes of this race. We were just talking about Brookes having the sort of breadth of teams. They've got 5 teams in the championship across mains and inters. The only team with more is Coventry. Coventry have 6 teams across mains and inters. And of course, Coventry, a very impressive squad. They've got 2 of their teams in the top 10 of the championship heading into today. Coventry A are in 2nd place, Coventry B in 7th place. The top performing B team so far in this year are Coventry B, and Coventry A having a great year so far. Of course, they are the only team in the Rotax era of BUKC to have got back-to-back championship wins. They won it in 2019 and they won it in 2020. Had a bit of a wobble in the season since, getting close but not quite close enough, but they're right back in the challenge here in 2025. 4 points off of the championship lead as we headed into today's round and driving well so far. I mean, the second team of Coventry B, as we saw there, battling up in and around the top 5, doing a stellar job.
They are indeed. The timer now getting close to that 0-second marker. So this will be the final lap of the race, in fact, as we have Edinburgh A leader on the road, just heading into the carousel now. Contact warning coming in for Southampton A there. Actually want to make sure that doesn't translate into a penalty in this final dying breath of the race.
Definitely not. Timer ticking to 0 then, and I will say, I've just double checked, jump start is a +2 positions. So Edinburgh A likely to finish in P3 here, with Southampton A and Bath A continuing to battle. We're looking to pick up the leader here as we come through the last few corners. It is a challenge though. Here they are then, Edinburgh A across the line. It's so difficult with a couple of 100 cars because they all look the same. You've got to try and pick out of the suit and the helmets. There's a nice big lock up there to finish the race. Sadly, Edinburgh though, you've not won it. Southampton A come through in 2nd place, and Southampton A win when all is said and done. Of course, I say that, there could be post-race penalties, so don't count me in on that one. But at least to our knowledge, Southampton A have taken the win there in race number 2. Bath A get ahead of Oxford Brooks A as they fought through the last few laps, and it will be Bath A then in second place, with Edinburgh A dropping down to third because of that jump start. Brooks B in fourth, and UClan A in fifth. Great race through there from UClan A.
It was indeed, and that brings an end to our first heavyweight running of the day, but don't go anywhere, we've got plenty more racing action coming up. So here is our results from this heavyweight race. It's Edinburgh A, Southampton A, Bath A, our top 3, Brooks B, UClan A, Coventry B, UWE A, Oxford Brooks A, Derby A, Leeds D, Coventry A, Liverpool A, Warwick A, and Manchester A. Scouse accent, well, attempted to at least on the Liverpool one there. Moving on, it's Bristol A, Loughborough A, Exeter A, Southampton C, Reading A, Oxford Brooks C, Sheffield B, UClan A, or UCLA rather, Lancaster B, Coventry C, Oxford Brooks D, De Montfort A, and Nottingham A down into 27th. These are all provisional, of course. Then it's Reading C, Liverpool B, Bristol B, Bath C, Loughborough B, Bristol C, and Loughborough D. Our 34 kart grid for the second race. They are provisional results, of course, but coming up next, we're going to have our second lightweight race of the day.
Second race of the day just done there, and we're going to grab some of that reaction from the drivers in that one. It was an Edinburgh A win on the road, but unfortunately their race opportunity to win ended as soon as they started, getting a jump start penalty. Apparently the tolerance is 0.04 seconds. They were 0.043 ahead at the line. So unfortunate for them. He did want to get the win. We spoke to him on the grid. But I'm also going to have a word with our actual winner, Southampton A as well. I'm going to cut in here because I think we are not actually going to get run over. Number 4, Southampton A. I'll just turn this driver's car off for them. Don't worry, mate. There you go. There you go, mate. Number 4. Where is number 4? Southampton A. Number 4. Can't find our winner. Where are they? Oh, they're in the pits. All right, well, we'll grab a word with someone else instead. Thank you very much, Jimbo. A good start, actually, again, to that race. We were thinking potentially, as BUKC sometimes has a bit of carnage at the start, but today, very good, very well behaved indeed. Who shall we grab a word with? Let's just grab a word with this Formula Brooks driver. Hello there, who are you?
I'm Tom Stevens.
Tom, which Brooks team were you racing for in that one?
The D team.
Didn't go particularly well in that one.
It wasn't the greatest, but it's my first time here. I just learned in the track. Tried to get in some battles, but didn't quite pay off today.
Did you have fun?
It's very good fun, but this afternoon is where the real stuff happens.
Absolutely. What do you mean when you say the real stuff?
Well, I'm starting at the front in the afternoon, so I'm going to look forward to try and make some more progress, but let's see how it goes.
Absolutely, we'll look forward to that. Don't forget your lead, of course, and your transponder and your number, because JV will be angry. Right, next race up, race number 3. I think this is probably going to be another lightweight race. I'll leave Reeve and John to confirm that. We had a bit of an issue in that one, didn't we? No swearing, please.
Sorry, some absolute melon just took me out. Unreal start, first time here. It was going so well, I was so happy, and then got taken out. And after that, I was just in my own head the whole race, making mistakes at every corner, just driving on pure anger. It was awful.
Who are you and who are you racing for?
Ed Cox, Lancaster B.
And so, is that happening often? Is that a trend? Your head lost and that's it, gone?
I'm normally the one taking people out, so a bit of a change today. So I guess comes back around sometimes. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the afternoon.
You've got another go this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm starting 4th in the afternoon, so prime position to.
You've only got 3 people ahead of you to take out.
Yeah, only 3 ahead and only 30 odds behind to take me out. So we'll see what happens.
Ed, we'll see how you get on later on. Great to hear that everyone's enjoying themselves on circuit, despite the results maybe not going their way. Right, looking ahead to the next race now. I think I've lost the winner of the previous one. Southampton will have to come and find me later on. Who's on pole for this one? Currently no one. Second place. Come on in. Who are you? Who are you racing for? Tell us all about your day so far. Just a very, very shiny lid.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
Is it brand new?
Not quite.
Not quite? What does that mean?
2 races old. So.
2 races? So you've done this season only?
Yeah. So I'm Elliot Price. I'm racing for Lancaster B. So
Lancaster B. Talk to us about Lancaster B's season so far.
It's been interesting. It's been suboptimal. Let's put it that way.
Define suboptimal.
Well, my teammate just got spun round, so I think you were just chatting to him. He's
Ed?
Yeah. Not been our day so far, but
he did very well actually. I went up to him and I said, "Please do not swear," and he didn't.
That's it's good from him. That
I've heard that you know his language isn't exactly PG all the time.
It's quite colourful. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So yeah.
Anyway, talk to him about your race. You're starting on the front row. How do you think it's going to go?
Well, I'll stick it on the right as soon as I can and just white line it basically. Try.
White line for 25 minutes.
Yeah, might as well. There's nothing to lose really, is there? Apart from P2.
Well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how that factor goes. Pole position, it looks like it's going to be a Loughborough A driver. Come on in, Sam. Come this side. I've only got short arms, mate. Sam, pole position. Are you captain these days?
I'm vice captain.
Did you give yourself this pole position?
I did.
You did give yourself this pole position. Convenient. Convenient. What can you do from this pole position?
Hopefully win. That's the plan.
You've got the best chance from the grid.
Yeah, well, I think it's keep it clean into T2. Make sure that you keep the lead on, then after the first lap, see how it goes.
Well, Sam, I've not exactly been a good luck charm for you. I occasionally dabble in a bit of iRacing, and so does Sam, and we've been in the same race a few times just by chance, and pretty much every time I'm anywhere near you, you just either have a crash or just can't start the race or you break down, so I'm hoping I won't bring you too much bad luck in this one.
I hope so too, yeah.
We'll see if this curse continues.
Well, hope not.
I hope not too, but who knows? Who knows? Next up, let's just wander down the grid and grab a word with anyone who catches my eye. Who can we chat to? Who can we chat to? Let's go. We've chatted to a lot of people at the start of the grid. Let's go towards the back a little bit further. Why don't we jump on in here with this very green machine? Who are you? Your surname's Tanner. Who are you and who are you racing for?
Callum Tanner, U-Clan-A.
U-Clan-A, right. How's U-Clan's year gone?
I think we're like exactly where we came last year. So 14th, 15th, I think.
Is that good for you guys? You happy with that?
Yeah, I think so. Not bad.
Is that about par for the course?
Yeah.
You reckon you want to go up a little bit? What do you reckon?
Top 10 at the end of the year.
Was it Sam Tanner? What's your first name?
Tanner.
Callum, sorry. Callum, what do you reckon your chances are of a good result in this one?
50-50.
Where do you think you're going to finish?
10th.
And you're starting?
17th.
Plus 7 would be pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I think most people would take that. Right, I've got time for one more interview because there's someone still putting their helmet on. So we'll go right to the back of the grid, find out who's starting at the back, and how far they can get up the grid. The number 95 on the final row of the grid. Oh, we'll chat to you later on because you're going to be here tomorrow. Who are you and who are you racing for and where are you starting?
I'm Alex for UCLB. I'm 33rd.
How's it going to go?
I've never really done karting before, so probably pretty terribly. I'd like to wish everyone around me the best of luck with dealing with me.
The best of...
yeah.
Hey, you're here for a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, go well. Enjoy that one. Third race of the day, coming up in just a moment's time. John and Reeve will be taking you through that one.
Well, I think that's the first time I've ever heard that, wishing best of luck to the rest of the drivers around him, because he might be causing a bit of chaos.
That is, well, it's at least he's aware. Self-awareness is very crucial in the Club 100, so glad to see that. Small Jaffa cake issue. I've actually eaten a packet of Jaffa cakes in that brief interlude between races. I don't know how that's happened.
It's an addiction that we really need to get on top of, Reeve.
Yes,
but
it keeps
we've
happening.
got all day to to indulge ourselves. But first, coming up next then, race number 3 of round number 5 here for the morning's racing here for the British University's Karting Championship. Like it says in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, lightweight race number 2. Now, just to briefly get you up to date with those lightweights and heavyweights. Of course, we alternate between the two. For the lightweights, it's a 75 kilogram minimum weight. For the heavyweights, it's an 82 kilogram minimum weight. So you would naturally think that some of the lighter drivers will go in the lightweights, some of the heavier drivers will go in heavyweights. That doesn't actually necessarily happen, though, because a lot of the time the drivers will just lead themselves up to get themselves to the weight limit, and it doesn't really matter. Well, let's run you through the grid then here for the next race of the day. Lightweight race number 2. Loughborough B and Lancaster B are on the front row of the grid, with Sheffield A and Cardiff A on row number 2. Then it's Cambridge A and Southampton A there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Cambridge B and Manchester A. Then it's Oxford A and Loughborough C rounding out the top 10 there on row 5. Then Bristol A and Swansea A on row number 6. Row 7 as Bath B and Sheffield C. Then it's Coventry B and Edinburgh A. UClan A and Portsmouth A there on row number 9. And row 10 rounding out the top 20 are Reading C and Nottingham A. Then it's Reading B and Lancaster A. Hopefully the two Readings there can work together nose to tail. Exeter A and Bath C find themselves just behind on row number 12. Row 13 is Sheffield B and Oxford Brookes A. And it's Bristol C, Southampton B, Huddersfield A and Birmingham A rounding out the top 30 on the grid. And then finalising the grid of 35 drivers are Liverpool A, Surrey B, UCL B, Nottingham Trent A and UCL A. Well, we saw there on the grid walk, courtesy of Piers, UCL B maybe not too confident in how they're going to do out on circuit, but they've got their teammate of UCLA right behind them. So first things first, let's just let the sister team through without any issues.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely confident that there weren't going to be any issues, but let's hope. We've had 2 good race starts so far today. Let's make it 3 for 3. We can hope.
I've given you a look in the commentary box there after that one. We'll see what happens here in race number 3. Like you say, I've been very, very impressed. Like we say, from previous BUKC commentary, often the race starts can go a little bit awry, but it's gone very well here, especially with the first corner here at GYG. I mean, it is quite fast, a relatively simple corner, but what can happen is if someone closes someone else to the inside curb, we can find them spinning around, as I think you might have seen in Cup 100 last weekend. Someone spinning around, and once they're in the middle of the circuit, it's all drivers trying to drive left and right, and that barrier out on the left is probably the closest one on the whole circuit.
Yep, there's not much tarmac to use as well to avoid any errant drivers, shall we say. And of course as well, you've got quite a wide entry into that first corner, but it quickly narrows back down as the curve comes back towards the circuit. So going to see a lot of drivers who might be watching out wide then come back into the track, and that can also be a bit of a pinch point as well. Then you've got that run down the Dragon Straight where you've got a very similar corner actually in some ways to that first corner of the lap, where it's a lot of high speed going into a right-hander, and it can be pretty narrow there, and you can see, well, it's one of the spots where I've seen a lot of cars going off and running onto that grass.
Exactly, and that's definitely not where you want to be, particularly on lap number 1. You've got 25 minutes race here in the BUKC. It can't be won on the first lap, but it can certainly all be lost, and the drivers need to keep that in their psyche heading into the start of this race. Now, I think key thing is we're going here into race number 3. The 2 race winners so far, as all has been said and done, are Cardiff A from race number 1, Southampton A from race number 2. Well, they start nose to tail here. Cardiff A on the second row of the grid, 4th place on the grid, courtesy of Harvey McBreen, and then Southampton A, P6. Right behind them on the grid for this one are Southampton A. And let's see how that one plays out. Will we see repeat race winners here as we head into race number 3, or will someone new join the fray?
We'll find out in just a moment. Well, I say just a moment. 25 minutes of racing to go first as we bunch up behind the paced cart. Now, it looks to be we're all pretty much ready to go here. Don't think we've got any stragglers waiting to join the pack. We haven't had the signal to say that we're going to go around just yet, so it might be good to go racing.
Hey, maybe we'll get this one kicked off first time of asking. We'll see if the drivers, we're getting the slow down sign, so it looks as though we might be good for a race start here on the first time of asking. Well, drivers pulling round 2 by 2 in that formation round the final corner. It's Loughborough B and Lancaster B who are side by side round the final corner. Who's going to be leading up the Dragon Straight, though? We've not got long to find out. We're underway in racing here for race number 3. Great start from the inside of the grid as they all side through. It wasn't such a great start from second place on the grid, that being Lancaster B. Maybe just a little bit of lack of confidence there, lack of experience as drivers are off on the grass on the outside. Up the hill they're going to go, and just about not becoming a Ryanair flight to to somewhere in Europe. They all managed to keep it on all 4 wheels, but it looks as though at least one of them was stopped there on the edge there of the grass, and it's going to have a long push back onto the black stuff as more drivers finding the grass there. That's the number 11 having a big off there on the outside, getting shoved all the way to the edge of the circuit, and Manchester A going for a bit of grass cutting.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of lawn mowing on the first couple of corners so far. Hopefully we keep it clean from here on out. Everyone else making it through relatively cleanly at the top end of the field here. It's forming up to be another pack battle, isn't it, for the fight for the lead. Heading around them, we've actually got a bit of a decent split as well. We've got a few drivers at the top here, and then we've got a huge, I'm going to use your word, gaggle of carts at the back end of the pack here.
It is a serious gaggle here at the back. I mean, the 3-4 wide drivers trying to get it honest. The driver was off on lap 1 is still there on the outside of the track. It's all gone Pete Tong for that driver. He's dropped right to the back of the order. That is Bar C, the number 36. Finding it a bit difficult to get it off that slippery grass. But yeah, it's been a bit more of a scrappy start to this race than we saw in race 1 and race 2, as there are yellow flags out here in sector number 3 as well. As you can see, the drivers popping their hand up, just showing that they are slowing down into this yellow flag zone. No overtaking, as clearly there's another driver off on the outside of the circuit there as well, as this race already starting to kick off in this one. But the top 2 trying to scamper away. That is the number 9 of Loughborough B and the number 6 of Sheffield A, who have just taken the fastest lap of this race.
They have, and you can tell they are poised for battle, but there's not many opportunities to battle out there at the moment. Plenty of yellow flags being flown around. A couple of penalties coming in as well, actually. We've got a take-off penalty for Coventry B, a bump and pass for Sheffield C. That's somewhere in the midst of this mid-pack action that we've got going on. But yeah, our 2 front runners have built up a nice gap, just nothing they can do just yet realistically to enjoy this fight for the lead of the race.
Yeah, not going so well for Sheffield C, going well for Sheffield A though in that top 2. Looking on well are the number 6 with that fastest lap of the race, trying to put the pressure on here to Loughborough B as we continue to watch the battles in behind. That's a spin in the background though. A green-suited driver leads me to believe it might be Edinburgh or Swansea there who've gone for a spin in the background. We'll wait and see as they come through to end the lap. It might be the 43, of Cambridge A. The Cambridge A spinning out of about P5 there. Looking for a good top 5 finish, but it's all gone Pete Tong there in sector number 3. Battle for first continues though, and so does battle for third place as they head up to the top section of the circuit, attempting the dive down the inside, but no, door is closed by Lancaster B.
Lancaster B hanging it around the outside nicely there. It's not too often you see that. The grass approaches you very quickly indeed, but it's a good brave move early on as well. Now what Lancaster B want to do is just keep that momentum up, keep the fast laps coming in and try and build a decent gap here. Got 22 minutes worth of racing to do that.
Exactly, yeah, and they don't want to let those two leaders get too far ahead, and I think that's exactly what they're thinking as they move down the inside again. This kind of battling that's going to be slowing them down, losing the time to the two leaders as they continue to scamper off at the front of the field. It was about 2-second gap that Loughborough B and Sheffield A had over these two. What's it going to be now? Over 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds the gap. It's trying to find the inside line. They've got the inside line. Here is the run up to the top section of the circuit. It will be the inside line for Cardiff A, is that who are trying to make the move stick down the inside. Is that Harvey McBrien thinking about the move and heading on through into third place. The number 5 finds the inside line. The number 5 finds a move, and Harvey McBrien is up into third place. And I know that Harvey was here last weekend for the Club 100 sprints, so he's already got that experience here at GYG.
He was. He ran very nicely indeed as well. Was enjoying some battles out there. He clearly is enjoying it here as well. I do like the name compression for the corners here because it's very apt. It's got the undulations. It compresses your spine a bit. It also compresses the pack back together. You can have a few cars length gap between two carts, and then as we head into that final sector, it just closes right back up again and poises us for some more fantastic action at the start of the next lap.
Exactly, you find yourself going home from GYG a couple of centimetres smaller as you're heading through compression a good 25, 26 times in a race. You find yourself squishing yourself down into the seat, but drivers still pressing on nicely, and it's I think that's just why drivers absolutely love this circuit, is the combination of that first half of the lap that's so fast, you're on the ragged edge of grip, and the second half so tight and twisty. You've really got to pick your moments and get your braking points and your turning points exactly correct to find that lap time. Down to the bottom of the hill, that's a late move to the inside there for the number 45 of Bristol A. Looks like they might have got the move done though. Nope, not quite. As they get to the exit, they do move on ahead of the number 4 Southampton A. Southampton to the inside though, big wallop between the two of those. You knew that door was going to close, and just about, despite being almost perpendicular to the apex of the corner there for the number 45 of Bristol A, they made the move stick, and up into 5th place they go.
Yeah, you knew the move was coming, but you're still going to park the cart on the inside there, aren't you? You're going to wedge your foot in that door to make sure that if anything does go awry, you're still poised to take that position back. Nice move, though, from, well, attempted defence, at least, from Southampton A there, as we're running on with the number 9 of Loughborough B. Now leading this race, new fastest lap comes in at 50.6. For our lightweights, we saw 49 earlier on. Will we see the same again? We've still got well over half race distance to try and do that.
Exactly. I want to call out as well Callum Tanner. We saw him chatting with Piers on the grid earlier on. He's having a great race for Glan-Y. Up 10 positions already is Callum, up to 7th place on the number 14. He's pressing on through the pack very nicely. They look late. They sounded like they were having a positive season so far, and that's continuing it today in race number 3. They're pressing on very well, as we can see a KR Sport driver donning the KR Sport logo. He's pressing on nicely as well. I think that might have been the number 14 of Glan-Y who was pressing on well. Here he's chasing down the 45 and the 36, and they're battling for position. That's going to be the 35, of Lancaster B and Bristol A. Pressing on nicely. Lots of battles going on. I mean, it's the case with BUKC. We never really know where to look.
No, plenty of carts out on track, so it's always going to deliver some great action here as we see the 46 there of Bristol A getting that moved on into that first corner up into 4th position on the row now, but very much under pressure from that UClan cart. I think they were quite subdued, really, given how they're demonstrating their pace here today. They seem to be quite happy. Oh, you know, we're mid-pack, we're going to be looking for 14th again, we're happy with that, but look at this pace, you've got to say, you'd be pushing on for a bit more.
That was how you do the move there through compression. Really got the cart nicely alongside. Driver on the inside couldn't close the door there. Had to give the room at the inside part of the apex. And the 14 of Glan-Y sides through into the top 5. Shuffles Bristol A back to 6th place. And I was getting myself confused between the 35 and the 36. And of course, you got the 35 of Lancaster B just ahead. It was the 36 of Bath C, who were the drivers out on the grass on lap number 1, just trying to not get in the way of the leaders. They're doing a good job of that for the moment as well, our Bristol C. I think they were just moving out of the way of their sister team there, of Bristol 8 as they continue to battle with Glan-Y. We continue on through then. What have we got? Just over 17 minutes left of this race. We're only about 7 minutes in, and it feels like loads has already happened in this race. But drivers now just starting to settle into the swing of things, getting into where maybe they should be in terms of on-track pace, and pressing on nicely. But this again, like we've seen in previous races, we're seeing quite a few drivers give themselves a lower grid spot if they feel like they're going to have some good pace out there on circuit, and going through the field, trying to get as many points as they can for their team. But new fastest lap on the last couple of laps then for second place, that being of Sheffield A, as that gap still only about 3/10 between our two leaders. But we can't look away from this battle. Look how many drivers are involved in this one. That's about 10 or 11 drivers all nose to tail.
Small war fleet of cars, really, isn't it? All heading down onto the next lap of the race. I want to give a mention to Glan again. They've started on 17th in the grid, actually, and they're up into 4th on the road. That's an almighty drive so far, and we've still got plenty of the race to go.
Exactly, yeah. Up 13 places for them so far. We've got Oxford Brooks A, who are up 16 in this one. Same for Surrey B. Great race so far then for Surrey B. 32nd to 16th so far for Surrey B. Up 12 places as well for Nottingham Trent as well. They're up from 34th to 22nd. So a number of drivers pressing on through nicely, but still a few penalties going out on the board as well. Bump and pass penalty for both Loughborough C and Manchester A so far in this one.
Yeah, Liverpool A as well. They started fairly far down. They were 31st on the grid, and they're up into 20th at the moment. Make that, yeah, no, still 20th actually, but pushing on quite nicely. That's Lewis Jackson in the car there, so we'll see where he ends up towards the end of the stint. Penalty coming in for Surrey B. We'll see that on the screen in just a moment, but that is a bump and pass penalty. And as we were talking about in the previous race, it's so easy to accidentally do here, can't it, at GYG, because you've got that part of the course where, as you say, the front axle lifts up, loses a bit of downforce, so to speak, and you're just going to career into the car to the left here.
Exactly. We were saying Surrey B were the biggest movers so far in this race, pressing on through the pack, and when you're overtaking that many karts, it's just probability, isn't it? At some point, someone's going to close the door, something's going to happen where you're going to make some contact, and if that ends up happening, you get yourself a penalty, just like Surrey B have managed to do. Well, we're continuing to look away at this battle for the moment. We'll continue to keep an eye on the gap at the front of the field. Still 2/10 of a second between Loughborough B and Sheffield A. No penalties for those drivers at the top, at least to our knowledge, for the moment, as Cardiff A are trying to close that gap. Harvey about 6.5 seconds off the lead gap at the moment. He really needs the two to start fighting, as we do cut back to have a little look at them. There's the number 6, and Sheffield A, I think, have managed to get through. It's Loughborough B who are just behind them now, so change for the lead of the race then here, with about 15 minutes left to go.
It does look like that, yes, but here is a bit of a back marker, and that could change the dynamic hugely there, as we see. There goes Sheffield A. Stuck. Yeah, unfortunately.
Just like we mentioned in previous races, no obligation to get out the way. The back markers have no reason to do so. They're not going to get a penalty for doing that, but they were just trying to drive their line, I think, as well, just trying to look behind them and see what was going on. They held that wide line, and it was just a wrong choice there from Sheffield A. Went to the outside line, it quickly closed, and Loughborough B said, cool, I'll just go on the inside then, thank you very much, I'll retake the lead, and now has taken a good 2 or 2 second gap over Sheffield A, who continue to be stuck behind the back marker here.
Absolutely, yeah. Of all the places to meet a back marker out on track, that's probably the worst part of the track you could do so, isn't it? So it's just unfortunate timing for everyone involved.
Exactly, it's a corner where there's realistically one line, so you're trying to pick your move as to where to go. I think the back marker was trying to be a little bit nice and moving out the way there, but ending up causing more issues than they would have caused if they just stuck on that same line. But either way, like we say, no penalty's going to go out for them. They have no obligation to move out the way. It is what it is. That's what you've got to deal with here in the British Universities Karting Championship, and that's where Sheffield A have just come a cropper here. They've dropped 1.1 seconds behind Loughborough B. However, given that these sprint races are pretty long, they've still got a good 14 minutes here to try and close the gap.
Yep, they've got 14 minutes, and if their current pace is anything to go by, I don't think they should be panicking too much just yet. 50.2, their best lap so far, best lap of the race. So I think they could still close up this gap and enjoy some battling later on into the race. As we see, that is the number 4 of Southampton A. They're enjoying a bit of a battle there. Is that against Lancaster B? No, sorry, that was not quite Lancaster B. God, I need to get my eyes checked clearly, don't I? I think it's the sun that we had earlier on.
Mate, it's so difficult. It's so difficult, especially with the Club 100 carts. Of course, only the number plate denoting the differences in the cart. In older carts, you often have different liveries and whatnot that you can sort of go off. But this one, we're really having to squint, particularly with this lovely bright sunshine here that we're enjoying in North Wales. Does make it a little bit more challenging, but we'll do our best here from the commentary box. I want to highlight as well, it's lovely to see. I mean, we saw a couple of drivers, particularly thanks to Piers' interviews near the back of the grid, a few drivers being like, oh, I've never even done this kind of karting before. I've never driven this track. I don't even know what I'm doing. Who am I? But they're out there on circuit, and we've got the fastest drivers, like you say, a 50.2 for Sheffield A. There are no drivers outside of the 52s, so only about 2.5 seconds gap between fastest lap and slowest lap. It's fantastic to see the competition out here in the BUKC mains.
Yeah, that is brilliant stuff, actually, when you consider just how experienced some of our drivers are. So if you are thinking of getting involved and you're perhaps a bit apprehensive, oh, am I going to let the team down? Absolutely not. Just get involved, have some fun.
And also, at the end of the day, BUKC, your drivers love to win, but at the end of the day, you want to be having fun. You're coming out of this one, you're getting a trophy if you do well, but as long as you go home with a smile on your face, that is the key thing, and particularly with BUKC, it's all about being involved in the team, enjoying the weekend, and having those memories to take on with you.
Absolutely, as we have now crossed the halfway point in terms of the time on the clock. We've still got 12 minutes worth of running to go in this race, as we're seeing this battle still raging. Well, it's not raging on, so to speak, but it's just present, isn't it, as we head through that first corner.
Yeah, omnipresent, the drivers out there on circuit at the moment. It does seem they're really, really going at it. That was quite the sizable wallop there onto the rear of car number 7. That's Exeter A, finding Surrey B getting a little bit too close for comfort, I think it was, in behind. And there might be a driver now in between the two of them. It's all continuing to chop and change in and amongst this battle in the middle of the circuit. Just outside of the top 10 are these drivers, but they're continuing to squabble as we head through into the final 10 minutes of this race. The 83 it is of Oxford A in 11th place at the front end of this battle, being chased down by a few other drivers. So we've got, what is that, Oxford A, then Exeter A, Cambridge B, Surrey B, Sheffield B, Reading B, then Manchester A, Liverpool A, Coventry B, Portsmouth A, Nottingham Trent A, all within a line here as they head up Dragon Straight once more.
We were discussing earlier actually about Loughborough B, or Loughborough in general, not the best day out for them so far in the first couple of races. Well, this will certainly make amends for it, as we just get a good indication of just how windy it is at the moment. We've just had a gust come into the executive lounge commentary box, but we can see the flags really being kind of buffeted around. It's a nice day to go racing, but it is certainly a bit breezy.
I thought you were going to say there's a good shot showing exactly where we are.
That is also very true. But yeah, it is a bit brisk out there, and perhaps that's why Piers has taken refuge in the commentary box with us at the moment. There he is on his Piers pad.
He doesn't get a nice comfy sofa out on the grid, so we've allowed him into the commentary box.
I'm intrigued by the Piers pad. I wonder what's on it. Is it just?
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Piers, you can keep that iPad to yourself. Right, 10 minutes left here of race number 3. This battle continuing to hammer on as they head up into sector number 2. Then up the top of the circuit, move down the inside. There's Oxford A trying to make a move through. Is it the number 7 who's making a move through? Have we chopped back to a different gaggle? Well, I thought that was the number 7 I saw on the front of the car. We'll wait and see. Maybe it's Exeter A. Apologies. Who's siding on through? It is indeed the number 7 Exeter A, as we've got a driver there off on the exit of Compression Corner. That's why you can see the yellow flag out. You can just see the lit off of the circuit. They're struggling to get the cart back over as they try and rejoin the black stuff and rejoin the race. Well, I'm trying to see who it is that's dropping down the order. We'll wait and see as they come through to end another lap. But either way, it's all ended a little bit wrong for that driver.
It is a very unwieldy thing, a Club 100 cart, when you're not in it, when you have to push it around, as we're seeing some pushing around going on here into the final corner there. Oh, that was a little bit too close to comfort, wasn't it, for the driver on the outside? It is always a particular brave pill that you have to swallow if you're going to go for a move down into that final corner.
Yeah, I mean, Bath B, heart in the mouth moment there as Edinburgh A were forcing them right onto the edge of that ragged circuit, the ragged bit of the edge of the circuit through the final corner. But Bath B managing to hold on to it, Edinburgh A stealing the place and then giving the as we all know, the point forward, say, let's work together. Now I've just absolutely sent it down your inside and you thought you were going to go into the barrier. Let's work together
now.
Yeah,
we're friends now.
As we press on forward. Edinburgh A having a good race, though, in this one. We saw in their previous race they won on the road, but, of course, dropping down into 3rd place after their jump start penalty. Well, it's going well in this one as well. Edinburgh A up into 9th place at the moment in this one. I think they've gained 7 places so far in this one, so 16th on the grid, up into the top 10. They've still got a few minutes to try and gain a few more places, as they've been lucky in the fact that all the drivers in ahead are still all relatively close. They've only got about 5 seconds up to P5, and then that's where the gaps start to really eke out up to the top 5.
Second lightweight race of the day, of course. Second lightweight race of round 5. So the drive perhaps No, they know the lay of the land now. They know what they need to do out on track here, so have to be a bit more. We haven't seen too many penalties. Oh, I should not have said that. I should not have said that. That is worst commentator's curse if ever I've seen that income. It's all my fault. Anyway, as we start the next lap of the race, Loughborough B and Sheffield A still pushing on.
Yeah, so of course we saw with that issue earlier on in the race for Sheffield A, that gap extended to about 1.2 seconds between the number 9 and the number 6. Well, that gap has been well and truly closed, and there's the move. Down the inside goes Sheffield A, and chasing down by over a second in only about 5 or 10 minutes, they retake the lead of the race with yet another fastest lap. Here comes Sheffield A. They want this win here in race number 3, but can Loughborough B fight back at all here through the final 7.5 minutes?
Yeah, they certainly had. They had a slight pace advantage earlier on after that small issue, and they've just been quietly whittling away at that delta between the two cars. They're closing it up, and there we see. Pretty textbook, wasn't it? It made it look almost easy pretty much as we come on to the next lap once again, and now it's a chance for Loughborough B to show us what they are made of and to try and fight back. Could we see a repeat here? Well, looking over the shoulder, Sheffield A diving down inside the car to try and gain any advantage possible, any aerodynamic advantage they can gain. It's going to be minuscule here, especially compared to Loughborough, who are going to have that nice bit of toe down the Dragon Straight.
Exactly, yeah, activating that human DRS is much needed here with that long straight up towards Spoon Corner here at GYG, particularly you've got the uphill as well. Any advantage that you can get, the drivers are going to try and do that, and that's exactly what Sheffield A have done just there, but they've now got a repeat of the same issue potentially that they had a few laps ago. They're chasing down a couple of back markers right in that same section of the circuit. They managed to side their way through the first of the two drivers, and it won't be a repeat that we saw a few laps ago. I think that's a bit of sweat wiped from the brow there of Sheffield A as they head through the final corner. Yellow flag, there was one driver has found their way off onto the exit. I think there might have been two drivers actually involved in that one. One driver on the outside, one on the inside. Something's clearly gone wrong there between those two.
There we have, yeah, driver off, and it was good timing there for the Sheffield car to get the move done before that yellow flag area of the track there, because you can't overtake, even a back mark you can't overtake under yellow flags, but clearly wise to the move from the previous back marker attempt. Tried to go around the outside, it didn't work. Gone straight for the inside this time around.
Yeah, impressive stuff, impressive stuff. And it was a lovely move for the lead of the race that we saw a couple of laps ago, courtesy of the number 6 of Sheffield A. That being Jacob McComb, who's behind the wheel of that number 6 car at the moment. Really, really, really great race from him so far. I mean, having those issues, not letting that phase him, chasing back down the leader of Loughborough B and making a very, very, very impressive move up at a very sketchy part of the circuit. Either way, Sheffield A now leading this race by almost, or over now, 3/4 of a second ahead of Loughborough B. And gap to Cardiff A has actually extended slightly to Harvey McGreen in third place. It was 7.5, now it's 8.5 seconds back to Harvey. He needs to be a little bit careful now of UClan A. That gap's only just over 2.5 seconds, I should say, between Cardiff A and UClan A. It's been a fantastic race for the number 14. As we mentioned earlier, they were confident going into this one, and that's clearly paid off as they chase down the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is impressive from our top 2 as well. They're enjoying this battling. You'd expect them to be slowing each other down, but they've still got a few tenths above everyone else on track at the moment, so they are still managing to at least maintain, if not build, this gap to the cars behind despite their battling. Impressive stuff.
Indeed, very impressive. I think we've seen a few drivers dropping down the order. I see, of course, we had Cambridge A off early there in 25th. Manchester A have just dropped down 11 places to P24. Coventry B are down a few into 32nd. So a few drivers coming a crop here in the last few minutes. And again, that's where it can all just start to heat up as you're really in close battlings throughout the order. You think, well, there's only a couple of minutes left here. I've got to kind of go for this now. And it can all go a little bit Pete Tong, and it has for a few drivers out there on circuit. But that's where, as we mentioned at the start of the stream, throughout the championship, throughout the long races here today, throughout the whole round, consistency is key. You've got to keep it on that black stuff. Keep yourself in the battle. That's half of the issue itself, is just keeping yourself involved here throughout a 25-minute sprint race. But even more impressive to see now almost a 10-second lead here from Sheffield A and Loughborough B ahead of Cardiff A and UClan A. I think that's probably where we want to start watching here, is between 3rd and 4th as we go into the last 3.5 minutes of this race. I say that though, Loughborough B have just got a new fastest lap of the race. They've closed the gap. They've almost half the gap on the last lap, so I don't know where to look yet again.
Yeah, they have been pushing on quite nicely. Personal best on the lap before the one that they've just set, and then they've gone fastest out of anyone so far as we look through Spoon and into the second half of the lap in just a moment here. 2 front runners then. building up a massive gap, as we say, 10 seconds. As we've got is that a rejoiner to the track there?
They just about managed to miss the spinner there, I think, on the outside there. The 6 and the 9 managing to side their way through, but that's, of course, you've got to keep it on the black stuff yourself. You've got to avoid other people having incidents as well. You don't want to get caught up in their incident, as we saw earlier, the issues for Sheffield A. It can so easily happen to even the most experienced drivers out here in BUKC. As they head into the last 3 minutes then, gap remaining pretty similar over that last one, 0.4 of a second between Sheffield and Loughborough. And again, I think it's been a good couple of last laps from Cardiff A, banking a couple of personal bests on the last few laps. That gap now sitting at almost 2 seconds, so I think Harvey can start to have a bit of a sigh of relief there in third place.
Indeed. One thing to note, actually, this circuit, it's not the nicest circuit to rejoin on, is it? It's you've got all these undulations, a couple of blind corners. You're trying to rejoin. It can be a little bit tricky to try and pick your moments to get your car back underway.
Exactly, yeah, and you don't want an unsafe rejoin penalty from one of those as well, because it can all, again, just all continue to pile up. You're getting more and more penalties, you're dropping further down the order, and it's a day to forget. But of course, if it all goes wrong in these first few races of the day, if it all goes wrong in your first race, you've always got round 6 coming up this afternoon, where you can have a clean slate and you can try again. Well, 2 minutes left then as we head on to another lap of this race, of course being lap number 28 that Sheffield A and Loughborough B have just started. Their line astern then heading up into Spoon Corner once more, 0.2 of a second still between these two. Again, I'm just keeping an eye on that battle in behind for third place. You know I used to race for Cardiff, so I'm keeping an eye. 1.3 seconds it's down to once again. Another good lap from Glan-Y-Gors. Sees them close it by another half a second, but we'll just see whether it's going to be enough here into the last few minutes of this one. Then a further nearly 10 seconds back to Oxford Brooks A, who now find themselves in 5th place. That's a gain of 21 places in this race. Fair play to Oxford Brooks A.
Yeah, they're pushing on nicely. Liverpool A as well, making 21 places up into 10th, all the way from 31st on the grid. That is a mighty drive there, so keep that up. I won't curse you. Might happen anyway.
Well, if you were in the car, mate, you'd be up like 38,000 places.
Of course, obviously. I believe Liverpool are planning a night out back in Liverpool this evening. So,
goodness.
So maybe they have cause to celebrate after all.
Maybe. We'll keep an eye on them throughout today's action as we try and keep an eye on this squabble. I think the number 6 of Sheffield A knows he's under a bit of pressure here as they head into the last few minutes. Jacob McComb trying to hold on to this race win as they head on through with 50 seconds of this race to go. I think this will be the penultimate lap of this one. So after this one, still another 1.1 kilometres left to go for Sheffield to try and hold on to it. As we see them head through compression, down through these lovely tight and twisty corners. No opportunities for moves here, but Loughfield, I nearly said, that's a corner at Silverstone. Loughborough B try and press on, keep themselves within a close enough distance here to think about a move here onto what is, in fact, confirmed with the live timing, the last lap of race number 3.
This will be the last lap indeed, and we see them once again activating the human drag reduction system, heading in to the end of the Dragon Straight once more. The gap actually extending up ever so slightly. It looks like the run for Loughborough B through that first corner wasn't ideal, but it closes up once again. The opportunities fall back to it as we head through the carousel. No moves being attempted around the outside. This is all going to come down to the compressions and that final corner on the lap.
This is, yeah, how will this play out? You see the check over the shoulder there from Sheffield A. He knows that Loughborough is there, but I'm not quite sure if Loughborough are close enough even to go for a dive through here. I've noticed onto the final lap as well, that gap between Cardiff A and Newcastle A has closed to 0.3 of a second. We'll see how that occurs as we go to the final corner down the inside. Last corner move in from Loughborough B. They're going to go side by side across the line. Loughborough B are going to take it on the line by half a tenth of a second. He was waiting for the opportunistic move, and it opened itself up there to Loughborough B, and he grabbed it with both hands. Great move at the final corner from Loughborough B, and they take the race win.
A nail-biting finish there. It was also very close between Cardiff A and New Clan A. A couple of tenths separate those, so about a kart length, but nothing on what we had at the front end of the field there. That was pretty much a photo finish.
But fair play as well to Sheffield A, because that could have all ended in tears if they'd gone, well, no, I'm just going to turn in here and see what happens. They left the room on the inside for Loughborough to keep that move so they could both go through the corner, but it's just that bumpy exit there for the driver in second place of Sheffield A, who just lost a bit of time there. Loughborough B were able to side on through and take the win. But what an end to that one. You saw it was ebbing and flowing throughout the race between the two of them. What a drive from Sheffield A to close back up that 1.1, 1.2 second gap in the mid part of that race. Recloses the gap, went for a lovely move, then held on to the race lead throughout the last sort of 10 minutes of that one. But it only takes one corner. Loughborough B stealing away at the final time of asking. And here are your full race results. Loughborough B finish in the lead. They take the win by 0.5 of a second ahead of Sheffield A. Of course, before all penalties are said and done, these are very provisional results. Cardiff A finished on the podium there in third place with UCLan A, Oxford Brook A, they're your top 5. Then Lancaster B, the winner in the clubman class there in 6th place. Then Southampton A, Edinburgh A, Exeter A and Liverpool A, that's your top 10. They were followed by Bath B, Bristol A, Surrey B and Portsmouth A. Then behind them, Nottingham Trent A, Reading B, Southampton B, UCLA, Huddersfield A and Lancaster A, your top 20. Then it was Birmingham A, Manchester A, Oxford A, Cambridge B, Cambridge A, Nottingham A and Swansea A. And then finalising the 35 carts there, taking to the checkered flag was Sheffield B, Reading C, Sheffield C, UCL B, Bristol C, Loughborough C, Bath C and Coventry B. Well, just like that, we need a bit of a breather here in the comms box. I think we'll send it down to the grid with Piers Prior as we get ready for race number 4.
Here we are. Yes, what a finish to that one. That was a brilliant end to the race, and I'm hopefully going to grab a word with our eventual winner, which was Loughborough B, Sam Harrison. We chatted to him before the race. Really good to get his view on that brilliant last lap, last corner overtake for the win. And I'm also going to grab a word with UCLan A driver Callum Tanner, because Callum, I was waiting for his Callum, you didn't think your hopes were that high in that one, but you went up plus 30. Was it plus 21 places to 4th there?
21? Are you sure? I started 17th.
Oh, sorry, plus 13 places. My mistake.
Not bad. Yeah, a lot of people were just messing up at the starts, and I was like, just take advantage of it. Got through. Got a bit unlucky with the back marker here, otherwise I could have fought for that podium on the last lap. But
not bad at all. I'm going to grab a word with our winner. Congratulations, Sam Harrison. Don't run away. We've got an interview to do, pal. We grabbed you before the race, so maybe my curse has ended after what was a pretty good race.
Yeah, it was a great race. It was an absolute great race. A bit of cat and mouse between me and Jacob. It was, yeah.
And you licked the stamp on the last corner?
I did. It was the last opportunity and there was a gap and thankfully we made it stick. So
if gap cart?
Yep.
Lovely. Good move. Loughborough B taking the win in that one. That was a good one. Let's hear from our driver we caught at the start of the race. I'm going to come this side, sorry. How was that for you out there?
Oh, it was really fun. I loved it. Yeah.
All good?
Yeah. I mean, some corners are like pretty tricky. But it's a really fun track. Yeah, it was good.
Did the drivers around you survive?
Luckily they did, yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and we'll grab a word with our 2 Cambridge contingents. Guys, let's have a bit of a Cambridge interview here. Talk to us about your race. Who are you?
Pardon?
Who are you and which Cambridge team?
I'm Alex Wilkinson. I'm on the A team right now. About to go for the B team for the next race, though.
How was it for you out there?
Shocking. I self-punted. It's not good.
Self-punted? How do you even manage that?
Skill issue.
How do you run into yourself?
Yeah, I just tripped over myself, spun off, got stuck facing backwards, had to let everyone go.
Oh, yes, we saw that.
Unfortunately,
you can watch that back on the Alpha live stream. If you are watching the live stream, drop us a like.
The problem is someone on our team who's really fast told us it was flat on those 2 right-handers. We try at lap 1, and it's not possible.
Yeah, not lap 1. Maybe you have to wait for the tyres until warm.
I know. Well, that's what happened to him. And then I crashed on the last lap, so first lap, final lap crash.
You kind of bookended the race with Cambridge crashes there.
It couldn't have gone much worse, to be honest.
Well, hey, it could have done because you could have finished last. And I don't think you did. Did you? Let's check. No, Loughborough C finished last. You weren't last. Good job. Good job, guys. Well done for not finishing last. Looking ahead now to race number 4. It's going to be a heavyweight race once again. Of course, heavy, light this morning in our sprint races. Who have we got here? You are looking either tired or sad or lonely.
I'm just getting ready for the race is all.
Just in the zone.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Cameron Perez for UCLan A.
UCLan having a good day.
You've had us again. Yeah, he had a really, really good race. We were cheering him on. It was top positions for him. So
absolutely great driving.
Very happy from him.
Great. Also, it's good to see Paddock Pooches as always. We're on Pooch Cam. Maybe I'll grab a word with them later on. Lovely dog down there. Who have we got over here? Are we about to start the race? Who's about to go in? Who came out? You just came out. How was your race? Talk to me.
Good. Started 32nd and finished 13th.
Who are you and who are you racing? Oh, it's the team we spoke to earlier.
Yeah, so Surrey B.
So it's been a pretty good day for Surrey.
Yeah, so far it's been all right, yeah.
And what about you? You're going to continue that good form?
That's the idea. I'm starting from P4.
and teammates on the hard work from the back, so hopefully we can get a good clubman's podium finish for the...
Absolutely, of course, because you're not doing too bad in the clubmans at the moment, are you?
No, it's been a shaky start. We've probably already used our drop round, but we've had some good momentum in from Buckmore, so yeah, let's see how it goes.
Do you have much experience around this GYG circuit?
I was here 2 years ago in the wet, so I've never driven it in the dry, but confident either way.
Hey, well, if you've managed it in the wet, then I'm sure the dry's easy, right? Good luck to you, Clan, over there. We're just waiting for the final carts to be fueled up and the final drivers to be weighed. Am I coming in overweight? No, I'd be just about all right in that one, I think. Let's have a chat with some of our successful teams over here. Have you just come out of the cart?
Yeah.
Remind everyone at home who you are, who you're racing for.
Will Taylor, Southampton A. Just finished P7, so not the best result, but we had a win this morning, so it's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, consistent top 10s is pretty much all you need, right?
Yeah, exactly. Keeping it consistent, so yeah, should be fine.
And how do we reckon our man over here did?
I did very well. I think the kart wasn't amazing, but you know, we got Jono in the kart next. So
very generous, blaming the kart rather than the driver. Talk to me about who's going in now.
Hello, Jono Dalton, Southampton A, obviously. Starting 30th, looking for a P1, as always.
Plus 29, it's just light work.
And then plus 20 places of penalties to undo it all.
Do you know what? If you don't get a penalty today, things go pretty well. I think you guys won the race. Did you win the race earlier on and then? Yeah, won second and then won because of the penalty. So go well, team. Southampton, of course, right up there. They were right at the top of the times last year. Hello, team. How are we getting on? Adam, you're out later on, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be out in race 6, but we've had a pretty decent result so far. We just lost the win on the last corner there.
I saw. Everyone saw.
Yeah.
It's also immortal on YouTube as well. Yeah, so who was the man that got overtaken?
Jacob over here, who's still having a chat.
Jacob. Yeah. Jake, can we have a quick word? Come on, mate. It's last corner.
I know. I can't leave it open like that, but I didn't think he was close enough, but obviously, yeah.
He was.
Good move from him, yeah.
It was a good move. It was a good race, actually. It was a good race. It was a nice, clean race. You chased him down, took him. It looked like you'd just about done enough, but on the last couple of laps, Sam really found some pace.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. Especially for he was so much faster. But apart from that, good race. We seemed to lose the pack quite well at the start. Behind us, 20 kart lengths, and I was like, okay, this seems all right.
Good result for your team as well.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
No worries. Right, let's look ahead to race number 4. Heavyweight race. It is heavyweight, isn't it, this next one?
Yes.
There you go. Confirmation. Heavyweight race coming up. So it's all the... No, I was gonna make a slanderous comment about the heavyweights, but we'll leave that for the after hours stream later on. Right. Race 4 heavyweights. Let's start at the back of the grid and work our way forward. Who's starting last? Who's starting last in this one? Who have we got? Who are you?
Abby.
Just Abby. Do you have a surname? Abby?
Abby Prior.
Abby, who are you racing for?
Loughborough B.
Loughborough B. It's all right, we can do that in a minute. We've got time. You got loads of time. You can chat to me first. Have you got much experience around this GYG circuit, Abby?
No, I've literally never been here before.
Have you done much karting in the Club 100 karts before this season and maybe
the previous 2 Inters rounds?
Is this your first mains event?
Yeah.
Wow, how are you finding it so far?
I mean, it's fun so far. Track looks good, it's dry, which I'm happy about, so...
How are you feeling? Excited, nervous?
I mean, it can't really go much worse than where I'm starting, so...
You can only go forward. You literally can only go forward. So basically, it's a good race guaranteed for you, right?
Yeah, even if I stay here, I maintain my position.
Yeah, exactly. You can't lose any. Well, you might gain them and then lose them again. Abby, what would be a good result for you in this one for Loughborough B?
I mean, top 20 would be good. Top 50 would be better. We'll just see what happens.
No pressure. Seeing Sam literally just won that last one.
We've got a first place and a last place, so our drop round's already gone pretty much.
Absolutely, and we'll out the rest of the team. Guys, I don't think I've met you guys before. I used to go to Loughborough. I was captain many years ago. How is Loughborough these days?
Oh, it's great. We love Loughborough.
Who are you?
I'm Max. I'm also with the Loughborough B team this time.
Max, what's your surname?
Williamson.
Max Williamson. Are you a new one this year?
Sorry?
Are you new to the BUKC this year?
I raced last year and
race. A new driver to the mains. I thought I didn't recognise you. When are you racing, or have you already been out?
I've been out in race 2. I was the one in the barriers over there.
Oh, that Max.
That was me. I'm out again in race 5. I'm racing for D as well, so I've got race 5 and then I'm...
So you'll be rapid this afternoon after 2 practices?
Sure.
Max, Loughborough B, go well. Abby, enjoy your first race in mains. It's just like Inters, except everyone's more aggressive, faster, Anyway, you'll enjoy it. It'll be great. Moving further up the grid, I don't think we have chatted to... who have we not chatted to today? I want to grab a team we haven't. This man over here. We've got time for one or two more interviews. Hello, we've spoken before, but remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
My car, I'm racing for Manchester A.
Manchester A. So Manchester, talk to us about your day so far.
I think could be better, so...
Could be better. Did I see a Manchester car not facing the right direction at one point?
Yes, unfortunately, even twice, I think.
Oh dear. So your aim, I suppose, is not to emulate that?
Yeah, and try to win.
Absolutely. We'll see how you get on in that one. Right, time for one more interview. Let's head towards the front of the grid and grab a word with a driver who's potentially going to be fighting for a win in this one. Sorry, mate, sorry. We'll move on through Oxford Brooks out in this one. Alfie Prince, always one to look out for. He's starting in about 10th place in this one, so good to look out for. And 2015 Lewis Hamilton is starting on pole position. You're not Lewis Hamilton, who are you?
I'm Michael, captain of UCL.
UCL had a great one in that last one.
Yeah, we had Clubman P1 in Buckmore. Yeah, and we're hoping for getting the championship.
Where are you going to finish in this race?
I hope to keep the lead, but
the little giggle there. Anyway, good luck, UCL. We'll see how they get on. Just a few moments' time, we'll have race 4 of the day. So I'll hand you back to Reeve and John.
Right then, here we go. Race number 4 of the day, of course, heavyweight race number 2 of the day, about to kick off, and great to hear from loads of the drivers getting ready to go out there on circuit. I mean, a little giggle from UCLA. Was that a confident giggle? Or?
I'm not too sure, but either way, when asked where you think you're going to end up and then result in a laugh, it can only be either... Well, let's look at it as a positive, shall we?
Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, like Piers mentioned, UCL have been going very, very well so far this year. It was 3rd place in Inters last year. They've made their way up into the main championship for this year, racing in the Clubmans, and they were the Clubman championship leaders heading into today's racing. They were up 19 places in race number 3 to secure a P16. They're starting right at the front of the grid for this one. Let's see how it goes then here for race number 4 of the day. I will say the grid that I'm seeing on your screen is not the same grid that I've got here on my laptop. So Premier Class race number 4, I will try and run you through the grid for this one. Shall I take it away for this one?
Absolutely, yeah.
UCLA then starting on pole position. Nottingham Trent A are alongside on the front row. UCL B, the sister team, right behind them on row number 2. Here is the grid that you want to be looking at. There you can see UCLA on 1st, UCL B on 3rd. Could they work together, or will it all go wrong? Well, the giggle is anything to go by. We'll wait and see. Surrey B alongside them on the 2nd row, then Liverpool A and Birmingham A on row number 3. Huddersfield A and Southampton B on row 4, with Bristol C and Oxford Brooks A rounding up the top 10 there on row 5, and Sheffield B and Bath C are on row number 6. Row 7 has Exeter A and Lancaster A, then Reading B and Nottingham A on row 8, then row 9 has Reading C and Portsmouth A. Rounding up the top 20 then on row number 10. There'll be 19th and 20th on the grid for UCLan A and Edinburgh A respectively. Then Coventry B and Sheffield C are on row 11, with Bath B and Swansea A on row number 12. They had a good start to the day in race 1 with a P2 for Swansea A. Can they replicate that here from down the back of the grid? Bristol A and Loughborough C are on row 13, with Oxford A and Manchester A on row 14. Then it's Cambridge B and Southampton A rounding up the top 30 there on row number 15. Then rounding up the grid, Cambridge A, Cardiff A, Sheffield A, Lancaster B and Loughborough B. Your 35 carts starting the grid here for race number 4.
So another packed grid then for our 2nd heavyweight race of the day. As we alluded to in the lightweight race, it's going to be a chance now for the drivers who might know a bit more of a lay of the land and get a better feel for how things are going so far today. We've had feedback from within the teams as well. I mean, we saw in the interviews then Manchester A having less than stellar feedback so far for their team today, so they'll be hoping to push on and make amends for how the morning has started.
Exactly. Well, they've all got a little bit more warm-up time. Now, you'll see when we move on into the afternoon post-lunch break for round number 6, because the drivers have all had a race, they won't get these warm-up laps. Will literally just be straight into racing, which makes it even more of a challenge. But at least before these ones here in round number 5, they get those little bit of practice laps, get themselves warmed up, get the car warmed up, get ready to go out there on circuit. And there are a few different teams who are starting to enter in the fray here in terms of a round win. Of course, I'm going to firstly highlight my old team of Cardiff A. They've been having a great day so far. They've got a win in race number 1, then I don't think they were in race number 2, and then race number 3 they've got a P3. So a first and a third to kick off the round. It's going pretty well for them. This one might be a little bit more challenging though. They're starting down in 32nd in this one, and it's Sid Brewerton who is taking into the hot seat there for Cardiff A. We'll see how he can do from the back of the pack. But already the drivers coming to the end of those practice laps and getting into the 2x2 formation.
They are indeed 35 karts to get formed up and ready to go, which you mentioned later on. Fewer practice laps, in fact no practice laps, so it's going to be, you're going to see some quick fire starting grid rattling off, aren't you, from both of us later on as we rattle through the university names.
Yeah, we're going to be busy boys in round number 6 this afternoon. I hope you've got it all ready to go for that one, Reeve, because we might not have a voice by the end of this one. It looks as though a few of the drivers we might be going round again here as they head around the final corner. So another sort of half a lap to get those tyres warm and get yourself in the groove, ready to go. Of course, you do have a little bit of a cut through here at GYG, so not quite a full lap. As there we can see why we're going round again. It looks like one of the Club 100 karts has given up the ghost here around the warm-up lap. Hopefully that driver can either get the kart back going again, or he can get back into the pits in enough time to get a new kart and get back onto the starting grid. But we'll wait and see as they carry on round.
Hopefully so. A couple of races to go. We did have Pit Lane Piers helping drivers turn their engines off. I think we need Pit Lane Piers back out there again, getting the karts started and ready to go racing.
I like that. That's a good username, Pit Lane Piers. I like that. We should continue that on for the rest of the year.
Pit Lane Piers is Pit Lane Pad, as we've seen the debut of today.
Right then, there you can see them heading through the cut through, is still struggling to get it back to the pits. Struggling to see which driver that is who's not managed to make it through to the end of the first lap round. We'll wait and see as they come through to potentially start the race. Then we'll see whether they do go around again and wait for the driver, or whether they say, well, tough luck, mate. You're going to have to go from the back here and see if you can make your way through. Well, the pace kart leading us through then. Looks like he's slowing them all down. Are we about ready to go for a race start, Reeve?
I think we might be able to. We've got some decent.
Wait and see. They're still there on the edge of the track. It looks like we are going to go around again. So another warm-up lap. All the drivers you can see there, as there we've got a new kart ready for the driver to rejoin the action. As they carry on, I think it's Birmingham A, yeah, because they've lost 2 laps now. So Birmingham A, the number 10, who it is that's had a bit of kart issues. But I mean, there's any time to work out that you've got kart issues is in the formation laps. So hopefully that they'll be able to get straight on the pace with their new kart. The only issue is they've not had those warm-up laps, not only to get heat in the kart, but also for themselves to sort of get in the zone. They've missed out on all that now, so they're going to be straight into racing action for the first time I'm asking for them.
They will indeed. I think we just nearly had enough then on the formation laps. A bit of perhaps over-exuberance on the throttle there, trying to get the kart warmed up, so weaving about vigorously, shall we say, and then stamping on the throttle there.
Of course, you're stamping on the throttle and the brake and cranking on the steering lock, trying to get the heat through the tyres. It's more difficult in a Club 100 kart because they are a lot heavier than owner-driver karts, but it can definitely still be done, particularly in wet conditions. You often see drivers, myself included, having spun on a formation lap. It can happen. But let's see, are we ready to go then here for race number 4?
It looks like we are then, as we have the signal. Oh, no, I think we've just had another go-around signal from the pace car, actually. I was hopeful then, but we're going to head down those tram lines once more. And just a reminder, it's important for the drivers at the start of the race that they do not break formation. They don't leave those tram lines. They don't start the race. They don't start a race ahead of everyone else. That's just to make sure that we have a nice and fair, equal start to the race for everyone involved, and that it's safe to do so. We don't want 5 karts wide coming out of the final corner to start racing, because that's not going to end well for anyone.
No, it's definitely not exactly that. Of course, the lights will go on, the lights will then go out. That denotes you can go to full power now, it's full racing speed, but you can only start racing when you go across this checkered start-finish line. That's when you can break the formation, that's when you can begin overtaking. You try and do that beforehand, you're going to get yourself a penalty. And of course, particularly for the drivers on the front row, you've got to be careful that you're not jumping ahead of the drivers beside you on the grid as well, because you'll get yourself a jump start penalty like we saw from Edinburgh A in race number 2.
Yeah, and what a shame it was for Edinburgh, because otherwise they had some immense pace here as we have yellow flags being waved. That looks like we're going to be potentially good to go racing here as the pace car dives in. We head down those tram lines, but there's a bit more noise this time around as we go green and we get ready for some racing. It is a great start there. Oh, no, actually we're going to go a little bit wide through that first couple of cars onto the grass, but other than that, we do make it through.
Just about. You can already see like a front breakaway pack already as they're all squabbling in the middle. Driver's making it to the grass on the outside. Can he hold that one before he goes into a spin? Yes, he can. Well done to the number 10. Now, I was just going to say, Nottingham A definitely crossed the timing line before UCLA. And look at that already, a jump start penalty for Nottingham Trent A. Already, they're going to be dropping 2 positions at the end of this race.
That makes things a little bit more comfortable for UCLA and Surrey B, who are now in the fight for the effective lead of this race. What a shame, though, almost predictably, like we had Edinburgh earlier on. Trent A then with that early penalty heading down then. The final couple of corners, we've had, I believe, a bit of an instant here as we have 2 cards off. Make that 3 cards off, in fact, as they wait to rejoin now. Was that restarting from the grass? Not quite sure. I think it was, though, so the steward's going to look on that with some less than happy thoughts, shall we say. We've got to make sure that we don't restart from the grass. It needs to be pushed back onto the track. That's to ensure that the clutches are looked after on these carts.
Exactly that. There's the move for the lead, though. Even before they got to Spoon Corner, Surrey B down the inside of Nottingham Trent A, and Surrey B heading through into the lead of this race then. Like you were saying, a little bit scrappy on that first lap. 2 drivers we saw off down at the carousel, and 1 driver carrying on through to Devil's Elbow across the grass. It was, like you say, whether they came to a full stop is the key thing. If they managed to keep the engine going and bounce through the grass, that's absolutely fine. If they came to a full stop and then powered off from the grass, that is an exclusion penalty, restarting from the grass. We'll change for the lead early on then. Number 60 of Surrey B sized through into the lead of the race, but they're not making a huge gap for the moment. They've still got Nottingham Trent A right in behind. Then your pole sitters of UCLA there holding on to 3rd place, followed by Liverpool A and UCLB.
Yeah, it's a good start for Liverpool A. They started in 5th, made up a couple of positions. Currently fastest kart out on track, although we haven't really had any truly representative laps coming in just yet. We'll see that in a few moments' time.
Move down the inside there. That's Oxford Brooks A forcing their way through. Straight across the grass goes UCLB. They managed to hold on to it and not go spinning around, but losing a place because of all of that. Oxford Brooks A continuing to have some decent race pace here at GYG, as there's a move down the inside. That's Liverpool making the move down the inside. The number 12 stealing that inside line and stealing 3rd place away from UCLA.
Yeah, nice move there by Callum Pedder in the 12-plated kart, up into 4th position at the moment. In fact, no, make that 3rd position. Apologies there. So that gives us effective 2nd on the road, does it not, for jump start there, obviously being served by Nottingham Trent A.
It will do, yeah. So to remind you, 2 places to be added on at the end of the race for Nottingham Trent A. So at the moment, that'll drop them back behind Liverpool A and UCLA to 4th place, but still plenty of this race to go for everything to be sorted out. So that's the 8 of Oxford Brooks A continuing to make moves. This time I think they've got through on UCLA as UCLB battle in the background. That is with the number 10 of Birmingham A. I've noticed as well, we were saying earlier about when we were off stream about the different colours. There's different colours on the live timing compared to what they've got on their cards. I'm getting so confused as to who's in what class. We're going to do our best here with those ones.
Still great racing either way, so we're just talking about some karts that are overtaking each other here in Wales. Can't go wrong, really, can we?
We'll worry about the championship for the next round. We don't need to worry about that just yet.
That'll all be fine until we come to the next round and we go, why did we not talk about the championship in the last round?
We'll wait and see. We continue to watch this great action here from North Wales. There is the timing tower on your left then, and Nottingham Trent A now has stolen away that fastest lap from Liverpool A. A 51 dead, the pace being set at the moment by Nottingham Trent A. But we've seen drivers down in the sort of low 50s in previous races, so still plenty more pace to be found from the number 15 car, the number 12, and plenty of others out on circuit at the moment. It's the number 60 of Surrey B who continue to hold on to the lead for the moment, though. They're having a very impressive race at the sharp end of the order, but lots of drivers siding on through and trying to get involved with these squabbles as well. And once again now, the 2 UCL karts find themselves line astern, 5th and 6th place. Still the A team leading the B team, though. There's a little bit of a bump there to the rear section of the kart. That's Oxford Brooks A trying to find a way through on Liverpool A. Still just sitting in behind them for the moment.
There we see Trent A piling that pressure on now through that first corner. It's pretty much deja vu with Edinburgh A a couple of races ago, where we saw that unfortunate jump start costing them big time because they had the pace. Look at the pace of Trent A at the moment, a 51.0, fastest lap so far. They're certainly pushing on. They're looking to try and get past Surrey B. They're egging them along, but there's nowhere for them to overtake just yet. Having a look down the inside, nothing to be done from that far back. We're getting into the trickier part of the track now, heading round that carousel. It's the compressions coming up next, where you got a couple of switchbacks, but as rightly pointed out to us earlier on, if you're stuck around the outside heading through the compressions, it's pretty much game over for the lap.
Yeah, legendary UK and European commentator Andrew Mather is out on the socials today here for the BUKC, and he was letting us know, being up near that part of the circuit, it sort of drops away from you on the left, doesn't it? So if you get forced out to that wide line, it's really difficult to hold on to it, even if you don't touch the grass. Just holding on to the place is one thing, holding on to the kart as a whole is a wholly other thing, and it's a tough section of the circuit at the best of times. So these two still battling well as they head up into Spoon once more. Still Surrey B ahead of Nottingham Trent A. And they're actually seemingly building a bit of gap here ahead of Liverpool A and Oxford Brooks A, now at about 1.5 seconds.
They are indeed. They're not out and out on the defensive, the Surrey B driver there. We're just, it all seems to be quite calm and collected. The kart doesn't seem entirely track width. Yeah, it's a pretty wide kart so far. It might get wider as the battle heats up, but for now it all just seems to be fairly sensible out at the front end of the field here. Liverpool A third on the road, second on paper at the moment, but very much under pressure from Brooks A. Track limits warning coming in for Surrey B. That could be fairly big in this race if we pick up a couple more of them. So Surrey B driver going to have to be careful to make sure that they are keeping that Trent A kart behind in a sensible manner that does not draw attention from the stewards.
Exactly, yeah, it was a great showing there from the number 10 of Birmingham A as he showed what we were just talking about there, getting off on the dusty part of the outside line there through the compressions, and just showed how bumpy it was when he got out there. That's Alvin Chu, who's racing here for the number 10 of Birmingham A. New fastest lap has been set by Alvin. I mean, Alvin is an accomplished driver. I recognise the name. He's wearing a Tim Wilson Motorsport race suit, and he's flying out there in P7 for the moment, trying to apply the pressure onto the two UCL teams. Firstly, he's trying to find a way through on UCL B. He's right in their wheel tracks at the moment. And UCL A not far ahead either, about half a second now between the two sister teams. As we head through, down into the final couple of corners, onto a new lap of this race. Lap number 9, now started by Surrey B. They remain as they were, but time's ebbing and flowing. Basically all of the top 5 now down into the 50s, but it's swung back the way of Liverpool A. New fastest lap for the number 12.
Yeah, absolutely flying along, 50.7. I think I've mentioned as well to Southampton A. They started 30th on the grid, now up into P10 already, 8 minutes into the race. Wow. As we have a look at the battle for the front once again, and that was Trent A having a look down the inside. Was there a kart gap there? Not too sure. Either way, is Trent A still in the lead here? That might not have been on, we'll see. But what this has most importantly, perhaps for the dynamics of this race has done, it's allowed Liverpool A and Oxford Brooks A to close up. Now all of a sudden, in just a couple of laps, we're going to be on for a 4-kart battle for the lead.
Exactly, yeah, that's what can happen. You slow each other up. And there you go, Nottingham Trent A, bump and pass penalty for Nottingham Trent A. So we'll add that on to their jump start penalty from earlier. So is that +6 now in total for Nottingham Trent A? It's less than ideal. I thought that was going to happen. It was a late move to the inside. The door was closed by Surrey B. They had every fair chance to do that, to close the door, and the contact was always going to be made. It's a difficult circuit to pass at the best of times, and Nottingham Trent A have just found that out, and they are going to be reaping the consequences, sadly for them. A +4 penalty added on to their race time, and now Surrey B, as you mentioned, have fallen into the clutches of Liverpool A.
They have, absolutely. This could be an important phase of the... Oh, no, another penalty for Trent A comes in. Bump and pass, and I think we know when that was from, don't we?
Indeed it was, yeah. So I think we've got +6 in total now for them. They're going to be dropping right down the order at the end of this one, at least to 7th place, and that's only if they remain in the lead of the race by the end of this one. As new fastest lap comes through for Oxford Brooks A. I mean, Liverpool A were putting the pressure on to Surrey B only a moment ago, and now they find themselves looking behind at Oxford Brooks A as they have closed the gap. They head up into Spoon Corner. Will Liverpool think about it? They do think about it. Almost into the side, and nearly a spin there for Liverpool. They thought the pressure's on me from behind it from Oxford Brooks. I've got to get the move done here on Surrey, but a little bit too late on the brakes there for Liverpool. They did well to hold on to that one.
Yeah, that was particularly brave from Callum there. Big swing of opposite lock to keep the car pointing in the right direction on the course. So not all is lost. If anything, that gives him a chance to back off now, regroup, have a think about how he's going to attack this race next, and also run with the knowledge that up in front, that battle is still continuing on. Anything could happen in front of him.
Exactly that. He knows he's got the pace. The fastest lap so far in this race is the move for second, though, down the inside. Again, room not really given there by Surrey as they get forced onto the grass, as he gives them an interesting hand gesture there. Only one really known in karting, I think, there from Oxford Brooks A, as he carries on through into second place. Now, the first one we saw from Trent, I had to say Surrey B were fair enough to close the door. That one, They haven't got as much of a leg to stand on there. The Oxford Brooks were well alongside, and they really just turned into them. So for that one, I don't think, in my personal opinion, I'm not a steward, I don't think Oxford Brooks A will be getting a penalty for that one. They managed to get through. Surrey B weren't happy about it, but clearly, as shown by Oxford Brooks A, they weren't quite happy about that one either.
No, it's a bit like Bohemian Rhapsody. We will not let him go. I think it was that first corner there.
Exactly, yeah, a bit of argy-bargy. Neither team too happy with how it worked out, but either way, Liverpool A were able to make up a place from it as well, up to P3.
Well, I hold no biases, of course, but it's nice to see the Liverpool squad back into third, enjoying some success this year at least.
Exactly. Yeah, they're pressing on nicely in this one, up to third place. I'll leave the slander to you there, Reeve, as we watch them come up into Spoon once more. And really, this has been perfect for Nottingham Trent A. It's given them a second buffer now back to these three who still squabble over second place. As they continue on, we've not seen a penalty come through for Oxford Brooks A, so I think my stewarding hat was right in that one. No penalty coming through. And Oxford Brooks A now, of course, are effectively in the lead of this race, given the two penalties we've already seen come through for Nottingham Trent A. So this three-way battle, we're watching it for second place, but it is really for the lead of this race.
It is indeed. Now, Trent A, 1 second clear, as you say. This is kind of the best of a bad situation for them, really, isn't it? They've built up a decent, comfortable margin at the front end of the field as a result from this. They've got a decent number of penalties to be added on after the fact, but if they can guarantee that they're going to come home in first, there's still a good few points to pick up from this race.
Exactly that. Well, new fastest lap from Oxford Brooks A as well, a 50.5. They're doing really well there in terms of pace, a good 2 or 3 tenths of a second quicker than anyone else out there on the circuit at the moment. But now we come into the second part of the race, and now you start to have the issue of chasing down the back markers. You've got to pick your way through nicely. And as we saw in previous races, it can all go wrong pretty quickly as you pick your way through the back markers, particularly if they're battling like this. Here we go through compression then, and it's all closing up. Where's the 15 of Trent A? I think they've been held up in all of this. Let's wait and see where they are. I think they're only just ahead now of Oxford Brooks A. It was almost a second as we went onto this lap, and yeah, they're side by side for the lead of the race. Down through compression into the final corner. Here come Liverpool. Down the inside go Liverpool on Oxford Brooks A. It all changes in and amongst the back markers. Still Trent in the lead, but Liverpool through to second. Brooks down to fourth as Surrey B get through as well.
That's a nice move for the lead of the race there. I think Callum just saw that the cart on the left-hand side was starting to wash out a little bit and open up that gap to the inside, and he just goes, right, going for it now. I need to be brave. That bravery didn't work out for him last time around, but it clearly has now, as he's now only 3 tenths off the lead of this race. As you say, Trent A getting caught up in all of this rough and tumble, so to speak, as we approach the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, like we say, the most difficult point to chase down the back markers is this section of the circuit. It's happening yet again. It's even more difficult when the drivers you're trying to get through are battling for positions themselves. We can't say it enough. They have no obligation to let them through. They are battling for position. They're having their own race. The leaders have to get through on their own back, and that's exactly what they're trying to do without too much issue. The 15's forced out wide. Has number 12 gone through? He has. Liverpool is into the lead. Trent A getting hung out to dry, going from first to fourth in only 2 corners.
What a shame for the driver of the Trent cart there. Just saw the Liverpool driver looking over both shoulders there, defending from 2 fronts as we run into that first corner. This is almighty stuff from our front runners here. Brooks A with the fastest lap of 50.5, but everyone at the front end of the field in the 51s, some in the 52s. They are really enjoying this battle, but is it slowing them down? We could see the mid-pack getting involved here in just a moment.
Only about 2 seconds then back to UCLA, who are in 5th place. That was a bit of a wallop there on the inside for the number 60 of Surrey B, as the 15 and the 8 are side by side. That's, of course, Surrey B getting involved, Nottingham Trent A, Oxford Brooks A, some back markers there as well. It's all getting a bit squabbly as they try and find their way through. And this is where all of the rest of the team members stood at the side of the track are all biting their nails right down to the bone here, as they're so nervous of what's all going on out on circuit. Now, to remind you, of course, Trent A do have lots of penalties. They're in and involved in this leading squabble, but they're not in terms of the race win, as that's a bit of a send down the inside there from the 15 of Trent A. Nearly taking out Oxford Brooks A there. They just about managed to get it stopped. Oxford Brooks A hold the slide and carry on just about unscathed through this rest of this lap.
Yeah, just about, as you say, but we're going to head through the compressions in just a moment. It's going to close up once again, and we are going to be lucky enough to enjoy some more battling here at GYG. Liverpool starting to build up a little bit of a gap now. It's still only 7 tenths of a second. It's going to close up again as we head through that final section of the lap. It has closed up again as we head through the final corner once again. And there we go. It's Surrey B closing up 0.4 of a second, separate them now. On that last lap, Surrey were 0.3 of a second faster overall as we head down the Dragon Straight now. They benefit from the tow. What can Callum do? He has a brief glance over the right shoulder. You might see the camera jiggling. That is actually just the strong winds that we have here today. So these drivers are braving all sorts of conditions. It might look pleasant, but it is certainly less than pleasant if you're in the kart at the moment. You've got the wind, you've got the cold, and you've also got the conditions of 3 drivers breathing down your neck.
It's not exactly easy. I mean, the less said about the wind in the commentary box, the better. But out on circuit, it is really, really tough out there. I mean, you get a sudden gust, and suddenly, when you're right on the edge of grip, you get one of those gusts, and it suddenly chucks you up wide. You've got to correct it, and it's so difficult here. You can see the Welsh flag flying high here at the GYG circuit, and really flying out there as the wind is picking up. And the battles are picking up as well. This is going to kick off once again. I mean, we saw BUKC get down the inside at the first corner about 10 minutes or so ago on Surrey B. I don't think there's going to be much love lost here between these two. Let's see how this one plays out as Oxford BUKC try and get their way back into second place. They're not able to do it here through Spoon. They're going to carry on through the rest of this lap. But these are the first couple of laps in a good 4 or 5 laps where the drivers haven't been hindered by any back markers. This is on straight pace now as they battle through into the final 10 minutes. But where will Oxford BUKC pick their moment? Will they think about it here into compression? Yes, they do. Down the inside they go. Surrey B close the door yet again, and Oxford BUKC not too happy with them once more.
No, but they do work their way through. BUKC with a contact warning a couple of minutes ago. Of course, they could do without picking any more up at this later phase of the race, although they are flying along at the moment. Are BUKC fastest kart out on track as we start the next lap into second on the road for BUKC, and now trying to close down on Liverpool A out in front, who has some back markers to contend with. So we need to get shut of the back markers as quickly as possible, and we do have a bump and pass penalty coming in for BUKC. They are not going to be finishing in the position that they finish in on the road. That could change the dynamic of this battle quite substantially.
Interesting. Not sure I fully agree with that, but we'll continue on in this race. 8 minutes left to go. I'm not a steward, but either way, Oxford BUKC have a penalty then. That will be +4 for a bump and pass at the end of this race. So only 2 drivers in the top 4 now, a Liverpool A and Surrey B, who can actually battle for this lead as they continue to side through the back markers. Good 0.8 of a second now between Liverpool and Oxford, but Oxford Brooks pressing on nicely. Liverpool still can't really take their foot off the gas, can they? They can't take a sigh of relief here as they're still breathing down their neck, and they're still having to pick off all of these back markers who, like we mentioned, the spread of the field in terms of pace really isn't that large, and that just makes it even more difficult to go for these moves. It's not like, oh, I know I'm going to be half a second faster than you could have gone. I'm just going to send it through and hope it all works. You've really got to pick your moments here on the back markers, and as you can see on the cameras, this is exactly the difficulty that Trent A are having at the moment. They just can't find their way through on this back marker as they head down into the middle section of the circuit. The gap has closed to drivers in behind. We've got 2 seconds now between Nottingham Trent A and Birmingham A. They've had a good run through in this one, have the number 10. UCLA still there in 6th place as well, then Exeter A in 7th, UCLB in 8th, Manchester A in 9th, and Southampton A in 10th. But of course, remember, there's lots of penalties now in this top 10. Even just to highlight Nottingham Trent A again, they've got a +6, so they're going to be dropping down to P10. Other drivers going to be gaining places, so it's definitely not all said and done yet. 7 minutes left to go on track as, oh, that was a bit of a wobble there right at the apex.
That was there. A bit of undulations in the circuit, a bit of opposite lock there. Continues on through the lap. If this was Formula Drift, you'd be scoring top marks there, sir, for an impressive run through the corner there into the carousel. Coming up now, and it all looks a little bit cleaner through this run of corners this time around. Gatney-Well, front end of the field, still stands at 1 second between BUKC A and Liverpool A. A reminder though, penalties all around in this top running pack as we look on a bit further down the running. Starting the next lap now then, we can see number 11 of Manchester A, actually. Manchester A, who haven't had the best day so far, but seem to be making amends for it now. Very nearly found themselves having a 3rd spin of the day on the previous lap, but seem to have collected themselves and pushing on quite nicely now.
Good. Positivity moving into the second half of this round. Just as I say, that's not too positive. Taking out the molehills. The poor mole's going to have to rebuild that at the end of today. But either way, that driver's going to have to try and get themselves back on the black stuff relatively soon. It looks as though they were probably assisted there onto the outside, that part of the Spoon corner. You can outbrake yourself and go a little bit too deep, but more than likely there might have been a bit of contact there between 2 drivers. But of course, we can't speculate. We did not see it on the live stream. We look back to this, the lead of the race here. This Liverpool A heading down through the final sector of this beautiful GYG circuit. Still being chased down by Oxford Brookes A at half a second now, as Surrey B has dropped off a little bit in the number 60. About 1 second or so they've dropped back behind Oxford Brookes A then, and leaving these two to battle at it for the win on track anyway. Of course, we know that Oxford Brookes A have that bump and pass penalty. They're going to be a +4 at the end of this one. But your previous team of Liverpool A, they don't know that. They won't know that they've got that penalty, and they just know that Oxford Brookes A are breathing down their neck.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to add to the excitement in the final 5 minutes of this race. Now, penalty coming in for Bristol C. Track limits there. That was the 125 who we saw embroiled in some battling earlier on. But it's a shame for Brooks B though, because they are really strong in terms of the pace. It's what we've seen from so many drivers who've had penalties to serve so far today, is that outside of those penalties, they've done a remarkable job. Brooks A, 10th on the grid, up into 2nd on the road at the moment, with a 50.5, by far and away the fastest heavyweight driver out on track at the moment.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff as we head into the last 5 minutes of this. So I just want to clarify as well, we've spoken earlier about all the different penalties that you can get throughout the races in these, but also, I mean, thank you Bristol C for showing this one. They've just had both a track limit penalty and a contact warning penalty come through, because you can get those for those as well. If you get 3 track limit warnings or 3 contact warnings, they will then become a full penalty added to your positions at the end of the race. So not only can you get those out-and-out penalties, you can stack up those warnings and they'll then become penalties as well. And sadly, Bristol, within about a minute, have just got both.
They have indeed, and we're watching on as the Liverpool A car leading on the road and on paper at the moment, working their way through some further back markers. The compression's the one part of the track we really don't want to have any back markers, as we are side by side now, heading into the final corner. No, still stuck behind a back marker for the time being, but there's still, oh, sorry. Switch over there. Yep.
They're getting through at the first corner. Of course, we know this isn't for position, but Liverpool A don't know that. They think they've just lost the lead here as they head up into Spoon once more. It was being held up by the back marker there for Liverpool A. And Oxford Brookes A said, thank you very much, got the better exit out of the first corner, and they take the lead of the race on circuit anyway. And now the 8 and the 12 are line astern, but opposite to what we've seen for the last few laps. Brookes A lead us through the last 3 minutes here. And Liverpool A, this is the key part as well, because Liverpool doesn't know that they are still in the lead of this race here, as Surrey tried to go down the inside of the back marker there. It doesn't quite work out for them, but Liverpool A need to make sure they don't do anything too drastic here to try and steal the lead back at the last moment. Hopefully they'll sit back and say, I've had some great pace, I'll accept the second, and then get the, oh great, I actually won the race, when they pull into the pits at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Liverpool A really need to have a level head on. I don't know the driver there. They're a very sensible driver, very capable. Maybe less so tonight on their night out, probably less so at that point, but at least now they should be in the zone. Surrey B with a contact warning coming in there, so we don't want to pick up any more of those when we're trying to get past the back markers. But for Callum now in the Liverpool A cars, it just becomes a case of all of a sudden that back marker is your absolute best friend out on track, really, because you can keep the Surrey B car behind, and that is currently what is happening. Surrey B are not able to close up to our 2 leaders of this race, but the question is, as you say, John, Liverpool is going to go for the overtake anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, we'll wait and see. It's Reading C who are holding up the 3rd and 4th place drivers. Round goes to 73. That is the back marker, just losing out there at the apex. Reading C spins it round from what was that, P28 on the circuit. We saw that Surrey B were getting held up, and it allowed for Trent A to close the gap up. I think that might have extended there with that little spin, with maybe Trent taking a bit of avoiding action as they head through into the last few laps of this race. Surrey B managed to hold on to the 3rd place, as here we find them trying to pick up through more back markers, the leaders siding their way through. This might not help Liverpool, as the 35 does point them through. He's got unlucky there as the driver in Liverpool A that he was pointed through.
Yeah, very courteous of the 35 car there. That was Lancaster B, so nice driving out there, Lancaster B.
And the 5 of Cardiff A, moving out the way of Oxford Brookes A, holding up the Liverpool A driver though through the compressions as Liverpool try and dive to the inside. They're of course thinking that Oxford Brookes are trying to scamper away in the lead here. They do manage to get through on Sid Brewerton of Cardiff A, but that gap has opened up to, what is that, about 6 or 7 tenths now as they come across the line. Yep, almost 7 tenths of a second as we head into the final minute of this race. I think it'll be close. I think we'll be going on to the 3rd to last lap on this one, potentially, with, I mean, we've got 55 seconds on there, but on here I've got 1 minute and 10, so I don't know which one's correct. But either way, I think 3rd or 2nd last lap of this race. We're coming into the final moments nonetheless.
We are indeed, and Liverpool need to pick their moments carefully now. They don't need to do anything more other than what they are currently doing. They've got a nice margin down to Surrey B behind. 3.3 seconds is the gap between Brookes A and Surrey B at this point. So Liverpool, in a way, can rest easy. But as you've already said, John, do they know that? Probably not. They're just going to try and push on past BUKC, unless they've had a very fortunate glance up to the Digi sign on the start-finish straight, and they happen to know that BUKC are the number 8, and they can see, oh, a penalty, and they can remember it as well. There's so much to think about when you're in the kart out on track. The last thing probably on your mind is, how's the race for my competitors going?
Exactly. There's way too much to think about for that. And obviously with these, you can see on the cards, there's a nice big number on the front, but there's no number on the back. So you can't just look ahead and see, oh, that was the same number on the board. You've got no idea who it is that's ahead of you. But we've headed on to the final lap then. Here is the battle for third place. Sadly, of course, we've already seen Nottingham Trent have got +6 amount of penalties at least from this race so far. So although it's a battle on track for third place on the road, Surrey B actually will jump up ahead, I think, into second, given that Oxford BUKC have that +4. But either way, BUKC have had a fantastic race here in race number 4. They're going to lead us down through the final few sectional corners as they continue to pick their way through a few back markers. It'll be Oxford BUKC who leads us through around the final corner, but it's going to be Liverpool A who come around the final corner. They see the checkered flag second, but after penalties are said and done, Liverpool A take the win in race number 4.
Can't complain about that one. Pretty pleased for the Liverpool squad, but it's a great drive for everyone involved there. BUKC, an unfortunate penalty for them, but from 10th on the grid to 1st on the road, there might be a penalty here or there, but you can't say other than well done really for Liverpool A. Then, as we say, 1st on the road, Surrey B, Trent A and Exeter A are top 5 on the road. So to speak, a few penalties to be applied after this one. Then we've got Exeter A, Birmingham A, UCL A and B coming home together. Manchester A, not entirely confident, not a great morning for them so far, but they seem to have made amends. And then Southampton A are top 10 so far.
Yeah, impressive up into the top 10 there for Manchester A. It's a good race for them. Of course, they're on the number 11. That's where they finished in last year's championship. But yeah, lovely to see. I mean, we had UCLA and UCLB nose to tail on the grid in 1st and 3rd, and finishing 7th and 8th nose to tail once again. So I love to see the teammates coming home line astern there for the UCL squad. But another great race. I mean, that was probably one of our best battles at the front of the order. Just a shame that we had a few penalties come through sort of middle of that run that sort of scuppered it in terms of our battles to be watching here from the Comsfox.
Yeah, in terms of the front runners, if you take away, obviously there were some issues with back markers, but it was all pretty clean racing actually between them, so it was good to see that.
I think the back markers really add that excitement, though, particularly in the fact
absolutely.
that they don't have to move away. Because you've got so many championships that you watch where the blue flags come straight out, they move over to the side and it's gone. But in this, nope, you just got to find your way through by yourself and try and get it done. But let's run you through the finishing order then in full for that one. So where did we get to? About 10th place, was it Southampton A?
So after that, it was Swansea A, Edinburgh A, Coventry B, Loughborough C, Southampton B. And then we have Cambridge A, Sheffield B, Nottingham A, Sheffield A, Lancaster A, Loughborough B, Huddersfield A, Bristol A, UClan A, Cambridge B, Lancaster B, Cardiff A, the top 27. Then it's Bath C, Bath A, Portsmouth A, Reading C, Bristol C, Reading B, Oxford A and Sheffield C, completing the results, provisionally at least, for our 35 kart race, the second heavyweight race of the morning.
You're getting yourself ready there for the grids this afternoon, aren't you?
Oh,
through that nice and quickly. Well, yeah, we're getting ourselves ready for race number 5 then of the day. Let's hand it down to Piers, who's on the grid.
Thanks very much. Yes, we're down here and I'm going to grab a word with our eventual winner from Loughborough A. Sorry, Loughborough A. Liverpool A. Sorry, I got Loughborough on the brain. Liverpool, George. It is George, isn't it?
Callum.
Oh, Callum. Sorry, Callum. You won.
Did I? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's all right, isn't it?
You were second on the road, but our Oxford Brooks driver, Alfie, got a little penalty, so a win for Liverpool.
Yeah, it's great. I think it's my last BUKC race, so...
Oh, no, you're not going to be joining us for the last time out, Clay?
I don't think so, no. But
why not?
It's too far away, only one race.
Too far away?
It's like 5 hours. I'm not driving that far.
Oh, come on, Callum. That's no commitment for BUKC there. Surely this win will G you up enough to come back.
I'll think about it. I'll give it a good think about. But yeah.
We'll think about it, especially after that win. Anyway, congratulations, Liverpool A. Don't often get very many wins, do you? So, you know, good to see them on top of the podium. Looking ahead to race number 5? 5. Yes, a lightweight race up next. Let's talk to some of our drivers who are going into the karts. In fact, I'll just grab a word with anyone as well. Who is this? Who am I speaking to? Who are you racing for?
You've managed to find UClan A again.
UClan? Yeah. What a day you're having.
I know, all over the live stream.
It's brilliant. I love a little bit of UClan.
I've got some socks to show you.
Oh, please do. Please do. We love sock watch here. That's a good sock.
I've got some KFC socks.
I couldn't tell if it was a sweet potato or KFC.
KFC.
KFC. Did you have KFC for brekkie?
I didn't know I had McDonald's.
Oh, you're cheating on your socks, man. What are you doing? No, I can't talk to a cheat. No way. No, it's good to see you, Clan, as well, as always. Number 37. Who are you? Southampton. Come on over and have a chat. It seems like the paper under the GoPro is the order of the day today. Bespoke GoPro attachments. Hello, who are you? Who are you racing for?
Deer Palm, Southampton C.
How's your day going as a team?
Well, Southampton C is all right. There's some decent results. A's looking good. We've had a win in the morning, courtesy of a penalty, and I think we had a P2 as well. So A team's looking good. B and C are doing okay.
What have you been up to since the last round at Buckmore?
Well, I'm an aerospace student at Southampton, so lots and lots of maths. Nothing very exciting, really. Yeah, it's been generally quiet.
Nice. Have you had exams or anything?
No, all clear at the moment. Going into, well, a whole pile of assessments going into Easter, but at the moment, life's all right.
Full send on the karting circuit before you go full send on the exams, right?
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
Absolutely. Right, we'll see how you get on in that one. Number 37 for Southampton C. And we've got Peter Knight for Reading A. Let's have a chat to our last year's champions. It is Peter, isn't it? It is Peter. How are you?
I'm all right. We've had a tough morning. Really.
You have. Mr. Flashman wasn't quite as flash as he was normally this morning.
Yeah, he's on the cameras now.
Was it your fault, Mr. Flashman, or was it the go-kart's fault? Come on and have a chat. Or was it a bit of both?
Certainly my fault, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Oh, it's all right. Well, it's all right. Mr. Peter can have a go at rectifying that.
Yeah. 18th. It's possible. It was a drop round now, so.
You reckon it's a drop round already?
We've had a 20th and an 18th.
So this is just for fun, basically. Practice for the afternoon.
Yeah, basically pure bandit mode is going to be unleashed. So yeah, no, we're good fun.
Everyone at home watching, look out for the number 1 in this one. It could be entertaining, either successfully or unsuccessfully.
Absolutely, yeah.
Of course, it's been a very close battle between basically the top 5, 6 in the championship. A lot of the same names as we saw last year. Do you think Reading have got a chance of taking it again this year?
It's really tough. We've basically done the complete opposite as what we did last year. We've got 2 wins this year, but been completely inconsistent. We've basically done Southampton last year, so yeah, we are still in the hunt, but we've got to have a good afternoon. So
absolutely. Well, we'll look forward to seeing how that gets on for your Reading A. Of course, last year's champions running the number 1 plate, and rightly so. Of course, they had a brilliant season last year, as we just heard from Peter. Very consistent last year, not quite having the consistency this year. Loving the helmet designs we've got on the BUKC this year. This is Mr. Palmer, isn't it? It was your first name?
Jake.
Remind us who you're racing for.
Warwick.
How's this race going to go for you?
Pretty good. It's been a while since I've had a grid start like this. Came here on Saturday doing the SP40 and pace was good, so...
You've had some practice around this circuit in these karts as well, so good off the blocks, I assume?
That's the hopes.
Where do you reckon you're going to finish in this one? I mean, look at these guys around you. Look at them.
Well, there's some very good people back there. I've had my eye looking down the grid. It's going to be a tricky one, but hopefully get a good start and get away.
If you were to roulette this wheel, roulette and pick a number to where you're going to finish in this, and where do you reckon you're going to finish?
P1.
P1 it is. We'll look out for the number 16 there from Warwick before we head into the 5th race of this morning. Another lightweight race. That's coming up next. John, Reeve, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Piers. Heading into our final lightweight race of the morning. Good to catch up with Jake from Warwick there, who obviously has eyes in the back of his head, can see, has a great vantage point from where he is sat, but also has the added benefit of bringing us Jaffa cakes this morning. Well, when they still existed. I've done some damage to them. But brought us Jaffa cakes, so he gets an advantage as we are heading off towards the pit lane. More Jaffa cakes are being thrown towards me. That is a... Oh, my goodness. Jaffa cakes everywhere.
Jaffa cake
There's
bomb
been
in
a
the
Jaffa
comms
cake
box.
explosion. That's not gone very well. We also saw a couple of carts struggling to get off the line there. As it's all good. It's all allocated the comms box now. But it seems to be that all the carts have headed off and around for our practice laps.
I've managed to not touch the Jaffa cakes yet, but I'm feeling my hands being drawn towards. I've got another packet sat right there.
Do you want some floor Jaffa cakes? Some of them are in the floor.
Those can go back to our producer, I think. He can have those ones back.
Well, I'll hand them back in the same way that he... No, I won't.
Launch them straight at him.
There's a PC that's running a broadcast there, so it's probably best that we don't...
They're going to find rogue Jaffa cakes when they get back to Alpha Live HQ, I'm sure. Right then, into another race then. Race number 5 of this morning's action, the penultimate race of the day. We head into lightweight race number 3. Bath C lines up on pole position alongside Nottingham A. Then it's Oxford Brooks A and Warwick A on the second row of the grid. then Exeter A and Reading C on row number 3. Exeter A getting bumped up to 3rd place at the end of that one, courtesy of the penalty, so well done to them. Let's see if they can continue that here into this one. Oxford Brook C and Sheffield B are on row 4, with Liverpool B and Coventry C. They're rounding up the top 10. Can Liverpool B replicate Liverpool A performance? We'll wait and see. Bristol C and Loughborough A are on row number 6. And just behind them on row 7, Loughborough D and Liverpool A. Then it's UCLA and De Montfort A, Coventry A and Reading A there on row number 9. And rounding up the top 20 are Loughborough B and Oxford Brookes D. And it's Lancaster B and Derby A, followed by Bath A and Manchester A. And row number 13, and lucky for some, will it be unlucky for Southampton A and Southampton C, the sister teams line astern. Then it's Coventry B and UWE A, then Bristol A and UCLan A. They round up the top 30 and finalise the grid of 34 in this one. Bristol B, Oxford Brookes B, Edinburgh A and Leeds D.
That's our starting grid for this race. And once again, we are in our practice laps. A reminder, we won't be having those in the afternoon, but now our drivers have a chance to get warmed up and ready to go racing once more. Brookes A with, well, they've got plenty of teams to pick from, haven't they? I've lost track of which was it also Brookes A the previous race? I've forgotten already.
It was Brookes B, I think.
Brookes B. It was Brookes B. It's what happens when we have 12 teams, isn't it? Although actually, I think they've been quite. There was one year in particular, a couple of years back, where they had many. I think more tame on the number of teams.
I think it's 5 for this year for Oxford Brookes. I think Coventry the only team with more. I think they've got 6. And this is, of course, across mains and inters tomorrow as well. Quite a few of them actually having a number of teams up in the mains as well. I want to say Brookes have potentially 3 of the 5 or 4 of the 5 maybe up in mains, which is impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, well, I can definitely see 3 here so far in this race. Yeah, there we go. There's 4. There's Brookes D, Brookes B, Brookes A, and Brookes C in this race. So the 4 out of 5 rings true there.
So you have the added advantage of that is of maybe you could work together throughout the race, but also the added thing of maybe one team could hold up the other, and then it's a very quiet car journey home.
Yes.
We'll wait and see which of those it is, though, as they come to the end of this one. Well, Bath C will take us to the start here for race number 5. Nottingham A alongside them. Let's see how they can go from the front row of the grid. And then, yeah, we're really looking at that second row. Oxford Brookes A and Warwick A. Like you mentioned, the Warwick driver with the eyes in the back of his head, as the 36 has a number plate, 1 upside down and 2 hanging off. So we'll see how that one goes. I don't know if that's going to be called as being something dangerous there. It's only hanging by 1 pin and jostling around. The thing is, the 36 of Barcy will definitely be able to see that as it's flying around when they're cranking on the steering lock. We'll wait and see if that plays an action, though. We're not going to go for it this time, though. We'll go around again as the couple 100 man nearly gets run down there by the 36. As, yeah, he was being told to stop because of his number plate to try and get it reattached before the race start, but he's not heeded the actions, and now he's being told by the pace car, you need to pull over and get your number plate sorted. So maybe Barcy hadn't noticed that the number plate was hanging off there. Luckily, the Club 100 officials are just about able to keep their ankles intact after that one. As there we go, the Barcy driver is told to pull off, and that confuses the rest of the field in terms of what they're supposed to do. Everyone else continues on up. They'll fix that number plate and get him back onto the front row of the grid, hopefully, as we go for a race start.
That is, I've never seen a number plate be both upside down and not attached. That is good work from the squad there. It was certainly novel, but as I said, glad that we're get that rectified, get back underway in probably a lap or 2, I would expect.
Big shout out to the Club 100 staff here down at GYG, putting themselves in harm's way to make sure that everything goes smoothly. We'll see whether the Barcy car does materialise here from one section of the circuit. Of course, there's a huge infield section which you don't use here at GYG, and we'll see if they're able to cut through and rejoin the grid. You can see the pace cart just slowing everyone up, and there they come. And look at that, the number plate is facing the right way.
As if nothing happened.
And fully attached, both top and bottom of the plates. That's what we want to see.
What formation laps? This is the first one.
When something like that happens as well, it sort of throws you off as a driver as well, because you're trying to get yourself in the zone. Something happens, you have to rejoin the front, and suddenly you start in the race, and it all happens so quickly. Let's see if that throws off Bar C, whether Nottingham A can start through. It looks as though, Reeve, we're about to get ready for the start.
We are indeed. So the pace cart dives off to the side of the track as we head down the formation lines. It will be that Bassey cart on the inside here. They get away, they box off the carts behind, and it is a clean run for everyone through this first corner. Nicely done for the pack of carts in this, the final lightweight race of the morning.
Indeed, they've all followed through nicely, haven't they? It's a little bit squabbly there. Up the top section of the circuit, though, could be a change to the lead as the number 36 is forced out wide. 3 wide at the apex. That usually doesn't work. Somehow they've all managed to keep it on the circuit, and they carry on through down into sector number 2, and it is still Bar C leading the way, as just as I say, they all keep it on the circuit. We've got 2 or 3 karts off on the grass on the outside. Clearly, it all closed up there at the exit of the corner, and they all found their way off onto the grass. And again, on that section, on the exit of the Spoon, the grass really drops away. So as soon as you drop a wheel on it, it just drags you off down the hill, and it's so difficult, firstly, not to spin, and secondly, to get it back on.
Nice
Round the
run.
outside. Great move for the lead.
That was Warwick A there by the looks of things as they head round and onto the start-finish straight once again. Have we got plenty of argy-bargy coming into that first corner? That was Brooks A. Potentially on Brooks C there. There's a contact warning either way. There's contact warning for Brooks C and Brooks A, so that quiet car ride that you mentioned might be coming to fruition here, but we are still continuing on this lap. As you mentioned, that run into Spoon, we saw plenty of opposite lock on the last lap. Are we going to see the same again? And there we see the driver recovering the kart with the assistance of the Club 100 marshals there. I believe that might have been Brooks D, as we have Bristol C coming in with a bump and pass penalty. Liverpool B have not had an ideal start. They tumble back 25 positions. That might have been the Liverpool B driver actually down into 34th position.
It's not started well. Then I will say as well, there was yellow flags up at Spoon. There were still quite a few drivers battling through Spoon, going side by side and bashing the side of each other's karts. Won't be looked on too kindly there, as there's a driver out of the kart, marshals on the track trying to sort out the issue that's occurred. Yeah, not too great from some of the drivers there. They really need to keep it nice and slow and keep it single file through those yellow flag sections. That was a spinner down at the final corner. Who's that dropping down the order? Is that potentially, I mean, we've got Oxford Brooks D who's dropped down the order, so Liverpool B, so Bristol C now dropping down the order, and they've got a penalty for their troubles, like we mentioned, of a bump and pass. So it's all going Pete Tong for a few drivers out there on circuit, but it's all still kicking off as they battle through the middle section of the top 10. Here is Oxford Brooks A holding on to 4th place ahead of the 59 that is behind. So Oxford Brooks A are into 3rd, sorry, Nottingham A are down into 4th. And then we've got Coventry C, Reading A, Oxford Brooks C, Exeter A, a huge squabble as they go side by side there, down through the last section of the circuit. The number 1 of Reading A not quite able to find their way through though.
No, Oxford Brooks 8, then the cork in the bottle as we start the next lap. And what a bottle it is. It's a very big bottle indeed, full of plenty of karts as we head on to the next lap. Coventry, fastest lap of the race so far with a 51.3. Not at all representative because we've had plenty of yellow flag running so far in this session. But there we see out in front of the mix here. It's Oxford Brooks A. Warwick A, by the way, completely checking out so far.
Yeah, they've gone, haven't they? I mean, eyes in the back of the head, we said would probably help, and he needs them now. He's so far clear, he only has to look behind and see what nice gap he's been able to make already in this race. 2.2 seconds the gap for Warwick A, but Oxford Brooks A, if there's any driver to try and hunt them down, it's probably Oxford Brooks A, isn't it? Let's see how the pace works itself out as we head through into the final 20 minutes of this race. Still less than 5 minutes completed in this one. And we saw up at Spoon as well, it was a change for 3rd place. Reading A getting through on Nottingham A. They're up into the top 3 in this one. There are your champions from 2024. And now Reading A start to put on the pressure to Oxford Brooks A. So the gap has closed then. About 0.2 of a second on the last lap, but this could hinder them both. If Reading A try and make this battle occur between themselves and Oxford Brooks, they can hold each other up. And maybe Warwick A can continue to go off into another postcode here in Wales. There's a move down the inside at Spoon. That's Derby A through on Nottingham A for 4th place.
Yep, nice move there. Reading A, as you say, on an absolute charge at the moment. First kart into the 50s in terms of lap time at the moment. It's Oxford Brooks A looking over the shoulder then on the defensive as we come towards the final sector here. Here's where it all gets a bit rough and tumble. Roller coaster ride heading through the compressions, and it will be Reading A putting that pressure on as we dart left, then right, then left again, and into that final corner once more.
Yeah, we've not really seen too much of the 2024 champions today, have we? We've not really mentioned
actually.
them too much up near the sharp end of the order. They come into round number 5 in 6th place in the championship on 218 points, so 10 points off the leaders of Bath A. It could be a move for 2nd place, though, down the inside at the top of the hill. Not quite going to work this time for Reading A. They'll have to sit back in behind once more, but this race, they're really showing their pace here. As I can see, it says Knight across the back of his race suit, so Mr. Knight trying to go for it here on the driver of Oxford Brooks A. And let's see. I mean, they're sort of battling, but they're still closing the gap to Warwick A.
Yeah, this is mighty impressive, running exactly what they need to do. Warwick A was probably hoping that they'd be able to check out early on and then just cruise home, but I don't think that is going to be the case. Just a brief Jaffa Cake update. Piers Prior has popped into the commentary box and got a well-earned Jaffa Cake. Little does he know, that is one of the floor Jaffa Cakes from the earlier missile attack that we've just enjoyed from Stuart in the production. So, sorry, Piers. I know you can hear this. I hope you enjoyed that Jaffa cake. Either way, 20 minutes of racing to go out on track. As we look on Reading A, not able to find a way past Oxford Brooks A just yet. Unfortunately, John Ratcliffe has been written off, it seems. So you've got me to put up with for the rest of the day.
I saw you hand him that specific Jaffa cake. I didn't realise that it was...
I didn't hand him the Jaffa cake. I looked on in kind of horror as I saw him go for the Jaffa cake. I was like, no, don't do it.
Well, that's hilarious. Well, we've looked away and there's been a move for second place.
Yes.
Reading A are through on Oxford Brooks A. It definitely says Knight on the back of his race suit, but it's not. It's William Pemble. William Pemble, a driver I recognise from owner-driver kart racing. He's taking it to the couple of 100 karts. Clearly going pretty well here for Reading A. He decides through into second place. They've now got another driver joining the fray, though. Derby A had the fastest. It got stolen by Reading A and then immediately stolen back by Derby A. Derby A are pressing on fantastically well. And now they're all over the rear bumper of Oxford Brooks A as they head up into the top section of the circuit. And look at how much that gap is closed. As you see there on our fantastic static camera up at the top of the hill, the gap has seriously closed between Warwick A and Reading A. It's down to 0.8 of a second now as Reading, Oxford Brooks and Derby all look to chase down your race leader.
They are indeed. Warwick A hasn't been able to break into the high 50s yet. They're still in the low 51s, whereas the three cars behind all quite comfortably in the 50s. In fact, Derby A on that push at the moment in the 50.4, so the low 50 regions, whereas Oxford Brooks A still hanging around the high 50s. So pushing on quite nicely are Derby, Reading, and as you say, closing that gap quite substantially to Warwick A out in front.
Reading A are 16 places in this race so far. Impressive racing so far. 18th to 16th for them. Fastest lap now stolen by Barthay. They're moving well as well. They're up 15 places in this race, up into P8, and they've just dropped down into the 50.3s. The gaps haven't really opened up here throughout the order. I mean, the top 10 are separated by only about 6 seconds. So at this point in the race, we've seen it extend to maybe over about 10 seconds so far. And there's the move for the lead. Down the inside goes Reading A there at the carousel. They've got it done. Textbook move. They relegate Warwick down to P2. But that's not the end of Warwick's troubles. They've now got Oxford Brooks A and Derby A breathing down their neck as well as they head through sector number 3.
Yep, nice move there by Reading A, but as you say, there's still plenty more life left in this battle just yet. We're still nowhere near half race distance, and we've got 4 karts all within a second fighting for this race lead. Reading taking that top spot. That last lap of 50.4, it was in the 51 to Warwick as well, so now we might see an unleashed Reading A. We haven't heard much of them so far today. Now they are on the scene and now they are trying to make their mark.
Brooks say no, they need to get past. They're going to go straight for it there at Spoon. They're going to try and force Warwick off on the outside. They do! Do Warwick spin? Oh, they just about hold on to it.
Well
they
caught.
weren't happy about that, but I mean, you were there on the inside. You knew that Oxford Brooks were going to close the door there at the apex. That's exactly what they did. Shuffled out onto the grass go Warwick, and they get relegated down to P4. But that was the right thing to do for Brooks A. They could see the gap already extending, courtesy of Reading A at the sharp end of the order. They knew if they left it a few more corners, that gap was just going to start getting bigger and bigger, and they'd have more of a task to do throughout the last 15 minutes of this race. Oxford Brooks A get the move done. They're still being followed closely by Derby A, but now Brooks and Derby need to work together. Try and close the gap to Reading A. It's now up to 1.4 seconds as we head on to lap number 11 of this race. New fastest lap, courtesy of Reading A, of 50.353. They've been released from being stuck behind Warwick A, and they have really taken that chance. They grabbed it with both hands, and they're pressing on. Here goes Derby A, though. Exactly what I said. They need to work together, and they're not doing that.
They are not, but now we're going to see the same thing again. We know Derby's been on a very nice push indeed over the past few laps, and now will they feel a bit released? Can they push on now to try and close up that gap to Reading A? Could we see a 2-horse race for the lead here, and also a 2-horse race for third place as well?
Indeed, yeah, it's all still hotting up. There's still lots to play for, as you mentioned earlier. Warwick A dropping to the back of this one, but now it's only about 7/10 back to Coventry as well. The Coventry looking to get involved, and about half a second back to Exeter A as well. Then Nottingham A and Bath A only a 10th or 2 behind them also. So any more battling, this could all still close up, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere here for race number 5. We've still got one more race left to go before we go to the lunch break, and then we'll be back to do it all again this afternoon. This has been a very, very exciting one, but still, Reading A with that fastest lap, and I've got to say, consistency is key, like we mentioned throughout today. That last lap they just did was 2,000 slower than the fastest lap they did on the previous lap. That is some consistency from Reading A.
Yeah, that absolutely is. Things like consistency and rewarding Bathé, who are currently running in 8th in the row, but they've rewarded Bathé with a current lead in the championship. We can't quite update you based off the races we've enjoyed so far this morning, partly because I forgot to get the spreadsheet of doom working. We've mentioned it, you have to mention the spreadsheet of doom at least once. Well, I got it working, I just forgot to install Excel on my PC. Either way, we've got a couple of penalties coming in for a couple of drivers. We've got Bath C, track limits penalty there, Edinburgh A, bump and pass penalty as well. We've been pretty clean on the penalties so far in this race, but a couple beginning to creep in.
Yeah, this race has been a good one. Everyone's been relatively relaxed and picking up some nice moves there. As you might see a move up at Spoon there. Attempt down the inside, door is closed though, and that is Warwick A trying to hold on from Coventry A as they head through down into sector number 2. I'll just clarify, I think I was getting myself confused between the two drivers earlier because I was seeing the name Knight on the back of someone's race suit, but that was of the Reading driver. It's Peter Knight who leads this race for Reading A, but it's William Pemble who's in the seat for Oxford Brooks A.
I've just had a rather disgruntled Piers Prior return to the commentary box who could hear everything there, but I had no chance to warn him. You can't stop a man who wants Jaffa Cakes, just like you can't stop a man who wants to gain a position out on track here at the moment. He found more Jaffa Cakes. We can't stop Piers now. He's after the Jaffa Cakes. 15 minutes, or under 50 minutes to go in this race now. And Bath A, the aforementioned Bath A, speaking of consistency, a 50.3 on that last lap. They are flying along now as well. And it just goes to show, as we were talking about in the previous races, field spread is really not much in terms of pace, particularly in this race. We've got no more than 1.6, 1.7 seconds. The delta between pace from the top end of the grid to the bottom end, that's impressive stuff.
So impressive. There's so much talent on show here in the British Universities Karting Championship. You join us here for round number 5 here at GYG. 13 minutes left here of race number 5. We're continuing to watch this battle. This is for the bottom end of the top 10. Oxford Brooks C trying to fend off from Coventry C and Coventry B. So two of the sister teams here working together to try and pick up a few more positions. We've just seen Coventry A, their other sister team, have just made a place on the last lap. Through into 4th place they've gone. They finally picked off 4th from Warwick A. And I will say, new fastest lap has gone to Bath A. And that's not that surprising. Axel Slipčević is the driver of Bath A, and he is a well-known name throughout the years in BUKC. I'm honestly surprised to see he's still on the grid. He must be about 35 now. I'm only joking. He's younger than me still.
Courses in golf course management can often go on for about 15 years.
He's somehow carrying on here in the BUKC. A super fast driver, a super experienced driver. That's why he's got the fastest lap, and he's chasing down Exeter A in 6th place.
Yes, I just want to give brief mention to a battle that we just saw briefly show up on screen. It's happened now between Coventry B and Coventry C. Coventry getting ahead of the C team, but it wasn't easy. That, you know, it's the type of thing that the teams who find themselves close together on track want to try and avoid, but it makes for great racing either way, even if we still get to enjoy some of it as we head back on to the next lap. Now we're on board with this scrap between Coventry, Exeter and Bath. Bath with the fastest lap of the race so far, but maybe feeling a little bit held up. Warwick A losing a couple of positions on that last lap. Cone warning coming in for Liverpool A, our first cone warning of the day. And wonder if that will be courtesy of our very own Andrew Mather there, who is looking on intently with at the cones there.
With fire in his eyes.
Yes.
Can't wait to hand out those warnings and penalties. He loves it. Right. Almost 10 minutes left to go then in this one. This is where it gets a bit confusing for us because they've caught loads of back markers now, so I've no idea who's actually in this battle and who's not. But we watch Axel Slipčević continue to pile the pressure on here to Exeter A in this battle for 5th place. He's been right on his rear bumper for the last lap or two. But Axel not able to find a way through just yet here on the number 7. Of course, Exeter have been a very impressive team over the last few years, have Exeter. They come into this round on 203 points. They won the championship 2 years ago in 2023, did Exeter. They're right in and amongst the scrap for the top position in the championship. I think they've fallen just a little bit too far away here to really fight for the championship going into the last few rounds, but still battling well as there, shuffled to the outside, was the number 3. I think that's one of our back markers, just trying to keep out the way, but also they're still involved in their own battle. It makes it so difficult, not only for the back markers, but also for the drivers involved at the front of the order. It all can get a bit squabbly, and it could all go wrong pretty quickly.
It could indeed. This battle being led then by a back marker in effect. We know that we've got Brooks A, Coventry A in the mix here as well. Brooks are through. Coventry sees the moment. Potentially they're going to be on the outside though for that final corner, so they switch back, go for that inside line. Exeter A come on through as well, and Bath as well. They do, I was about to say make it through cleanly, but Coventry A must be feeling a little bit robbed of that one there. They run on the outside, touch the grass, they lose some momentum, but most importantly for their race, they have made it past the back marker. Coventry, though, a couple of positions down on where they want to be.
Indeed, yeah, dropping from 4th to 6th because of that one. They were so close, all those 3 drivers as they headed on through. And still the number 3 gesticulating furiously as they head down into the carousel. He's not happy with how that one's played out. I think it might have just been a bit of front to rear contact as they headed through the first corner. But again, that's not really looked upon too badly in the BUKC and Club 100. You can make those ones work and shuffled him out wide. Took the places to Exeter 8 and Bath 8. They move through into the top 5. As still, not huge gaps out there on circuit. We haven't looked at the leader for ages. 2.5 seconds, now 3 seconds as they come across the line yet again for Reading A in the lead of the race. Once Reading A got clear, they've really flown away with this one.
They have absolutely built up a nice gap, perhaps the biggest gap we've seen in the lead so far this morning. Penalty coming in for Liverpool B, that's Bobby Kristovich in the car, so that BAP penalty might actually stand for Bobby and Pass there. A Bobby and Pass penalty for Liverpool B driver. Bath 8 still with that fastest lap of the race so far. We haven't seen anyone touch the heights of, well, I say heights, the lows of a low 50 once again. Forcing a driver wide penalty coming for Exeter A. That's pretty big in the midst of this battle. That could well have been just a back marker that they were trying to work their way past, and it just got a little bit too elbows out.
I think that might have been the first corner there when they shuffled Coventry A wide. I was just
that's
saying,
what it will be.
I don't think that would get a penalty. Well, I've been proven wrong there, it was. He did indeed force him off onto the grass with a little front to rear contact, and Coventry can stop gesticulating now. They've been served they've been served the penalty, Coventry, and they're going to be dropping down the order once all is said and done at the end of the race when penalties are applied. 8.5 minutes left to go then. We continue to watch lots of battles up and down the order, and still the top 10 covered by only just over about 10 seconds here. So, like you were saying, the field spread in terms of pace, really impressive out here in this race. Side by side, though, down the inside goes the 2 on the 8. That's Bath A moving through on Oxford Brookes 8 for 3rd place. Change of position, up into the top 3, go Bath A, and Axel Sheptovich continues his charge through the field. He's now up a good number of positions. That'll be 20 places gained for Bath A, and following on. So we've got 17 places gained for Reading A, 20 places gained for Derby A, and 20 places gained for Bath A. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, this is a really strong drive for Bath. You start to wonder as to whether or not, with 8 minutes left in this race and the pace that they've demonstrated throughout multiple points of this race, are they going to close up and be in the mix here for a fight for P2? I think they could well be, based on how the next few laps shape up for them, although Reading A have just pulled out an absolute blinder, a 50.2 in the lead of this race. They didn't really need to push on, they built up a nice gap, but they've gone for it anyway, and it's built up that gap now to about 3.4 seconds.
Exactly, well, you never can really breathe easy in BUKC. It could all change at the drop of a hat. It's best to just continue pressing on. What you don't want to do is press on a little bit too much, get to 101, 102%. Suddenly you start making those mistakes and you chuck it all away from what would have been a relatively simple race win. So you're just trying to keep it at 97, 98%, be hitting your marks, being consistent, picking your way through the back markers. Of course, with head-stop driving, not making any contact, getting your way through cleanly, but also not losing, making sure that you don't lose as much time as possible. And Reading A really showing exactly how to do that out on circuit at the moment, now leading by almost 4 seconds ahead of Derby A.
It is nice, actually. We haven't had any major penalties coming in this race. It's been a bit of a change, hasn't it, in terms of our front runners. We know Exeter A have just picked one up. They're on Glan-Y-Gors also picking some, but we are actually having an on-track battle for the lead of this race.
We are indeed, of course, as they scrap on. I mean, these two still going at it here. Is the 8 and the 7 now. So Exeter A trying to get involved. Of course, we saw Bath A make the move on Oxford Brookes A only a few moments ago. Exeter A now trying their hand at getting past the driver of the number 8 kart. But Oxford Brookes had a great charge early on in this one. They just seem to be slipping back here in the second half of this one, just losing a few places. The drivers who have been coming through the field managed to close up on them and make some moves work. We're going side by side here into Spoon. I mean, drivers not scared to make those moves. As we were saying earlier on, it's a tough place to make moves, even on back markers. I mean, you're right on the edge of grip as they fly through those top sections of corners. And yes, and the drivers not too worried as here we pan on back to this battle for 4th place, which continues, and now with the number 7 of Exeter A being held up ever so slightly, Coventry A are joining the fray once more.
Yeah, Coventry trying to make amends obviously for that earlier issue they had at turn 1, as we see Exeter having a look down the inside. There is the move boxed off, it looks like it is, and Coventry are going to follow suit as well. The door's still open. Coventry say thank you very much, we'll work our way through up as well. Nicely done by both drivers there as we head through the final part of the lap once again. And still, it followed very quick succession here as we start the next lap. It's Exeter who still lead, but under pressure from Coventry here. Coventry having a brief look up the inside. They're going to do it instead on the Dragon Straight. They're going to lose that slipstream as they dart out to the inside of the circuit, but they've got the nose out in front, and it gets very close indeed to the outside of the track. But now it's Coventry in the lead of this 3-kart battle.
Indeed it is, yeah, all chopping and changing. I mean, Coventry have pretty much repaid the favour there in terms of where they were taken away earlier on in the race. They've got back to where they were before, up to the front of this little train, up into 4th place. And reshuffles them back down again, so now Exeter find themselves at the back of the queue once more. But of course, I think it was Exeter that we saw get the penalty earlier on in this race, wasn't it? So they're going to be dropping down at the end of this one anyway. But like you've mentioned plenty of times, you want to negate those penalties as much as possible and get as far up the field as you can. That gap, though, Reading A, only 5 seconds in the lead of the race. I will say on that last lap, though, they lost about half a second there between Reading A and Derby A. It's down to 4.2 with only 4.5 minutes left to go. I don't think Reading have too much to worry about there. Likely they were just held up by a back marker, something going awry, but you'd rather be safe than sorry when you're leading the race.
Yeah, absolutely. That last lap was a bit off their current pace. I'll just load it up in just a moment. Yeah, they were in the low 50s, 50.1, 50.2, 50.1, by far the fastest lap of the race. That was a 51.2, so a fairly big delta compared to the otherwise pretty strong pace. Not to say that a 50.2 is anything to be shy about. It's still a decent, that still matches most of the field here. We are so close in terms of the pace spread around the field.
Impressive stuff still from Reading A as they continue to lead us through this race. And of course the key thing, not getting any penalties. Like we say, you've got to pick your way through the back markers. Do it calmly and cleanly, make sure you don't lose time, but one little mistake, you make a bit of contact and head on through, you got yourself an advantage by contact penalty. You're going to be dropping down the order, so Reading have got to just keep that heads up driving, keep pressing on through the field, but only 3.5 minutes left to go. Keep picking their moves perfectly as they've been doing throughout this race. You're about to bring me some interesting information there, mate.
I'm just about to have a look at some info for myself. We had a question coming in on the broadcast comments, and it is from our very own Yusuf bin Sahel, who asked,
hello Yusuf,
who is out on track at the moment for Reading A? Hello Yusuf, hope you're recovering well from our riveting digger conversation, as long as other interesting topics such as what type of bird is that a horse or is that a dog, and other such riveting and important topics of conversation.
Well, it sounds like I've been incredibly dull compared to Yusuf, I do apologise.
you just never knew what was coming. I honestly, the relief I felt every time that the carts got back out on track during that sprint day. But yeah, Yusuf asks, who's out on the track at the moment for Reading A? I can tell you that whoever is out on track for Reading A has just picked up a curb warning. Now that is not something we've seen all that much of so far today, but it's one thing that the leader of the race in particular is going to want to avoid.
Exactly, yeah. It's Peter Knight who's behind the wheel of that Reading A cart, and yeah, he does need to avoid that. You can sort of give him a bit of a pass when you see a contact warning. You think, oh, someone maybe turned in on you, but a curb or a cone, that's all down to him, and he needs to be careful about that one. Is that a move for position there? Nope, fitness on the back markers there for Oxford Brooks A. It looks as though they might have just extended a little bit here between Coventry, Oxford Brooks A, and Exeter A here in the battle for 4th place. We head into the final 2 minutes of this one. But here we go then. Last couple of minutes of race number 5. Only one more race to go before we go to the lunch break. And it's been a pretty exciting day so far then. Like we mentioned though, it's been a really quiet day so far for Reading A, but they've really picked it up here in race number 5.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a really good thing to have a quiet day out on track. If the commentators haven't got much to talk about, it usually means at least things have been pretty average. You know, nothing's gone horribly awry. And if the only time that the commentators are talking about you is when you're leading the race with the most convincing lead that we've seen so far this morning, that's pretty impressive stuff from the Reading A squad.
Very, very impressive. A big hello to Mark Morrison in the chat, says hello from Indiana, USA. I'm off sick today, so I've been enjoying the races. Well, welcome from Indiana. I hope you're enjoying the British University's Karting Championship. I mean, if you ever know a family member that heads over to the UK for university, tell them about this because they might as well get involved.
Absolutely, and glad to see you watching the BUKC because obviously there's no other cool racing that happens in Indiana, of course. No, can't think of anything else that might go on there. No,
mine's blank.
No historic oval racing or anything like that, but great to see you watching.
Something about pricks?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Either way, 50 seconds left to go on the clock here. And we're seeing. I'm just watching Yusuf in the broadcast. I need to stop. I need to actually look at what's going on the street. I'm still
You got
scared.
distracted by Yusuf at Club 100 last weekend, and now you get distracted by who's not even here.
I'm still scared. That's all.
Right, 30 seconds left to go then. Here is your leader of Reading A coming around the final corner. This is going to be to start the final lap of race number 5. And what a drive it's been so far from Peter Knight. As soon as he got to the front of the field, he had to fight his way through from a lower grid position. I mean, what was it, 18th place on the grid here for this one. He fought his way through early on, but since getting clear of the field, he has scampered off into another postcode. And he's looking to coolly and calmly take the race win here through the final lap as we watch him come down into the carousel. well. What a drive it's been so far from Pete tonight. I mean, the drivers around him have done a stellar job as well. Derby A, Bath A, Coventry A, Oxford Brooks A, Exeter A, all teams we've been watching have brilliant battles throughout this one, but no one could quite touch Reading A.
No, in perhaps the most convincing lead we've seen so far this morning. Reading A remind us as to why they came home with that championship last year. They're on a charge at the moment, and this has been a great drive for the Reading squad. It's been a decent drive for them to get here to Wales, but they'll be happy nonetheless because they take the checkered flag pretty convincingly. It's a bit of a wait home to Derby A. Bath A come across the line next, followed very closely indeed by Coventry A with a great recovery from that earlier instant. The top five, Oxford Brooks A, then Exeter A and Nottingham A coming home next. Southampton A, Warwick A, Coventry B, Brooks C, and then we move on to see the rest of our fleet coming home. There are provisional results for the moment. We'll have them in just a second, but that was a thoroughly enjoyable race, wasn't it? And a convincing victory for Reading A.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Pete tonight. Of course, he's a well-known driver in terms of owner kart racing. Taking the Santa Club 100, I don't think for the first time. I think he's done quite a few Club 100 races in the past. And leading the field there across the line by over 5 seconds. That's an impressive way to end the race there for Reading A, and with some unbeatable pace, a 50.1 fastest lap of the race. I think that's close, or potentially is the fastest lap of the day so far.
Is what we've seen so far. So here's our provisional results. It's Reading A, Derby A, Bath A, Coventry A, Oxford Brooks A, Exeter A, Nottingham A, Southampton A, Warwick A, and then Coventry B in P10. Oxford Brooks C, Edinburgh A, Loughborough A, and Coventry C. Moving on to Oxford Brooks B, the top 15. Liverpool A, UWE A, De Montfort A, Loughborough D, Loughborough B, Bristol B, Bristol A. So we've got some people coming home in pairs here. UCL A, Southampton C, Reading C, UClan A, and Manchester A. Our final finishers then, it's Bristol C, Sheffield B, Bath C, Lancaster B, Leeds D, Oxford Brooks D, and Liverpool B. Our provisional results of 34 cars coming home then for the final lightweight race of the morning. We'll join you in a moment for the heavyweight race, as well as we're going to go down to Piers with his Jaffa Cakes.
Yep. Down here to get some of the reaction. I'm hoping to grab away with Peter Knight, our eventual race winner, because that was a brilliant, brilliant drive from the Reading driver, showing us why Reading are such a formidable force and current reigning champions. But I'm hoping to grab away with our driver number 125, because I noticed quite an interesting first lap tactic on that one. You did the top bit twice?
Yeah, I did. I fancied to do that section. I was kind of braking a bit too early on that one, so I wanted to try it again.
If anyone didn't quite catch that, remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
I'm Bristol, well, I'm normally Bristol A, but this is racing for Bristol C right now.
What's your name?
Hayden.
Hayden, you basically went off on the exit of the Spoon, turn 3, went a long way off circuit. So far, you're actually closer to the entry of turn 2 and just decided, you know what, I'll just carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone hit me up the back. I went flying over. I had like 2 wheels in the air. Someone was still pushing me, even though I had 2 wheels in the air, and I went over the grass, and I was like so far down the hill, I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to get back on the track, so I was like, may as well do it again.
Absolutely. Well, it looked good fun anyway. That was an entertaining moment for the race for me, but I'm going to grab away with Peter Knight, our eventual race winner now, because I mean, we chatted to him before the race. He said it was going to be full send. Full send it absolutely was, and he managed to take victory quite convincingly in that one. Peter, quick word. You said it was going to be a full send. That was full send confirmed.
It was tidy. Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it. I had a curb warning going into the last 4 minutes. I was really concerned, so I stayed off every curb. And just, yeah, it was perfection, really, I thought.
Do you reckon that could have resurrected today's results? Do you reckon it might end up keeping this one?
Oh, I don't have any hope, to be honest. Kieran's starting 32nd, and we kind of need the top 5. So
of course, Oliver had about, 10th in the first or something like that?
Yeah, he came 13th, and Tom Mason came, I think, 25th. So.
Okay, so you really need another win to even half salvage a result of this one?
Yeah, we're suffering in the morning.
Who is that? Tom Fleming in this one, next one?
No, Tom's retired now.
Oh, he's retired?
Yeah, he's had enough. But no, Tom Mason, so. Yeah.
Tom Mason, we'll see how he gets on in the next one, starting from 32nd on the grid. Looking ahead now to the final race of the morning, the heavyweight race. It's going to be the deciding race. Of course, some teams will have had all of their 4 heats from this. I say heats, they're not heats, they're all races. They would have used all of 4 of their drivers this morning. Top 3 from each of those 4 results count out of the 6 races. So some drivers and teams will just be watching out to see how everyone else does, as that will be the deciding moments of their race, or their round number 5. Right, let's chat to some of the drivers who are incoming into race number 6. And why don't we start with Swansea University, someone who's looking very, very ready. Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
I'm Jude Lynch. I'm racing for Swansea A today.
Jude, how are you feeling?
Very nervous. I've never been here before. So
I can tell. I came over. Your hands are tense. You just.
He's an Inters driver.
Is he what?
He's an Inters driver.
Well, he's not. He's a mains driver now.
Well, he's mains now. Yeah.
Is this your first mains race?
No, I did Wilton last year.
You did Wilton last year, so you know he's got plenty of experience under your belt. As I said to one of the other drivers, I interviewed one of the Loughborough B drivers on the grid. Her name was Abby, and I said, "Oh, have you raced?" And she's like, "No, this is my first one. I've only done a couple of Inters." I was like, "It's right. It's just the same, except the drivers are faster, more aggressive. There's more contact and more penalties."
Yeah, that seems about right. That was about the experience last year, but I'm starting right at the back this race, so I have plenty of chance to learn, see where everyone else goes, and then pick that up in race 2, I think, the next one. So.
You haven't raced here before?
I've done GYG before, so.
It's a great track, you're in for a treat. Right, also, just a moment, taking a moment to actually away from the driving. If you are watching on Alpha Live's YouTube channel right now, first of all, thank you. If you want to, leave a comment. Which side of the screen is it? With that side. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and who you're going to be watching this afternoon as well. But also, you can watch this on the the Motorsport UK TV channel as well. So if you go motorsportuk.tv, you'll see us live on there. So that's pretty cool. And make sure you share the links all on social media as well, so all your friends and family can see that too. Right, let's get some more words from our drivers. Let's grab some words from drivers from race number 6. They're about to come out now, so I'm just going to accost someone on their way to the grid. But Peter Knight, our race winner, is currently blocking the entrance to the track. Oh no, we're at the exit. Apparently it's a one-way system. I wasn't informed of this. Anyway, right, race number 6, heavyweight race. Here we go. The heavyweight races always provide good racing, as we saw this morning. And let's grab a word with our University of Leeds driver. Who are you?
I'm Ilmore.
Who?
Ilmore.
Ilmore. And which Leeds team? Leeds?
I'm Leeds.
Leeds.
D, yeah.
Leeds D. Where are you starting?
21st.
21st.
Yeah.
How do you think this race is going to go for you?
Oh, I'm excited. My first one ever, so don't know.
Your first one ever?
First mains.
And you've been doing Inters before then?
Yeah. One Inters before. So.
How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Excited.
Excited? Nervous?
Yeah, a little bit nervous.
I can see someone else is excited over there as well. It's just some little excited jumps. What do you reckon you can get out of this race? What's your outlook?
Just want to try and get as many positions as possible. Just get some experience for the next race.
And this is the Leeds fan club over here, I assume. How do we think Ilmore's going to do in this one?
He's going to do fabulous.
Fabulous. How has he been getting on in the Inters previously?
Amazing. He's doing so well, yeah.
Smashed it. There we go. Good luck, Leeds. Good luck, Team Leeds. Woo! Yeah, exactly. Right, moving forward. Let's grab a word with some more of our drivers. Love grabbing words with random people on the grid. Who have we got here? Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Matthew Anderson racing for Huddersfield.
Huddersfield.
Yeah.
Which team?
Huddersfield A.
Huddersfield A. Number 41. You've only got one team. What are you thinking about? What have you been stewing over this morning?
Well, the other guys in my team have done really well, so I'm chilling really.
This is just no pressure.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to enjoy myself, see what happens.
That's what we're here for, right?
There you go, yeah.
Where do you think a good result will be for you in this one?
Top 20. Yeah, top 20. I'll take top 20.
Absolutely. Well, we'll look forward to that.
Yeah, cheers.
Absolutely. No problem whatsoever. Right, let's move over to the inside of the grid and grab a word with... why not I grab a word with this driver over here, the number 10. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What did you have for breakfast?
Where have you been?
Simon, hi.
Where have you been?
I know. We've been playing, haven't we?
Oh, you've not been prioritying these GT Winter Series, have you?
No, I was at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, actually.
Nowhere near this.
Of course. You know, sometimes I have contractual obligations, but it's good to be back at the pinnacle of motorsport in the BUKC.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where it is.
Right, Simon, today you're starting what, P9, 11, 13? Yeah. I can't count. Hey. What did my university degree get me? Nothing.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, hope to go forward. Ideally, we're in Clubman this year, but we're actually contending. So
yeah, but you've been a mains team before.
How Birmingham have fallen off though. We used to be top 10, but
you're saying that as if you're not currently driving in that team.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well,
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. Anyway, how do we reckon Simon's chances are in this one, boys?
I reckon he's going to win. We need. we worked it out.
He needs to win.
We need top 8 to win Clubman. Well, to our knowledge,
in this race.
Yeah, top 8 to win Clubman overall today.
You're starting 13, so there's a good chance of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Simon. So
I mean, if he doesn't get like a load of bump and pass penalties, then
it's on.
We got a chance.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, number 10 there for Birmingham. So, of course, 10th in the championship last year. This year, they're in Clubman. So, bit of a fall from grace. Who's Mr. Orange here? One moment. Let me just scooch on in.
Yeah, Jordan Morris.
Jordan Morris, racing for?
Coventry A.
Coventry A. Yeah. So, Jordan, talk to me. What's? Oh, wow, these are some really posh gloves. Let's show everyone at home your bling.
Yeah, it's all right.
No, I'm talking about the watch.
Yeah, it adds to it.
Look, absolutely. That's like a Formula One glove. Right, what's going on? Of course, you're very colour coordinated. Are you as coordinated on circuit as your colourfulness is?
Most of the time. We'll see.
We'll see. What?
Again in half an hour.
Do you know what? I will. I did very much enjoy this morning when Finn sent me on Instagram your reel from your MTV Cribs episode. Very much enjoyed that.
It's tradition.
I haven't listened to its sound yet, but this is our host.
Yes, it's good tradition. So we've been having this tradition of doing MTV Cribs around Wales for around now 4 years. We used to have a better presenter, I'll say. It's called Dave, so shout out to him. But now I'm taking the torch now, and I'm the presenter for MTV Cribs. So yeah, it's just tradition.
If anyone wants to see that, then head over to Coventry Uni's karting Instagram page. What's the at?
It's Coventry/Karting, I'm pretty sure.
Cov Uni Karting. Everyone have it over and have a look at that. Very entertaining. I better get out of the way because race number 6 is coming up next.
Here we go then, last race of this morning's action for round number 5 of the British Universities Karting Championship in 2025. The third and final heavyweight race is now upon us, and they carry on onto their warm-up laps. Well, like the drivers were saying as they were being interviewed there, they're all trying to work out their positionings for the end of the round that then, of course, go to the full-on championship statistics. And the one to watch there from the grid, P13 on the grid for Birmingham A, they think they need to get a top 8 to win Club Number. We'll wait.
We will wait and see indeed. So here's our grid for this, the final race of the sort of morning. It's 10 to 1 in the afternoon. De Montfort A and Lancaster A on the front row of the grid. Liverpool B and Portsmouth A on row 2. Loughborough D and Reading B on row 3. Moving on to the fourth row then, it's Coventry A and Coventry C. It's Loughborough A and UCL B completing row 5 with Nottingham Trent A and Warwick A on row 6. Moving on to row 7, Birmingham A and Oxford Brook C. Row 8, Southampton B and Huddersfield A. Row 9, it's Surrey B and Oxford A. Before we have Oxford Brooks B and Cambridge B on the 10th row of the grid. It's Leeds D and Sheffield A on row 11, Bristol B and Cambridge A on row 12. Moving on then to the 25th and 26th kart on the grid, it's UWE A and Cardiff A. Sheffield C and Oxford Brooks D on row 14, with Bath A and Southampton C on row 15. With Derby A and Reading A row 16, Loughborough C, Bath B row 17, and then we have Swansea A rounding out the grid, our 35 kart grid on the final row there.
Indeed, there are some heavy hitters in this one to count out the round here. I'm still going to refer to it as this morning's action. I know it is the afternoon here for round number 5, but this is where the pressure really piles on for the drivers, especially when, to use my example of my previous team at Cardiff A, they did very well in their first 2 races. Third race didn't quite go so well, I don't think, down at the bottom end of the 20s. So now it's really the pressure is on for Johnny Wilkinson as he heads out on track to get a good result here and round out this round to get themselves up and get some good points to go towards the championship. But this is really where it all needs to be. You can't leave anything on the table. You've got to go for it here into the final race of round number 5. And like we said earlier, we've then got about a 30-minute lunch break, and then we do it all again. 6 more races.
We do indeed. Start off round 6, same format. We've got the lightweight followed by the heavyweight for 6. Hopefully, very exciting races, because so far this morning it has been very exciting indeed.
It has indeed. Like we mentioned, a few teams to be watching out there. Loughborough A starting within the top 10 there in P9. We're looking for a slightly improved day to what they've had at the moment. They've been sort of there and thereabouts. I mean, Loughborough B have got a race win earlier on today, but Loughborough A just not quite there with them at the moment anyway. More teams to watch, of course, Birmingham A, like we mentioned, 13th for the Clubman overall win of the round. Warwick A had a decent race in the last one, just dropping down a few positions, and then a few more further down the order as well. I say Cardiff A there down in 26th place. Bath A starting from 29th. Derby A starting from 31st. I mean, Derby, I think, have been the team that I've been most impressed by today. A couple of really good results out there on circuit and really showing that they've got considerable pace amongst quite a few of their drivers, a team that we've not really seen at the sharp end throughout the last few years of the championship, really coming into their own.
Yeah, absolutely there in terms of pace and pushing on quite nicely, especially through that previous race, as you mentioned.
Well, Reading A, they took a win in race number 5. Race number 6, they're starting in 32nd place. I mean, they gained, what was it, 18 in the last race? They're going to have to gain a few more than that in this one, but hey, let's wait and see how they can do.
Yeah, that would be a very tall order, but anything can happen in the BUKC. We've seen some pretty wild stuff in the past.
It's Kieran Wakefield who takes to the track in anger for Reading A in this one. We'll see if they can find their way through the order. Of course, Sheffield A, I'm watching in this one as well. Adam Nather, a very well-known name, not only in BUKC, but also in Club 100, as we are going to be going around again. So a bit more chatter from us here up in the comms box. But yeah, Adam Nather, definitely one to watch, starting in 22nd place in this one for Sheffield A. He'll definitely be siding through the order. Warwick A starting in P12, that's Tyler DeCross, who's out for Warwick A. Again, another name I recognise from many years of BUKC. Plenty more drivers joining the fray as well. The difficulty is, I've been involved in BUKC for so long now, I recognise so many names from a few years ago, but the new ones coming through, we've still got to work them out. We're still working out. We can pick out these older names so we know have that experience and we'll press on through the field, but still, lots of names that could surprise us. I mean, looking at Derby A, a name that I would never have picked out going into today to be watching at the front end, and they really are scrapping in amongst it.
Yeah, they are indeed, as we see them heading through that cut through now, so the shorter run. Different layout towards the end of the circuit. Let's just make sure that we don't need the full race distance, or the full lap distance rather, to get formed up. And we are behind the pace car once again. We'll see in just a second whether we have confirmation of what is happening.
Indeed, well, they're slowing them up quite a bit here, so I think we might be all right. I mean, we've not seen any drivers being stuck, and there we go. Thumbs up from the pace car driver. The top two getting told to slow down. Lancaster A and De Montfort A line up alongside each other for this race start. Of course, Lancaster A need to be careful they don't jump ahead of De Montfort A on this race start and get an obvious early penalty. Welsh flag is up, green flag is up as well. We're underway and racing here in the final race of round number 5, and it's a wide moment from the pole sitter. Row 2 might sneak on through. That's one of the Liverpool cars who's sneaking on by.
Yeah, it's number 25 of Johnny Pinder there. Nice run into that first corner. Come on, Johnny, don't bottle it. As per usual. Either way, we run through turn 1 nice and cleanly.
Oh, gets a bit close there. 3-4 wide up at the top section of the circuit. Spoon, it all closes up at the apex. They just about managed. I think there's a bit of traded paint there from these two Club 100 carts. But either way, they managed to all make it on through. Down into the carousel. Still 3 wide in the middle of the pack as they're all trying to fight over the same bit of tarmac. But they just about all make it through. Number 3, they're trying to dive to the inside. Just as I said, that someone else has had a bit of an issue there. That was one of the Leeds carts off on the outside. As we've already got a penalty, a jump start for Sheffield A. That's the first time we've seen one in the middle of the pack. And that's Adam Nather, who's got a jump start already in this one. Plus 2 places for him for Sheffield A. But end of lap number 1, it's Liverpool B who lead us through.
Yep, strong charge on that first lap there. Very nice run into that first corner. A couple of places made up. And it's a shame about that jump start. We saw it plenty of times in this senior sprint at the weekend as well. Adam Nather was there. He should know that he needs to be careful and tries to avoid those penalties at the very start of the race, because they're only going to compromise you for the next 25 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, it can't be one on the first lap, but it can all be lost. The 31 finding the grass on the outside there. He managed to hop, skip and jump back onto the circuit. The Loughborough D dropping a few places because of that side pod to side pod contact. They head out on the top of Spoon. There's a bit of contact there on the entrance there between the 3 and the 30. That's Coventry A there in 10th place. And then another driver getting involved there with the squabble as well. It's all kicking off at the start of this one. And to be fair, that jump start, the only penalty we've had so far. So despite a bit of argy-bargy throughout these first couple of laps, all the drivers managing to make it through and carrying on nicely. That gap at the front of the order, Liverpool B have got nearly a 1.5 second gap here. What early pace here from the Liverpool driver. And look at that, the gap being shown up the track and straight. He's already commanding this race from the front.
Yeah, I joke, of course, before, but he's a very competent driver, is Johnny, and this is exactly what he needed. He just needs a nice, strong, confident drive, had a nice top-end start, and has just walked away with it. He has had a new helmet recently, so I wonder whether that's being a bit of a good luck charm. It's a nice new lid there, black and gold, so watch out for that one in the lead of the race if we do see it again. But as it stands, charging away, and all of the action is happening further on down the field.
Call it Sam Sparrow, black and gold. He's flying at the front though. I think that's probably too old of a joke for some of the people watching this stream now at university. But either way, a new helmet is worth at least 2 or 3 tenths, I'm going to say. So it's working out well for the driver of the Liverpool B carts. They come across the line. Once again, new lap started. Nearly a second gain again. 2.3 seconds now between Liverpool and De Montfort as they continue to squabble on in behind. There is Adam Nather trying to find his way through up into 4th place. He's all over the back of the Reading B car. And like we say, he's got those 2-place penalties, but he's got to try and get as far up the order as he can to try and negate those penalties. And there he goes down the inside, followed through by Lancaster Ray as well. Up and under goes another driver on the exit. That's Reading B getting absolutely swamped, and round off he goes off the top of Spoon. I thought he might get collected there. There were drivers on all parts of the circuit, but luckily he spins off to the inside, holds those brakes, and is avoided by everyone else.
He does, yeah. Nice to get the car stopped, although you do have that horrible long wait. It's not a long wait at all, but when you're in the kart and you're watching the entire fleet of drivers fly on by, it feels like an absolute eternity. What a shame for the Reading driver there. As we are a few minutes into this race now, heading back onto the start-finish straight here, and this is the battle for P2 in effect, as we're also seeing a battle for P4 here. Lancaster versus De Montfort, just behind the battle between Sheffield and Coventry C. What a drive. Meanwhile, out in front, 4-second lead to the race so far.
4 seconds, here we go though, move down the inside. Sheffield A trying to get it done, but can't quite get it done at Spoon this time. They're not going to wait long. They're going to try and get past Coventry C as early as they can here. Thinking about it, does Adam down into the carousel, but nope, door is closed by Coventry C. They'll have to think better of it. Heading through the rest of this lap. Like you mentioned, De Montfort and Lancaster were getting very close to comfort. They still are. They've got more drivers joining the fray as well. There's Loughborough A and Oxford C getting involved in behind as well. Sheffield clearly have made some contact there with Coventry C, as you saw Adam gesticulating to allow Coventry back through to retake second place. As now he tries the up and under to the exit. To the inside he goes at the final corner. Second place goes the way of Adam Nather of Sheffield A. The 79 of Coventry C thinks about the re-overtake but can't quite get it done. But look at that gap then given to Liverpool B. 4.5 seconds.
Remarkable stuff this early on, but yeah, Coventry just looked like they had a great run, might have had the momentum, but it didn't quite work out as they ran towards that first corner. They're going to have to wait for another opportunity. Could it open up here? Is the door open? No, it's not. It gets tight and twisty once again. Potentially an opportunity here into the carousel before it all gets a little bit tricky once more. Meanwhile, just ever so slightly behind here, we've got a full kart battle.
Yeah, it was Lancaster A going a bit wide there off the top of Spoon, and De Montfort A got caught out on the outside, forced a bit wide, had to lift off, and through went Loughborough A and Oxford C. So 2 places lost there for De Montfort A. They are still the leading clubman car in this one, but they're closely followed now by Reading B and Loughborough D. Now, how has it all happened at the start of this race? For Birmingham A, it's not gone well. They're down to 25th place at the moment. They were looking for a top 8, I think, in this one, but it hasn't quite played out as maybe they'd hoped. Wide moment there, and I think a bit of a hurt wrist there as he jumped over the potholes on the outside of the circuit. But the driver who forced him out wide, apologising profusely for that one. We'll see if any penalties do end up coming through. We have had one come through for an unrelated incident. Cone penalty for Warwick A.
Yeah, that's the only penalty so far. A couple of curb warnings coming in, but so far...
Whoa, up and over the back, up and over the back of another kart! That was a bit too close to comfort there between 2 drivers. There was a dive to the apex there from the driver in behind, and as the door closed, the 2 wheels touched, and up and over the back he went. I think they all managed to get back down on all 4 wheels, but a lot of time and quite a lot of positions lost for both of them.
And that time you are pretty much just a passenger at that point. You're at the whim of the laws of physics really to allow you to continue on once all 4 wheels are back on the ground here as we're on board with the Loughborough A car, trying to find a way past Brooks C at the moment. Both diving down using that slipstream effect. A bit too far across, so they couldn't stick at the end of the Dragon Straight just yet.
It was Reading B and Loughborough D there who were involved in that one at the bottom section of the circuit. Here we look back to the leaders. It's Adam Nather trying to find a way through on the number 62, who's just heading round on their own lines is Derby A. So it's not going to be the most ideal end to the day from what has been very impressive from Derby A.
Yeah, commentator's curse coming to effect there,
just a little, I'm afraid. Sorry, Derby A, for that one. But Adam trying to find his way through and being unable to do so now. Finally just grabs that inside line away. And Reading still getting involved there. The 79 just about able to side down the outside. A Coventry C follows Sheffield A through.
Another cone penalty coming in.
Oh, and round goes Derby A. Well done to hold the brakes there, Derby A. That would have been straight to the scene of the accident, into the wall. They held the brakes nicely.
Yeah, they got stopped quite quickly, all things considered.
Yeah, you saw that bit of smoke there from the rear tyres. They chucked on the anchors, but they managed to keep it out the wall.
Most important thing, of course, Coventry all the way down in 27th place with the fastest lap of the race so far. That's pretty impressive stuff. All things considered, we've got a couple of stragglers at the back end, but still a pretty close pack. It looks like we've got a potential yellow flag here, or is it just a driver going, I might have been a bit foul with the regulations there, shall we say, on a particular move.
We've had a couple more penalties come through, one for Leeds D, one for Lancaster A, and then an overtaking on the yellows for De Montfort A.
Ooh.
So needs to be a bit careful of that one. Yeah, of course, definitely yellows out on track. I'd love to see there on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower, you can see the amount of places that have changed in this race for each individual team. Sheffield A up 20 places to second place, but of course, don't forget, they've got that jump start penalty, so they cannot win this race. Liverpool B, even if they are overtaken, will win this one, if it's overtaken by Sheffield A, of course, but Liverpool B 9 seconds now in the lead.
Really
the pace
stuff.
is unbelievable.
This is form from Johnny that well, at least I haven't seen for a very long time. He's very capable, so it's great to see him looking like he's enjoying himself out there at the moment.
Indeed, yeah, like you were saying though, Coventry A 50.7 fastest lap of the race, down 20 places though, so something went awry earlier on in this race. So Coventry A, they're battling back through as well as they can, but yeah, really feeling the pressure, getting in those good lap times, but as the field continues to extend out through the rest of this 15 minutes, it's going to be a tough one for them.
It will indeed, and I'm not going to be, obviously I should not be biased here, but I'm going to try and do a reverse commentator's curse. It's been well known in the past that Johnny can pick up a penalty or two, and I occasionally have alluded to it, and when I have, it's hopefully not gone too badly through. No penalties so far for Johnny, let's keep it that way. Good. We don't want to see penalties for our front runners as well, because we want to enjoy a battle for the front end.
Of course we do, of course we do. We'll wait and see how that all plays out. I will say, quite a bit of time taken out of his of his gap on that last one, about 0.8 of a second taken out by Adam Nather of Sheffield A. So although that gap is still 7.5 seconds, it's still a huge gap. If he continues on at that pace, that gap could be reduced to 0, and if he drags Coventry C, Lancaster A, Oxford Brook C, and the rest of the teams in behind, those teams don't have any penalties, they can still win this race.
Absolutely, and I think we're entering that phase of the race now where back markers more than ever become a major part of proceedings now. So as Liverpool gets caught behind the cars, they're going to have to try and find a safe and sensible place to get past without picking up any penalties. And then Sheffield have got to replicate that feat as well. A bit of luck comes into it, of course, as we saw before. Sector 3, not a palm. We want to foul of some back markers, so we'll be hoping that that doesn't happen once again. We're heading, looking on now at the end of Dragon Straight once more, and we can see we're looking on board here with Lancaster A. We've got a bit of pressure from behind. Oxford Brook C and Loughborough A are now beginning to try and challenge for that P3.
Indeed, so lots of battles going on out there on circuit as they head down through the carousel. Lovely shots here, courtesy of the Alpha Live team. Big shout out to them returning the live streaming here for 2025 for the British Universities Karting Championship. We have seen quite a few penalties continue to come through. We've had one for Bath 8, we've had one for Cambridge B as well. It's not been an ideal end to the day for your championship leaders at the moment. For Bath 8 currently sitting down in 24th place with a penalty as well to add to those issues. A few carts coming through the pack very nicely though. Up 21 places at the moment is Loughborough C. Up 16 places is Cardiff A. They've made their way into the top 10. I said before this race started, Cardiff A needed a strong performance in this last race. They're on for potentially a round win here with a first, and I think it was a third or a fourth in previous races. If they can get a top 10 here, they might still be on for the round win, but there's still a few teams in and amongst it in this one who are challenging for that as well. So we'll try and give you that update before we get to the end of this round. If not, when we come back after the lunch break, we'll let you know how that all works itself out throughout this whole round here in the morning here at GYG.
But we've had plenty of teams so far today really keeping themselves in the mix here. We know that championship standing, as it stands at the moment, there's at least 6, maybe 8, maybe 10 who are really in the thick of it. There's mere points separating them, and we're continuing on this fight, which is what we like to see. It's all going to come down to clay, folks.
Exactly, yeah. To run you through before today's action, Bath on 228, Coventry on 224, Southampton on 222, Cardiff on 221, Oxford Brooks on 221, Reading on 218, the second Coventry team on 215. It's all so close.
It is indeed, as we're seeing a bit of argy-bargy here, elbows out, driver briefly visiting the grass, but we are able to continue on there. Such a narrow, no point would you really consider the circuit to be wide, would you, at any point? It's so tricky to get such a big fleet of cars through.
We're just like the roads here in Wales, nice and narrow and fast flowing.
Oh, yeah.
It emulates the country very well here at GYG, and what a beautiful circuit it is to drive. The drivers will be absolutely loving it out there. Even if the race doesn't quite go to plan, they should still love and really enjoy driving this track. A few more penalties coming through, a bump and pass for Loughborough C. I was just saying how well they've done coming through the pack, up 21 places from the start. They've just got themselves a bump and pass penalty. One through as well for Warwick A. They're currently running in 6th place. They've just got themselves 3 contact warnings, and that goes to a penalty then for Warwick A.
It does indeed, and they were in the mix in this big pack that we were just looking at a second ago, so it's easy to see why or how that might have come about. And looking on now to the number 18 car there, was that number 16? Sorry, again, let's get that checked.
Mate, it's super difficult. I'm trying to keep my eyes on things as well. There's battles galore going on out there. There's the 15 of Nottingham Trent, being followed then by the 77 of Loughborough C. So they've gotten through on Oxford Brookes B then on this last lap. That's a change for 11th place now, and Loughborough C, despite that penalty, continuing to side on through the pack as the drivers chop their way through a couple of back markers there. But we're well over half-race distance now, less than 12 minutes left to go. That's a poor exit from the final corner for the 16. That's Warwick losing out a place to Cardiff A. Johnny Wilkinson sides on through up into P9 and looks on ahead to the rest of the drivers. And to be fair, there's still only about 3 or 4 seconds between himself in 9th place and Coventry C in 3rd.
Yeah. Close running has been the theme of the day, really, hasn't it? All over. This is by far and away the biggest gap we've seen to the leader of the pack at any point, and even then it's not massive over it. I mean, we're 15 minutes in, it could change. It's not insurmountable, but still, nice impressive 7 seconds lead to Sheffield B here. Sheffield B also looking fairly comfortable, it must be said. A couple of seconds down to Coventry C, and that's where it starts to get close. It's Coventry C downwards is when we start to see all of our pack fighting it out. Lancaster A leading the trio of Oxford Brookes C, Loughborough A and Cambridge B as we head round the final corner once more. A bit of an off there, a spin around and a wait to rejoin.
Oh dear, dropping down the order. Who's that? That's Oxford Brookes C, who have been spun round there at the final corner. That's a big off for them then. That was from about 5th or 6th place, and they've been spun out there. And lots of chatting, lots of chatting going on there up to the top section of the circuit between these drivers in a huge train. You'd think that their brain would be so full of thoughts of everything that's going on, but no, they have a little natter.
How are you today? What was your breakfast? How are you doing?
I think it might have been a bit more heated than that.
Possibly.
But we won't say what we think they were saying. I don't think that's very stream eligible. Oh, it's up and over the back. There's another driver. He's still stuck on the back of the car. Finally drops back onto all 4 wheels. That's the number 18. That was a big moment for Oxford Brookes B. The last 2 laps, it has not gone well for Oxford Brookes.
Often we remark about drivers being planted on the rear axle of a competitor. There's evidence of it if I've ever seen it, as we have another off there just in the background. Not sure who that was, but they are able to get back out on track anyway with relative ease. I mean, nothing quite like Trace Brunson in race 1 where we saw him have that pirouette effectively off track before being able to rejoin.
And still win the race.
Yes, that is an important part to note as well. Final 10 minutes of this race, and we do have a full course yellow indeed. A couple of penalties coming in. Take out there for Brookes D. Track limits for Bathby as well. They might have been related either way. We've got a full course yellow. So now the race is effectively neutralised. It's a chance to get everyone slowed down into a safe condition out on track.
Well, we had John Vigor in here, didn't we, between race number 5 and race number 6. We were chatting about how race number 1, there were quite a few penalties, but the other day, everyone's calmed down a bit and gotten into it. Race 6 hasn't quite gone the way that JV would really like, I don't think, and I think that's why we've got this full course yellow flag out. Through the last 2 or 3 minutes, the live timing has been going crazy with penalties and warnings. I think that's why they've just neutralised the race here. They'll give them a few minutes to say, right guys, you've got to calm down here if you want to carry on racing. Hopefully we'll still get a few minutes here to close off with some good racing, but understandable, at the end of the day, you've got to keep the carts nice, and when everyone's just bumping and barging, it's not bumper cars out there, it's a couple of 100 racing. You've got to be enjoying yourself, but you've got to be fair in terms of the racing and keep those cars looking nice.
Absolutely, we've still got an afternoon's worth of racing to go, still 10 minutes to go in this race. We look on, and again, we just see just how strong the wind is out here. Now, if you're the likes of, say, Sheffield A or Jonathan Pinder in Liverpool B at the moment, this is not ideal, is it? You are cruising out, thinking about the bringing the cart home, looking forward to just enjoying a nice high finish in this race.
This is perfect for Liverpool. Oh no, they're right there. Okay, no, they've all joined in the one track.
Yeah,
apologies.
I was going to say, they're bunching up.
I thought that was a backmarker had held up Sheffield and Liverpool were just driving away, getting about 15, 20 seconds in the lead. But no, they have all closed up into one train. So now it is only the singular backmarker of the 83, that is of Oxford A, between the leader of Liverpool B and second place of Sheffield A. Yeah, like you say, so difficult. Of course, you've got to remember, there's that penalty for Sheffield A. But the drivers in behind don't have as many penalties. I mean, I think I've lost count, to be honest, with how many there has been in this race. But still, plenty of drivers able to win this race and take it away from Liverpool B. But absolutely gutting, because the driver of Liverpool B, what a race it had been. What incredible pace to drive out. Had they been sort of trading personal best times out there, had Adam Nather for Sheffield and the driver of Liverpool B. But now that gap goes to nothing.
It does indeed, and this is, it's unfortunate in the sense that you've got the pressure for race start effectively. Once again, you've got to make sure your competitors stay behind you. You do also have the advantage of you can control things to some extent. On that race start, you have a bit of control over the pace of the rest of the pack. I think we've had a spin on the yellows there. That's quite impressive. Either way, we do continue on, and we have a brief look at the driver getting back out on track. But yeah, this is not ideal if you've had such a big margin.
I'd spotted one driver was told by the marshal there to go into the pits, and it was Warwick A. Warwick A have been told to go back into the pits, and they've obviously dropped down the order now on our live timing. Not sure as to why, whether it's mechanical or so many penalties we need to get you off the circuit right now. I don't think so. I haven't seen that many coming through for Warwick. But either way, the Warwick car has been sent off of the circuit. I'm not sure they're going to be rejoining this race.
Not sure. Either way, we are going to be rejoining this race at some point. We've got 6 minutes. They're back out. They are back out indeed. So potential mechanical issue, something like that. Either way, we're under yellows at the moment, and now if you're the Liverpool driver, you're kind of hoping perhaps that maybe this yellow flag could go on for just a little bit longer. Actually, if this yellow flag could go on for approximately 6 minutes and 31 seconds, that would be ideal. Don't think that is going to be the case, though, and it's going to be effectively a very short sprint until the end. Just think these are sort of sprint races anyway, but it's going to be a bit like our senior sprints at the weekend. It's just going to be a quick blast till the finish.
There's Andrew Mather.
Hello, Andrew.
Wild Andrew Mather is out on the circuit. Hello, Andrew. You see he's got hands behind his back, the typical pose of someone who enjoys handing out a few penalties. It's keeping the drivers nice and slow down, but also making sure they catch up to the back of the train. That would lead me to believe that maybe we're going to be going green here at the end of this lap. We'll keep a watchful eye. But yeah, like you say, this is going to be a serious sprint race to the end here with only a few minutes left to go. Now really, it's going to be how Adam Mather gets past this back marker here starting in second place, whether the driver Liverpool B can get a nice jump here and press on through. Well, as they head through the last few corners, we might be going green here.
We will indeed. It's all about keeping a level head for Jonathan Pinder in the lead of this race now then, because we know he's got the pace. He had the pace to walk away immediately in the first laps of this race. He just needs to replicate that as we head round once again. It doesn't look like we're going to be going green. We won't be going green. It's going to be another lap of yellow flag running. Now, there could also be, we might have missed an incident. There might be some barriers to repair, something like that. Could be anything out on track that causes a full course yellow.
Yeah, of course, I'm only speculating in terms of the penalties. We don't actually know what it is up here in the comms box. Like you say, there's plenty of reasons.
Could be too windy.
It could be. It could potentially be. You can see there as well. I love to see, you can see loads of drivers in behind, really wrestling the steering wheel, trying to get the heat in the tyres ready for the restart. The Liverpool B driver, Kimi Räikkönen mode, just looking forward as old dear. We've got the stop signs out on the kart circuit. And that would lead me to believe, I'm not a particularly smart man, but that would lead me to believe that we are stopping and the race won't be continuing.
Stop usually means stop.
Does it?
Yes. So that indicates that it's not conducive to racing action.
No,
now that is an unfortunate denouement, I think, to this race, because what a race it was shaping up to be. Yes, the lead was looking pretty settled, but we had plenty of other action.
That was like the closest we had between sort of second and third, all the way down to about 18th.
Yeah, so if that is the end to this race, that is a shame, but it was a very good race up until that point. If you're the Liverpool B driver of Jonathan Pinder right now, you're celebrating, and I think it was 50-50 on that night out this afternoon or this evening. I think he might be a bit more persuaded now.
Yeah, I think he deserves it, to be fair. I think he deserves for his team to arm a few after that one. Impressive stuff. My main thing to ask is, why is he in the B team? Why is he not in the A team?
Because we've got a very quick fleet of drivers.
He's won a race!
And I think the idea was, Johnny has got plenty of experience. He's been in the BUKC for a number of years. He started when I started, actually.
I do remember when we chatted about him last year when we were together as well.
And I think it is good for the B team to have that lead driver, but we are going to be going green now. Actually, are we?
It's got to green on the timing, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Have they moved the stop sign?
I don't think it is. No, the stop signs are definitely still
there. Oh, I got excited for a second then. No,
sadly.
Unless they're just adding obstacles.
New chicane added for G1G. No, sadly, that is coming to a halt then. Race is over for race number 6 of round number 5 here at the British Universities Karting Championship, and drivers jumping up and out. That's going to be race over, and that's going to mean, I think it is a race win then for Liverpool B. But with all said and done, a bit of a sad way to end this morning.
A sad way to end that race, because it was a thoroughly deserved win for Liverpool B, I must add. Not that I'm biased in any way, shape or form. Shout out to Sheffield A in that race as well. Started 22nd on the grid, worked their way up to 2nd on the road. As the drivers get out of the car, that brings an end to this race. And Coventry C, Lancaster A, Loughborough A are top 5 there, and there is confirmation. The Digi flag, which a driver see on the start-finish line, it's trying to keep up with the number of warnings and penalties.
The Digi flag is having a mental breakdown.
Yeah. Can't blame it entirely, but that is also confirmation that will be the end of our final race of the morning. That brings an end to round 5. And what an exciting round 5 has turned out to be.
really, really exciting. Some brilliant races throughout. I'm mostly gutted in that one for some of the drivers who were scything through the pack. I mean, you had Cardiff A up 20 places, Cambridge being behind up 13, up 25 places were Loughborough C. Some drivers scything through the pack in that one and just stopped. They started, what was it, 6-7 minutes to go. There could have been more positions to be gained, and that will change how it all plays out in terms of the round as a whole as well, with those points going towards their tally in terms of the round. That really does shuffle things up. At the end of the day, it's down to Club 100, it's down to the stewards, and when they call things like that, and it's their jurisdiction that flies. Of course, some of the drivers aren't going to be happy with it, but tough.
Yeah, that's just the world of racing sometimes, isn't it? That's just how it goes. But yeah. Do feel slightly bad for the likes of the Sheffield A driver, who was starting to show matching pace with the front-running Liverpool B kart there, and probably feels like, oh, with just a bit more at the end of that race, could they have closed up? Could some back markers have potentially added a bit of a spanner into the works for the Liverpool driver? Either way, we have come to a close now. Cambridge B, the top clubman kart in that race, then came home 7th on the road, and that was from 20th as well, so that was a nice jump up the order. Cardiff A, as we alluded to earlier, 26th on the grid to 6th, so another 20 positions gained there. Some big movers that we've seen not just in that heavyweight race 3, but throughout the racing this morning.
Exactly, and with that final race today, we've got to factor in all those penalties as well that we've seen coming through. I've checked, the final results are not out yet, so I think there's a few to go through up in the stewards room. We'll try and bring you some more information as to how that race ended up playing out and where the finishing positions were, and of course how that then affected the full-on round. But as we've got a few minutes to wait until we see Piers on the grid, you've got a little thing to mention.
I do, actually. This is going to be the final Club 100 stream before this academy kicks off, so I do just want to give mention to the Girls Karting Academy. This is part of the karting pathway that has been built up over the past couple of years, past couple of months. Motorsport UK's parting pathway, I'll try that again. And as part of that, the Girls Karting Academy is a new initiative for 8 to 12-year-old girls for the chance for them to develop and progress within motorsport. We're in collaboration with Team Sport for this one, and we're going to have Girls Karting Academy days. They're going to be taking place at various points throughout the year at various Team Sport venues, usually during the school holidays, and it gives them a chance to have that first go of karting, develop their skills, and take their first steps in motorsport. The first session we're going to be in April at Bristol, Crawley, Cambuslang, Coventry, Mitcham, Leeds, Nottingham, Southampton, Manchester, Trafford and Newcastle, if I can get that full list out. So that's going to be the first girls karting sessions that we have. And I should also add that it's going to be backed by Charlotte Tilbury, who are going to be funding some free sessions on the 15th of April, and as part of the Charlotte Tilbury Scholarship, which is a wider initiative as well to get some more girls involved in the world of karting, which is something I think we can all get behind, can't we?
Of course. It's great to see Charlotte Tilbury involved. Of course, they're already well involved with motor racing, courtesy of the F1 Academy, their car driven by Chloe Chong, who's risen up through the UK karting ranks and now into car racing. We would encourage as many young girls to get involved as well. And it's a great initiative to do so. Of course, they can get involved with those free taster sessions, like you mentioned, down at Team Sport, and then they'll be encouraged to go through the BUKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship. And of course, if you win that in your respective class, you get a fully funded Club 100 season, and you get to have a go in one of these karts we've seen out on the live stream today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, as we say, it's like stepping stones onto that pathway where once you've got that seat in the Club 100, you can test your mettle and you can get involved in some motorsport, which is what we like to see. And I think we are just about ready to have a quick chat with Piers down on the pit lane.
Yeah, down here, of course, that was the last race of the morning, and we're going to get some of the reaction from the drivers. The podium ceremony is up in a few minutes' time, so we'll wander around and grab some words. And before we do, we've spotted some socks, so remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
My name's Kieran Wakefield, racing for Reading A.
And go on, to show us the display of socks. We love a good sock here. Oh, yes, absolutely brilliant. Remind us who that is.
Muppets. I don't know which one it is. I really should, but it's one of the Muppets.
We love the Muppets. Were you a Muppet on circuit today?
No, I wasn't. I went from 32nd to 13th before the four-course yellow. Definitely could have had a top 10 if it had carried on, but that's racing.
Great driving. Nicely done. Great job, great job. Good socks, good driving. Everyone's a winner. Good morning, Reading. How was your... Sum up your morning out of 10.
Oh, minus 60, mate, honestly.
Minus 60? You went from 20th to first.
10 out of 10, mate. Yeah, 100%. No, it was all right. We actually managed to salvage not a bad result. First, 12th and 13th.
Not terrible.
No, I reckon. What do you think? 6th, 7th? Hopefully?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it'd be a top 10.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be a drop. Hopefully.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe you'll overtake those results as we go through the year. And we've got some more people shunning me over. Is this our winning driver? Come on in. Please talk to us about that.
Just drove around, really.
Who's team captain? Who's team captain? Come here, come on. Tom, he's in the B team. He's winning races like it's easy.
Yeah, I know. I didn't expect the big performance, to be honest. So
who you dropping, though? That's the question.
My decision.
Drop yourself? Do we have any idea why there was a full course yellow? We haven't been told.
Apparently, everyone was just driving like knobheads, so they just called it. I mean, like, not very nice.
Say it how it is. You were driving great, though.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Thanks for the insight. Right, we'll catch up with Liverpool later on. We've got a podium shortly, but we're going to grab some drivers, word with some drivers before then. Who have we got here? Who is this?
Nottingham.
Nottingham. What's your name?
Aria.
Aria.
Daniel.
And Joe getting branded up. Talk to us about your morning.
It wasn't too bad. Started 16th, finished 20th. It's all right for me.
Yeah, it's like first year in mains. First year in mains for like 5 years.
Wait, so which Nottingham team are you?
Nottingham A.
Oh, but is you your first year? Yeah. Oh, amazing. So how?
Uni of, not Trent.
Yeah.
How are you finding it?
We're just here for vibes, looking good, new suits. New
Let's have a look at them. Give us a catwalk situation here. Lovely, lovely. What brand have you got with those suits?
Abruzzi, I believe.
Ah, Abruzzi.
And they might ask for them back, but I believe that's right.
Well,
shout out Smiths.
What are Smiths? What is a Smiths?
It's an aerospace metal company. They sell, all your metal for all of your Formula student cars and a lot of airplanes.
There you go. If anyone's in the market for aeroplanes, metals, Smiths of Nottingham. Yeah. Lovely. Right, guys, have a good afternoon. Of course, round 5 done, round 6 to go. We've got some Cambridge team over here. Right, so I caught up with a couple of Cambridge drivers earlier on. It wasn't going well for you. How was the last couple of races?
Well, I was in race 1, but...
oh, we spoke to you.
No, you never spoke to
me. Who did I speak to earlier?
Alex, sorry, Jack.
Oh, well, I didn't see with the helmets on. Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Ollie was doing really well, but he did get a +6, unfortunately, for contact takeout.
You say it wasn't your fault. Why wasn't it your fault?
So it looked bad, but like really what happened is the guy ahead of me took him out. I just cut them both up the inside.
Race driver excuse. Anyway, that's about all we've got time for now because there's a briefing going on. So we'll cut back to the round or to the build-up for round 6 later on.
It's all nice and fun. But unfortunately, we have to discuss the fact that the racing just got worse and worse as it went on, and that's the reason why.
Here we are on the grid for round 6 of the BUKC in 2025, and we've got, once again, some sprint race, starting up with a lightweight race. We're already gridding up. We're going to go racing in about 5 minutes' time, so a bit of time to chat to some of our drivers. And I thought I'd start somewhere near the back of the grid with Exeter A. Of course, 7th last year, first the year before, so trending downwards. How's it going so far this season?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'm usually in the B team. I've just stepped up to mains. Just
promotion.
Promotion, exactly. I got demoted last year.
Was it a performance-based promotion?
Yeah.
No, apparently.
I live with a captain. It's just a.
Oh, okay. So you've been making his meals, a few favours here and there.
Vacuum in the house.
Brilliant. Has you ever been karting before?
No, That's the first time he's holding a steering wheel.
Okay, right. So anyway, you're starting at the back of this one. How far out the field do you reckon you can get?
I'm not sure. I did quite well last race. I had a horrendous start, but I'm aiming for top 10.
Top 10 would be an excellent result. We'll see how you go on Exeter A, number 7. I'm hoping to get a word with Surrey B, the number 60, starting in 16th place. Because this morning, Surrey B, our a clubman's team, won the clubman's 4th overall. I'm going to go and check if there's any remnants of a nosebleed around here. Number 60. Surrey B. Can I get all of you? You know, stand up. Come on, team, over here. Huh? Yeah, I know. Come on, stand up. I want to grab one of you because you guys this morning were absolutely outstanding. Surrey B. I mean, first of all, A team, who are they? And B. B. You went. What was your results? 5th, 2nd, 8th. Amazing.
Yeah, pretty good results. First race in mains today, so yeah.
I know I got you earlier on. Apparently you were actually really quite nervous, and I'll come and interview you. Are you feeling less nervous this time?
Yeah, much less pressure this time. Got a good result this morning.
So who managed to get the? Who got the 5th was you.
5th was me.
Then we got the 17th. You can improve on that.
He came from P32.
That's a good result nonetheless. Then we got a 2nd. Was that 2nd?
Yes.
Congratulations. You guys better get yourself ready. Congratulations. Same again this afternoon. That would be amazing. Because, we love to see club and teams that high up the grid. Moving on, let's go towards the front of the grid and grab a word with someone who's somewhere near the front. Why don't we grab a word with Benjamin Southgate on pole position? Benjamin Southgate, remind us who you're racing for.
Coventry B.
Coventry B. So, talk to us. What does this race have in store for you?
Well, hopefully a win.
Hopefully. You've got a few decent drivers on this grid. If you were to give odds on you being able to get a win in this one, what would you give yourself?
I'd say pretty good to get a podium.
Pretty good to get a podium. Right, we'll look forward to that. So, race number 1, lightweights, of round number 6 of the BUKC 2025. That's coming up just a moment's time.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Glan-Y-Gors kart circuit. We were expecting to have a little bit longer there, weren't we, Reeve? Getting ready to go. Of course, lovely to hear from the drivers down on the grid, and great to hear from Piers as always. Of course, we've already had one round this morning. Round number 5 is done and dusted. We move on to round number 6 here for the afternoon, and we basically do the same again. 6 more 25-minute sprint races will be coming up for you this afternoon here for round number 6. Well, race 1 is now leaving the grid a little bit earlier than we had planned, but I'm sure the excitement of round number 5 will continue on here into round number 6.
I've just had to demolish down my rather nice chicken wrap from the cafe here at GYG. Got through it just in the end there. No, we can still see the wind battering the track still. Look at that BUKC flag struggling to stay upright there as the both flags in the background are managing to also be buffeted around. We saw quite a few cars being buffeted around towards the end of round 5 there, and that is why we brought a bit of an end to that as well. Bring an end to that race, make sure the race was safe to go. We're going to get ready to form our grids now for the first race of the afternoon, the first lightweight race of round 6. Behind the pace cars at the moment. So just heading around now. Looks like we're slowing up behind the pace cart as it stands at the moment. So
we're going around again. Are we going to go for the grid?
Yeah.
Right, let's go for the grid then. Race number 1 of this afternoon's action. Coventry B and Bath B are alongside on the front row. Then it's Oxford Brookes A and Oxford Brookes B, the sister teams, on row number 2. Then Southampton A and UWE A. Then Sheffield A and Birmingham A. Manchester A and Loughborough D. They round out the top 10. They're followed by Oxford Brookes D, Loughborough A, Coventry C, UCL B. Then Sheffield C, Surrey B, Cambridge A, Reading A, Nottingham A, Liverpool B. That is your top 20. They're followed by Edinburgh Edinburgh A, De Montfort A, Loughborough B, Bristol C, Bath C, Lancaster A, Huddersfield A, then Loughborough C, Derby A, Leeds D, Exeter A, Lancaster B, Portsmouth A, Coventry A, and Bath A. Just trying to see if production can keep up with you there. I think they did a pretty stellar job there as you run through the grid of 35 karts. About to take to the track in anger once more. Of course, all of these drivers will have done, well, at least one race out there this morning. Of course, one race that counts to only points for their team's rounds. Of course, they can do a second one, but it doesn't count towards any points. But all of them have done at least one race around this circuit. And that means no practice laps, hence why I had to run them through that grid a little bit more quickly. The drivers getting straight back into racing action post-lunch.
They are indeed. That was actually a false start, that lap around, so we were supposed to be going green. We'll see if we are going to go green this time around, and I do believe we are. As for the first time in round 6, we head towards the tram lines. The revs begin to rise, and we are not away for the racing this afternoon. We are being teased here. It's just the not going to fall into the pasta analogy that me and Yusuf fell into on Sunday. We'll leave that one on the back burner, so to speak.
He's having a little sunbathe there on the left-hand side. Fair play. Oh, respect.
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame him. What glorious weather we have got today here at GYG. Bit of wind, it's a bit chilly, but the sun has been shining clearly throughout the entire day. It feels like we've got a meteorologist chat now, but we are going to have hopefully similar weather for tomorrow, or Inters Day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, our brilliant camera operators, I having a chat with them at the lunchtime, and they were all saying, yeah, it's lovely and sunny, but oh my goodness, is it cold? We were saying about the static camera at the top, how much it was shaking in the wind. Yeah. It's really difficult for the camera operators, one, to keep it nice and steady to bring you these beautiful pictures from wherever you're watching around the world, but also for their little hands. They're getting all cold. And I know Kieran Mogg has his heat protection gloves on and keeping himself warm as possible, but still he's managed to get a wind burn for all of this, so he needs about 5 layers on plus sun cream. Typical Welsh weather here at GYG today. But it looks as though this time we might be ready to kick off round number 6. We've got Coventry B and Bath B. They line up alongside each other on the front row of the grid. They're looking for a positive start to this afternoon's racing. You've got the 2 Oxford Brookes karts A and B on the second row. Who will be leading when we get to the top of the hill, though? 2x2 formation to the lights. We're underway and racing here for round number 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. And the outside of the grid shuffled wide immediately there through the first corner as they all chased each other up towards the spoon corner at the top of the circuit. Attempt for the move for the lead. What a send down the inside. Oh, just about misses the driver at the front end of the order as Kieran Mogg's gone for a walk there as we head on up to the top of the corner. Exit stage right goes one driver there off to the grass on the outside. It's all a bit of argy-bargy here through this first lap, but leading down into the bottom section of the circuit through the carousel. I still can't pick out who it is. They're still about three wide there down in the middle section of the top 10 down into the 20s. It's all kicking off here for the first race of the day. You can see in the background a couple of drivers coming a cropper here on that one.
Yeah, exactly. I've just seen it looked like a marshal looking to get that yellow flag out, so we'll see if those cars are able to get back underway quickly, and we will have a full green flag lap coming up next. But yeah, as you say, everyone pointing in the right direction, but a little bit elbows out as we start the next lap of the race. Now, Coventry lead from Oxford Brookes A by about half a second. There is our first contact warning of the afternoon, perhaps not too unexpected given the nature of lap 1.
Exactly. Well, Coventry B have led from the front then, pole position. They've converted that to the race lead at the moment. Anyway, spin in the middle there at Spoon. That was a big off there in the middle. I think that's bottom end of the top 10 there as we see them rejoining the circuit. We'll try and see who that is dropping down the order as we come to the end of lap number 2. It's been a good start for Oxford Brookes A. They've jumped a couple of places up into second. It was a less than ideal start for Bath B though, dropping from second on the grid to 6th. We saw them just have a little bit of a slow start. They obviously don't want to get that jump start penalty, but then having to take the outside line around the first corner, then you lose all that momentum up the top of the hill, losing a few places on lap 1. But coming to the end of lap number 2 then, it's still Coventry B in the lead of this race. That gap enclosed ever so slightly then by Oxford Brookes A, and here comes Southampton A as well. New fastest lap of the race there, right on the back of Oxford Brookes.
Yeah, absolutely flying on, putting that pressure on, not going for any moves at jumps yet, but just making themselves known to Brookes A out in front. Coventry B still very much under pressure though in all of this. We've not got a clear leader in this pack, so to speak. Meanwhile, just a little bit further back, this is the battle for 5th going on, and now there we can see Liverpool B coming in. It's a bump and pass. Would you believe it? It was Bobby Kristovic once again. It's a Bobby and pass. Another penalty served there for that Liverpool B driver like they had in round 5.
We kick off round number 6. First penalty then for Liverpool B. Hopefully we don't see too many penalties. Of course, all the drivers having a little bit of a re-education, is one of my favourite words to use in karting commentary. Over the lunch break, of course, we stopped race number 6 a little bit early just due to safety reasons here for the British Universities Karting Championship. Drivers ending their race a little bit early. We don't want to see that happen here for round number 6. Drivers hopefully keeping it a bit more relaxed here as we head into the afternoon's racing. Great move there through the first corner. That's in the bottom end of the top 10, and I can confirm to you now, it was Manchester A who had the spin up at Spoon on lap number 2 that we saw them go round. They've dropped right down to outside of the top 30 now, as here come the top 3, line astern down into the carousel.
They do indeed. Not an ideal day for Manchester A so far, all things considered. Coventry B feeling that pressure. Brooks A pushing on behind, probably being pushed on by Southampton A as well, as we have a black flag coming in for Huddersfield Ed, our first black flag of the day there. It looks to be possibly causing multiple pieces of contact, something like that. Either way, that is going to be not an ideal start to the racing this afternoon.
Indeed. Well, Coventry B look to be dealing with the pressure well at the moment at the front of the order. New fastest lap once again from Southampton A, but all those top 3 within about 0.02 of a second of each other on that last lap, so all very, very close together in terms of lap time. It is Mr. Southgate still leading from the front out there. It's the first black flag that we've seen so far today, isn't it? That's a surprising one. I think after that race 6 at the end of round number 5, and maybe being a little bit more heavy-handed with the penalties as we go into this one. But we told you not to do this. You're still doing it. Off the track you go. Black flag back into the pits. But we continue to watch this battle, which has been nice at the front at the moment. No one quite thinking about the moves just yet. But as we say, these sprint races, in air quotes, are 25 minutes in length. So plenty of time to pick your moves correctly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's quite right. The stewards are going to be clamping down on those sorts of issues. We don't want to have another full course yellow because we've got the race that we were robbed of at the end. So we want to try and avoid that if at all possible. What a race we are having here now as we look on.
It was nearly a move there at the top of the Dragon Straight.
They thought about it.
They did think about it to the inside. Door was closed in their face, though, by Coventry B.
Yeah, Coventry B still leading, responding to that charge from the carts behind them with a 50.7 on that last lap there to try and make sure they maintain this lead. A couple more warnings coming in. I think we've had a repeat for Huddersfield A there on the black flag, so the drivers will need to drop into the pits there, have a little bit of, again, re-education to make sure that they are going about their race in the right way today.
Indeed. Of course, being shown again, likely because they've not come in and served it quite yet. They need to be looking up at that digi flag. You always need to be keeping an eye on that throughout the race, of course, so the stewards can talk to you throughout racing action. There's one of the Liverpool carts going slightly wide. There is a big bump as they rejoin the circuit there. 2 drivers properly trading paint as we head up the Dragon Straight. They head through up to the top into Spoon then. They're battling on through, trying to spot which number it was. Don't have enough time. There's so many drivers on circuit. I don't have enough time to even see what numbers it is. I can see it's the 2 of Bath A and the 1 of Reading A right in the centre of this big squabble. This is just outside of the top 10 then. Bath in 15th, Reading in 16th at the moment. All these drivers still very close on track. There is the 2 ahead of the 1 as they side on through down into sector number 3.
We just panned across then from on the Dragon Straight. Someone having a little bit of a visit to the infield there, just checking on the grass, making sure it's cut to the correct length, I think. And of course we continue on there as we've got a bit of a push on now here as we're seeing Oxford Brooks having a look down the inside. Says thank you very much, gets into the lead of the race.
I was going to say this is the closest they've been all race. They're up the Dragon Straight and they made that work using the slipstream to their advantage as they headed up into Spoon. Got it on even before then. Took the inside line at the top of the Dragon Straight. And they take first place for themselves. Oxford Brooks A into the lead of the race then. Coventry B did manage to hold on to it through Spoon, though I thought Southampton A could maybe just chuck it down the inside and see what happens. But no, they think better of it. They know that they're building a gap to the drivers in behind. So yeah, we can chop and change and try and work out what order we want to be in, but let's keep it nice and relaxed. We've still got lots of time left to go here, and we all want a positive result to start off round number 6.
Yeah, exactly. As we have past penalty coming in there for Watford A. Coventry B certainly not relenting at all. They might have been overtaken, but they're not letting that get the better of them as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. We saw a few moments then Coventry having a look down the inside. Is there a place he can get the nose of a cart in? Nothing he can do just yet, though. So It's going to remain in P2 for the time being. Southampton A with that fastest lap of the race so far. They are trading fastest laps lap by lap, these three front runners here. And it's a 50.5 last time out for Southampton A, which is pretty impressive stuff. Our first lightweight race of the afternoon. Of course, the cars had a good little half an hour break to cool down, so we've got to get back up the structure and get them in full racing fettle once more.
Indeed, I don't think that's going to take too long, is it,
No,
here for round number 6?
By now, yeah.
Indeed. So Huddersfield, I just heard a low rumbling engine outside the commentary box. So I think that's Huddersfield serving that black flag and hopefully re-emerging back onto the circuit after some re-education. But it doesn't look like they're back out on circuit now for the moment. Anyway, we'll wait and see if that does, in fact, change. But top three still as they were then into the last 17 minutes of this race. So that's 8 minutes done then on the clock. Drivers keeping it nice and relaxed. Up and under though, attempt from Southampton A as they come down the hill, but nope, couldn't quite get the run. Has to sit back in behind Mr. Southgate once more for Coventry B.
Still that fastest lap. Will he be able to match that with Coventry B? Keeping him behind as we have a penalty coming in for Liverpool B. Contact warning, not too surprised about that one. We saw plenty of warnings coming in as we get a bit elbows out here into this battle. This is involving that Liverpool B kart there. So even slightly further down the order, it is getting plenty aggressive, really, as we run through to the final part of the lap. There is that Liverpool B car trying to find a way past and up into 14th position.
We've just got themselves a penalty there, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. As I say, yeah, quite expected, really. There was plenty of warnings. Oh, and another one.
That's not a repeat. That has come up again. Yeah. So I do think that is 2 contact warning penalties there then for Liverpool B. We'll wait and see whether it's clear that there's only 1. But either way, certainly 1, if not 2 penalties then for Liverpool B through that past lap. I saw ahead as well. It was a change of position between the number 1 and the number 2. Reading A getting through a Barthay, and Barthay losing a couple of places on that last lap, back down to 16th place as the number 1 of Reading A up into 12th place in this one then. I think up 6 places so far in this race, just had a personal best on the last lap. And it is Peter Knight who's behind the wheel, our race winner from earlier on in round number 5. So watch out for the number 1 of Peter right siding through the order. But sadly for him anyway in this one, the gaps have opened up a little bit quicker than they have in other races. So might be a little bit more challenging for him.
Yep, that is a very good point, John. This is out of all the races so far, the field spread seems to be by far and away the widest. Peter Knight, we saw, built an impressive lead at that point, the biggest lead that we'd seen in round 5, but he's not going to be able to quite replicate that. It's going to be a very different race for him in this one. It's going to be less about checking out the cruising the cars home and more about trying to push on through, make those moves when you can. A couple of curb warnings coming in. Manchester Ray picking up that curb warning there. Meanwhile, our 3 front runners that we're still on board with at the moment, still pushing on quite nicely, building up a gap to that mid-pack of about 3 seconds, and still setting fastest laps so far. It is Oxford Brooks A ahead of Coventry B as we head round the final corner once more. Slightly wider run for Southampton A. Coventry B picks up the new fastest lap at 50.4, and we head back onto the Dragon Straight. This is where it's all about getting that good run, carry that momentum onto the straight, and then getting a bit of a tow if you can. And it all looked pretty even Stevens for all of our top 3 drivers here.
You can tell all these 3 are well versed in kart racing, can't you? Working together nicely throughout this longer race than maybe they'd be used to if they do owner-driver racing or other types of sprint racing. Just working together and pressing on nicely. They've been very consistent on pace. All 3 of them, I should say, sorry, have been very consistent on pace, pressing on nicely, as you say. Coventry B with a new fastest lap on the last lap. It was a 50.4 for them, 50.6 on the last lap from Brooks A and Southampton A, but both of them have been down in the 50.5s earlier on in this race as well. So just pressing on nicely together, continuing to extend that gap over their sister team of the leaders, Oxford Brook B. They're down in 4th place, and extending that gap to, well, it's just less than 4 seconds on the previous lap as they come across this, across the lap timing. This time will it extend? Yes, it will. 4.3 seconds as Oxford Brook B lose a few places. Birmingham 8 and Sheffield 8 sneak on by.
They do indeed, but this is really smart driving from our top 3 years. Excellent racecraft in that they're not going out and out defensive. They know what is at stake here, and they might as well just work together. And we're seeing some brilliant racing from this trio. So I doff my hat to the top 3 here. Hello to Ornan, who's in the broadcast comments, who says, sunshine. Yes, sunshine. We've got some lovely sunshine here.
Yeah, beautiful. It's beautiful to have some sunshine down here in Wales as all. That was an attempt at a move there from Coventry B. They thought about it down through the compressions. Door was closed pretty abruptly, though, by Oxford Brooks A. That opportunity passes them by. It's closed them all up ever so slightly now. Number 4 course, Southampton right on the tail of Coventry B, but still as they were for the moment anyway. Timer continues to tick down. There's another change just in behind them. This time Sheffield A are through on Birmingham A, so that is a change for 4th place in behind them as well. Birmingham A still your leading clubman kart in this race for the moment, so well done to Birmingham A. I just wanted to see as well from the last round, if I can get it up fast enough, well, I'll have a little gander as to who actually managed to take that clubman win in the last round. But I will say, overall in round number 5, Cardiff A won by a sizable margin when it comes to BUKC, 176 points across the day. They took the win overall. Bath A, 2nd place with 169. 7 points difference is so impressive for Cardiff A, and that means as well Bath A continue their streak of not winning a round. Another 2nd place finish in round number 5 for Bath A, but continuing their consistent performances, and they'll still be in the lead of the championship heading into round 6.
They will, but Cardiff was 7 points behind them heading into this round, so it gets even closer at the top end of the field. It's really exciting stuff as we head into Clay. We can't focus too much on Clay though, because we've still got an afternoon's worth of racing here at GYG, but yeah, it's really impressive stuff for Bath to still be in the fight for that lead, still be technically in the lead of that race, but they don't have a round win to their name. They rewards their consistency, but it does come to a point where it gets later on into the season, we are going to start looking back at round wins and race wins if we're all on the same points.
Exactly that. Yeah, here I think you were about to say, getting through some back markers. This just holds them up ever so slightly, and it is going to hold up 2nd and 3rd place of Coventry B and Southampton A. This has given a little bit of breathing room then to Oxford Brooks A. I think the first time that we can say that in this race. That gap is almost a second as they come across the line. They both would have lost a bit of time, but you saw there both Coventry B and Southampton A both pointing forward, agreeing, yep, let's work together. We need to close that gap now. Back down to Oxford Brooks A. They've still got 11 minutes to work together. It can still very much be done.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to get themselves back into the same position that they were in just a lap ago. That run with that back marker did seem to compromise Coventry B, but Southampton A obviously still compromised a little bit, but was able to have a decent run onto the start-finish straight, and that is potentially why we're seeing them so closed up to the back of Coventry B now. But that gap is standing at 1 second. Now, 1 second is by no means a long amount of time, but in comparison to what we've had in this race, otherwise it was feeling pretty comfortable for Oxford Brooks A. They've been released ever so slightly and can now think about kind of pushing on and just trying to control the race. That is unless Coventry B and Southampton A have anything to say about it, because I think they might have changed their minds about working together. They're going to hot up and enjoy some battling here as we go side by side. Southampton A up the Dragon straight, has the inside, says thank you very much, goes into 2nd place. Textbook move there, no major drama. It is the blue-suited driver up into 2nd position.
Exactly that, and they both knew as well not to lose time together. But yeah, the number 4 pointing forward saying, right, now I'm in front of you, let's work together again, do not fight me again, we want to chase down. And I think that was just a case of Southampton A being like, right, that last lap was too slow, I need to go faster than this to chase down the leader. The leader gapped us by 0.3 of a second on that last lap alone. We need to be pressing on at faster pace than this. Whether it was a mistake or whatnot from Coventry, I'm not sure. I mean, they've had the fastest lap earlier on this race, we know they have the pace underneath them, as Mr. Southgate, but either way, Southampton wanted to be ahead. They've done that, like you say, textbook move, really, really nice. And on that lap, they were a little bit faster, ever so slightly. Southampton 0.2 quicker than Oxford Brooks on the last lap, whereas Coventry B were actually 0.3 slower than Oxford Brooks. So maybe Southampton made the right decision there in pressing on ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing that reflected in the times now, as you say. 51.0 for Coventry B last lap, 50.5 for Southampton A, the fastest out of the top 3 at the moment then. Although, we're seeing them bunch up once again. To quote a certain commentator, the old concertina effect comes into play here, and now we're going to see potentially Coventry B trying to fight back for it. Although, as we were alluding to before, work together, close back up to Oxford Brooks A and enjoy a battle for the front end of the field, not for where we're currently potentially looking at here, which is our runners in kind of P4 closing up.
This is actually Reading A have just got past Loughborough A there. We just saw down through the middle section of the circuit. So Reading A getting through on the number 20. Up to P8 goes Peter Knight. Like we said, won a race earlier on today. He's pressing on. I don't think it's sadly going to be 8.5 minutes left to go. I don't think it's going to be a race win for him, but he's just trying to get as many points as possible. Let's Liverpool trying to get involved. That gap's going to close. He's going to be off on the grass. Just about manages to bail out of that one as they head up through to the top of the circuit towards Spoon. but all kicking off in that battle as well. But Reading A continuing to have a great run through the field, up 10 places so far in this one. Just ahead of them, though, De Montfort A up 15 places in this race so far. Fair play to them. They're second place in the clubman class so far in this race. The only clubman driver ahead of them is Birmingham A. And I wanted to say from round number 5, how do they do? Because we saw as, oh dear, one driver is off, trying to get it back on circuit. I think that looks to be up at Spoon. They've had a little spin there, whether they were held bound or not, we're not so sure. Either way, they'll be dropping down the order. But like we were saying, in that final race of Birmingham, they said, oh, I think we just need a top 8, wasn't it, or something, to get the win in the round. It didn't go well. They finished in 24th place in the last race. They finished on the podium in Clubman, so well done to them. 3rd place on the podium. But it was Surrey B who took the win by a massive margin in the Clubmans, ahead of Loughborough C and then Birmingham A. That was your top 3 in the Clubmans. But Surrey B were 4th overall as a clubman team in round number 5. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, we got another off there, potentially related to that earlier incident that we saw, but there is the long wait of the push of the cars back onto the tarmac before you can jump in and get it restarted. You're getting some assistance from the marshals, as we see now the run down into sector 3 in just a second. Carousel coming up first. Yeah, not an ideal place to be parked in the car there. You've got all that grass and dirt on your tyres as well. It's going to take a couple of corners, maybe a lap or so to get that cleared off and get yourself back up to full pace once again.
It does. It's a scary place to be off, not only for yourself, but for the other drivers as well, because they come over the blind crest there into the braking as suddenly there's a driver parked on the outside of the track. So if you miss that braking point ever so slightly, you're going to join him at the scene of the accident. So luckily, all drivers carrying on through, all very smart, very experienced drivers out there on circuit who are doing a great job to get around these issues for others. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock then, and after that breakaway from Oxford Brooks A, despite the switch from Southampton and Coventry, doesn't seem like it's really helped. That gap's sitting about 1.1 seconds, and it looks as though Oxford Brooks, I should say, are doing enough to hold on to this race lead.
Yeah, looks to be that way. Southampton A had a bit of a pace advantage initially to push away by about 4/10 from Coventry B, but now we're seeing the tide turn once again. Coventry B closing back up, in fact, so who knows, in the final 5 minutes of the race, the top 3 could change once more. Bumper pass penalty coming in there for Manchester A. That could be related.
Worse.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for Manchester so far. It could be related to the issues that we saw just a couple of laps ago. Well, lap on, but either way, hoping to pick up pieces, I'm sure, in the remaining 5 races.
To be fair to them, they battled back through all the way to 17th now for Manchester. It's a great run through after those difficulties on the first couple of laps of this race, but when you're driving back through, particularly in anger after an incident, that's when those sloppy mistakes can occur. You go for a move which maybe otherwise you might be a bit more conservative about and think better of it. You go for those, and that's what causes those bump and pass penalties, and they got a contact warning straight after as well. So clearly Manchester A right in the thick of the battles out on track.
Absolutely. Just over 5 minutes to go in this race then, as we were alluding to before. Plenty of drivers. Remarkable pushes up through the field. Bath 8 and 35th, now bringing 10th, which is a very nice run indeed.
Impressive stuff from the number 2 rated driver, of course, second last season, hence why they're running the number 2, but they're leading the championship here. Like I say, I definitely think they still will be when they get through to the end, well, when they get to the end of round number 5. We'll wait and see what happens at round number 6. Still plenty of it all to play out. Bath A doing a cracking job in this one anyway to try and salvage some points from what was quite a lowly grid position for them, wasn't it? Yeah, down in 35th for Dominic Roberts at the start of this one. What a great run through the back.
Still looking on then with our leaders in this race, and it has closed up once more. Southampton A now pushing on with Oxford Brooks A as we head round that final corner, all echoing each other's lines going into that first corner now. Slightly wide run there for Oxford Brooks, potentially missing out on that apex, but who's going to get the better run now towards the end of the Dragon Straight? And it seems to be the Brooks car was just able to kind of brush off any potential challenge from Southampton there, really. Only a 10th separating them as we head through Spoon, but pass coming in for UWE A there. Up next it will be the Carousel. Southampton having a bit of a look towards the inside there.
I only just realised you were commentating over the lead. How did that happen? That gap was at a second about 2 laps
the gap
ago.
Really closed off on that last lap. It was a 50.6. It was a 50.7 as well for Brooks A. So I assume the lap before, the Southampton driver really pushing on towards the front runner here. Yeah, there we go. Decent delta there for our Southampton drivers. We head round the final corner once more. What can he do? He's going to have a look down the inside. No, he's staying attached to the rear bumper guards there of his Club 100 kart. Going to head up the Dragon Straight once more. Nowhere he can look just yet. Just waiting, just laying waiting for his opportunity to open up to him. Will it open up on the inside here? No, he still has to wait for
Thinking about the exit though, he's got the
Yeah,
inside
he's
on the
got a
exit.
good
He's going to
run.
get close, but no, not quite able to get enough alongside there. Thinks better of it. Backs out of that one to the Southampton A driver, but he knows he's got the pace to close him down. He's going to think about the move into the right hander. He does get the inside. No, door is closed yet again by Oxford Brooks A. Now this battle is about to kick off. We're into the last 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And to be fair, Coventry B are only about a second and a half behind this battle still. If this continues to go as it is, maybe they could rejoin the fray as well.
Yeah, absolutely, although they are maintaining very good pace, our two front runners here. A little bit wide for Oxford Brooks A. Southampton still looking quite composed as we head onto the Dragon Straight once more. Some back markers to negotiate in the second. How will that affect the dynamics of this battle? We're going to head towards the right-hander once more. Still following each other's shadows pretty much into this corner. A wide entry there for Southampton A. That might open the corner a little bit better on the run, on the exit here. He has a look down towards the inside once more. Can he get a nose out in front? No, it's been blocked off quite nicely once more by Brooks. A bump and pass penalty for Brooks D, but it is the Brooks driver in the lead of this race that we are most focused on, as we see Southampton having a brief look. Nowhere he can go just yet.
I think Oxford Brooks, they were a little bit worried about that back marker there. They managed to move over just in enough time. And Brooks and Southampton scythe on through then. But yeah, placing the kart beautifully is the Oxford Brooks A driver. And I can tell you, Oxford Brooks A, it's Logan Parker behind the wheel at the moment. And for the Southampton A car, it's Josh Adams. So these two battling as we head into the last couple of minutes of this race. But Logan is placing the car absolutely beautifully. He knows exactly where to defend here and close the door on Southampton A, not allow them even a sniff at the race lead. You can see that slightly tighter line there through the Spoon corner as he holds on. Again, he's learned from that last lap. The up and under was nearly done by the number 4 Southampton A. This time, Brooks holds the line and Brooks holds the lead.
They do indeed. Meanwhile, Reading A, we mentioned, not going to be repeating the feats from race 5 of round 5, but still pushing on quite nicely. 50.3, running in 8th at the moment, but here is all the action as we have a driver off, getting some assistance from the marshals, get the cart hopefully pointing in the right direction before race finish, although that's not an ideal place to be in, is it?
I mean, it wasn't ideal for Southampton either. They were setting up a move there onto the inside, and they just spotted the yellow flag at the last moment, had to lift off and lost a bit of time there, popping the hand up to say, I've seen the yellow flag, losing a little bit of time there. But I don't think it's going to be much difficulty for them to close that straight back up, as here we see them heading up towards Spoon once more. A little bit of a wiggle there from the Southampton A car as he's trying to place the car in the perfect place to steal the position, but yet again a defensive masterclass here from Logan Parker. He holds that inside line, but is it enough? He's moving all the way back to the outside. No, not enough of an overrun from Southampton A, and again they can't quite steal the space.
This is brilliant stuff from both these drivers here, just how quick Southampton was on the switchback. As soon as he saw a brief sniff of an opportunity opening up, nothing he could do yet, as we see the drivers leaning in the car to get the car rotated around the tough compressions at the final part of this lap. We're going to head around that last corner once more. This will be the final lap of the race that we are now moving towards, heading around that first corner once again. It can be done here on the Dragon Straight. It's a good run for the Southampton driver. It's also a good run though for the Oxford Brooks driver, who's able to defend Southampton. Have a look around the outside, nothing to be done there. Potentially a move on the inside, the door briefly open, but there's nowhere that Southampton can go. This is the widest Oxford Brooks kart I've seen in a very long time, but maybe he's going to be hung around the outside here. Being squoze on the outside is Southampton. Brooks know that they can keep Southampton behind for just half a lap more.
Yeah, Brooks knew exactly where the Southampton car was there, squeezed him right to the grass on the edge. There's only a few more corners left to go here. Logan Parker still leads Josh Adams. Josh thinking about the inside line there. Into the left-hander, through Devil's Elbow they go then. Only a couple more corners left to go. The number 8 has done a defensive masterclass through this one, and he's going to hold on to it. Round the final corner come Oxford Brooks A, and they take the win in race number 1. Brilliant race there from the number 8 of Logan Parker. The pressure was piled onto him there by Southampton A, but pressure makes diamonds, and Oxford Brooks A have a great start to round number 6.
They do indeed. Southampton coming home in very quick succession there. They built up a 2-second gap to P3. Coventry B, who had a good day out there as well in a race, one of these lightweight runnings for the afternoons. Sheffield A, Birmingham A are top 5 then. And then we have Brooks B, Reading A, Montfort A, Bath A, Loughborough A coming home to complete our top 10. What a race that was to kick off round 6.
Absolutely fantastic. What a race that was, right at the sharp end of the order. I mean, we had a 3-away squabble for a little while, and then those few issues that dropped Coventry B off of the back of the pack. Still a great race from Coventry B there to finish up in the top 3. But a battle, an absolute grandstand finish there between Brooks A and Southampton A. But Brooks A managed to hold on to it there in the dying moments. I mean, fair play to Southampton for trying. They were really trying, and every possible opportunity there to force a move and steal away the win. They couldn't quite do it. Still, points for second place, though, will be very good for their championship tally. Well, let's see if we can have a look at the full race results then from race number 1 here of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship, brought to you by Alpha Live. Oxford Brook take the win on circuit, just ahead, just under 2/10 of a second ahead of Southampton A. Coventry B round out the top 3, then Sheffield A and Birmingham A round out the top 5. Of course, to remind you, if you weren't watching this morning, these results are all provisional. Oxford Brooks B, then Reading A, De Montfort A, Bath A and Loughborough A, your top 10, then Liverpool B, Bath B, Surrey B, Manchester A, your top 14, then it's Coventry A, Derby A, Edinburgh A, Oxford Brooks D, Loughborough C, UWE A, then Leeds D, Coventry C, Lancaster A, Loughborough B, Cambridge A, Sheffield C, Loughborough D, that's your top 27, and then to finish the grid, Exeter A, Portsmouth A, Bath C, Lancaster B, UCL B, Nottingham A, Bristol C, and Huddersfield A. Well then, what an exciting start to round 6. Let's hand it down to Piers on the grid.
Yep, down here I'm going to hopefully grab a word with some of our winning drivers. Hello, Mr. Karting. We're going to grab a word with those 2 drivers at the front of the field, starting with the driver that oh so nearly came close. Come and have a chat. Remind us, everyone at home, who you're racing for and who your name is.
I'm Josh Adams and I'm racing for Southampton E.
So close in that one, so close yet so far. You had a couple of looks. I saw in that last lap you had a look into the left in down the hill.
Yeah. I had to get creative because he was covering off all the normal places, and fair play to him because didn't really give me a look in. So yeah.
Good race though. I really enjoyed watching that one. I suppose it was probably quite good fun. Although you would have enjoyed it slightly more if you took the win.
Of course, yeah. But it was clean the whole way through. Thanks to him for that, and that's it. I just really enjoyed it, so I'm happy with P2 still. So,
excellent. Right, I'm going to try and grab a word with our Oxford Brooks driver. Was it? Yeah, great drive there. Just about held Southampton off at the end there.
Yeah, it was really tough actually. He's putting a lot of pressure on me throughout the entire race. Just give me little love taps down every now and then to remind him I was there. Yeah. Remind me I was there. So.
We know what you mean.
You know what I mean, yeah. And last lap was really stressful, I can't lie.
Yeah, we saw you defending every lap at the top, but then, at some laps you were defending in the downhill section, some laps you weren't, depending on the gap.
Well, I could tell my kart wasn't as good out the corners, but it was rapid down the straights. So I just knew down the straights I was more comfortable, but coming out the corners I was having to try and defend a little bit more. So through these twisty sections, I just knew I had to try and behind the middle of the track it.
Yeah, great start for the afternoon for Oxford Brooks A, so we'll see how you get on with the rest of your teammates this afternoon. Now we're coming up to race 2, heavyweight race number 1. Let's grab a word with another of our Oxford Brooks drivers, Seb Marlowe. Seb.
Oh, hello, long time no see.
Long time, mate, long time. Oxford Brooks.
I put myself in B this time.
You put yourself in B this time. You're not feeling A class today.
Well, to be fair, Buckmore went quite well in A, but I've only been here once, and that was in the wet.
I remember that was our fateful day.
That was a fateful day. I think it's the most watched YouTube vid on the BUKC.
Absolutely, it was brilliant.
I didn't have a Mackey's this time though.
You didn't. What did you go for?
My girlfriend got me a Starbucks.
Do you know what? You're moving up in the world. You had double sausage 2 years ago, and this morning you had a Starbucks.
I felt quite sick again, to be fair. Maybe some nerves.
What was the Starbucks?
It was a blonde mocha.
And surely you went for some solid food as well.
And a pound chocolat.
Very posh, very posh.
I haven't had anything else yet, so...
You haven't had lunch?
McDonald's on the way home.
Absolutely, of course. Is it going to be chicken or is it going to be beef?
It's going to be a Big Mac. Big Mac all day long. You can't have chicken at McDonald's.
I always go for chicken at McDonald's.
What's your order?
Generally, I'll go for, and this is a top tip, wrap of the day meal.
I don't like wrap.
It's like wraps.
You can't go.
Anyway, let me finish. Right, wrap of the day meal, and you upgrade the drink to a milkshake, and you've basically got main chips and a dessert, and it's like £5. You can't go wrong.
I can't do that.
The buffalo wrap, if you're not into spice, can get a bit spicy.
I try and go elsewhere at McDonald's, and I just think to myself, nothing's better than the Big Mac.
I disagree. KFC is better than a Big Mac.
Oh.
Have you had the Zinger Tower burger?
Depends on the mood.
Have you had a Zinger Tower burger?
I haven't, no.
Seb, report back when we can see you at Clay. Right, Seb Marlowe for Oxford Brooks B today, starting in, looks like about 12th, 14th place-ish. Let's grab a word with this driver here, number 79. Who are you? Who are you racing for? How's your day going? What are you up to when you're not at the racetrack?
There are Coventry C, first time in mains. Kind of scared, but excited. See how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. How was your morning? Talk to everyone about your morning.
Had a back start, got collected at lap 1, managed to recover to a decent P23, which I guess is okay for a first mains race, but we'll see how this one goes.
I can tell you're a serious racing driver because only serious racing drivers don't open their visor when they talk to me. If you think you're good, that's when the visor stays down. So you clearly think this race is going to go well.
Well, I mean, we'll hope so. We'll see what happens. No pressure, my team says, but we'll see what I can do.
It's the Lando Norris cool guy quarter crack is what they call it. Right, so let's see how he gets on later on. Let's have a word with our pole sitter. Now, our pole sitter very much does not have the cool guy quarter crack. That visor is wide open, completely clear. So let's find out who you are and who you're racing for.
My name's Harry. I'm racing for Loughborough. Loughborough D.
Loughborough D. Right, Harry, how was your result this morning?
Oh, well, I had a mechanical failure, so...
So not good?
Not great.
Was it driver-induced?
Someone, mounted the back of my cart, and the radiator fell off, so I had to go pit and let them fix it and stuff, so... I don't even know how it happened. It was the carnage of the first lap. So, yeah.
Are you going to do better in this one?
100% better. So, well...
Going to take the win for Loughborough D?
Hopefully. This is my first BUKC race.
Ever? Not even Inters?
Not even Inters. I'm straight in on pole, so... We'll see how it goes.
We will see how it goes. Well, anyway, remind us what your name is?
Harry.
Harry, number 31 for Loughborough D. So we'll see how you get on. Right, that's about all I've got time for. So I'm going to hand back to the capable voices of Reeve and John in the commentary box.
Cambridge beat Southampton C, Coventry C, our first 3 rows of the grid. Moving on then, we will have on row 4, it will be Oxford Brookes D and Loughborough A. I'm going to take a good guess there, and then we move on to the 5th row. Oh, it was Loughborough. Moving on to row 5, it's Sheffield B and Southampton B. Row 6, Sheffield A and Manchester A. Moving on to row 7, Liverpool A, Birmingham A, UWE A, Oxford Brookes B. I'll try and some words. Row 8, moving on to row 9, Cardiff A and Nottingham Trent A. Portsmouth A and Bristol B on row 10, Warwick A and Lancaster B on row 11, and then we have Leeds D, Swansea A on the 12th row of the grid. Moving on to row 13, and it will be a University. It'll be UClan A and Huddersfield A. Moving on to row 14, Bristol C and Lancaster A. Row 15, it'll be Bath C, and then some other drivers completing our grid as we go racing already. We've gone racing, and it's looking to be quite a spicy one at the start here. We are going to be going 4 wide in some places as we head up the Dragon Straight, but everyone pointing in the right direction of what we'd like to see.
It's been a great chop across from the outside of the grid there, but I'm not sure if it was a jump start. We didn't quite see that one play out at the start of that one. But either way, well, straight on the grass. There goes the 31. Offman grass cutting on the outside.
Loughborough D, they started up in P4.
They did. They were up right in the sharp end. It's not gone well on this first lap of the race then for Loughborough D. They're all still scrapping down through the middle section of the circuit. As we carry on through then into sector number 3, Cambridge B are up into the lead then after the squabble through the first few corners, and it's all kicked off interestingly, so we'll wait and see if any penalties come through. That's a big wallop there as one driver gets through. I thought it was Manchester A. It is Manchester A siding on through. Into second place they go, up and over the back goes the number 20. That was nearly a repeat of earlier for Loughborough A there, as we saw a few other drivers taking to the skies earlier on, mounting the rear of some other carts. This time they come back down on all 4 wheels and remain relatively unscathed. The Loughboroughs, they now try and slide out on the inside. They're going to get shuffled out wide onto the grass there. That's going to lose them a lot of time, and the rest of the drivers trying to get through behind them. Look at this gaggle we've got going up and over the hill. This is too close for comfort for plenty of our teams out there. How have they all managed to make it through the right-hander?
We've seen plenty of races so far today where the pack has stayed close, but this might be one where it's all still looking too close, even though it is only the second lap of the race. There is the number 12 there of Liverpool A forming up a bit of a cork in the bottle here with Southampton C, Cardiff A all barrelling down behind them. Oh, we've got a big off there as well. They are going to be able to rejoin those spins, which is
Lancaster B.
That is Lancaster B indeed. It's only 5 seconds covering 20 cars in this race at the start here, so it's not entirely unexpected that we're going to see a couple of offs here or there, perhaps.
1.5 seconds of that was
look at
between the
Manchester
leaders.
A.
Well, not anymore. Manchester A are on an absolute charge here. We saw them running through. They've already got a penalty, though. They've already got a bump and pass penalty from the first couple of laps. So Manchester A cannot win this race. They've also got themselves another contact warning, so those might stack up throughout. Either way, they've got the rest of the field here by over 2 seconds of Cambridge B and Manchester A. So Cambridge B, even if they lose the lead here on track, are on for a great race here. They've got to be a bit careful, though. We've seen Manchester A in the first part of this race being a little bit scrappy, should we say, through the first couple of laps. So they've got to be careful. Cambridge B don't close the door and they get themselves in a right squabble. Here comes the 6 of Sheffield A as well. That's Adam Nather trying to side his way through as well. At the front end of the secondary pack, we've got Oxford Brookes D, Reading C, Sheffield A, Oxford Brookes B. Loads of drivers involved in that gaggle.
Absolutely, yeah. Cambridge B need to play their cards right here. Obviously, they want to try and do it on the road, but they can afford to let Manchester go if Manchester have got this immense pace and just have a nice, comfortable race at the end, though. They don't want to get too embroiled in a battle, end up picking up penalties. We know Manchester's got a couple already. Sheffield A trying to break away from the pack that they lead with the new fastest lap of the race. We've got a couple of more contact warnings coming in, actually. Contact warning for Liverpool A there. Contact warning for Manchester A as well.
DJ Khaled, another one for Manchester A. They're going to be they're closing in for another penalty here at Manchester A. They've got to be very careful. We're not even 4 minutes into this race. The number 11 really getting in and amongst it here in this one. But Sheffield A, like you say, setting the fastest lap. But that was on a lap where they were making multiple overtakes. So Adam Nather, we know, has the pace here to win a race. It's only 2.8 seconds back with over 20 minutes left to go. It's still all to play for, and I don't think Adam's got himself a penalty in this one. Of course, literally right on the start of his racing round number 5, he got himself a jump start penalty. That hasn't happened this time, so it's a better start to the race this time for Adam Nather, and he's pressing on fantastically well, like you say, breaking away from the pack beautifully. 6/10 clear he is now, all eyes on the 2 ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Separated by 2/10 themselves, so very small margins between them, but it seems to have settled down a little bit between the two of them now. They were pretty much attached to each other come lap 2. They seem to have slightly just settled into the race a little bit more now. They know they've got 20 minutes ahead of them, 20 minutes of running. They can make some overtake attempts later on. It doesn't need to be done on lap 1 or 2 or 3.
Exactly, some big movers in this one though. Like we said, Manchester A, they're up 10. We've got 12 places gained for Oxford Brookes B, 11 places gained for Nottingham Trent, 9 places gained for Cardiff A as well. Loads of big movers early on in this one. And just about, after those crazy first few laps, we're just about starting to settle into a bit of an order. Well, I'll eat my words, ladies and gentlemen. Round goes one of the drivers off onto the grass. They know they can't restart from there. Up and out of the cart they get, ready to push it back onto the black stuff.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate place as well because you're trying to get the cart stopped, but it's down a hill, so if you're slipping across the grass, it's not going to want to slow down. And then you've got to try and push it a bit uphill as well, so it's even worse.
Yeah, it's certainly less than ideal. I think we missed a change for the lead there. Manchester A are through on Cambridge B over the last few laps, and look at that. Adam Nather has closed the gap to nothing. It was 6/10 when they started this lap, and Adam Nather is already right on the back of the 91. He's already down the inside of the 91. Adam Nather trying to force his way through into second place. I just combined Adam Nather and Andrew Mather's name there. Sorry, Adam. Either way, Sheffield A are through to second place.
Yeah, nice textbook move there, done through Spoon. No major complaint, can just crack on now, potentially trying to close up on Manchester A up in front, and there's not going to be much closing up to do. He was 6/10 down at the start of the last lap, and he's going to be less than 6/10 at the start of this lap as well. Ducking down in the car to try and close up, benefits from that toe up the Dragon Straight. Will he close up? We'll just have to see as we come towards Spoon in just a moment now.
He was 6/10 quicker than Manchester A on the last lap. He was a second quicker than Cambridge B on the last lap. Adam Nather is finding some incredible pace out there on the number 6, and I think it's a matter of time here before he starts to challenge for the lead on Manchester A. Manchester making that great start, getting a couple of penalties for their troubles, but either way finding themselves at the sharp end of the order. But now it's Sheffield A who pile on the pressure. Sheffield A down the inside. Beautiful move from Sheffield A, and into the lead they go.
Yep, textbook stuff there. The door was left open for him. He says thank you very much, works his way on through, and it's Sheffield into the lead of this race. Now this is going to be interesting because our battle between Manchester A and Cambridge B continues on. Of course, Manchester does have that penalty under the belt, so they're going to finish behind Cambridge B even if the order stays as it currently is right now. They could even be dropped off the podium here because Oxford Brookes B is certainly in the mix here as well. That is a fighter jet that we've just heard going overhead. I briefly saw it there as well.
Very exciting. Well, we've got some fighter jets out there on circuit at the moment, particularly the number 6 of Sheffield A. He's absolutely flying out there. He's Adam Nather. He's not quite gapped the other two as quickly as maybe we thought he would. I think that's a case of the drivers sitting in behind and actually learning a little bit from the Sheffield car and being like, oh, right, that is working for him. I'm going to try that. Oh, yeah, I've gained a bit of pace out of that one. So learning from the drivers ahead as well. That's really assisting Manchester A and Cambridge B, but Cambridge B now with Oxford Brookes B right on their tail. Here comes the number 18 as he's siding on through, trying to take third place. He wants to work together as Cambridge B, but I don't think Oxford Brookes B is going to listen to him. Up the inside, he thinks about it there at the top of the Dragon Straight, setting up the move down the inside here into Spoon. He's going to go for it as Oxford Brookes B, and he takes third place away from Cambridge B.
Yeah, set up at the end of the straight, as you say, just parks it on the inside and waits for his opportunity. That is third place now for Oxford Brookes B. Meanwhile, out in front, Sheffield A, 0.6 of a second at the start of this lap. That gap going to be expanding, though. Sheffield A with some immense pace in their cars at the moment as we head through the progressions. Now we're looking a little bit further back down the order. That is the number 12 of Liverpool A. Liverpool A actually making a decent number of places, making 8 places in this race so far, putting that pressure on the number 18. Sorry, not the number 18. No, it's 91 cars. There we go. I promise I can't read.
It is indeed, yeah. Cambridge B now trying to hold on to 4th place. We saw that move up at the top of the straight at the end of the previous lap. Now, it was Oxford Brookes B. It says on my sheet it should be Harrison Earl in the car, but it definitely says Marlowe on the back of the top. Seb Marlowe's supposed to be in the next race, so either they've swapped races or he's been given his race suit. I'm getting the nod from Piers that it is in fact Seb Marlowe out on track at the moment, so they have indeed switched places for this race. Anyway, Seb Marlowe up into 3rd place then, and to be fair, Cambridge B holding on to it here through the first half of this lap. Liverpool A piling on that pressure, but unable to find an opening just yet. Unable to find a chink in the armour for Cambridge B. Liverpool A holding on to 5th place for the moment. Who've got it behind them? We've got Trent A there, Cardiff A, Loughborough A, and then after Loughborough A in 9th place, it's 6 seconds back to Warwick A and P10. So we've got kind of 2 breakaway groups now as Sheffield A continue to side on ahead of the front. That gap now, for the first time, going to above 1 second. Sheffield A now lead this race with 16 minutes left to go. These 3 line astern, they head up towards Spoon.
Yeah, nice bit of momentum in their favour. That Liverpool A driver, that is race-winning Callum Pedder, of course, from the morning, so he'll be hoping to try and replicate that feat. I've got to give another Liverpool update. Race winner Jonathan Pinder wants to lock himself out of his car, which is impressive. So well done there, Johnny. You've had the high of winning the race, and you have to balance it out there.
Yeah, you can win a race, but you can't go home.
Yeah, that is a representative look into the Liverpool squad if ever you've needed one.
Looks like he's doing inters now.
Yes.
Well, there we go then. Hopefully he's got the AA or the RAC man on the blower ready to break into his car for him. But either way then, 15 minutes left to go in race number 2 here of round 6. Of course, the first heavyweight race of this afternoon's action. And it is continuing to be a great afternoon of racing. What a grandstand finish it was in race number 1. It's looking like it might not be so close to the win in this one here in race number 2, but still some fantastic battling going on up and down the field. It has been a change for, sorry, no it's not, that's Oxford Brookes B getting further away from Cambridge B. Cambridge B are still holding on ahead of Liverpool A, but I think Liverpool have been held up a little bit behind Cambridge B, unable to find a way through, and Oxford Brookes D, Trent A, Cardiff A, all closing in to the back of their squabble. Here he goes though, Liverpool A down the inside, finally goes to the move. It's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy there at the apex. They're still going to be side by side as they head through down into Devil's Elbow, and it will be the nice one. Holds on, but takeout! Out goes Liverpool A. That was contact from behind. That must have been Oxford Brookes D or maybe Trent A. Whoever was ahead going into that corner went a little bit too late on the brakes there. I think trying to defend a position from someone on their outside, went straight into the side of the Liverpool car, and round they went. Liverpool dropped down to P7.
They do indeed. All things said and done, not too much time lost, but that is still unfortunate. It was always going to be hopeful to try and get the move to hang around the outside there, but you can't predict having that type of unfortunate racing incident there. Luckily, all able to continue on.
It was, in fact, Trent A, I do believe. I mean, they dropped down to 9th place, so I think we can assume from that one. I think all drivers in behind were involved in some aspect, all trying to avoid the incident that was going on ahead of them.
Here.
Well, this is ridiculous. So who was at the head of this train as they head up into Spoon Corner then? It's the 65 and the 56. So this is Reading B from 11th place downwards. UCLA have got through on Reading C, but we've got 11th place down to 23rd, all in a line here.
That's a third of the grid, effectively, all just in one big formation behind the number 65 cars here. This is going to be very interesting indeed as we head closer to the second half of this race. A lot of oversteer there on the 65 of Reading B.
Reading be absolutely ragging that car, doing everything they can to try and stay at the front of this train. It's so difficult when you're at a circuit like this as well, especially to the corner they go now, and then the long run up towards Spoon. I think they might have made a move there at the first corner though.
We'll just see in a second as we see the fleet of cars just kind of expand out and go 2 or 3 wide down the straight before we have to form an orderly queue once again. And there for down the inside goes the number 51. I think that move stuck there by the looks of it. We have a couple of cars visiting the outside, but that is the 51 through there quite nicely. In fact, only 1 position lost, all said and done, not too bad. It's quite easy, as we've seen on a couple of occasions today. You let 1 car through and you can soon find yourself letting 4 or 5 through, but to have just the 1 go through, you'll be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff there. I think UCLA lost a few places from that one there, dropping down 2 or 3 places with all going on. We were like 3 wide up into Spoon there. As we're 3 wide, they're going through Devil's Elbow, doing 4 wide there in the middle of the pack. Oh my goodness, how are they all holding on to that? Just about giving each other enough racing room as they carry on to a new lap of this race. On to lap number 15 they go then, and still this train of carts continuing to go at it here with just over 12 minutes left to go. We've just taken our eyes off of the leading squabble. Still Sheffield A leading the way by over 3 seconds, but we don't want to be looking at that at the moment. This is just ridiculous here, and this sums up British University's Karting Championship racing. No matter where you are in the pack, you're going to have a great battle. Well, in this one, if you're about 11th downwards, you're going to have a cracking battle.
Yeah, 11th or 23rd doesn't make any difference apparently, because you're only about 3 seconds separated, it seems to be at certain points. It is just so close as we head towards the end of the lap. Once more here, we are looking at this mid-pack, this mid-part of this train that has formed up now, heading around that final corner in just a moment. Meanwhile, out in front, Sheffield 8, 3.6 seconds is the gap that they've now built up out in front. So just setting quick lap after quick lap in the mid-50s. They've checked out at this point.
Indeed, I mean, it's great for us to watch at home. It's not so great for the stewards, though. The amount of warnings and penalties coming through from this group alone is quite ridiculous. I mean, we've got Bristol A getting a penalty. Oh, they've just got another one, both for contact warnings. We've got a bump and pass for Southampton C, a bump and pass for Lancaster B, a bump and pass for Reading B. It's all kicking off in this middle group. But I said there was racing room being given, but maybe the stewards don't quite agree with me.
I think this racing group is growing as well as they enjoy their battling. It seems to be collecting more carts. If you look at it on the track diagram on our timing system here, you can just see a couple of sporadic drivers separated out, and then there's a huge group of them just all heading down through the compressions now.
It's really, really giving us a great bit of a show to watch from home. I hope you're all enjoying it here on the Alpha Live stream. Of course, make sure you're subscribing to the Alpha Live channel so that you don't miss the final round at Clay Pigeon in about a month's time. We'll be here to bring you all of the action from that as well, and of course from the Drivers' Champs as well on the Friday. But we continue to watch round number 6 here from Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales, and it's all kicking off. That's the 56 of UCLA, fully sideways there into the Spoon. Well done, sir, to hold on to that one.
Yeah, these can be tricky cars to collect, of course. Very short wheelbase. It's not like your rear-wheel drive road car where it can be quite progressive. These things, when they snap, they snap.
Is that from personal experience, though?
Possibly.
We've all had it go a bit Pete Tong out in a couple of hundred. Can't move for second place. This is though Oxford Brooks B down the inside, just about giving the room there from Manchester A. They try and hold it around the outside, but the road is going to run out for Manchester A, and they're going to slip down to 3rd place.
They will indeed. Great pace they showed at the start of this race. Haven't been quite able to maintain it. Of course, have a couple of penalties to serve as well. Not going to be the worst race that they could have possibly had, but still, there's been no kind of highlights I think they're going to take away from round 5 and round 6 so far, at least. We've still got 4 more races after this one to enjoy, so hopefully we will have a bit of a recovery for Manchester at some point today.
Indeed. Well, less than 10 minutes left to go on the clock then. And that change second place confirmed on your timing tower on the left. Brooks B to 2nd, Manchester A into 3rd place. You don't want to drive ahead of the lead, but that hasn't changed on the start of that lap. Just a few back markers that they're trying to side on through. There's the 37 getting chucked wide. Seriously, chucked wide and into the barriers for the 37. It was just a bit of a rub there between the two of them, sent him onto the grass, and he was straight to the scene of the accident. That was Southampton C, finding the barriers at the edge of the circuit.
That was indeed an unfortunate end to the race there, because you've got to get that car turned around, pushed back onto the tarmac before you can begin. With 8 minutes to go, there's going to be no recovery from that, realistically, especially when we're all in such a big pack as well. You're going to let everyone fly on through, as we see drivers acknowledging the yellow flags there. Yeah, not what you want this late in the race.
No, exactly that. And yeah, like you say, straight into the barriers. You've got to turn the thing round, then get it back on track. That's going to be at least a lap or two. Yeah. The race is gone. Realistically, just doing a little test session for the last 2 minutes of this one, sadly, for that driver. They were battling well in the middle of the pack. I think there was an initial side-by-side contact that put them a little bit wide. Then as they tried to cut back in, someone else had dived through as well. More contact, and I think I saw the wheels rub ever so slightly. That sent him wide onto the grass. And as soon as he was on the grass, he was a passenger heading towards the tyre wall, wasn't he? But here we look back to Adam Nather with 8 minutes still left to go on the clock. He leads by over 4 seconds. Of course, just got to make sure he heads through the yellow flag section, lifts off nicely as the driver tries to rejoin there on the outside, because you don't want to get a speeding under yellows penalty when you're this far in the lead of the race.
And there we have a takeout penalty for UWEA. They've already had a penalty so far in this race, so bad to worse for UWEA in the first heavyweight race of the 6th round of the BUKC season this year.
I think that UWEA might have just been excluded from this race.
I believe they have. There was in a couple of the EXCL notes on the penalties coming in every now and again, so I think we are unfortunately seeing that there.
Of course, they're your championship leaders, and the clubman's coming into today's racing anyway. Of course, we don't know when adding in the round 5 results just yet, but they were leading by a good sort of 16, 17 points coming into today. So you're starting off your first race, or potentially second race of this round number 6, but an exclusion is far from ideal for UCLA.
Absolutely. We have a couple of contact warnings coming in here as that big massive pack of carts has unfortunately begun to break up. How sad is that? As our big train is now decoupling as we have a bit of opposite lock there, getting a little bit elbows out between a few of our drivers, all wearing very similar lids and suits, ironically, so that makes things a bit more interesting, but good catch there from that looked to be the number 65 cart there, I think it was.
I've just got to swallow my pride and correct myself on the live stream. I'm getting my two teams confused. It's UWE who have the exclusion, not UCL. UCL are your clubman leaders coming in today's racing. They're absolutely fine. They're chilling there in 12th place at the moment in this one. It's UWEA who have the exclusion. My apologies to any supporters of either teams.
There we go, that final corner once more. We saw this pack getting a little bit too close to comfort at the top end of the circuit here, so we'll be hoping for a slightly cleaner run as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. Seeing the cars trying to have a look down the inside, some of them having a look around the outside potentially. No moves so far, but it's looking very close once more. We're heading through Spoon here, a couple defending on the inside. It's a nice big pack that's formed up here. We are joining up with the fight for P5 effectively now, because this pack is pushing along quite nicely. They're in the mid to high 50s in terms of their time at the moment, so they are matching the front runners, Sheffield, Oxford, Brooks and Manchester. The pace seems to have dropped a little bit overall throughout the field, I would say. We're in the low 51s actually now we've started the next lap.
Indeed, maybe it's cooled down ever so slightly out there on circuit. Something's changed to bring those times down. I mean, there's a lot of scrapping going on as well. I think as well, you might find that some of the leaders now are catching these huge gaggle packs. And to get through this is just almost impossible without getting yourself a penalty. So they have to be so careful in going for the moves. And that is going to slow you down considerably. But yeah, like we were saying, we were watching that battle from sort of 4th place backwards, headed up by Cardiff A at the moment, with Liverpool A still involved. Then Nottingham Trent A. I think I saw a penalty for them earlier on in this race. King's B involved, Oxford's D involved, then Loughborough A, Warwick A, loads of drivers getting involved, and it's all still getting a little bit scrappy there. Up at Spoon, everyone gesticulating at everyone else.
Yeah, absolute chaos out there at the moment, but as we say, we're going to have our leaders now are starting to close up on some back markers. The front runner Sheffield A has got a huge train of carts up in front of them now. The number 6 car going to have to work their way through very carefully here, but we are looking on now at the number 19 cart. We have a cone penalty coming in for Sheffield B. They're a little bit further down the running. They're in 15th at the moment. So probably involved in a pack, because just look at the size of the packs. It's hard to not be involved in a pack at this point.
Were you a bit worried that they were Sheffield A?
Briefly, yes. I saw Sheffield and panicked. I was like, how? But no, luckily, no. Sheffield A in the clear for the time being, and certainly are in the clear as well. Nearly 5 seconds the gap between Sheffield and Oxford Brooks B. A nice charge to the lead for Sheffield A.
There he is.
There they are, catching up now to some of these back markers.
Yeah, and another very experienced driver, not only here in the BUKC, but across UK karting as well. Very experienced at circuits such as these, and he's showing that here as he picks his way through the back markers. Down the inside of number 30 he goes. A bit of rubbing there. Of course, the 30's probably not going to know that that's the leader coming on through and coming on by. Just has to give it a little bit of room. And Adam makes his point known. signs his way through, he takes that track position, but he's got to do that about 8 more times to get to the front of this train, sadly for him, so it's not over and done just yet.
It is not. I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world for him to be stuck in this train to the end of the race, though. This train is not all that slow, all things considered. They are doing decently in terms of pace, and he's got a nice margin to Brooksby behind, so he can probably afford to be a bit more considered about how he gets through this train. He doesn't have to gun for these positions right now, and in the knowledge that he's actually got a bit of security to the car behind him, although this pack is starting to open up a little bit now. Where does he go from here? Because he's surrounded by this pack at the back here.
This is the issue. You don't want to get involved in someone else's incident as well. It's all happening. They're all battling over their own positions, and Adam really needs to pick his place here because something could happen really quickly. He finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and suddenly the race gets away from him. But he dives down the inside there, through into the final few corners. That was nicely placed from the Sheffield A kart, and he finds his way through as they all get involved in their own incident slightly further behind. And that's at least giving him a bit of breathing room to the drivers in behind. He can start picking his way through the next few karts. 2.5 minutes left to go here in race number 2 of round 6, and it looks as though Sheffield A are holding on to this relatively comfortably. And like we say, he's having to get through the pack. He can at least rest a little bit easy, but the drivers in behind have to do exactly the same as well.
Yeah, so certainly looking a little bit less precarious now as he's worked his way through a lot of this pack. There's a couple of cars up in front of him, but he's looking pretty secure as to where he sits at the moment. Although that gap has shrunk. Oxford Brooksby, 3.5 seconds now is the gap between Brooksby and Sheffield A. So Brooks are going to come across the same issue, they're going to come across the same back markers, but they are certainly closing up at the moment. In terms of the pace on the last lap, Sheffield A 52.7, whereas Brooksby at 51.5. Not a left trick from Brooks, but certainly a big delta.
You saw there the Sheffield A kart come through, get past the number 14, and just put his finger up to say, I'm in first place, that's why I've gone through, and you please do not try and re-overtake me. I am in the lead of this race. He doesn't want to get involved in some silly squabble with someone further down the order when it's unnecessary. He's picking his way through the pack well, though. Changed to 7th place on the final lap, though. That was a move from Warwick A through on Cambridge B. They moved their way up into P7, and still all squabbling in the middle part of the circuit then. Yet another penalty through, though, for Manchester A, the number 11, getting 3 contact warnings, and that goes into a penalty for them. We'd already seen them get a penalty, at least 1 if not 2 earlier on in this race, so although it's been a great drive on track for the number 11, I don't think it's quite going to be shown in the final race results.
It won't. We've seen that so many times today, the likes of Edinburgh earlier on in the morning, Manchester earlier on as well. We've seen so many strong drives, unfortunately are not represented on paper, because it's one thing to navigate this track pretty quickly, but you've got to do it within the regulations as well, and that is what's caught quite a few drivers out.
Exactly that. All of that curve on the inside there of the Dragon Straight. That's not recommended to keep your car feeling happy as they dive over those curves. It really unsettles it as you're flat out at the top of the hill there, and they're trying to chuck on the anchors and get into the right-hander. Less than ideal for keeping the cars happy, but either way, they've all managed to make it through. Well, only a few seconds left to go here in race number 2, and it has been absolute domination from Sheffield A as they side through the field early on, gained 10 places in the opening couple of laps, and as soon as he was at the front, Adam Nather was absolutely gone. And then alone, I mean, that in itself is very impressive, but I'm just more impressed. He's managed to get through about 20 back markers here without getting any warnings, any penalties, nothing. He's picked them through very consciously. He's really been thinking outside of the box with this one, and as he heads on to the final lap of this race, he's just got 1.1 kilometres to bring it home for Sheffield A.
He does indeed. He's showing that he means to push on into that first place. It's been a great drive for him, a true leader's drive, as you say. Built up that nice margin and has then done all this work to work his way through that traffic. Has got through all of that traffic now, and it now should just be a case of cruising it home through one last lap here in the second race of the afternoon, the first heavyweight race of round 6. As you say, no penalties, no warnings, just needs to cruise on this kart home. We've headed through the carousel and into this final sector for one last time in this race.
Yeah, super impressive from Adam Nather. I mean, he's been very impressive multiple times in the past, but no matter how easy this race looked from the outside, it certainly wasn't an easy one to win, but he's kept his heads up driving, he's kept his head in the game, and Sheffield A win race number 2 here at round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship, and a bit of showmanship across the line there for Sheffield A as well. Locks up those rear tyres as the rest of the drivers follow him home. Oxford Brooksby in second place, Manchester A rounding out that top 3, but of course a few penalties are going to drop them down the order. Cardiff A there, the first one to pick up the pieces. P4 on the road. We saw them win the round earlier this morning in quite substantial fashion. And starting off this round number 6, a positive result there. Top 3, I think, after all is said and done for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So that brings an end to our first race. Here is the results of first race, heavy race rather. Sheffield A, Brooks B, Manchester A, Cardiff A, Liverpool A, Trent A, Warwick A, Loughborough A, Cambridge B, Oxford Brooks D, Leeds D, UCL A, Oxford Brooks C, Birmingham A. Then we move on to the next set of drivers to come across the line. Provisional results here, of course, it's UWE A, Bristol A, Sheffield B, Lancaster B, Reading B, Liverpool B, Southampton B, UCLan A, Bristol B, Reading C, Swansea A, Coventry C, Portsmouth A. Our final drivers come across the line, and it's Huddersfield A, Bath C, Lancaster A, Oxford A, Loughborough D, Bristol C and Southampton C. Our provisional results for our 34 carts in the first heavyweight race of the afternoon. And I believe it's time to go and have a chat with Piers down in the paddock.
Indeed, we'll go and have a listen to Piers. Of course, he's going to speak to lots more of our drivers as we get ready to go. And yeah, then we're going to a few more races this afternoon as it all begins to pick up. Of course, the sun is still shining here down at GYG. And I think we're about ready to go then. Second race of the day for the lightweights, third race of the afternoon overall. Of course, of this round, we'll head straight into it and then down to Piers.
Well, yep, down here on the grid, and I might be a bit clearer this time because I've stopped shivering. It's actually not freezing cold anymore. The wind is still blowing through, but the sun is bursting through. What a wonderful day we have here at GYG in North Wales for some karting. That was a good race. I enjoyed that one. It was great drives through there. JV, is it? I enjoyed that one. Did you enjoy that one?
I thought it was terrific. It
much
was
better
so
than
good.
much better than the previous ones.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's getting better as the day goes on. I'm looking forward to the last race of the day, though.
yeah, exactly. I thought I'd just leave that to steer. Let's go a word with our winner, Adam Nather for Sheffield. Adam, clinical, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good for most of it, and then just at like the last 5 minutes, I had like a good train of 7. I just thought there was so much carnage going on in it. I thought I could throw it away, but luckily I was just able to get through it by the end.
Cheeky little skid over the line as well.
Yeah, it's always nice to burn a bit of rubber.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Yeah. I look after JV's tyres. I look after them.
When I'm driving.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Right, where was I was hoping to grab a word with Seb Marlowe, who I chatted to at the start of that race, because he said that he had Starbucks this morning, and he went up 14 places to finish second in that one, so I was hoping to grab a word with him, but actually everyone's on the weighbridge, so let's head over that way and grab a chat with whoever else we can, of course. There was a lot of good drives in that race. Also, notable drives, up 19 positions for both Lucy LA and Oxford Brooks C in respectively in 12th and 13th places in that race from the back of the grid up to the mid-pack, nearly inside the top 10. But good to hear that JV, John Viger, our series Club 100 organiser and owner, is happy with how the racing is going. Who do we have here? Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Robbie from Lancaster A's.
Robbie, how's Lancaster A's afternoon started?
It was a mixed one for me. Ended up 21st, and then in this race, Slinger got kicked off. Yeah,
Slinger got slung.
He got kicked off at some point in the race and was just fighting back. But hopefully we'll have a bit more luck, and it'll turn around and we'll get some good results. We had some decent ones this morning, so fingers crossed the luck will come our way.
Are you from Lancaster originally as well?
No, I'm not from Lancaster. I'm from Newcastle, believe it or not.
Newcastle,
believe it or not.
You don't sound like you're from Newcastle. You sound like you're from Yorkshire.
I've never had anyone say I'm from Yorkshire before. Lots of people say I'm from the south, but never Yorkshire.
I thought I was getting a bit of a Yorkshire twang there, but maybe my accent detection services are not fully up to speed. Anyway, let's go with some more of our drivers. Who are you? Who are you racing for in that one? Well, I'll let you get your eyes open.
Racing for Bristol C.
And what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan, how was that out there for you?
It's kind of struggling, but like it's really fun to race for my university and like racing BUKC. Yeah.
Is this your first time at BUKC?
Yeah, it's my first time, and it's my first year in the uni. Yeah.
And how are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Oh, I bet you need to get weighed, Ryan. Sorry, I'm holding up the whole day. So. Yeah, Ryan's number plate fell off. Ryan, put it on better next time. Isn't that right? There you go. Anyway, Ryan's having a good time. That's the main thing. Let's go and have a word with some of our drivers who are now going into race 3, the lightweight second race this afternoon for round 6. We are just allowing them to go on the grid. It looks like Mr. Oliver Flashman is about to join the grid for our current reigning champions, Reading A. So I'm going to grab a word with him because his morning didn't exactly go to plan. Normally we're used to seeing Oliver Flashman carve his way through the field, set fast laps. This morning he started fairly high at the field and carved his way backwards down the grid. Alfie Prince, we didn't catch up with you earlier on. You had a good race earlier, you got a bit of a penalty, but how do you reckon you're going to get on in this one?
I'm not in this one.
No, how'd your teammate?
Hopefully quite well. If we get another good finish out of this, then we can get the round. I hope, because it's getting to the end now.
Alfie, I haven't seen you for about a year now, about this time last year. It's been a while, your hair gains, both facially and
I'm now a furry man.
You look like you could be like an alligator hunter in the deep south.
My auntie lives out there, so to be honest, I probably could.
Hey, no.
Fun. Maybe funner than BUKC. But
Maybe we'll have to have like BUKC deep, Southern America at some point.
Yeah, international round. I'd be so keen.
I'd be well up for that. Should we get an abroad round sorted for next year? I'll talk to JB, see what we can do. We have another Southampton or Nottingham or
Southampton.
I thought Southampton. Right, talk to me. How's this race going to go? Where are you starting?
I'm starting 14th, so should be okay. We've already had a P2 earlier this round.
That was lovely.
You were watching?
Oh, of course I was. It's my job to watch.
You love Josh Adams, yeah?
I like Josh Adams on circuit. I wouldn't say I go as far as say I love him. It maybe gives me a few more bribes, then we'll see what I can do. But
yeah, but he drove a fabulous race. So.
He did, and you're going to emulate that?
Of course. Yeah.
Of course. Southampton, of course, a very, very strong team. I think they came second last year, if I'm not mistaken. Number 2, correct? 4. Oh, sorry, I gave them more credit than they're worth. 4th last year, very strong team. Last year they were up and down, dominated some rounds, had some inconsistencies in others. This year they've been very, very consistent. That's why they're up there in the championship this year. Let's grab a word with our pole sitter in this one. Remind us who you are, who you're racing for, all that good stuff.
I'm Josh and I'm racing for Sheffield C.
Josh, we caught up about this time 2 years ago. I think I spoke to you on the grid, GYG, 2023, I believe.
You did, not at GYG, but I think that season you did.
I did. My memory's terrible. Josh, what's going on? Are you still at university these days?
I am. I'm doing my Masters.
You're doing your Masters. What is your Masters in?
Control engineering.
Interesting. Can you tell us anything about what you're doing?
Lots of maths.
Control engineering. So you're going to be well versed in keeping this Club 100 car under control in this one, then.
Hopefully. We'll find out in about 5 minutes.
We will find out, and everyone will be watching at home. Anyone you want to say hello to at home? Anyone that's going to be watching that you might know?
No, I don't think I told anyone about the live stream, to be honest.
Was that a choice?
No, I just forgot.
Well, if anyone is at home supporting anyone here, or this young man right here, then drop us a comment. There's live stream chats right there, or just below us, or whatever. And what should they also do with the YouTube?
Subscribe.
Absolutely, and
like.
Absolutely, all those YouTube things. So if you have been watching today, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. Good luck.
Thanks.
Go well. Right, let's grab a word with number 40.
All right.
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Right. Number 40. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Patrick De Battista, Southampton B.
Should I say that again?
Patrick De Battista, Southampton B.
Amazing. Right. How did your race go this morning?
It was all right. I started P28, got off a few places off the start, and then like 7 people crashed ahead of me. And I finished like 15th.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, and you're starting 3rd in this one, so you've got a good chance to finish.
Probably same again. I'm not going to have 7 people to crash ahead of me, so I've got to just find some pace.
Good luck. Go well. Please, who do you have? Remind us who you are, who you're racing for, what team?
I'm racing for Cardiff. We've got Harvey in the driver's seat now. But could I say hi to the Pissy Bandits from Cardiff University Hockey Club?
Here. Cardiff University Hockey Club. If you're not watching, I'll be very disappointed. If you are watching, just spam the chat.
Exactly. Yeah, Zesty, get in there. I know you're watching.
There you go. If you are, didn't put it in the chat, because if there's no comments, then they don't exist. Yeah, there's no comments, they don't exist. Right, brilliant. Moving further down the field, let's have a word with Team Surrey. Surrey back again. You know what? I'm not deliberately picking on you, but it is quite good entertainment. Surrey B, I've seen that you've wiped your shirts. You've got rid of the blood from your nosebleed this morning. How's it going? How's it going to go this afternoon?
Hopefully a bit better. Yeah, no, it was good this morning, and I'm hoping to at least stay in at least 8th today.
Were you guys in the first race this morning? This afternoon, sorry? Yes. How did it go? Not as good as the first race earlier. It's okay. It's all right. Everyone deserves their 15 minutes of fame. Right, well, that's time for one more interview. I think I spoke to this person later on. Right, let's grab a word with very yellow person. Who are you? Who are you racing for? We've got 1 minute.
Tom Northcote, Derby.
Tom, where are you going to finish?
Hopefully in the top 10.
Give me a number.
We'll go 5.
Go 5. From P19. That would be a good drive. We'll see how you get on. I'll let John and Reeve keep an eye on whether he finishes in P5. Back to you guys.
Oh, all eyes on the 62 then for this
back.
upcoming race. We've got to be keeping an eye on how he's going out there on circuit, but we'll be keeping an eye throughout the 35 kart field who are about to get underway here for race number 3 of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. As you can see, only about 7 or 8 karts are there on the left-hand side of the grid. That's because the rest of them are down in pit lane, jumping into some other karts that have some fuel in. I think it was just trying to get the refueling process done and dusted as quickly as possible so we can get through. It doesn't look as though they've been released from the pits just yet though, so we might be going around for a few times before we do get this one underway then. See if we can have a look at the grids as we get ready for race 3 of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. You still join us here at Glan-Y-Gors Kart Circuit in the north of Wales. What a beautiful part of the country, and what a beautiful part of the country to have some brilliant Club 100 kart racing. Sheffield C and Reading A line up on the front row for this one, with Southampton B and Liverpool A alongside on row number 2. Then it's Cardiff A and Cambridge A on row 3, just in behind them. Sheffield B and Surrey B are on row 4. UCLB and Cambridge B rounding out the top 10 there on row number 5. Then it's Reading C and Bath B behind them on row number 6. They're followed by Oxford Brookes A and Southampton A. Then Coventry B and Reading B. Then Southampton C and Bath A. And then rounding out the top 20 are Derby A and UCL A. Then it's Oxford A and Coventry A, Exeter A and Loughborough C. And row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Oxford C and Bristol A. Behind them are UCLan A, Swansea A, Loughborough B and Nottingham A. That rounds out your top 30. And then finalising the grid are Edinburgh A, De Montfort A, Warwick A, Bristol B and Nottingham Trent A. Well, as you can see on our static camera there, it's been repositioned by the fantastic chaps here at Alpha Live. Not so wobbly now, I can tell you. It is still windy out there,
Very
though.
windy.
Despite the static not wobbling, it is still very windy. Some difficult conditions for the drivers to contend with, and I'm sure they've all been dealing with it perfectly throughout the day. So we'll see them continue it into race number 3 of this afternoon's action.
Will indeed, and it seems to be that we've gotten formed up pretty well. I'm not sure if we're going to have another go around because there was a lot of forming up to be done. No, I think we're actually going to be good to go. We've had the indication that we're going to have the slow down from the pace kart here. Reading 8, Sheffield, plenty of cards in the mix at the top of this shot here, and we are good to go. Racing by the looks of things, heading down those tram lines, and we are away for the second race for our lightweights this afternoon. Everyone heading around that first corner onto the Dragon, not so straight for 25 minutes worth of racing, and once again another good getaway for everyone. In fact, a really good getaway, particularly this time around.
Indeed, yeah, great move from Oliver Flashman there at the first corner. So immediately off goes the 49, your pole sitter of Sheffield C is off on the grass on lap number 1. He drops all the way down the order. Just as I was saying, it was a great start for the outside of the front row of Reading. Hey, Oliver Flashman diving around the outside at the first possible opportunity, but now Sheffield C out of this race, well, dropping down the order considerably anyway. We've already got, sadly, a mechanical flag for Nottingham Trent A. They were starting down on last place on the grid for this one. I didn't think you could get any worse from last place on the grid, but he's got a mechanical. He'll have to return to the pit lane.
He will indeed. What a shame to start the race like that. And what a shame for Sheffield C as well. Looking so strong at the start, and it all came wrong. Commentators potentially coming into effect there as we head on to the next lap. There is the Liverpool A kart up into 3rd place by the looks of things. That is a nice bit of progression through the pack here. In fact, no, they've stayed exactly where they are.
Move for the lead of the race. Harvey McBreen's down the inside, up at Spoon. Great move from Harvey. What a start it's been for the Cardiff A squad here in race number 3. And already Harvey McBreen scything through to the front of the order. He makes the pass on the defending champions of Reading A, but Reading A straight back down the inside, down at the carousel. We're in for a treat here if this battle continues through 25 minutes.
Just look at how he's soaring at the wheel there, trying to get the kart to rotate around some of the twistier parts of the circuit as we head in through the compressions. Now switch back once again, a bit of a contact actually for our front runners here. Cardiff A lead then, but certainly not unscathed.
I'm watching the Alpha timing like a hawk after that one. We've got a few other drivers off there, down through Devil's Elbow. Less than ideal for a few of them as they carry on for another lap. I'm just seeing, of course, we cut back to that, and it was Reading A going slightly wide, Cardiff A taking the inside line. I wasn't sure if there was a little bit of contact potentially, but nothing coming through on the timing just yet. So Harvey McBreen might have come out that one just about unscathed. That's a late dive to the inside there for the 4 of Southampton A. They're trying to pick up a few more places. They were right on the bumper of Oxford Brooks A there. Move doesn't pay off though, and they have to slot back in behind once again. Moving behind the No Coventry B, getting through on their sister team of Southampton B.
Seen a lot of drivers, in particular, just saw Lewis Jackson in the full A car there at the top end of Spoon. They're soaring at the wheel almost as if it's wet conditions out there. I don't know whether the track temperature's dropped a bit, there's a lack of grip, as we have a pretty tight move there running through the compressions now. But either way, drivers really wrestling with these cars to get them around the track.
Yeah, that was aggressive there from Brooks A, getting the move done, getting another place ahead of Cambridge A, and I think Cambridge A fell back behind Southampton A and Coventry B in all of that as well. The top 3 trying to scamper off here. That's Cardiff A, Reading A and Liverpool A trying to press on at the front of the order as the rest of them do battle in behind. Argy Bargy there up at Spoon as they all make their way through to the exit. Who's going to get the position as they come through down into the carousel? The 23 and the 43, that's Coventry B and Cambridge A side by side. Cambridge A trying the up and under. Has got another driver trying to get involved as well. That's Southampton B on the exit trying to find a way through. And the 43 and 23 still as they were. Now it's the 2 and the 40 who are side by side. Southampton B are going to lose out because of that note. They try and keep the inside line. They can't quite do it. And the number 2 of Bath 8 sides on by.
Contact warnings coming in there as we see heading through that final corner. A bit of a look on and a bit of a gesticulation as we've come quite accustomed to this part of the day from Derby A there, saying, oh, come on, there was no move on there through that final corner. Might have been right, might have been wrong, not too sure. It's particularly brave to get a move done in that final corner, but we have seen it done.
Indeed, they had a pretty positive morning, did Derby. Of course, our commentators cursed them into the final race. We'll forget that one. They're going all right in this one so far as well, just outside of the top 10 there in 11th place. Not too happy about a move made earlier on in that lap, potentially from Bath A. It's now Southampton B who are right on their tail in that battle for 11th place. We've got a few warnings coming through, but to be fair to the drivers in this race, we're only 5 minutes in. Not a single penalty has gone out in this race.
Why did you say that? You commentators cursed it now. No, it's going to happen.
No, I'm just very confident in the drivers out on circuit at the moment. They're doing a great job. I'm very proud.
2 contact warnings have just come in on cue.
That's a warning. That's only a warning. It's all fine here at GYG. We're going to ignore that as we press on through.
Number 57 there. Nice move up the inside. Had a great run out of the final corner and just worked their way up into a further position there.
Coventry B, first driver down into the 50s in this race at the moment, 50.986 for Coventry B, as they're right involved in a squabble as well. They've got Southampton A and Brooks A just ahead of them. They've got Bath A right in their wheel tracks as well. I think that might have been what we've just cut to here. Yes, it is. But these are the 4 drivers battling over 6th place then, all on some very good pace, but particularly that 23 car of Coventry B is flying out there in the middle of this squabble, which is impressive in and of itself to be the fastest on track right in the middle of a battle. Fair play to the driver of the 23. On to lap number 7 we go then. A bit of squabbling there at the first corner.
Yeah, just had a great run out of the final corner, did Bath A, and for a moment had a look down the inside. The fastest lap of the race on the previous time, round 4 Bath as well, 50.7. Having a look down the inside, nothing they can do for that. Are they going to try it into Spoon? Instead, we are side by side. That's a ride over the curb. That's uncomfortable. You have to back out of it there, and it's no positions gained for Bath for the time being.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive, that one. I mean, this is Philip Butler who's behind the wheel again, the GT4 driver that we were speaking about earlier on in round number 5. He's enjoying a bit of ding-dong battle here in the BUKC, but not able to find a way through that time of asking. He's well and truly in the top 10. He's just taken the fastest lap of the race away from the driver ahead of him of Coventry B. Now Bath A hold that fastest lap of a 50.748. He's clearly got the pace down here, despite it being his first time driving this Glan-Y-Gors kart circuit. Either way, he's finding that pace, he's pressing on well, just needs to try and pick his moves a little bit more smoothly to try and pick his way through the pack.
He does indeed. We're actually getting quite a few first-timers, not into the circuit, but a couple of times to the BUKC itself. So, well, welcome to everyone who's joining for the first time. Hope you've enjoyed. What a venue to be here for your first race as well.
Yeah, no better venue than this for your first ever BUKC race, and I think that as well just highlights how impressive it is how the field splits in terms of timings around this circuit, there really hasn't been a huge split. I think the most we see there's maybe 2.5 seconds between the fastest and slowest lap, and there's people here who have never driven the circuit and never raced in BUKC before. That is mightily impressive.
Yeah, I heard the words before in one of Pierce's paddock walks, first time hands on the steering wheel. That's particularly impressive. Either way, Sheffield beat new fastest lap of this race in mid-50s, 50.5, so flying along, trying to close up to the Liverpool A-Cars, running it in third. It's been quite comfortable for our top three at the moment. All the action has been going on in this mid-pack battle here, and just like in the previous race, we're going to see a massive train of karts forming up.
Here we go then, the toe being used all the way up towards Spoon Corner at the top of the hill. Then we've got what's that, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers all line astern and move on in ahead. It's the 91 that's heading up this little train here as they head through to the top section of the circuit. Struggling to spot who that is. That's Cambridge B in 17th place who's heading up this battle. And then we've got about 10 drivers in behind, all fighting over the same piece of tarmac.
Yeah, we're going to head through to sector 3 once more, where it gets really tight and twisty, so the drivers quite wisely all form a single file line here, or most of them do. We have a look down the inside there, and I think a position gained as well. We're going to head into the last couple of corners through the compressions, a couple of contact warnings coming in, but we're still good on our lack of penalties so far. 8 minutes in, 17 to go, and we head on to the start-finish straight once more, as it's a good run there for the 59 kart, and it's a position gained as well. That is Nottingham A. We're getting battling all throughout the field there, up into 23rd for Nottingham A, down on the inside in the first corner.
Yeah, it was a less than ideal lap for the 91 there of Cambridge B. Started off at the front of the train. They took 7 places on that last lap. And we do have a penalty come through. I mean, to be fair, it took them over 8.5 minutes, and now we get 2 for the price of 1. Forcing driver wide for Glan-A, and a contact warning penalty for Bath B. So fair play. I think that's the longest we've had in a race so far without seeing a penalty, so we'll give them that accolade at least.
The floodgates have now opened, so it seems. That's hopefully that we've been able to close again.
Sadly, I think we might see a few more, because we've had so many warnings. They're going to start stacking up into penalties here. But hey, I'll keep faith to the grid out there. Well, hopefully they'll be all kind as we head through, not through the final corner. They're not going to be kind. The 9 gets squeezed out wide there. The 15's going to do the up and under and take both of them. 2 for the price of 1 for Nottingham Trent A as they side their way through the order. A few more places gained for them.
Yeah, 13 had a great run on the inside, but forced out too wide into that final corner, lost momentum and scrubbed off some pace as a result.
This is the lead of the race. They've all closed up for the lead of the race. It was a good 4/10 of the last couple of laps. The gap between Harvey McBrien for Cardiff A and the Reading A driver just in behind, but they have properly closed up, have these two, and it's Oliver Flashman who made that great start. No, it's not. Sorry, it's Tom Mason who made that great start. Or I'm getting myself confused. Of course, it's lightweight race 2. It's race number 3. It is Oliver Flashman who's behind the wheel there of the Reading A kart. As you can see there, adorning the back of his race suit. It is indeed Flashman who's pressing on. He had a great start from P2, side down the outside to take the lead. McBrien chased him down and took the lead of the race over the first couple of laps, I should say. But now they've all closed back in. Cardiff, Reading, Liverpool, line astern, and look at that, Sheffield B with the fastest lap of the race are wanting to join the party as well.
Yeah, goes back to that old concertina effect I mentioned a moment ago, or a race ago rather. Liverpool A closing up Lewis Jackson there on the previous lap, and then we've got Sheffield B as well, as you say, closing up now to make this pretty much a 4-car battle for this race lead as we head towards the halfway marker in this race. Down the compressions once more, all single file, heading into that final corner. A surprise overtaking opportunity part of the circuit as we see a bit of a wide run there for Reading A. Under pressure, the last year's champions under pressure from Lewis Jackson. He has a look down the inside, nothing he can do from that far back. It's going to be at the end of the Dragon Straight if any move can be done from here. Penalty coming in for Trent A. Bump and pass, unfortunately, there in the mix there in all of that pack fighting further down the field, so it's perhaps unsurprising really, but we have a look here. Lewis Jackson once again having a look down that inside, nowhere he can go just yet. He's trying to defend P3 while also trying to fight for P2, maybe even P1 based on where we are on the circuit.
Yeah, this is the point where Cardiff A, Harvey McBrien, needs to make the breakaway. He's been given a little bit of breathing room here, as we saw the Reading A driver trying to defend there through the first part of the lap from the Liverpool A driver. Sheffield B then got involved as well. What is that, maybe 3 or 4 tenths of a second? They used to give him maybe just over half a second for Cardiff A as they head on to a new lap of this race. It's over 6 tenths of a second, to be fair, as they head through the first corner. You can see Harvey there just tucking down into the seat, trying to get as much assistance as he can as he blasts through the air up towards the top of the circuit once more, continuing to hold on to the lead now. But we're not even just over halfway through the race. We're not quite at half race distance, so plenty of time for this all to play out, and 6 tenths of a second is nothing. We've seen 3, 4, 5 second gaps be closed over that sort of time period, so Still all to play for, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Absolutely, do not go anywhere because this battle is still developing. Surrey v Bath A pushing on quite nicely at the moment. Bath fastest lap of the race so far. If they play wisely, they can work together and close up to this pack in front here, fighting for the lead of the race, because they have certainly got the pace to do so. Our front runners lapping in the low 51s at the moment. Cardiff A, the only standout driver there, into the high 50s. In fact, everyone in the high 50s on that last lap, but Surrey and Bath in the low 50s. New fastest lap of the race for Bath A last time round.
Impressive stuff. This could close up, and I mean, if Cardiff A decide they need to defend here on the lead, they might not have time to down the inside. All thinking about it there with Reading A. Door just about closed then by Cardiff A, and they hold on to the lead for now. Anyway, down towards the carousel they go. And like you were saying, the drivers in behind are definitely closing in slowly but surely. They're just that little bit faster. I mean, the gap to this wobble was 2 seconds to Surrey B on that last lap. It's now less than 1.5 seconds, and Bath A have had a further close in as well, to only 1.2 seconds off of Surrey B. Also, they're all in a bit of clear air now. They've not caught any back markers just yet, so they're just getting down to business and pressing on. But when will we see that come into play as well? When they start to catch those back markers, how will that change things here at the front of the order? Still 12 minutes left to go.
Cardiff and Reading both pushing on fairly aggressively through that final corner there. They use the curbs as contact for our mid-pack here as we look back to the compressions. They all make it through cleanly, still pointing in the right direction, but still that was a bit elbows out there. As we go back to our front runners here now, they're at the spoon at the moment. They're going to drop down into the mid part of the lap for now. Liverpool A just hanging back a little bit while the battle develops and continues on between Reading A and Cardiff A. They are pushing to the ragged edge, just as we saw at the end of the last lap. Now we head back to second three to negotiate the twisty stuff once more.
That gap between Sheffield B and Surrey B actually extended a little bit on the last lap. It's a bit of a slow lap for Surrey B. It was a quick lap though for Bath A. They were fastest on the circuit on the last lap anyway. They've closed right back up to the back of Surrey B on that last lap of the race. They'll be looking to take 5th place away, but of course they've got to think about it. They can see the drivers ahead, how close they are in that battle for the lead of the race. They'll be thinking, right, we've got to get this move done nice and cleanly, not lose any time, and then work together to try and press on forwards towards this squabble. But look at that. They're slowly but surely catching a back marker here through sector number 1. Will they move out of the way calmly? Will they get involved in this squabble? You just never know. And to reiterate, as we have done so many times on this stream, they have no obligation to get out of the way. They can get involved as much as they want to, and the leading drivers can't say anything about it.
Absolutely. We have seen plenty of times so far today with just how much a back marker can change the dynamic of a battle for the lead. Are we going to see the same again? Liverpool A looking very close to Reading A here as we go side by side. And there's a bit of a switchback going on through the compressions. For a brief moment, Reading looked vulnerable, although it seems to be well defended at the moment. This closes up Sheffield B into the mix as well, who get a good run down the start, finish straight. They're all pretty much even. Having a look up the inside is going to be Sheffield as well as Liverpool onto the Dragon Straight.
Cardiff A have been pointed through by the back marker. That's big for Cardiff A. They've been given that little bit of breathing room thanks to these three battling in behind, and now they've been allowed through by the back marker. They can try and press on forward here, use this momentum and try and gain a gap over the three battling in behind. It was a lovely opportunistic move from Liverpool A. It was gutting for them that it didn't quite work out there. The Reading A driver was able to keep the power on and power through to the exit first, but opportunistic move from Liverpool A. Could that be on again over the next few laps? They're thinking about second place, and realistically, I mean, of course, they'll benefit from it. They'll get up to second place, but the biggest beneficiary from this is Harvey McBreen in the lead of the race. We've got less than 10 minutes left to go, and I think for the first time in this race, that gap is over a second, and I only think it would have extended over that last lap again, up to 1.5 seconds that Cardiff A now have in the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Very considerate driving, by the way, from Swansea A, so top marks for you there, sir.
That's unusual for Swansea A to be kind and allowing Cardiff A through, but big shout out to Surrey, to Swansea A on that one.
As we run through with our front runners once more, Reading still holding second position back from Lewis Jackson there, but Lewis is looking over his shoulder because there's Sheffield B as well. They have managed to dispatch of Bath A. I thought with just the number of fast laps that we're seeing from Bath A, in fact fastest laps that we're seeing from Bath A, we might see the Bath squad close up and make this a 5-car battle. That doesn't seem to be the case. We know that the leader's got a pretty decent margin now. Bath haven't been able to close up. This now becomes a 3-car battle, a 3-horse race for second place in this, the second lightweight race of the afternoon.
Yeah, Surrey B have dropped 2 positions. I'm not sure if you just mentioned that, down to P7. So they've lost out to Bath A and Coventry B. It seems like Coventry B and Surrey B have both lost a little bit of the pace that they had earlier on in this race. Bath has side through. They still are the fastest lap of this race. They're still pressing on absolutely fantastically well. But the key thing in this battle Oliver Flashman has really turned his attention away from Harvey McBreen in the lead and just to the Liverpool A driver in behind on the number 12 plate. He's checking over his shoulder as they go up the straight. He's trying to watch out where he is and place his car to hold on to the position. Have they just agreed here that they're just really battling over second place, that they're not going to be able to close this gap to Cardiff A in the lead? Still 8 minutes left to go. It's still possible if they work together here, but it doesn't look likely.
No, it doesn't at the moment. Now, if I know Lewis, I don't think he's going to settle for second. I think he's still trying to work his way past. Because 7 minutes, I can make 2 seconds. That's probably what's going through his head right now. As contact warning comes in for Bath B. Once again, a panic there. I saw Bath just like Sheffield in the previous race. But no, that was for Bath B there, that contact warning penalty. That comes into effect there. So a bit of a grid drop once the results are brought in. As we see down the inside there, Sheffield B making a move on the Liverpool A driver. That was through Spoon. The door was open, and there goes Sheffield up into third place on the road.
A little bit unexpected. I mean, Liverpool have been pressing on so well. It would look like they were on for the move, and they've been trying to for the last couple of laps, but how the tables can turn here, and through goes the Sheffield B driver up into third place. And you can see there, within touching distance now, is Philip Barber for the Bath A car. He's been flying over the last couple of laps, being consistently a good half a second, if not more, faster than the drivers in ahead. He's closing up. He's already in the top 5, but he has his eyes set on the top 3 at least. But that move from Sheffield B to take third place away from Liverpool A has given, yet again, a bit of breathing room to Reading A. There's a second and a half between Cardiff and Reading, then about a second, 1.3 seconds between Reading A and Sheffield B, and then we've got Sheffield, Liverpool and Bath pretty much all in a train now. But here's the key thing. Will this bit of breathing room for Oliver Flashman for Reading A give him what he needs to press on and close the gap to Cardiff A here in the last 6.5 minutes of this race?
We'll just have to see there. As you say, a nice bit of breathing room has built up. Liverpool very much flailing now by the looks of things. Bath A having a look down the inside, getting that move done fairly quickly as well. Reading A, meanwhile, a couple of track limits warnings coming in for them, so they need to be careful of that. But as you say, they've been freed pretty much. That last lap at 50.8, Cardiff A at 50.9. We're going to have an update on that, as it might be a couple of back markers in effect. But Reading closing that gap down. It stands at just over 1 second now.
Well, Philip seriously has that vavavoom out on circuit for the moment for Bath A. He made that move look almost easy as he took fourth place away from Liverpool A. Like we were saying, I don't know what's happened to the number 12. They were looking so feisty to steal away second place and now slipping back to P5. Now Philip Barber has his eyes set on the third place ahead of Sheffield B. And Sheffield have been having a great race themselves for the number 27. But can they hold on to a top 3 finish here? It's going to be up and under once again for the 2. No, thinks better of it this time. Sits in behind as they head through compression and into the last few corners of this lap anyway. Well, gap has closed to 1 second now between Cardiff and Reading. We'll keep a close eye on how that continues to change over the next few laps. They come under the gantry once more. What's it going to be? 0.9 seconds. Only a few hundredths gained on that lap, but as they say at Tesco, every little helps.
All the supermarkets are available as Bath A is putting that pressure on Sheffield B now down the Dragon Straight once more, or up the Dragon Straight once more. And yeah, Bath looking really charged up. We mentioned how quick they were earlier on. They seem to have a bit of a lull, and now they're back on fine form once more. And it's going to be Bath versus Sheffield, as Sheffield on the defence here. Doesn't seem to be too concerned about this cart behind just yet. Just seems to be running along quite nicely. Is quite confident in the P3 for the time being. Might just be waiting to start thinking about that defence later on because he's got a Reading cart to catch up with first.
Exactly, he's not defending at all. He's simply staying ahead on pace here. It's very impressive from the Sheffield B car. Just to say that, down the inside of the final corner. What an absolutely fantastic move from the Bath A driver. Up to third place he goes, but also that gap continuing to drop between Cardiff A and Reading A, now just below 0.8 of a second here, with just over 4 minutes left to go. This could be a bit of a nail-biting finish here for the Cardiff A squad as they watch on from the sidelines. Harvey McBreen just about getting through on a back marker, and the 83 ever so slightly holding up Oliver Flashman there as they head down into the carousel.
Really only ever so slightly though. Has the inside there.
Ooh,
still in the mix though. Hanging it around the outside, a few carts head on through, so actually all things considered, all dispatched of fairly well. But what that has allowed, that's allowed Liverpool A to close right back up to Sheffield B. Having a look down the inside was Lewis Jackson. Nothing he can do from that far back, but just when we thought maybe the pace was beginning to disappear, it all seems to have come back, and we've still got 4 minutes of racing to go.
It does indeed. What is that gap looking like across the line now? Still about 3/4 of a second then between our leaders. Harvey checks over the shoulder, can see Oliver chasing him down as they head up the Dragon Straight. Oliver will even being 3/4 of a second back, you'll still get a bit of assistance up that back straight, courtesy of the very high winds we've got up here in North Wales this afternoon. But I got a little bit confused there down at the carousel. I thought it was Reading A still being held up, but it was Bath A trying to get through as well. So both a little bit held up by the back marker, but nothing too serious. Still a second between Bath A and Reading A, but we head into the last 3 minutes of this race, and it is getting a bit nail-biting here down at the GYG circuit of how this one is going to end. I mean, Harvey's driven a brilliant race here, taking the opportunities when they've been handed to him. He's grabbed them with both hands, but he's still got a few more laps to contend with. And this is the 49 that they're siding through. Was the 49 not on pole position for this race? Yes, he was. So this is Sheffield C, who started on pole position in this race, now potentially being involved here with the leading battle. Harvey sides straight through there, up at the top of the Dragon Straight. Now, will this hold up Oliver in the Reading cart? Oliver Flashman is held up a little bit there as they come through to the exit. Will he find his way through? Will it be a turn in for the 49? No, knows that it's the leaders coming through. He gives the room.
He does indeed. Some very diligent driving from a few of our back markers today, so well done for that as we see Sheffield be there. On the defence ever so slightly, also Liverpool A working their way through some traffic, and out at front here, it's looking a little bit more comfortable at the moment, isn't it? Our Cardiff A cars with half a second. Just worked their way through some lapped traffic, and there is Reading A right behind. Don't count out Bath A as well. Bath are looking very poised to prime themselves for an overtake on Reading A as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. This could be a bit feisty.
They're going for it already. Yeah. They're already going for it down the inside at the top of the straight. Brilliant move by Philip Barber. He's up into second place, and he's got all eyes on the rear end of the Cardiff A car as we head into the last minute and a half of this race. This is setting up to be one of the most exciting BUKC races I've seen in a little while, and certainly here today at GYG. Three massive teams in the BUKC. The number 5, the number 1, and the number 2 starting to scrap it out on the black stuff here into the last few minutes of this one. Can Harvey McBreen hold on? He's been in the lead for a good, 10 or 15 minutes now, and now he's only got a few more laps to try and hold on to this one.
Yeah, 3 front runs, making it through all that traffic. This is just going to be an out-and-out battle until the end between our 3 fastest drivers in this session so far. New fastest lap for Bath A there, being a bit squeezed as we head up the Dragon Straight, using a bit of the grass, in fact, as he has a look down the inside here. We're all going to go through in single file, though, probably wisest given the stakes that are currently being held here in this race. Cardiff A still lead from Bath A, as well as Reading A just in the background there in 3rd place. Having a look around the outside, they are all just in single file now. It cools down for a brief moment, but the pressure is still on.
He might go for the chop across here. No. Closes the door to Harvey. He's just trying to place his car in the exact positions to make sure that Philip can't find a way through. Does he close it enough though? Here through the compression and down into Devil's Elbow. Harvey just about holds onto it. The timer is ticking down here. I think we're about to go on to the final lap of this race. Only 1.1 kilometres for Cardiff A to hold on to the race win here. It's been a great side through from Philip Barber, up 16 places from his grid start. But can he grab it on the last lap? He's trying to go to the grass.
Oh, they do make it through here, but that grass could cost them in terms of momentum here. We still go through in single file. It's getting very elbows out, though, as we see Reading taking a slightly wider line there. Having a look up the inside for the next corner, it's Bath A. Nothing he can do from that far back. We're going to head down towards the carousel once more, and it's very much Bath on the defensive here.
Absolutely piling on the pressure though, a Bath on Cardiff A. Reading A trying to get involved, up and under, trying to go for it, trying to force the door open, but he can't quite do it. Cardiff just about hold on to it, down into the final few corners. It's all getting scrappy behind. Here comes the 27 of Sheffield B, round the outside to try and steal away second place. They can't quite grab it. 1 corner to go, and here comes Cardiff A round the final corner. Harvey McBreen's going to hold on to take the win.
Liverpool as well.
What an end to the race there. What was that? About a second separating the top 6. Cardiff A hold on ahead of Bath A, Reading A, Sheffield B, Liverpool A, and Coventry B. What an end to lightweight race number 2. That is the best race of the day. That is possibly the best race of the last couple of years. An absolute grandstand finish there. I thought it was all said and done as Bath A started to side through the order there. Philip Barber, what a drive, but has to settle for second place.
Well defended by Cardiff A there. Props as well to Reading A, Sheffield B, Liverpool A. kind of out for the count really until the last couple of corners, particularly Liverpool, 100th of a second behind Sheffield B as they worked their way through that final corner.
And Sheffield B were trying to go around the outside for second place a few corners ago. Suddenly they were all there on the same piece of tarmac. That was unbelievable. But look at that finishing order. 1.1 seconds separating the top 6. What an unbelievable finish there to end race number 3 here of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. Cardiff A take it on the road, and I don't think they've got any penalties, so they should hopefully hold on to that one. Bath A and behind, followed by Reading A, then Sheffield B, Liverpool A, Coventry B, Surrey B, Derby A, Oxford Brookes A, Southampton B, UClan A, Nottingham Trent A, Loughborough C, then down to Cambridge A, Oxford Brookes C, Exeter A, De Montfort A, Coventry A, Edinburgh A, Loughborough B, UCL A, Nottingham A, then Bristol A, Warwick A, Southampton B, Bath B, and then to finalise the order were Reading C, Reading B, Cambridge B, UCL B, Sheffield C, Oxford A, Swansea A, and Bristol A. What a race that was in race number 3. An absolutely fantastic way to end this one. And I think we're about ready to hand down to Piers on the grid. Piers, enjoy some interviews with those lot.
Absolutely. What an epic race that was. Potentially the best race we've had this year. Potentially the best race we've had in the last couple of years. And let's grab a word with all of our top 3, starting with our winner, Harvey. Harvey, what a brilliant race that was. Just about holding on for the last few laps.
Yeah, it was tight. It felt like the tyres went off quite a lot halfway through, so I couldn't get it turned in down kind of the dragon tail. But yeah, it was a really good race. Constant pressure, but yeah, it was good fun.
Absolutely brilliant driving and pushed very hard by Philip Vava. Philip, is your first name? Yeah, I thought so. Came through the field, plus 16 positions, so close to the win.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm very happy with that. Not surprised because I think we know where my potential is, where the team's potential is. But yeah, really happy to have come up through the order that quickly. I didn't expect to catch the leading position, but eventually I figured out that the guy in front of me was P1, so I tried to get it, but maybe I could have done it, but it would have risked a penalty, so I'm quite happy we're in second place.
Really good, clean fight there. Congratulations on second place from what have been 18th on the grid. And Oliver Flashman for Reading A, third place. Pretty good.
Better than this morning. Yeah.
I was about to say, this morning you didn't meet your normal lofty heights.
No, too many gin and tonics, I think, last night.
Was it really?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
G&Ts.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is that your tipple of choice?
When I've got the money, yeah.
Oh, you've got the money at the moment, clearly. Well, big cash money's come in recently then, has it?
That's it, yeah.
Is BUKC paying the bills?
No, absolutely not. No, my last paycheck.
Nice. Are you a grad this year then?
No, I'm in second year, but part-time job, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Well, there you go, celebrating the G&Ts. Hopefully you'll be celebrating this evening if your teammates can have a good round for the rest of the afternoon.
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully. That'll then drain that bank account that was full before this week. I need to have weekend. I forget that BUKC is during the week, of course. That was race number 3, the second lightweight race. We're about to have the second heavyweight race of round 6, the fourth of the heavyweight race today. Let's wander into the Weybridge queue to grab a word with some more of our drivers who were in that race to hear about their own experiences of heat number 3, because that was a brilliant race. There was a lot of fighting going up and down the field. And let's grab a word with Mr. H. Eriksson. Oh, we've chatted to you already before. Sorry. So how about, let's grab a word with you. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Bath B.
Bath B. I'm going to pull you out of the queue. It's all right. You won't miss. Absolutely. Yes. How was that for you? Talk to us about your race.
That was stinking. It was terrible.
Stinking, right. I'm having to scroll down to find where you are. Oh, yeah, you're quite a long way down.
A long way down. My brake pedal had just no movement, and so as we were forming up on the formation lap, the car in front of me stopped sooner than I thought, and I got on the brakes hard, and the car just went round because my brake pedal was like all or nothing.
So you crashed before the race even started?
Just poor. Just not good enough, really.
Hey, did you have fun, though?
I did. I had a great time.
Still got a smile on your face?
It was good fun.
Excellent.
And I made up some positions and then got destroyed by most of the field.
P27 in the end, so not horrific. You went, I mean, what number are you?
84.
84, Bathby. You only lost 15 places. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. We'll see you back again next time out. I'm sure. Right, time for one more chat, I reckon. Who are we going to grab a word with this time? Let's grab a word with, come in, who are you? Who are you racing for? What are you? Bath. Oh, no. I just spoke to your mate. Yeah, it wasn't the best race at Bath B, was it?
No.
He looked like he was having fun, though, still.
The kart looked very understeery.
And also, he said the brakes was very sharp, which contributed to his premature rotation.
Yes, we'll go with that. But Starting 24th, we'll see where we go from there.
We'll see. Bath B, keep an eye out for them. I have been instructed to chat to Oxford Brook's driver, Alfie Prince. Now, we chatted to Alfie briefly. I think, was it the lunch break? No, actually, at the start of that race, actually. He's in this one driving. I'm just going to keep half an eye out for him because apparently there's something I need to ask him. But in the meantime, I might grab a word with just someone else. There's the Nottingham team. All right, team. Good boys. Right, let's grab a word with you. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Tyler Ducrow, Warwick A.
Tyler?
Tyler Ducrow, Warwick.
Ducrow, that's a nice surname. Warwick A, how's Warwick's day been going so far?
Well, it's been mixed feelings. Do you remember last year I did an interview, I said race with respect.
Yes.
I don't know, the respect is fallen off a bit, but...
As in your respect for other people?
No, not my respect. My respect remains constant, but, you know, race with respect, we need to increase the respect today, guys. Coventry, if you're out there, I'm taking you out, I'm ramming you.
I thought you said race with respect.
No, don't. I'm getting confused, Piers. You're confusing me.
Apologies, I have that effect.
Start.
P3?
Yeah, P3 start. So it could be good, but I don't.
Or it could be really bad.
I'm praying.
I'm praying for you.
Yeah. Do you have any tips for me?
Drive fast, don't crash.
Yeah, keep it smooth. All that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hold the brake. You know, all that good stuff. Right. We'll see how you get on in this one. No, you're welcome. Anytime. That'll be 50 quid. The invoice in the post. Right, let's move up the grid and find our Oxford Brook's driver, Alfie Prince. Alfie, I've been instructed to come and have a chat with you. We chatted to you briefly before that race. I've been instructed to ask you about the bump and pass penalty because Seb said that you definitely fired him off.
Did he? That's hilarious. No, I was being fired. Well, no, he ended up firing himself. I won't comment too much because we've already tried arguing over it, but the rules are rules, I guess. Although the rules seem to change every now and then, but I don't know.
I'm not buying it. Alfie Prince for Oxford Brook's A, starting in somewhere near the back. Roughly, I'm going to guess that's probably about 21st place or so. He'll be coming through in this one, no doubt. Pretty stacked grid. We've got Exeter in this race as well, the number 7, of course, champions in 23. And we'll grab a word with Mr. Volcano Motorsport as well. Who are you? What's your name? Who are you racing for?
I'm Daniel Tkachenko. I race for BUKC. And raced for Volcano before as well. So.
Daniel, I don't think we've met properly before. You've got the race suit, you've got the helmet, your name sounds like a racing driver, you've got the accent. If you don't win this race, then it's all a waste.
We'll see about that. There's a really competitive field here, but I mean, it makes it fun.
Absolutely.
Fun, so.
BUKC, as we know, is the pinnacle of motorsport, so I'm glad to see you on the grid. Daniel, you must have done some racing before. I can see some Audi customer racing, TCR. Where have you raced before?
So I've raced in with Volcano TCR Europe. I did also TCR Spain. Was a great learning curve for me, but yeah. A bit of karting as well before.
Yes, and also it prepares you excellently for the BUKC, of course.
Oh, obviously. But yeah, ready to have some fun here. So.
Yes, of course. You're starting, where you must be about 11th?
11th, yeah.
11th place. What can you do in this race? Where can you finish?
We'll see. I don't want to say anything, but...
no, but I want you to say something.
Hopefully towards the front.
Hopefully towards the front. Give me a number, go on.
P1.
P1. We'll see. He's got the suit. Sock cam. Oh, that's brilliant. Pringles. Yes, excellent. I like it. Good job. Right, let's jump in. We chatted with you briefly earlier, didn't we? Or was it off camera? I can't remember. What's going on? What are you thinking about at the moment?
So morning race did not go to plan. I ended up on top of someone, so I don't really know how that.
Let's keep it PG.
So this one looking to go a bit better. Keep my position, move forward if possible, and do well for the SOC gang.
SOC gang indeed. It's a pretty stacked grid actually, this one. We've got a lot of quick drivers in this one, so we'll see how that goes.
Yes, we will. I'll see if I can do
Report back. Right, good luck to everyone involved. Any other good socks? Let's chat to this person. What socks are you wearing? Show me your socks. Ah, boring. To be fair, I'm pretty boring. I'm with black ankle socks today. I should have worn something more interesting, really. But hey, who are you? Who are you racing for?
Jack Ross, Swansea A.
Jack, what do you do at university?
Materials engineering.
Same. I did materials engineering. Where do you do it?
In Swansea.
Swansea. What year are you in?
First year, second year, third year, technically, but first year.
Wait, how can you be doing 3 years at once?
Yeah, don't ask. It's a long story.
Okay, right. So, are you going to be? your grade at university going to be better than how you do in this race, or worse?
Worse, probably.
Wait, your grade at uni is going to be worse than this race? Do you know what? I won't ask. Anyway, one more interview. I think then we're good to go. Let's have a word with our driver on the outside of the front row. We only got 20 seconds. Who are you? Who are you racing for? And where are you going to finish in this race?
Bristol B, obviously starting second. I'm Adam. Finish obviously first.
Probably not.
We'll see. Watch out for number 57. We will see how it goes, and we'll see how it goes very, very shortly as we're about to hand back up to John and Reeve in the comms box.
Well, we've had a brief moment here to calm down ourselves from race number 3. It was, quite the serious one, particularly, throughout, particularly at the end there, my goodness. So we're just about holding on to our voices as we head into race number 4, and hopefully race number 4 is just as exciting. You want to take us to the grid?
I do indeed. So it's going to be Trent A, Bristol B on the first row of the grid, Warwick A and De Montfort A, followed by Edinburgh A, Nottingham A on row 2 and 3. Moving on to the fourth row, it will be it'll be Loughborough B. Oh, good guess. Swansea A. Moving on to row 5, Glan A and Bristol A. Row 6, Oxford C and Loughborough C. Moving on to row 7, then it will be Exeter A, Coventry A, row 8, Oxford A, UCL A, row 9, Derby A, and then row 10, Southampton C, Reading B, row 11, Coventry B, Southampton A, row 12, Oxford Brooks A and Bath B. Moving on to row 13, Reading C, Cambridge B, UCL B, Surrey B, Sheffield B, Cambridge A, 14 and 15. Moving on to the 16th row on the grid, it will be Cardiff A, Liverpool A, row 17, Southampton B, Reading A. Final driver, it will be Sheffield C. Our 35 kart grid for the second heavyweight race of the afternoon. It's time to go for some racing. We are behind the pace car now. Can't quite see the symbol as to whether or not we're ready to go yet. As we see,
Looks as though we're going around again, at least from a few of the drivers' gesticulations. So we've got another sort of half a lap or so.
I needn't have said it so
You
quickly.
didn't have gone so quickly, but you did a fantastic episode, so well done. But I just want to clarify as well, so of course we had this morning's racing for round number 5, but a different team win every single race. Cardiff A, Southampton A, Loughborough B, Liverpool A, Reading A and Liverpool B. And into round number 6 so far today, we've also had a different winner in every single race so far in round number 6. Oxford Brooks A, Sheffield A and Cardiff A, a couple of duplicate winners from round number 5, but all shuffling about. And I think that just shows the talent throughout the field, throughout the teams here in BUKC, that it's all shuffling and changing. And that's why we get such an exciting championship throughout the year. It's been fantastic here at GYG so far. We've still got 3 more races to go.
We do indeed. As we mentioned multiple times throughout the stream today, it has been a fairly even playing field, and it's because of that I think we are seeing so many drivers being able to shine on through, so many universities coming away with, I think, overall fairly positive days. There'll be a couple who wish they could have had more, but everyone is going to have at least that highlight of a top 10, a top 5, a podium. Everyone's going to be fairly happy, I think. As are we getting ready to see the pace car drop away now?
I think so. I think they're about ready, 2 by 2 at the front of the order. Then are we going round again and hand up in the air for the 59? I don't think that's going to stop proceedings though. I think we're underway in racing here for race number 4, and it's a great start from the top 2 because of all that happening in behind them. Trent A and Bristol B already trying to break away. One driver forced out onto the grass there on the left hand side as they're trying to go 4, 5, 6 wide up the Dragon Straight up towards Spoon Corner for the first lap here in race number 4. I think it is Nottingham Trent A who've got the lead and a big spin at the top. Off goes the number 19 in sympathy on the outside there, just getting caught up in the accident. That was Swansea A going wide there. And I know that Piers had an interview with them before the race start, but clearly it's not gone quite so well as racing action ensues here on lap 1.
No, the Piers curse coming into effect there. Not even the commentary curse. We have got everyone back on the way, pointing in the right direction. So now all is lost. But what a shame there. As we see, we're going to go 3 wide of the run down towards the final sector of the lap. Yeah, an unfortunate start for a couple of drivers there. A couple of contact warnings coming in. Still 24 minutes of racing to go.
There we saw Southampton A and Oxford Brooks A trading blows there through sector number 3. They're both pressing on through the field. They're both very impressive drivers, but they really need to work together a little bit more than they were doing through there if they want to continue to press on as they are doing. We want to see them heading up through the order as they'll be hoping to do as well, as there's a move down the inside. Warwick A through on Bristol B then up into second place. A good commanding move there up into P2, and the number 13 in behind of Edinburgh A trying to follow through. Can't quite do it this time down at the carousel, but Nottingham Trent A still in the lead of this race. I can see it's a driver with a crop promotion suit on, being chased by a cosmic suit. It's almost like we're owner driver karting here in Club 100. All drivers taking to these Club 100 karts and having loads and loads of fun here in the British Universities Karting Championship.
Absolutely. Once again, we've got a massive pack forming up for the battle for this lead. Our top four covered by 1 second, but do not count out Loughborough B in this. If they can push on forward, they're going to drag a few more karts into the mix as well. Warwick A making progress on that previous lap. A couple more as well. It's been a great start to the race for Coventry B. They started 21st on the grid, currently in 10th, and I imagine only going to go higher because they've got a great amount of pace at the moment. Exeter A also showing a first strong lap there, so we'll look forward to see how they progress through the field.
Yeah, exactly. Exeter A already up 8 spots then, up into P5. We're pretty sure they just made the move then on Loughborough B for 5th place. And that is Owen Tolley making his move through the field. More scrapping going on down there at the middle section of the circuit. I mean, that driver wasn't too happy about that. I'm not sure what the issue was there. The 77 diving on through. That was Loughborough C through on Oxford Brook C. Brook C not too happy about the move there.
We've just seen popping up at the top end of the screen there a cone warning coming in for Swansea A, and that is after Andrew Mather came in rather cheerily saying we haven't had any cone warnings in the last race, but there we go, a cone warning for Swansea A there. An unfortunate bit of cursing into effect.
Well, he's still remaining calm out there, is Andrew. He's not given a cone penalty just yet.
No, just a warning, very true.
Just simmer us into this race.
Yep. Still 22 minutes left to go. Of course, Loughborough C pushing on. Loughborough C, of course, the nearest opponents on track, Loughborough B. So potentially a bit of team orders might have been pre-discussed before the racing. If not, we could be seeing an interesting battle ensuing. Penalty coming in for Southampton B though. Bump and pass, advantage by contact there. Southampton B not in the mix at the top end, but still not something that they want to have this early on into the race.
No, definitely not. Well, it's Joshua Taylor behind the wheel of the number 15 car as he holds on to the lead for the moment. They're scrapping in behind for 3rd place. That was the 7 of Exeter A trying to find a way through. They've already got past Bristol B at the start of this lap, and now they're trying to find a way up into the top 3. They're right in the wheel tracks of Edinburgh A for the moment, and they are absolutely nipping at the heels of Edinburgh A. Exeter A having a fantastic race through with this one at the moment. What a race through it's been so far for Owen Tolley, and he's looking to make up more places. There's a move at the top at Spoon. That's Loughborough C continuing to make places as well. They get 5th place away from Bristol B.
More unfortunate penalties for Southampton as well. This time it's Southampton C with the same penalty, bump and pass coming in. Contact warnings as well. Still 20 minutes of racing to go, and we're seeing a couple of penalties driven already. We haven't quite matched our 8 minutes from the previous race.
I'm not sure you mentioned there, in the same minutes there was an ABC bump and pass for both Southampton B and Southampton C.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I imagine the team captain might be having a couple of words.
They're also line astern in 21st and 22nd.
They are indeed.
Was it on each other?
I certainly hope not, because that quiet car ride you mentioned home, Southampton is a long way away, so you've got plenty of time at least to make amends.
Look at this though, Exeter A trying to go for the move here at the right-hander at the end of the Dragon Straight. They've got it done. Forces the Edinburgh A driver out wide. Here's the move for the lead though. Trying down the inside of Warwick A, trying to find a way through. Nottingham Trent closed the door, and already we've got a great battle here at the sharp end of the order. It's Replicator. Oh, he's showing 3rd place around. Nearly goes round there. That's the 77 of Loughborough C. They tried to hang it round the outside. It didn't quite work. Getting all scrappy there with Exeter, and now the 57 trying to get back involved as well at Bristol B. It's all kicking off here at the sharp end, and like I say, they're transitioning the exciting racing we had in the last race straight into this one.
Yeah, exactly. Getting very elbows out now to run through that final sector, and briefly going 3 wide there into one of the compressions. That's not going to quite work out as we head around the final corner now onto the start-finish straight. A couple of hand gestures between the drivers there, not quite happy with how that bit of battling went on. Either way, our front runners are still surviving for another lap here. 6/10 is the gap from P1 to P3, but we're looking a bit further down the order now, looking at Loughborough B we're on board with at the moment, as we see Glan A trying to find a way around. Defending from 2 fronts are Loughborough B, heading in to the carousel now. Going to jump up back towards the 3rd sector of the lap in just a moment here, but everyone looking to calm down at least a little bit on this lap.
It looked like it was the up and under there through the middle section of the circuit. I think it was Exeter A getting involved once again in that squabble. We saw as well Oxford Brooks A in that pack behind, pressing on nicely. They've got the fastest lap of the race of 50.882. They're right in the middle of that secondary squabble, trying to find their way through as best they can. Move for, sorry, of course it's not.
The
lead. It's a back marker that they're getting through. That's Nottingham Trent A continuing to press on. Now, will the back marker be as kind to the rest of the drivers in behind? It doesn't look likely as they head up into Spoon Corner. What a difficult place for them all to catch him, and trying around the outside, trying to make it stick, but nope, managing to get through, manages to keep out the way. There is the number 73, and they all remain as they were. No one losing out because of that, and all carrying on through. Still 18 minutes left to go.
No, yeah, we saw 73 having a look down the inside there, thought better of it. Everyone being pretty considered in this pack battle, all things considered. We're going to jump on board with the front end here as we head through that final sector once more. A couple of more contact warnings coming. Coventry B, Sheffield C, Cambridge B as well. So it is going to be properly elbows out, as this is, of course, our penultimate heavyweight race of the day. 16 is the number on the plate for Warwick A there, under pressure from Exeter A, who's having a look up the inside as you head back onto the Dragon. Straight nowhere Exeter can go just yet. They have to be careful, though, because Edinburgh A is right behind. Great progress through the field, as we can see on the tower there. 10 places gained by Exeter A so far.
Made that 11 now as they get the move done. Up to second place they go on Warwick A. Side by side in the background as well, the 13 and the 77. Edinburgh A on the inside, trying to hold it around the outside there. A Loughborough C. It's not going to happen, though, as they head through the carousel. They've done the up and under, but they'll find themselves on the outside yet again here as they head into compression. That's not going to work. They have to slot back in behind yet again in that battle for fourth place. They want to keep in close behind, though, as they're now trying to go for the move there. Great opportunistic move. I mean, not too happy about it was Edinburgh A, but either way, Loughborough C have made the place. As I mentioned earlier, the 8 of Oxford Brookes A are scything through the pack beautifully. I think they might now be on the tail of their sister team. Or have they already got them? Yes, they are. They're right on the tail of Oxford Brookes C now. Will we see a little swap here between Oxford Brookes A and Oxford Brookes C? I mean, Brookes A are now up 16 places from their starting position, down in 24th for the start, already up into the top 8 and looking to press on further, make the move quickly and easily on their sister team, they would be hoping, and then press on towards the rest of the top 5.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. Brookes A on a real charge at the moment with that fastest lap, although C still putting in an almighty effort, making up 5 places so far.
Thought there might be the move for the lead there. They were thinking about it. He's gone for it. He's gone for it as the number 7 of Exeter A tries to hold the inside line as the 15. He holds onto it there through a difficult section of the circuit. Although they're going to be side by side on the exit too. Side by side as we head down to the final corner. Can't quite keep the nose in though, can Exeter A. And by the skin of their teeth, Nottingham Trent A hold on to the lead of this race. Look who's back involved though. Loughborough C right onto the rear end of these three as the battle continues, and they're chasing down some more back markers as well, which could also throw everything off as well. Down the inside then goes Exeter A. Exeter A to the lead of the race, trying to follow through to 77. They make contact there through Spoon. It's going to go so wide for Exeter A, and it's all going to continue to change as they come off down towards the carousel.
It's cost Exeter so much pace there, so many positions as well. Not ideal at all, given just how strongly they started this lap. We are going to continue on though, but this has completely opened up this fight for the lead now.
Oh my goodness, what battling here we've seen in the top 5. I mean, there was a slightly choice hand gesture there for the 77 of Loughborough C. It must be a karting one that I don't understand there from Loughborough C as he presses on into the lead of the race. Getting a bit held up here by the 83, of course, as we say, he has no obligation to move out of the way here. Just about does at the final corner, and the 77 of Loughborough C scythes through as they're into the first corner, trying to hold the inside line there. Nottingham Trent A, they should get the run here up towards the top corner. They should all fly on past, but look at this, 5 drivers now in a train.
Penalty, bump and pass for Loughborough C, our race leader. That means they cannot finish this race in first place on paper anymore.
Oh dear, well then, this is the battle for the lead then that we're seeing on your screens. Side by side, out of Spoon section. It's still all argy-bargy towards the carousel. We're going to try to hold the inside line. More contact through the carousel. Up and under go 3 drivers. This is unbelievable battling here with the British Universities Karting Championship. Who's made it to the front of the train? It's the 16 of Warwick A.
Warwick on the scene all of a sudden. This is brilliant stuff now. They're going to be quite pleased with that one, I am sure, but still the battling is not over yet. That is the number 8 there, Oxford Brookes A. Now the car in P2 as we head back onto the start-finish straight. Oxford now having a look down the inside. Well defended, though, from Loughborough C. They've cleared off into the distance. They've got a penalty, of course. Warwick A now leading this pack.
Oh my goodness, that was a huge push there through the final corner from Brookes A on Warwick A, trying to find a gap, trying to find an opening to side through into second place. He's going to go for it into Spoon. Big wallop on the side of the cart there for Warwick A. He just about holds onto it to the exit. It's going to be the attempt to the up and under. I think more of a defense than an attack there from the 8 of Oxford Brookes A. As down the inside tries Exeter A, does retake 4th place on the road ahead of Edinburgh A. But obviously remember, this is all going to change by the end of this, given that penalty for Loughborough C. Now they'll drop 4 places at the checkered flag if if it's just that ABC bump and pass that they do get by the end of proceedings. As there's a move for second place. BUKC stealing away from Warwick there through sector number 3.
Yeah, using that switchback to its advantage there to just side on through into the lead of this race. The question is, though, for how much longer, because it is getting very hot and heavy here in this race. Exeter A having a look down the inside. They couldn't get that move done, so they thought better of it. We run up the Dragon Straight once more, though, and we seem to have formed up some pairs here. We're working in twos now as we head into the second sector on this lap. Exeter A on the inside there, on the defence, but they make their way through.
So late on the break there into Spoon by the number 7 of Exeter A. It was perfectly weighted through that top right-hander corner. He takes third place on the road away from Warwick A, but of course remember that's going to be second after penalties are applied at the end of all of this. BUKC now looking to try and make a bit of a gap here and press on towards who, of course, they still think are the leaders of BUKC. They are the leaders on the road, but it's not going to matter when all is said and done, when proceedings are done and penalties are applied. Well, we're just about to go over half race distance, Reeve, and yet again, following on from race number 3 today, race 4 has been spectacular.
It has, just in case it couldn't get any more impressive for BUKC. They have just received a contact warning, but let's not forget, they started this race 23rd on the grid, effectively in the race lead now as well. Almighty stuff from the BUKC squad.
Edinburgh A then side of Warwick A, siding on through up to fourth place. Touching the grass there on the outside of the corner. That was dicing with death there for the Edinburgh A car, but he manages to keep it on the black stuff. Stays then in fourth place ahead of Warwick A. And the driver's still close in behind, of course, Trent A, who were leading this race only a few laps ago there. Still well within this squabble here, currently sat in 6th position. But breaking away ever so slightly then are BUKC and Exeter A. We'll see what those gaps are looking like as they come through to the end of lap number 15. Round the final corner they come to start lap number 16. We're side by side between the 4 and the 15. Southampton A through on Trent A. And it's now just less than 3 seconds between Loughborough C and Oxford BUKC. Then half a second back to Exeter. Then a further second back to this gaggle of Edinburgh A, Warwick A, Southampton A, Nottingham Trent A. Honestly, the whole rest of the top 10, mate.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Trent A just washing out a little bit too wide through that final corner on the last lap. That allowed Southampton A to just walk on by pretty much as we started the next lap. Things seem to have calmed down a little bit, but that is only because it was just so wall-to-wall action just a couple of laps ago. Meanwhile, out in front, Loughborough C do have that penalty to serve, but 3 seconds is the gap from Loughborough down to Oxford BUKC.
Indeed, yeah. It does look as though BUKC are starting to close the gap. It was a couple of tenths of a second on the last one, but of course that doesn't matter when all is said and done, when penalties are applied. BUKC are in the lead of the race now when all things are done in terms of penalties. They're looking to try and break away from Exeter. Of course, if Exeter can close that gap, they can get involved in the scrap, and you know they might not realise it. It will be the fight for the lead. It will be the fight for the race win. They're both looking to extend the gap over Edinburgh A, who themselves, to be fair, have broken away a little bit from Warwick as well. It's now Warwick sort of leading that fresh battle pack. When we look back here to the number 45, and whereabouts at 45? Bristol A this is, from 20th place, and we've got 20th place all the way down to 31st, all in a train here as they're heading up towards Spoon Corner at the moment. A brief look there at the battle. We are going to cut back to it as they go into Spoon Corner. It's all kicking off between these sort of 11 or 12 drivers as well.
It is indeed action no matter where you look out on track here at GYG today. Got a bump and pass penalty coming in for Glan-Y. They're in 10th at the moment, sir, in one of these packs. These packs are often promoting a bit of argy-bargy between the drivers, aren't they? There's no way you can really hide from a competitor out on track. The mechanical flag also coming up for Swansea A as well. That is the aptly named meatball flag, isn't it? The orange circle on the black flag there to let the drivers know that they need to jump in, have something seen or checked on their cart.
Yeah, that's gutting to have to end your race in the pit lane there for Swansea A. Likely to no fault of their own, just something going pop bang on the cart, and they have to end their race a little bit early. But obviously a big shout out to all of the crew that make Club 100 racing possible. I think we've only seen maybe 2 mechanical flags all of today. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, one of them was probably related to the fact that quite a number of times we've seen 2 cars parked on top of each other.
That's true. That does seem to happen on occasion here in the British Universities Karting Championship. But into the last 10 minutes then here of race number 4, heavyweight race number 2 of round 6. And I will say the gap between Loughborough C and Oxford BUKC slowly but surely falling. It was a new fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Oxford BUKC, a 50.8. And to be fair to Loughborough C, it was only a 50.9 for themselves. So when I say slowly but surely, I really do mean slowly but surely.
Yeah, as it stands, they're not going to be able to close that gap up quick enough to push on for a proper fight.
Look at this!
Lead of this race. Wow.
Nearly 4 wide as they head up towards Spoon there. Who's this that we're looking at as they head into Spoon? We've got the 12 and the 59 side by side. This is Liverpool A, scrapping with Nottingham A, Sheffield C and Southampton B all in this train. The 83 joining them for a bit of fun as well. I think 83 slightly further down the order, side by side then through the middle section of the circuit. Out of the carousel they go then. 37 still having the inside line. 37 still holds onto the place. Southampton C staying ahead, but the up and under. Great move there down into Devil's Elbow. Sadly, they're going to be into the left-hander on the outside. They get the inside though for the right-hander. Fantastic racing between these two, and Nottingham A retake the place away. There was a couple of places lost on the last lap, but they managed to negate that backwards momentum, like you mentioned previously, that we often see here at BUKC. They fight them off, and they manage to hold on to the place.
They do indeed. That is a three-way battle for that position. Now a couple of contact warnings coming in. Liverpool A as well on a bit of a charge. They've made up 14 places so far. That's George Lunt in the cart, but they've got to be careful. I've seen a few contact warnings coming in for that driver, so any more in the midst of battle and you're going to be served a penalty sooner or later.
Exactly that, just got to be careful. I mean, with all the battling we've seen so far in this race, there's not been a huge amount of back markers to overtake. We've
Really
sort of split into loads of different battle packs that have really held the whole field up. We've not really seen too many back markers come into the fray here in terms of the leading battle. The gap stays pretty much identical between the top two, and also the more key gap that we're looking at as well between BUKC and XDay has actually increased ever so slightly, up to about 1.5 seconds now between the number 8 and the number 7. Then a further 2.2 back to Edinburgh A in 4th, and a further second back to Southampton, a further second back to Trent. So the crazy battles that we were seeing between those few drivers at the start of this race sort of chilling out a little bit here in the second part of the race.
Yes, just seen a penalty coming in for Cardiff A, ABC ×2, so that's not ideal, realistic for Cardiff A. An unfortunate race given how strong they've been at other points so far today.
I mean, race winners in the last one, weren't they? So I think I also saw another ABC come through earlier on in this race as well. So loads of different penalties, sadly coming through for Sid Brewerton in this one. We look back here to the number 15. So this is Trent A, Warwick A, Coventry A, and BUKC C all in a line here. I was just saying, all of the gaps are sort of extended while they've closed back up in the last few moments.
They have. We've got a few more gaps closing up as well. It's just been handily shown to me on the Piers pad. It was Oxford BUKC A pushing on quite nicely at the moment with a new fastest lap of the race of 50.7. They are trying to close up that gap to Loughborough C. 2.2 seconds is the gap at the moment. Now, we know that doesn't actually mean all that much. Loughborough C have that penalty under the belt, but Oxford BUKC A are still going to want to do it on track and perhaps more importantly build up a nice buffer zone to Exeter A.
Exactly that. That's a move down the inside, late one for the number 3. Coventry A getting the place away from Warwick A. That was a bold move down the inside there, really centred in under braking. Got the move done early on, so really impressive overtake there from Coventry A as they try and nick a few more positions in the last few minutes of this race. Just saying hello to your real nemesis in the chat, saying what a nightmare for Swansea. Firstly punted off and now a mechanical failure. The afternoon hasn't quite gone to plan for them.
Just how some of these races go sometimes, and still flying along on BUKC A with a further faster lap there, a 50.6 this time around. Hello also to Cloud in the chat who says, at least not talking about Jaffa Cakes. You've clearly missed some crucial parts of the broadcast today, sir. We have talked plenty about Jaffa Cakes. They've been flying towards us.
They have indeed. We've been attacked.
Oh,
Piers has just pulled an assault of Jaffa Cakes. We don't want to talk about that. Obviously, what's just happened here in the commentary box. But yeah, exactly. As that gentleman has mentioned, the Jaffa Cakes are a tradition now for the BUKC. And
yeah,
they
it's
are.
how
We will
you
always
ensure that you're going to have a good race. You bring the commentator Jaffa Cakes. We're now talking about Jaffa Cakes. Never mind.
Well, into the final 5 minutes then. We are powered by Jaffa Cakes. I mean, pending a sponsorship for the BUKC. We'll wait and see if McVitie's get in touch. But the drivers continuing to slide on through. I mean, we just mentioned it was a great lap previously from Oxford BUKC A. It seems as though that last lap wasn't quite as good as the gap opens up to over a second once again. It was about 4-5 tenths of a second lost on that last lap from BUKC A. A personal best from Exeter A though. That gap still around 1.5 seconds between second and third though, which of course post penalties are likely to be your 1-2.
Gap then still stands at 2 seconds. That last lap for Oxford BUKC A wasn't quite matching his previous best, but let's not forget a bit of traffic to contend with. Loughborough C, by the way, of course, Clubman's leading this race at the moment. Again, not on paper. They've got a penalty to serve, unfortunately, but we're now back into the high 50s as they cross the line once more. They're heading down the Dragon Straight at the moment. We are looking at Spoon Corner here as we pick up the number 77 cart here. That is a little bit further down the order. In fact it is the 77. No, it's not, of course. It's Loughborough C, ignore me. We've hit that part of the day now where your brain just turns off.
Exactly, I feel you. We've got 2 more races left to go after this one. It's Vishal Patel who is piloting that Loughborough C car. Of course, a well-known driver in owner kart racing is Vishal, and he's showing what he can do here in a Club 100 car. Now, of course, with that penalty applied, he's not going to win the race when all is said and done, but it's still going to be a great performance for the Loughborough C team. He leads us on to lap number 26 of race number 4 of round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship here at GYG, and a bit of a check over the shoulder there for Vishal, just to see what kind of gap he's still got. It's still just under a second between himself and Oxford Brookes A. Still battles going on in behind, though. I mean, Coventry A, we saw them made that move for 7th place a few laps ago on Warwick A. They've now gapped them by about a second, and they're right on the rear bumper of Nottingham Trent A in their battle for 6th place. But here we look a little bit further back then. The 83 is the driver who is leading this train down through this section of the circuit, and it's Oxford A, so they're a little bit further down the order. I don't think they're directly involved in this battle. Right behind them is the 43 of Cambridge A, so this will be 21st backwards, this squabble.
Yeah, and it's still a very tight squabble. It just goes to what we were talking about before, where no matter where we look, we've still got some great action here. The field spread is not big at all. In fact, in terms of pace at the moment, it's covered again by 2 seconds there or thereabouts. So we are still getting these pack battles, even for 20th, 21st. At the end of the day, every position matters, every point matters. It's all going to become very important indeed as we head into Glan-Y-Gors.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen rounds decided by 1 point plenty of times. We've seen championships decided by 1 or 2 points as well. So it really does all matter. Don't give up hope if the race begins to fall away from you. It can ebb and flow. It can come back to you. And even just like you say, grabbing a 17th instead of an 18th could be all important for the team's final finishing orders, and then towards the championship as well as we come to the end of the year. Like you mentioned, we're here, of course, at GYG for round 5 and round 6. We've only got one more round to go as one driver peels off into the pits there. I haven't seen a mechanical flag, so not sure why they were pulling into the pits, but either way, they've decided that that's the end of the race for them, and they're going to head on into the pit lane. But as I was just saying, one more round left to go after this one. Join us in Clay Pigeon in about a month's time, not only for that, but also for the final of the Inters, and also for the Drivers' Champs returning to being streamed for the first time in a couple of years.
That will be exciting stuff. I'm very much looking forward to catching some of that.
I mean, Drivers' Champs is always no holds barred, because you're not racing for a team, you're racing for yourself, and everyone just absolutely goes for it. I think it's the day that John Glan-Y-Gors dreads most in terms of his Club 100 carts.
We'll try and grab him for a paddock interview then.
I don't think he'll want to, or the language might be a little bit too colourful for Piers to include on the stream. Right then, only 1 minute left to go here in race number 4 of round number 6. And here is the 77, your leader of Loughborough C, heading on through. Look how much that gap has closed. It was only 9 tenths on the last lap, now down to 7 tenths between Vishal Patel on Loughborough C. Checks over the shoulder. He can see Oxford Brookes A chasing him down. Now, Oxford Brookes A are unlikely to know that Loughborough C have this penalty. They think they're chasing him down for the race win here. Could it all go Pete Tong for both of them?
We'll just have to see. I like the response, though, to the look over the shoulder from Rochelle then. Oxford Brookes B just dive down in the car and activate the drag reduction system there to close up so that Loughborough C, they know the fight is on, and we are looking forward to this fight as well. We might creep in another lap here, 23 seconds on the clock. We're heading into that final sector now. I think we're going to be in the clear. It's going to be close, but we might see.
It will be.
Oh, here we go. Number 77 here. Bit of
trying to get back through the back markers. Number 19 finally waves him through here, but look how much the gap has closed. Like you were saying, down the back straight, this is going to be onto the final lap of this race.
Make it through.
There's a spinner there on the start-finish straight. That's all gone a little bit wrong for them. But like you say, tucking down was the Oxford Brookes A driver, doing a bit of a John Cena. You can't see me as he dives behind the steering wheel. Final time, though, for these drivers up towards Spoon Corner. Well, Oxford Brookes A think about a move here. Big defensive move from Vishal Patel as he tries to hold on to it through Spoon Corner. Down they go into the second sector of the circuit, and this is all going to play out. Which way is it going to go? I mean, we know if they all stay on the black stuff, it's going to go the way of Oxford Brookes A, but what could possibly happen here?
We'll just have to see. Vishal makes that cart as wide as possible as we head down into the final sector for one last time in this race. Planting that cart on the inside are Oxford Brookes A. They've got the fastest lap. They've had the momentum. They've made an immense stride through the field to close up here into P2. But will it be enough? We head round the final corner for one last time in this race. It's a great run for Oxford, but it's not going to be enough. Loughborough C crossed the line ahead of Oxford Brookes A. Exeter A are top three. Let's not forget, though, penalties for Loughborough C. That makes Oxford Brookes A on the road at least provisionally for now, our race winners. Southampton A come home ahead of Edinburgh, our top 5 there. What a race, what a battle for the end that turned out to be.
Impressive stuff, yeah. When all is said and done in terms of penalties, there'll be 22 places gained in that race for Oxford Brookes A. What a battle through for the number 8. And like you say, provisionally takes the win in that one, does Alfie Prince. So well done to Alfie. What a great drive through there in race number 4. And Oxford Brookes A grabbing themselves a win here in round number 6. Well, let's run you through the final race results then for race number 4. Loughborough C taking the win on the road, but like we say, penalty to be applied. Oxford Brookes A will take that win. Behind them were Exeter A, Southampton A, Edinburgh A, then Coventry A, Nottingham Trent A, Oxford Brookes C, Warwick A, and UClan A, your top 10. Behind them were Coventry B, Loughborough B, Bristol B, and Southampton B. A whole gaggle of Bs there to end that one. Sheffield B, then Surrey B, Liverpool A, Southampton A, Cardiff A, Nottingham A, Bristol A, Cambridge A, Cambridge B, Sheffield B, Reading A, UCL A, Reading B, and then finally Bath B, Derby A, Oxford A, Reading C, Swansea A, De Montfort A, UCL B, and Bath A. And as I've been clarified by my producer, of course it's a hive of bees, not a gaggle. I do apologise. Oh, I thought it was him.
The terrible puns.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, it was my fantastic co-commentator who was correcting me there.
Where is he?
We come to the end of another brilliant race here in the British Universities Karting Championship. 4 races done here in round number 6. We've only got 2 to go. Well, Piers will be down on the grid looking to interview some of the drivers from that race, and of course from the races down on the grid for the next one. Well, it looks like Piers is ready. You can see the nod there on the camera. We'll hand straight down to him.
Well, I'm trying not to make this the Alfie Prince show, but when Alfie Prince comes from P nowhere to win the race, so that wasn't terrible.
No, that was rapid. That was actually loads of fun. Nearly had him in the end.
You managed not to fire someone off this time?
No, not this time, apparently. Nearly did, though. A couple contact warnings. I was trying to keep it clean. Yeah. I didn't want to let go of that.
It looked like a really good fun race. We enjoyed watching it. We'll let you catch up with the team, and we'll grab a word with our winner on the road, Vishal Patel. Come this side for me, Vishal. I've only got little arms. Vishal, it was a really, really good fun race to watch. It must have been good fun to be part of. You won it on the road. Slight penalty.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the race. At the end of the day, I'll come here for fun, so it was good. And well done to Alfie Prince for winning on after the results. And it was a good last lap battle as well.
Yeah, he went plus 21 places to get to second, so not bad at all. But that middle part of the race was chaotic, to say the least.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I knew I had the pace, but they were scrapping quite a lot in front, so I knew I just had to try and get away. And yeah, I was able to just build a nice gap.
Vishal, congratulations on a win on the road. Unfortunately, still a good result. But we look ahead now to race number 5, the final lightweights race of the day, the penultimate race overall. As just in the background, the Oxford Brookes team celebrate Alfie Prince's brilliant drive in that one. And we chatted to him a lot today. I wasn't going to chat to him again because I already chatted to him a couple of times, but when you win the race like that, it would be remiss not to. But now let's chat to some of our lightweight drivers in this final race of this afternoon. Let's head towards the front of the grid and work our way backwards. Has anyone got any funky socks on? Because that's always good to keep an eye out for. I can't see any at the moment. So instead, we'll just grab a word with our pole-sitting driver from Liverpool, with the sparkly boy helmet. Hello, who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Tom for Liverpool B.
Tom, did we chat earlier on?
Nope.
No, we didn't. You just got a very similar helmet to someone else's. Tom, talk to us about how your morning went.
Not brilliant. I had a great first lap, made up 10 positions, and then just stayed there.
And then what happened?
Just stayed there.
I mean,
yeah, got a bump and pass.
Say that again.
I got a bump and pass. Good fun. Yeah, it was great.
But you're starting on pole position, so you're not going to gain 10 positions on the first lap this time.
No, I might lose 10.
You might lose 10, yes.
But hopefully I just go that way.
We'll see. We'll see. What you know.
We'll see if you interview me at the end.
Absolutely. If we see you again at the end, you've done well.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, good luck. Good luck to a Liverpool driver. Liverpool B. Keep an eye out for the number 25, Liverpool B, from pole position. Our second place driver. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I am Theo, racing for Oxford A.
Oxford A.
Yeah, that's it.
Oxford stay so far.
We were quite bad.
Quite bad.
Yeah, lots of mishappenings. It wasn't too good.
What can you do?
We are here to change that.
Absolutely, and you're starting in second place, the second best place to start on the grid.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be tough. Let's try to be top 10.
Top 10 would be good.
I think I will be happy with that. Yeah.
Excellent. Good.
But I'm aiming for more.
Aiming for more. Well, Hey, shoot for the stars and maybe you'll hit the moon. Moving on, let's grab a word with, we've spoken to Leeds today already, keeping an eye on sock cam. Anyone got any good socks on? No. Fraser Brunson in this one. Of course, Fred had a good race morning. Fraser, you're going to win this one?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. Did you want a really quick answer?
I'm not. Whatever you want to say, mate. Of course, you had a good race morning, good pace. Can you do it again?
Let's hope so. It's a bit of a further gap to the front, but yeah, if you believe, you can achieve.
Believe, dream, believe, achieve. Right, let's do one more interview as everyone else leaves the grid. Let's grump a word in with number 18. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Victor Pardo. I'm racing for Oxford Brooks B.
Oxford Brooks B. It's not been a bad day for Oxford Brooks so far. Can you continue that good run of form?
Of course, I'm going to continue this. I'm going to fight.
Absolutely. What do you do at university?
I'm doing motorsport engineering.
Yes, of course. I forget pretty much everyone at Oxford Brooks does.
Most of the people do.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see how you get on in this race. See if that motorsport engineering degree is going to come in handy. I think we've got time for one more interview. No, I don't think we do. In which case, let's head out for the penultimate time today. Race number 5. Here it comes.
Well, thank you very much there, Piers, for some inspirational quotes there as well. That's nice. That's getting the drivers G'd up and ready to go for the final couple of races. Of course, this is the final lightweight race of the afternoon, the final lightweight race of round 6 here at GYG. Drivers are jumping into the car, so we'll have a look at grids in just a moment.
We've had 2 very exciting races back to back.
Yes.
I mean, it's a struggle for us here in the comms, trying to get the voice going. But
I know, Inters is going to be, if this carries on, the voice by Inters is going to be a problem.
We're going to be croaking away here from the commentary sofa.
Avoid the beers in the hotel bar tonight, John.
I can't promise anything.
No.
I can't promise anything. Right, on to the final lightweight race of the day, as you mentioned, the penultimate race of the day as a whole. It looks like we've heard the whistle. Drivers getting those engines on and getting ready to go. A hand is up, though, on the anti-pole side of the grid, that is, on the left-hand side. Driver trying to get his car underway, but of course, they've got this at least 1, if not 2, rolling up laps to make it all happen. But let's go then for the grid here for lightweight race 3. My goodness, trying to say that 3 times fast. Liverpool B lines up on pole position alongside Oxford A. Then it's Oxford Brooks C and UCLA on row 2, Bristol A and Bath C on row number 3. Row 4 is Lancaster A and Bristol C, then it's Huddersfield A and Euclid A that round up the top 10. Swansea A and Leeds D are there on row number 6. 7 has Lancaster B and Warwick A, then it's Bristol B and Portsmouth A on row 8, Nottingham Trent A and Cardiff A coming from row number 9. Then rounding out the top 20 on row number 10 are Oxford Brooks B and UWE A, then it's Birmingham A, Liverpool A, Manchester A and Sheffield A. Behind them, Southampton B and Sheffield B, then it's Loughborough A, Oxford Brooks D, Coventry C and Southampton B that round out the top 30. They're followed by Cambridge B, Reading B, Reading C and Loughborough D. 34 karts on the grid for this one, then Reeve are in for another grandstand race as we've seen in the last couple.
I certainly hope so. It's going to be plenty of action with 34 karts on the grid here. Liverpool on the front row as well. Watch out for Tom Roberts in the purple helmet there as we are ready to go racing, in fact. So we head down those tram lines. A bit of a break of formation there. They might look on at that one, but we are good to go racing nonetheless. It gets a little bit elbows out here. We're briefly 4 karts wide into that first corner, but everyone outside of that getting through relatively cleanly, all things considered. 25 minutes of racing to go then for this, the final lightweight race of the day. Big off there, further back down the pack. They are able to get back underway, though. That's the most important thing. You're not spinning around, you're pointing in the right direction. You can at least continue on your race.
Well, there was another driver that went even further stage right there. I'm not sure if they even reached the barriers there on the outside. That was a big off. We saw 2 drivers off into the grass, and yes, they're still stuck there on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, I've heard Anglesey is quite nice this time of year anyway. So as they do get back underway, and you can just sense the despair in the cockpit there, can't you? The lean back of the neck there, that indicates a rather sad driver there.
You're just so frustrated with yourself on the first lap of the race. It's your last race of the day as well before you got to wait a month for another go. And yeah, just the frustration creeping in here as we kick off the racing. Well, we did see, as you mentioned at the start there, Oxford BUKC it was that broke formation before the checkered flag, as we got more drivers off there, down through sort of the compression and into Devil's Elbow. So all trying to get off the green stuff, back onto the black stuff. We'll see if a penalty does come. Yeah, it has, break formation. Oxford BUKC already with a penalty, the first penalty of this race number 5 of round 6, and it goes the way of Oxford BUKC.
Yeah, not surprising at all that came in so quickly. It's pretty slam dunk, isn't it, when you see it happen there. Meanwhile, out in front, Liverpool B, Tom Roberts still leading this race. It's nice to see Tom actually not in iRacing for once, and he's in real life as we go 3 wide. It's 19 versus 125 there. That is going to be Bristol A, and sorry, Bristol C rather, and Lancaster A, not 1970.
Bristol C were on an absolute bucking bronco there as they hit the inside curb. The rear end jumping them up and out of the cart. They managed to land back down on all 4 wheels. It all getting nice and scrappy in this group. I've got to say, I've just spotted a wild Fraser Brunton out there on circuit. He's already up to 9th place. That's 9 places gained on the first 2 laps here for Fraser Brunton, forcing his way into the top 10 and trying to press on now as he's hounding the back of the 14 of UCLan A as they head up and through Spoon. We've seen Fraser already win a race today earlier on in round number 5. He's back here in round number 6 and he's got his eyes on the prize yet again.
He absolutely does. He'll be hoping for a cleaner run this time. Not that it mattered, all things considered. He had that brief spin earlier on, but he worked his way up through the field last time. I think he might be able to do the same thing again. We'll just have to wait and see, though, as we see a bit of a pack forming up here as we run through the 3rd sector. Huddersfield A, 51.6 there, the fastest kart out on track at the moment. We haven't seen too much from Huddersfield apart from an unfortunate earlier race in round 5. Let's see what they can do to make amends for that.
They have been a little bit quiet today, haven't they, Huddersfield?
They had the black flag, but that was all we kind of noticed.
Yeah, sorry, Huddersfield. They're back up in the top 5 now, anyway, and having a great little scrap there as they remain in and amongst it. Like you say, yeah, Cardiff A and Fraser Brunton hoping for another win, just slightly fewer pirouettes, I think he'll be hoping for. There's a move down the inside into sector number 2. The 41 goes down the inside at the carousel. That's Huddersfield making a move. Up to 4th place they go on UCLA.
Yep, UCLA dropping down to 5th then as Huddersfield try to close up on BUKC. BUKC, we know, with that penalty existing already, so effectively that means that Huddersfield have gained a couple of positions there. Oxford BUKC, Liverpool B still in the midst of battling the lead of this race, but we are looking at the moment at the number 91 kart here, a little bit further back down the pack. Cambridge B then leading this fight all the way down for 19th position.
It's Bar C that just got relegated slightly. They were hopping, skipping and jumping over the inside curves. That sent them wide into compression and a few drivers slipped up the inside, so a couple of places lost on that last lap. It's still so close at the front of the order though. Top 3 still only separated by just over 9/10 of a second. New fastest lap goes the way of Fraser Brunton though for Cardiff A. 51.000 for Cardiff A. And you can only assume he's likely going to be the first driver down to the 50s in this one as well. We're almost 5 minutes into this race number 5 here for round 6 and it's all still continuing to play out. Here's 2nd place of Oxford A being hounded here by the 54 of Oxford BUKC. Of course they've got that jump start penalty, or sorry, that braking formation penalty I should say, from the start of this race, but of course they still want to negate those penalties as much as possible, press on through the order. But they're in a difficult spot. Not only are they looking forward to Oxford A, they've got Huddersfield A, UCLA, Bristol A, Lancaster A all in the wheel tracks, and Cardiff A closing in as well.
They do, and what all this battling does, it allows Liverpool B to just break away from that pack. 1.4 seconds is now the gap that they have built up. We've seen this on a number of occasions now for the Liverpool squad today. It's been a bit of a good day out in GYG for them actually, all things considered. They're able to walk away from the 2 Oxford karts squabbling. It's a bit of like an Oxford derby going on at the front end of this pack at the moment, isn't it?
It is a little, yeah. Oxford BUKC can't seem to find a way through either. And they are under a lot of pressure here from Huddersfield. UCL, Bristol, all trying to get involved. There goes Huddersfield down the inside. They're going to be on the outside, though, for the right hand, and that might open them up to a move being made from behind as well. UCL side on round the outside. Great opportunistic move from the number 56. They've gone a bit wide, though, at the final corner, and back up and under goes the 41. They're changing positions like they're going out of fashion, but it goes back the way of Huddersfield A. Now we're 4 wide. Lots of contact being made, side-pod to side-pod contact as we head up to the top of the Dragon Straight. They just about all managed to sort themselves out as they head into the heavy braking right-hander of Spoon, and look who's in the middle of that now. It's Fraser Brunton.
Yeah, now this pack being led by Lancaster A. I mean, there's a couple of cars up in front, but it's Lancaster A who feels a bit like a cork in the bottle at the moment, as they've got, as you say, Fraser Brunton right behind. That is an intimidating sight to have behind if you look over the shoulder. Having a brief degrees of a look towards the inside there. Nothing that Fraser can do from this far back, and we saw just how well kind of rounded of a driver Fraser was earlier on in the morning. He was so considered in his moves when he made them, and I think we're going to wait to see him perform those moves right at the perfect time.
I mean, Fraser has so much experience. Multiple race winner here in the BUKC. The Club 100 lightweight sprints champion a year or two ago was Fraser. He's so well versed in these cars. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he's such an experienced driver. Here he goes to the move up into Spoon. He gets it done before they even get to Spoon. Cardiff A up into the top 5. Then a great start to this race for Fraser Brunton. I'm into, to sort of tell you it, in the rental carts at Buckmore Park, he's got the lap record at Buckmore Park as Fraser. So a particularly experienced and a particularly fast driver is Fraser. A real asset to the Cardiff A team.
Yeah, absolutely. They're currently with the fastest lap of 51.000. We like a nice round fastest lap number, and we've just had that from Fraser. So no one else improve upon that, please. That's nice. I like that one.
Yeah, we don't want to see anyone improve on that. To be fair, Liverpool are continuing to extend the gap
They
in the
are.
front. 2.4 seconds it was they've crossed the line this time around. I will say, not going shade, the lap times from them aren't particularly fast, 51.4, 51.5, but everyone else is scrapping in behind. They're just able to continue to extend that gap, and here they go, up towards Spoon then. There's the 4 in behind, continuing to battle, headed up by Oxford A. Oxford Brook C unable to find a way through, trying to go around the outside there. Our Cardiff A, Huddersfield A, just about able to fend them off this time of asking though.
Yes, they are the Huddersfield A. Again, we had the misfortunes earlier on, but today seems to be, this afternoon seems to be a much better drive for them. Cardiff A making 13 places up as well. Huddersfield making 5. Our big movers in the field. Really, realistically, in this race so far, we've had a couple of unfortunate drives for some people who've dropped down further down the order. Loughborough A as well making up 12 positions. Cambridge B making up 13 as well. So we have seen plenty of times throughout the day, so many drivers have been able to, even in these shorter races, put on a good show here as we see another good show out on track. We're going to go 4 wide there. Fraser Brunton, what a move.
What a move from Fraser Brunton. He read that absolutely perfectly to the Cardiff A driver. He saw the other scrapping in ahead. He just knew they were going to force each other wide. He went, right, I'll take that inside line and I'll take a few places away from you all. Thank you very much. Up to second place. Go Cardiff A. And now he's got them all squabbling in behind. It's Huddersfield who have followed him through. Up into the top 3 then. Great bit of battling in this leading pack. But again, all of this squabbling is giving the opportunity to Liverpool B to continue to side out in the front. Before this lap even started, it was over 3 seconds, and now with them all being held up through that first corner where they would have lost time all the way up the Dragon Straight, and there'll be more time gained for Liverpool B.
Yeah, it will. Liverpool B squad really outperforming the expectations so far today. It's been a remarkable day for them, but Fraser Brunton on that last lap just making it look easy to overtake 3 cars there. Impressive stuff, and into second for Fraser. Now the Liverpool B squad should be worried with Fraser in second position and hunting them down, I'm sure.
They should, exactly. Racing, I always say, is like a big game of chess. You've got to be thinking 3 or 4 moves ahead, and that's exactly what Fraser was doing then. He could just see what was about to happen, read it perfectly, executed it perfectly. Up to second place he goes. He's still got that fastest lap. He's actually just beaten it, I'm afraid. 50.950, so there goes the perfect number.
Yep, that is ruined, but still nice to see that progress from Fraser there as we look down the order just ever so slightly.
It's about up a 5th, I think.
That is indeed involving Brook C, Oxford A, Lancaster A as well in the mix here.
Still side by side there, down to the final few corners. The 17 of Lancaster piling on the pressure to Oxford A, but unable to find a way through.
No, they're absolutely not. And Oxford pulling out all the stops to try and keep the carts behind here. Bristol A are a bit of a dark horse in this. They've flown up, going to have a look around the outside as we come towards the end of the Dragon Straight once more, and we all head through in single file there. No one taking any risks, not even at the halfway point of the race just yet. Oh, bit of opposite lock creeping in there for the Lancaster cart as we head through the Spoon corner. Still all looking relatively comfortable as we head through in single file round carousel once more.
Exactly, yeah. Well, Fraser from the Cardiff A car has now put about half a second between himself and the Huddersfield A driver. And a new fastest lap from him again on the last lap, 50.7 for Fraser. Closes that gap to less than 3 seconds once again. He's still got 15 minutes to close in this gap to the Liverpool B driver in the lead of the race. I have a sneaking suspicion that might just happen, but we will wait and see. Huddersfield doing a great job, though, to sort of hold on to the coattails of the Cardiff A driver, watch his lines, learn a little bit, and press on towards the leader. He's gapped Oxford Brook C by nearly 1.5, low as 2 seconds now between Huddersfield A and Oxford Brook C. What a great drive this is from the Huddersfield A driver.
Yeah, absolutely flying along. And as you say, it can be so advantageous sometimes to have that really experienced quick driver there, as I think the number 73 car might have some kart issues or has just got back onto the circuit as I see them bouncing around in the cockpit to try and get some pace back into the kart. Either way, 2 seconds was the gap between Cardiff A and Liverpool B. I suspect that is going to be a little bit shorter as we head round the track once more. Still looking at this battle load for P5 as we head back into Sector 3 with this fleet of karts being led by Oxford A at the moment as they build up about a kart gap between the rest of the pack. That's going to close down as we head through the compressions back on to the final corner once more and down that start-finish straight for the next lap. As you see, that is the number 12 there of Tom Aiken. That is the Liverpool A driver there, working his way through round that final corner.
48 UWEA getting forced out wide there at the final corner. They're not too happy about those moves being made on himself, and he's going to get absolutely steam trained up towards the top of the circuit. I think it's going to be 2 or 3 positions lost, sadly, for them. Yeah, big shout out to the Oxford A driver, dealing with this pressure fantastically well as the number 83 as he continues to hold on to 5th place. And I do want to continue giving that shout out to Huddersfield A. It's Robbie Rigby who's behind the wheel of that car. We did have some love for Robbie in the chat earlier on before this race, so clearly that's helping push him along there.
Bit of oversteer for Oxford there.
A little bit too close there.
Yeah, Lancaster followed suit though, so not too much loss in terms of overall momentum as they both had a bit of a swapper on. They did catch it, luckily.
We said it was really useful to try and copy the driver ahead of you. Maybe not then. As
wide, Lancaster go wide, yeah, through that final corner. They lose a whole heap of positions there. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Lancaster tumbled down the order. A couple of penalties coming in as well. Swansea is there. It's Fraser Brunton right on the coattails of the Liverpool B driver, Tom Roberts there. It's not been a good lap for the two Toms currently out on track for Liverpool. Liverpool A have just picked up a penalty for bump and pass as well. But now it's going to be Liverpool B feeling that pressure from Cardiff A.
Oh dear, not an ideal lap then for the Liverpool squad. Through they go then into sector number 3. We said they had the Fraser had about 15 minutes to try and chase him down, but it's only taken about 2.5 minutes, and he's already right onto that rear bumper of kart number 25. They're going to come through the final corner to start a new lap of this race. It's going to be onto lap number 16 then. Liverpool B will lead us onto it, but will they lead us onto the next one? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see indeed. We saw Fraser Brunton having a look around the outside there, carrying a bit more pace into that first corner, I suspect. Nowhere for him to get round just yet, but it's a question, I think, of when and not if at this point as we head round the spoon corner down towards Carousel. Tom Roberts looking over his shoulder there, goes for the inside, does Fraser Brunton. Can he get a move done there? No, he's too far back for now, but he's still got that nose down the inside, has to back out of it for now. We'll come up to sector 3 in just a moment. You do have to switch back through the compressions, although it is particularly brave. What will these two experienced drivers do?
I think it's again a case of he knows he's got over 10 minutes left to go in this one. There's no need to go for some silly move and chuck it all away. Fraser's far too experienced to be doing that. He's happy to sit back behind. You saw him check over the shoulder after that move didn't quite work out, just to see where Huddersfield A was sitting. He knows he's got a bit of a gap here, and he can pick his move correctly. Check over the shoulder for the Liverpool B driver. He very much knows that Fraser Brunton is there right in behind him. Will it be the up and under here for Fraser as they head down into Spoon? I'm not sure he's quite close enough here as they head into the right-hander. Nope, doesn't happen this time. And to be fair to Liverpool B driver, he's placing the kart very nicely. Is it enough though as they come off the corner? Has Fraser Brunton got the inside line down to Carousel? Yes, he has. Cardiff A into the lead of this race.
Yeah, that was a move we were all waiting for, wasn't it, really? The pace that Fraser Brunton has at the moment. He's over half second quicker at this point. He goes ahead of Liverpool B kart into the lead of this race with 10 minutes to go. Will there be a fight back? It'll be a particularly tall order, but we'll have to wait and see. Penalty coming in for Oxford Brooks B as well. That was for contact as we see our two front runners now heading round the final corner. I should also add, Huddersfield A have been doing an almighty job of keeping in the mix here in this fight and are now in P3, closing up on Liverpool as well. And here we have a massive fleet of cars here being led by Oxford. Being led by Oxford A for P4 here, sorry, P5 rather, and it is a huge train all the way down from, well, beyond P11.
Yeah, it's 5th to 20th.
There we go.
This train down to Warwick A in P20. They're just hanging on to the coattails of this battle. Well, like we said earlier when we were looking at this battle, Oxford A were doing a great job of dealing with the pressure. Well, they've now got, what is that, like 12 carts all right in behind, and still they're dealing with the pressure beautifully, is the driver of the 83.
Yeah, absolutely. They've still got 10 minutes to go. Can they keep going with a third of the grid behind them? It's a very tall order, just like we had for Liverpool B to try and keep Cardiff A behind, but let's see if it can be Oxford A who will manage to get that feet completed as we head down through the final sector once more. Then we're going to go side by side for a couple of drivers through the compressions here around that final corner once more. We are leading. There's kind of a battle going on within the battle really. Loughborough A against Bristol C. Loughborough get ahead on this lap, but Bristol very eager to fight back by the looks of things.
Side by side up to the top of the hill, then near the front of the train. They're all going to just about slot back into single file as they come up into Spoon Corner. Number 14 getting right involved. That's Clan A right in the middle of that first pack. And now we've sort of found they split off into two. The sort of top 5 and 6 have broken away ever so slightly, and the rest of them, they're still following in behind as they all fight over the same bit of tarmac. And yeah, black flag has come through to Nottingham Trent A. I was about to highlight that anyway. They've got a lot of penalties already in this race. 2 ABCs and another ABC penalty, and now they've clearly just got another one, and that has been a black flag for them. Nottingham Trent A will be out of this race. They'll need to return to the pit lane.
That drops them out of this massive pack battle then, but don't worry, I think we've got a couple more carts who can take part as we head towards the end of the lap once more. It's the number 12 cart there of the Liverpool squad leading this kind of pack as we head start the next lap here up the Dragon Straight once more.
This is where it all gets a little bit squabbly when they're fighting over the same pieces of tarmac. You've got to be careful that you're not encroaching on the track limits, getting those penalties, contact warnings and whatever keep coming through. Brooks B have just got themselves a contact penalty. I mean, they got one literally 2 minutes ago, again for contact. So this is really showing being involved in this huge
home
squabble.
penalty for Liverpool B.
Oh dear.
That's pretty big in this race. That's a shame for the Liverpool driver, not cracking under pressure for so long. Well, didn't really have much pressure. And then, unfortunately, it all has gone a bit wrong. Penalty for Brooksby as well, as we say. Lancaster A as well coming in there for contact. It's all getting a bit elbows out, perhaps to be expected when we've got so many drivers occupying the same part of the tarmac. Lancaster A doing quite well in this race for a decent amount of time, and they are going to be pegged back a couple of positions at the end of this race.
Indeed, yeah, that is gutting for Liverpool B, but I do believe that it's only a +1 position at the end of this race for the cone, so not the end of the world, just dropping behind Huddersfield. But again, that just makes Huddersfield, they get even better and better from this race. Top 3 was fantastic, but it might even be a top 2.
Yeah, it could easily. In fact, well, it currently is. As long as they keep the nose clean, then they're going to be on for a great day. Making amends for the morning.
They've got 7 seconds ahead of Oxford BUKC. I don't want to say anything too soon, but I feel like in 7 minutes that is a difficult one to close up.
Anything could happen yet. We've certainly seen that so far today, and certainly a number of times in the past as well. A couple more contact warnings coming in there as well.
I also love that when Trent A came into the pits there, we have the sort of naughty boy cam on the right-hand side.
Yes, I like the naughty
pull
boy
up
cam.
to the back of the queue.
The dunce cam.
Like, you are being told off. That was very, very bad from you. No more racing for you today.
Camera of shame as we head round the carousel once more. And there is Huddersfield A. They might not even need that penalty for Liverpool B there. They might be able to do it on the road. They are closing up pretty well at the moment. About 10th faster on the last lap. They are pretty equal in terms of their best laps overall, but you must say Huddersfield A have looked pretty strong so far this race.
Exactly, well, they've easily been the fastest out on circuit, have Cardiff, Liverpool B and Huddersfield A. The only 3 drivers to get down into the 50s so far in this race. Fraser Brunton, though, consistently in the mid-50s. New personal best, though, from Huddersfield A, 50.6, so about 4/10 gained on that last lap. It is closing in just over 6/10 of a second then as they head through into the last 6 minutes of this race. And like you say, they might not even need the cone penalty here. They might try and get it on track, but they don't want everything to go wrong in trying to do so.
No, if you're Tom in that Liverpool B cart now, your job is to make that cart as wide as possible. There's some form of damage control there, as bad for worse really for Liverpool drivers. Another penalty coming in for contact this time for Tom Aiken in the Liverpool A cart there. So it's been a roller coaster of emotions for the Liverpool squad today overall, I think.
It has.
I mean, I say bad to worse. I mean, worse, you're going to be P4 here, Tom, so it could be worse.
Exactly. I mean, we were saying about some quiet drives home. It's sort of like a half shouty, half silent drive home, I think.
No, the live won't be that quiet of a drive home. Let's be honest. They're going to be getting ready for their night out tonight.
Oh, well, good luck to them. I hope it all goes well. But here we go then. 5 minutes left of race number 5 here for round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. Of course, if you've enjoyed today's stream, make sure you drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the Alpha Live channel. This is exactly where you'll be finding the final stream in about a month's time as we finalise the season for both the premieres and the inters. And of course, before that, we've got the inters coming up tomorrow, right here from GYG. We'll be getting live just sort of as we go into the afternoon tomorrow. Of course, they've got the qualifying in the morning, which we won't be covering. It'll be straight into the races in the afternoon tomorrow for the inters, which I myself am very excited for.
Yeah, I am indeed. It'll be nice actually to be here to just kind of watch along and see how the racing goes. We can then fill you all in as we jump back onto the mics. But Huddersfield are jumping onto the back of Liverpool B here as we head round the first corner, having a look at the inside. Huddersfield have a good run, but they're not going to have the advantage when they don't have the toe in order to get back past, so they're going to have to go later into the lap if they can get that move done.
Yeah, Liverpool B driver activating all of the human DRS. They're going to right down into the seat, trying to tuck in behind that steering wheel.
He doesn't need any, Tom. I think he weighs about 3 kilos, honestly. It's just, I think he's got all of the world's lead currently in that cart in order to meet weight.
Well, he's being hounded at the moment by the 41 of Huddersfield A, really pressurising the rear bumper of that Liverpool B kart. Still 3.5 minutes left to go. I mean, it's not a huge amount of time to go. Liverpool B could definitely still hold on to this one, but like we say, it's more just covering off for the penalty. So either way, they'll be P3, whether that's on the road or when all is said and done. And if they do lose this position on the road, it'll be down to P4 for them at the end of the race, thanks to that cone penalty. Check over the shoulder there for the Liverpool B driver. He knows he's being hounded here up to the top section of the circuit, but can he hold on to it?
That must hurt his neck. He's leaning down so much in the car. I imagine he does that when he's on iRacing actually now. He's so eager to do it.
He probably does. He's got all that practice in. Here's a squabble going through sector number 3, though, headed up by the number 27. That's Sheffield B in 20th place as they head through the final few corners. These two side by side. The Warwick kart just ahead of these two. So we look down, so that'll be Warwick A, then UCLA and Swansea A, 17th, 18th and 19th respectively for these three karts. UCLA trying to find a way through on Swansea 8. They're going to be side by side on the exit of Spoon as well. Will one of them be shuffled onto the grass on the exit? I mean, we don't quite see, but hopefully not. Here come the rest of the drivers through the first couple of corners. So the move has been made for second place. Huddersfield A are through on Liverpool B.
It has been made indeed. Now, luckily for Liverpool B, there's a pretty safe comfort margin down to Oxford Brook C behind. There is that penalty to serve, but at least on the track they might not lose any more positions in the remaining few minutes of this race. Bump and pass penalty coming in for Portsmouth A. We haven't seen too much from Portsmouth so far today. Unfortunately, it's a penalty that they are picking up in this late phase of the day.
We switch back to our battle for 20th place, I do believe this is. The number 10 getting involved, but oh yeah, it is Birmingham A, sorry. They've got to the front of this little queue then. They're up into 20th, they gained 3 on the last lap, so did Loughborough D as well in 21st. Southampton C stay where they were in 22nd. 3 places lost though for Sheffield B and Southampton B.
2 minutes left on the clock then. Cardiff A, 4 seconds they lead this race by. It's a fairly comfortable margin, isn't it? Although it's not quite, we've seen bigger gaps so far today, so they've got some decent pace of Cardiff, but I imagine Fraser's just out there cruising at this point. He's just kind of managing the kart, knowing he doesn't need to do anything silly. He just needs to get past any back marks he might come across, although I don't think he's had too many to contend with at all, really.
Well, he has just done nearly a 52 the last lap, which is very un-Fraser Brunton. So I think that's
ignore everything I said.
I think that's him trying to cut through some back markers, but again, like you say, remaining calm, knowing he can lose that little bit of time. He's got the gap to Huddersfield A and Liverpool B behind him now. He just needs to pick his way through and not pick up any penalties in the last few minutes of this one, because remember, was it the last race or the one before? I can't remember. There's so many races today. Cardiff A have already got a win. This could be win number 2 of the round. They've already taken the win at round number 5. This could be a double win here at round 5 and round 6 if Cardiff A can continue this into their final race of the day. 2 wins already. If Fraser can hold on to this in the last minute, it's looking good for the Welsh team. Clearly, at home advantage continuing here into round number 6 for Cardiff.
I mean, we say home advantage. Pretty far away from Cardiff here. It's a good old
more
drive.
home advantage for Liverpool, isn't it?
They're
even closer.
This is our current closest track on the calendar. There's Houghton and Three Sisters, but haven't been there for a while, obviously. Outside of that, this is our closest track. It really is only a stone's throw away.
How far can you throw a stone?
If the stone's in a car, it's only a stone's throw away.
Okay. Well, still got a few more penalties trickling through. Portsmouth A getting an ABC bump and pass. 3 contacts for Bristol C. Sees them get 1, and then a cone penalty through for Loughborough D as well. So even in the dying moments of this one, a couple of drivers still finding themselves falling foul of the rules. But here comes Fraser Brunton. He hasn't fallen foul of the rules just yet in this race as we come through the corner.
Still a lap to go.
Yeah, come through the final, through the first corner even to start the last lap of this race. He has a 3.6 second buffer, consistently still in the mid-50s when he's not held up by traffic, and continuing on through this final lap of race number 5.
Yeah, and it'll be a thoroughly deserved win. Let's not forget Fraser started 18th on the grid overall, so it has been a nice work through the grid. We've seen plenty of that today, actually. Loughborough A as well started 27th. They're up into 8th position. So also shouting out Oxford Brooks B. They're starting 19th, working their way up to 5th as well. So as has been the tale of many a race here today, plenty of strong races, excellent racecraft on display.
Yeah, some great races throughout the field in this race and throughout today, but no one can match Fraser Brunton for Cardiff A. He comes round the final corner and takes his second win of the day. A win in round number 5 and a win in round number 6, and that puts Cardiff A in pole position for taking yet another round here today at GYG. It was a round 5 win earlier on this morning. Round 6, like I say, they're in pole position to take that as well. What a race for Huddersfield A. Second place on the road. Fantastic from the number 41. And Liverpool B finishing third on the road, of course, getting that co-penalty will only drop them to P4. Still a great drive from Liverpool B squad.
Yeah, that promotes Oxford Brooks onto the podium for this race as well. So again, I think we're going to have plenty of happy, smiling faces on the paddock walk from this race. It just seems to have been a good day for quite a few people all around so far today, and we only have that one more race to go. That brings our lightweight running to an end for today.
Indeed, all the 75 kg minimum weight runners are done and dusted. We move on to the final race for the 82 kilogram runners. Do you want to run us through the result from that one, Reeve?
Yeah, very quickly. It'll be Cardiff A, Huddersfield A, B, Liverpool B, Oxford Brooks C, and then BU Clan A, Bristol A, Loughborough A, Bristol C, Oxford A, Lancaster A, Sheffield A, Coventry C, Liverpool A. Then it's going to be Cambridge B, UWE A, Warwick A, Swansea A, UCL A, Birmingham A, Loughborough D, Southampton C, Sheffield B, Southampton B rather, Bristol B, Lancaster B, Manchester A. It all gets harder to say as you go on. Portsmouth A, Bath C, Reading C, Reading B, Oxford Brooks D, Leeds D, Nottingham Trent A. We made it through in the end. That brings an end to our provisional results for the final lightweight running of the day. We're going to join Piers in just a minute. In fact, we're ready to go and see Piers now. So, Piers, over to you.
Yep, the sun is beginning to lower here in the North Welsh countryside, and what a brilliant set of races we've had this afternoon. I'm going to pop across the carts and hope that Luke, camera operator, can do the same and grab a word with our race winner, Fraser. Fraser, I spoke to you on the grid. You said it would be tricky, but you might give it a go. Easy job.
I know. Finally had the pace, so yeah, it was good.
Pretty happy with that one, I'm sure.
Yes, I think that puts us P1 again.
Are you considering taking up Welsh citizenship, being a Cardiff member and a double win today?
Yes, I am actually. Yeah.
Sweet. We'll see you at the at the next round with a Welsh flag next to your name. Congratulations, Fraser Brunton and Cardiff A. Brilliant result for Fraser. Double win today for him, and Cardiff looking very strong as well. We spoke to you earlier on ahead of race earlier on today. You started on pole, or was it second?
Second.
Second. Got in the lead, won the race. Penalty.
Yeah, I jumped the start by like that much. Like
yeah, but did you jump the start?
I declined to answer. But
You jumped the start. Anyway, today you're not starting. Sorry, today, of course. This afternoon you're not starting on the front row.
No.
You're starting.
15th.
Just remind everyone who you are, who you're racing for.
Matthew Collins, Edinburgh A.
Well, you'll do well to get a jump start this time.
I can try.
So, do you know what? Let's see how you get on. If you get a jump start from that position, that would be impressive. Moving further down the ground, I'm going to grab a word with someone I haven't chatted to before. You know, there's a lot of drivers in the BUKC, of course, like 50-something teams, all with at least 3 or 4 drivers. Let's grab a word. Let's grab a word with Mr. Heathcote. Good day, sir.
Hello.
You had a good race this morning. Good pace, good results. Can you do the same again this afternoon from pretty much the back of the grid?
I mean, hopefully. We'll see how the start goes. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get to the front, but I'll do my best I can.
Last I saw you, you didn't have a Sodi suit. So where's this? Talk to me about this.
From back home. I work at a kart track near a partner with Sodi, so I got that there. So yeah, I got 2 suits now, and this is the good one.
This is the good one. So you brought the good one out for GYG.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's nice and warm, cosy, comfortable.
Which is good today. It was freezing this morning. It's now no longer freezing, but also not warm.
Yeah, it's not warm, but I think the track's warm, so they're a bit slow at times. But yeah, we'll see how the tyres cope. It should be fine.
I was about to say, do you know what? I think the tyres are pretty glad that today isn't warm, because they look like, especially the front left, looks like it's taking an absolute battering.
Yeah, definitely a bit cooked. But it's the same for everyone though, so...
Of course.
We'll see how it goes, but yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Good luck. Of course, remind us which team you're racing for.
Southampton A.
Southampton A. It's been a good day for you guys so far. It's been a good season so far. So let's see how they get on in this one. I'm just going to pop through and interview you. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Max Davison for UEA.
And talk to me. What's going on?
It's been a bit of a rough day so far. I won't lie.
Please don't lie.
Well, okay, it's been a terrible day for you.
There we go.
This is, I think, damage limitation now for us. David's just had a good result there.
Is this Dave?
That's David.
I'll talk to David in a moment.
Yeah, he's just had a good result, so I'm looking to just see what I can do in this final race.
Davey boy, what do we reckon our man's got? What chance do you reckon our man here has got of a good result in this one?
Pretty low, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, based on his previous results today, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Hey, who knows? He might bounce back.
Exactly. Bounce back.
Also, just to come round, Luke. Just note the number there. It's a good friend of mine, Ollie Wedden. If you're watching this back, it's a bit of a you and me thing. Well, I suppose it's not you and me, it's a you thing. Moving up the grid, we've still got more time to chat to drivers, so we're going to make the most of that time. Young man, please come through. I would love to chat to you. What's your name? Who are you racing for?
George Sams for UCL today. I've done a bit of both. I did UCLA and this is UCLB, ineligible afterwards. So
I see. So you're just
a bit of fun today. So
what's what we're all here for, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. No, it's been a very up and down day, as the BUKC always is.
Tell me about it.
Well, I got my best mains result in P7 earlier, but unfortunately that was my ineligible race for UCLB, so
it didn't count.
Didn't really mean
it. It basically didn't happen.
No, but it was for my personal pride. It was, you know.
Where did you start?
P3, but we ended up about P5 on the first lap, so I managed to hang it near the front. So that was good, but been a bit of a not great day for UCLA. Obviously, we're trying to bring home the clubmans, and we're not getting it done today.
It's not going exactly to plan.
No, but
this is not the plan book that you wrote last night.
No, exactly, but that's how go-karting is, isn't it? So
hey, it's still part of the fun. You can't have peaks without the troughs.
No, it's all there. It's all the experience of life. So
absolutely, life's rich tapestry, as they say. Moving swiftly on, let's have a word with Alex Brown. Alex, haven't chatted to you this year. I know your name now, but who are you racing for?
I'm racing for Cambridge Team A.
Cambridge Team A. What's Cambridge Team A's day been like so far?
It's been not bad, actually. We had some good results, a P7, P8. Hopefully I can get maybe a P8 in this one. That would be pretty good.
Absolutely. Will we see this footage from the GoPro online?
Yeah. If it's a good race, I'll put it online, but hopefully it's a good one.
Put it online either way. Where will we be able to find that?
Probably on YouTube or Instagram. My Instagram's alex.dbrown.
What about YouTube?
Haven't made it yet, but I'll make it if it's a good video.
All right, Alex, good luck in the race. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, it's all good. We've made it out. Right, time for one more quick interview. Let's grab a word with this driver here, number 9. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Seb San. I'm racing for Loughborough B.
Loughborough B. What can you do in this race?
Well, hopefully help out Loughborough C, who are looking for the clubman win just in front of us.
There you go, a bit of team tactics from Loughborough there. Love to see that. Right, that's it. Time for the final race of the day. Race 6, heavyweights. It's coming up next.
Piers Prior. I think that's the first time on the grid walk that I've seen Piers Prior become structurally integral with a kart. He got stuck there for a good few 10 seconds. I don't think he was getting out of that one. Just to explain, viewers, I think the heads have gone here in the commentary box. Fine. Reeve is trying to compose himself as you get ready for the final race of today's action. We've still got 25 minutes of sprint racing left to come. Do you think you can hold it together, mate?
Yes, I can. The tears have been wiped away now. We're all fine.
Okay, good. Well, here we go then. Heavyweight race number 3 then, and race 6 of this afternoon. We're going to call it here for the mains at GYG. Of course, join us tomorrow for the Inters, and then join us about a month down the line for the finale in mains, the Drivers' Champs, and the finale in Inters. Here's the grid then for heavyweight race number 3. Bath A and Coventry A. What a front row of the grid. Your 2 championship protagonists heading into today's action there on the front row. Portsmouth A and Lancaster B are on row 2, with Exeter A and Leeds D there on row number 3. Row 4 will see Derby A and Loughborough C. Then it's Huddersfield A and Lancaster A rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Bath C and Bristol C. Very close in terms of the country. Very close on track there on row number 6. Loughborough B and De Montfort A are on row 7. Then Edinburgh A, Liverpool B, Nottingham A and Reading A there on rows 8 and 9 respectively. Then Cambridge A and Surrey B round out the top 20. Behind them Sheffield C and UCL B. Then it's Coventry C and Loughborough A. Then behind them on row 13 are Oxford Brooks D and Loughborough D. Then it's Manchester A, Birmingham A, Sheffield A, UWE A. And finalising the grid, Southampton A, Oxford Brooks B, Oxford Brooks A. Then Bath B and Coventry B. 35 karts on the grid for this one. What might just be, or what will just be, the last race of today here at GUI-G. The sun just beginning to go down, but still bright blue skies here as the drivers go 2 by 2 formation to the lights. We're going to get it underway. First time of asking, and to the inside go Bath A. They hold on to it ahead of Coventry A. A bit of squabbling in behind from row number 2 and 3, but they all managed to make it to the first couple of corners. Straight on the grass there goes the driver on the right-hand side of your screen as they head through the right-hander up in towards Spoon Corner. Will they all make it to the exit? A couple of drivers taking to the grass in avoidance. Will they be able to get back on? Big spin there up at Spoon. Getting collected by 2, 3, 4 drivers. That's the biggest incident we've seen on lap 1 all day. Yellow flags are out of the top of the hill and they're all still squabbling down towards the carousel, and more issues there. Another spin. The 35 spins in sympathy. It's all gone wrong in the final race of the day here at BUKC.
Always the worry, isn't it, when you've got all that pent-up kind of racing eagerness to head into that final race, and unfortunately drivers trying to make amends for maybe some unfortunate races earlier on. They tried to push on early on, tried to make that difference, and it just goes a bit wrong as we head into the final sector of this rather tumultuous lap, shall we say, to start this, the final race of the day. Coventry A lead ahead of Bath A and Derby, but we've got a bit of a pack forming up already involving Oxford Brooks D here. They have the inside, they're going to jump in front of Manchester A there, but it's Edinburgh A and Loughborough B just in front of them as well.
Going to get pushed all the way to the top of the hill by the driver in behind as well. That'll assist. 17 there, getting forced to the outside. That was Lancaster A getting overtaken, I think, there for 8th place. Drivers all still finding their footing, finding their way round the circuit here, and what will be at least all of their second race of the day. They've all had a bite of the cherry here in their first race earlier on at round 5. This is all their second attempt, so you would have thought that the race start would have gone a bit better given it was all their second attempt, but no, sadly not here. We definitely finalised the day here at BUKC Mains and a bit of fanfare here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales, but it's been exciting for us to watch on the stream nonetheless. Thank you all so much for joining us here for today's racing action. You still got 23 minutes left to go, and it's Coventry A who lead us through.
Yeah, and there's a few drivers out of position there as a result. Lancaster A, Liverpool B dropping down the order from that start of the race. There are a couple more as well. Thank you as well. Missed it there, but we do continue on with our front runners here. Coventry A trying to build up a nice gap now. 51.4, that last lap obviously being the fastest. We need to wait for a more representative time coming up in just a moment.
Coventry needs to be a bit careful. They just had a contact warning come through on the live timing. So Coventry A with a warning already coming through. It's just a warning. But they probably need to heed that warning and try and scamper off in the lead of the race. They've nearly clocked out by a second here ahead of Bath A. Derby A and Exeter A close in behind as well. Then a further second back to Surrey B in 5th place. And that's kind of where the squabbles begin there. Sort of down in the bottom end of the top 10. They moved to the inside there. That was just outside of the top 20, I think, and the battle's continuing there through into the final corner. Move down the inside from the 30. Might then get done by the 4. Great opportunistic move there from the number 4 of Southampton A. They get past Loughborough B and Portsmouth A in the space of 1 corner.
Yeah, a couple more trying to follow suit as well as we head up the Dragon Straight here, and a few getting the job done actually, so that tow really proving beneficial. A couple more contact warnings coming in. Oxford Brooks A, they're right next to Brooks B, so hopefully for the sake of that team captain, that's not between those 2 drivers.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Well, over a second now is the gap that Coventry A have the front of the order. They've just set the fastest lap at 51.177 for Coventry A, and they're looking to try and make this probably the easiest race win that we've seen all day. Leading from pole position off of the start, or leading from the front row,
big
I should
spin
say, for
here,
Coventry.
heading
That
into
is a big
sector
spin.
3. Not quite sure who that is yet. We'll see if we can see anyone dropping off on the transponder. We carry on, though, on to the next lap with some of our other competitors. That looks to be Lancaster A by the looks of things. They're tumbling down the order. What a shame that this race has ended up this way. They started 10th on the grid. They're not going to be quite there from the end of proceedings.
I think it was Portsmouth A that they got involved with. Portsmouth losing 3 or 4 positions, and they were in and amongst the same area of the circuit when that all happened. But sadly dropping down the order for a couple of the teams there. Then that gap continuing to extend at the front of the order. Sorry, I said from the lead. Of course, they were on the front row. It actually switched at the start of the race. Coventry managing to get past Bath on the first lap of the race. After making that singular overtake, they're starting to scamper off with this one in the lead of the race, doing exactly what they need to early on in this one, building out that gap So of course, when you end up catching back markers later on, you can be a little bit more relaxed in terms of getting past them, picking your moments, and knowing that you're not going to have someone breathing down your neck in a moment's time.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a penalty coming in there. Take-up penalty for Leeds D, and what a shame for Leeds. Been a bit of a quiet day for them. And in fact, overall, no, it's not a season that they're particularly fond of. We had some information come in from their team captain actually that this year's a bit of a build-up year for them. It's a rebuilding year. They've had a lot of graduations recently, so a lot of the Fleetwood drivers are changing. So this year they're not looking on with too many fond memories, I don't think. But thank you to the Leeds captain for sending in that information. If you're a team captain, you want to send some info, you want us to have a bit to talk about you on the stream, make sure you send in that info to us. We will look forward to hearing more about your teams.
Yeah, exactly. Just drop us a message on Instagram. Just come and say hello, and we will more than happily talk about whatever you want us to, of course, within reason on the live stream, of course. There's a move going on down the inside, though. That's the 36 getting the move done there, down through into compression, and drivers all still side by side. One driver onto the grass are going to rejoin on the apex. I think they've just about managed to miss the drivers as they've rejoined the circuit, but that was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for one of the drivers there.
It was indeed. Just saw Leeds tumbling a couple of positions as we start the next lap as well. We're on board with this battle. Further down the order, on board with back B at the moment. Penalty coming in for Liverpool B. Bump and pass and overtaking under yellows as well. Not two flags that she was looked upon wisely.
Tough for Liverpool B. Oh dear, a couple of penalties flying through there for the number 25.
Apparently, that, according to their previous roster, that is Jonathan Pinder, previous race winner. But a couple of issues with Johnny. He was a bit exhausted from the previous race. We might have swapped around order. Also, he got locked out of his car earlier on, so I don't know if he's dealing with that at the moment. So I don't think he's in the car.
Well, hopefully his race kit wasn't in the car at the time.
Oh, that would be.
If that had happened, then maybe it's someone taking his place for this one. Well, we'll wait and see as it all heads on through this race. Maybe he can get us some insider info, Reeve. Well, there's been a move for 7th place on the last lap. Edinburgh A getting through on Cambridge A. They're through up into P7 then, but a good 2 and a bit seconds with himself, and Loughborough C up in 6th place for the moment. But it is Surrey B who are leading in the clubman class anyway in this race on the number 6. You know, of course, Surrey B taking a commanding win in the clubmans in round 5 earlier on today, finishing, I think it was 4th place overall. Unbelievable from Surrey B.
Yeah, just a nice, consistent, good day out for them so far.
They've literally just got contact warning.
Yeah, I was going to lead on. I was going to say, once again, with commentators curse, they picked up the contact warning, but it is just a warning for the time being. Hopefully, no more further action than that.
Hopefully not, anyway. The commentary curse will not continue. Here's the number 6 going through the order. That's Sheffield A, just outside of the top 10 at the moment, holding on to 11th place. We've got a number of cars right in their wheel tracks though. Leeds D, Manchester A, Oxford Brooks D, Portsmouth A and UCL B all in that train behind them. And it's Leeds D trying to fend off from Manchester A, but of course Leeds D just got that penalty a few moments ago, so they're going to drop down a few places at the end of this race.
They will indeed. Coventry A with a pretty decent time on the board, it must be said. Last time out, a 50.9, their best of 50.6. A few tenths clear of anyone else out on track, so they can see how they've built up that 2.2 second gap. And it's a pretty comfortable gap at the moment. Back there as well behind, comfortable gap to those as well. Another 2 seconds there, and then it starts to get a bit close to the mid-pack.
I sadly think we might have used up all of our exciting end of the races in terms of the leading battles.
It's good for our voices.
Two.
It's very good for our voices because I don't think they can handle much more.
That is true. That is true. We've got
particularly in between the races.
Yes, indeed. We've got just over 15 minutes then of racing here for the mains championship in the British Universities Karting Championship for round 5 and 6 here at Glan-Y-Gors. What a track it is to be able to add on to the BUKC calendar. Of course, not been here for a couple of years. I'm glad to see it back on the roster because it is just one of my favourites. Of course, a fantastic circuit to drive, but also just a personal love for this circuit because I met my girlfriend here. So I love this circuit.
That's a lovely end to round up what has been a pleasant day so far. But I must say, overall, I think this calendar, personal opinion of course, this particular BUKC calendar, we've had PFI, we've had Bookmore, and we've got GYG. Pretty good heavy-hitting calendar, isn't it? I mean, we've always got good calendars, but this has been a pretty good one this year. Cone penalty coming in, UCLB there, so a place dropping down for UCLB. I think they're a little bit further down there, in 16th at the moment, with Brooks A for company.
That's been a change out on circuit for P3 as well. Surrey B have got past Derby A for 3rd place. So they were about 0.2 of a second behind on the start of this lap. They've already got it done through into sector number 2. So a great start to this lap for the number 60. They press on through to 3rd place. But like you were saying, I mean, the calendar is stacked for BUKC. The issue with UK karting, there are so many fantastic tracks that you can't actually fit them all on to one singular calendar.
Exactly.
Just so many great tracks, but I'm so glad we're back here in North Wales. It's a bit of a drive for pretty much everyone, but
apart
it's
from me,
well worth
this
the drive.
is the shortest drive for me of the entire calendar. It's great to do every round here.
Yeah, let's
apart from all the average speed cameras, they can go away.
Yeah, let's just do the calendar around you, mate. Whatever's easiest for you.
Thank you.
Well, here we go then into the final 15 minutes of this one. There's the 35 heading up a train as they head through the last few corners. Must have been the 25. My eyes must be mistaking me. Liverpool B. Liverpool B have just got themselves a contact warning. So have loads of drivers. So have Bath B, so have UCLB. Liverpool B with a track limits warning. Then UWEA with a contact warning. Home penalty for UCLB. And it's still hotting up out there on circuit in this final part of this last race of the day. The drivers just needing to be a little bit careful. There is the number 7 of Exeter A. Has just over about nearly 3.5 seconds between himself and Derby A in 4th place, but looking to try and get down those gaps as best as they can. It was a new personal best though on the last lap for both Surrey B and Derby A, as Derby continues to chase Surrey B after being overtaken a couple of laps ago, and both of them were nearly a second clear of Exeter A's lap on the last lap.
That is impressive stuff, given just how close it really has been otherwise. And we're seeing that still again, by the way. No one's going really anywhere above the mid-52s. So 1.5 seconds, make that 2 seconds at worst.
We've got another very loose number plate.
We've got a number plate there. That is it's experiencing the G-forces, shall we say. It's just how quick these go-karts are.
Indeed it does. In the number 20 of Loughborough A, it's hanging on for dear life there on the front of the car. I think they should just about be okay to not get any sort of mechanical.
It's pointing the right direction at least. So,
it is.
So we've got that going for it at least.
It helps us at least in the commentary box. But all managing to hang on as they're there. They've got the number 1 just in behind them, and that is for position. That's Reading A there in 32nd place. So your championship victors in 2024. Not having an ideal race in this one. I think, again, it might just be, again, a bit of a rebuild year, similar to Leeds in terms of they might have had a few drivers just leaving the uni at the end of last year, so they still have a couple of drivers on board who you've seen in races today up there right at the sharp end, getting wins or close in there or thereabouts, but other drivers not quite at the same pace just yet, just finding their feet here at the BUKC.
Yeah, absolutely. It as we were talking about in terms of pace, and perhaps it's linked to it as well in terms of form, it ebbs and flows, isn't it? You'll see massive teams, the likes of Manchester years ago, Birmingham, who will have just dominant streaks, followed by slightly quieter years, and then eventually, tides will turn, it will all come back as we have a penalty coming in for Edinburgh A. Bump and pass there. So you see there's number 9 there having a look down the inside. Loughborough B heading through the compressions. That was a nice move, a bit unexpected. The gap opened up for them and they immediately seized upon it.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Proper squabbling there for the last few corners. Might be a move here up as they go into Spoon as well. We've got 2 by 2. A little pair goes through there, then another little pair, then we've got a bit of a triplet there as they head through up into Spoon corner. That is the number 4, Southampton A, piling on the pressure to Edinburgh A. We saw this driver for Edinburgh battling well at the sharp end last time out around 5 as well. Here we look back to that 3 as well, so that will be the drivers just in behind them on circuit. As there's a late move right to the exit as they head on through the 4, thinking about the move there to the inside of Southampton A. But again, door is well and truly closed by Edinburgh A. But yeah, like you were saying, the teams do have that sort of ebb and flow in terms of how well they're doing in the championship. And I mean, this year it is BUKC's 25th year. We were doing BUKC for a quarter of a century now in 2025.
Longer than I've been on this planet.
It's almost exactly the same as how long I've been on this planet. I've been here ever so slightly longer.
Did you do well in your first year?
When I was 1.
Yes. Either way, Coventry A currently doing well out on track. New fastest lap of the race actually on that last lap, 50.6. Sees them 4.5 seconds in the lead of this race. But we're looking at a battle between Exeter A and Loughborough C at the moment as they head up into the final sector of the lap. Loughborough putting that pressure on. We saw Loughborough having a good day out over the past couple of races, a couple of penalties though. They don't seem to have the same kind of problems this time around. They're just slightly further down the order, so this is going to be for position whether they like it or not.
Indeed, they thought about the move there to the inside of Loughborough C, but door was closed in their face by the driver, the number 7 of Exeter A. You see as well, both drivers there having totally clear visors on. I thought at this time of day, with the sun dropping down, this is the perfect time to have the tinted on, really. They're going to be blinded at certain sections of the track.
I mean, if drivers want to play it safe and make sure they don't fall foul of any visor regulations, Certainly nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, yeah, you are right. I've seen some glinting off a few reflective visors there, which does indicate that they will be doing their job out there at the moment.
We just saw there Huddersfield A not particularly happy with the moves being made on them, getting forced out wide there through Devil's Elbow, and I mean, it's understandable. They lost 3 places on that last lap, down from 26 to 29. So after a fantastic previous race for the team, not quite going to plan here in the final race of the day, sadly for Huddersfield.
No, unfortunately not, as we head into the final 10 minutes of racing here at GYG today. Penultimate rounds, 5 and 6, coming to a close for our mains championship, but great news, folks. If you do enjoy some BUKC action, we're back here again tomorrow for the Inters as well.
Make sure you join in and get involved. Oh, late move to the inside there from the number 20. I mean, the number plate's just about hanging on for dear life. I mean, they were hanging on for dear life for a moment there as they sent it down the inside, took the position away and made up a place there through sector number 3. So the number 20 moves on by, and that was Loughborough A making a move on Bath C.
Here we go.
Just as Bath C got a track penalty.
That is not Exeter, that is Loughborough down the inside. They get the move done on Exeter through into the carousel. Nice textbook move there.
Impressive move down the inside as he carries on through. We carry on through here for the last 10 minutes of racing action. There's been a change for second place. Surrey B have just got through on Bath A. I've just seen on your timing tower on the left-hand side. Change for P2. They still find themselves about 6 seconds off of the lead of this race, still held by the fastest lap holder of Coventry A. As there was the 2 of Bath A going side by side with Surrey B through Spoon up at the top section circuit. There we see them exit and heading down towards the carousel, and finally Bath A have got that move done. The re-overtake completed, and back to second place go Bath.
Yeah, I have a feeling though this battle is not over yet, as we see Surrey having a look down the inside here. Nice move late on the brakes if there were any, but it's going to be a switchback once again, and there we see Bath taking the move back into the compressions now. The corners fall away from me quite nicely there, off you a bit of a switchback move. We head into that final corner with Bath now in the lead of this squabbling duo. Onto the start-finish straight, then who has the better run? They're pretty much equal as we head onto the Dragon Straight once more. It's going to be Surrey with the advantage of the slipstream. The drag reduction system gets deployed as Surrey have a look around the outside, but they are going to be side by side here. Bath on the inside defending with all of his might, and we see hanging it around the outside here. Can Surrey make it stick? They can't, unfortunately. Well boxed off by Bath A. What a battle that's going on between these two.
I mean, I think that would have been move of the day if that one had worked out for
Absolutely.
Surrey B. Impressive attempt there, late on the brakes into Spoon. I mean, that is a bold manoeuvre to make, not only for the move, but also just for yourself. You start flirting with the grass on the outside. If you touch that, it's all going to go wrong. And what an impressive use of the brakes there from Surrey B. Nearly worked out, but Axel Shepcevich cutting across there on the exit and holding on to second place. We were talking about Axel earlier on. He had a great race in round number 5, and that's continuing here in round number 6. Consistency is key in the BUKC, and Axel doing just that, holding on to second place.
Yeah, brilliant defensive driving so far. A couple more penalties coming in. Loughborough A, their co-penalty for UCLB as well. They're in 16th at the moment, are UCLB with Birmingham A for company, but here the battle between Bath A and Surrey B still rages on. If they are not too careful, Derby A are just hanging in the midst there. We just see them coming into frame every now and again. In terms of their pace, they're about half a second quicker than Surrey B were on that last lap. Obviously Surrey loses some time with that battling, but still Derby A, as we've seen on a couple of times now today, just waiting there in the background, having a couple of good drives, and they could be pushing on here and getting involved in this battle for P2.
It seems to be another team, sort of similar to Reading, where they've got a few drivers who are right up there, right on leading pace, and getting in amongst the squabbles, and a couple of drivers still just finding their feet here, even in the BUKC. So difficult for the team to try and put together proper round results, but still having some great standout performances are a few of their drivers, like stay up in 4th place for the moment, and just having a little sniff at the top 3 as Bath A and Surrey B continue to battle. We look at a little bit further down the order then, as they head through compression. That was the 79 who is leading this train. That'll be Coventry C leading up the battle for 23rd, 22nd place. We've got UWE A, Loughborough A, Coventry B, Nottingham A all involved in that one. But we look back to the squabble for second place, attempting the up and under. Will the inside open up? Yes, it will for Surrey B. They go side by side, nearly onto the grass for Axel Shepcevich. He holds onto the cart, but he doesn't hold onto the place, and through goes Surrey B.
No, nice elbows out stuff there from the two drivers as they head round that final corner once more. It's going to be Surrey B back into second. Bath having a look up the inside though. Will they continue on that line as we head onto the Dragon Straight? They will not. Diving down, ducking into the cart to get any advantage they can. The toe working its wonders as well. Having a look around the outside, but nothing can stick from that far back.
Oh, I thought he might do the switch back there to the inside line into Spoon. A little bit of a bounce over the curb there for Surrey B. I would have lost them a tiny bit of momentum, but Bath A just too close in behind. Give them a little whack to that rear bumper, and they both continue on for another lap. We're nearly into the last 5 minutes of racing here, ladies and gentlemen, for round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship. We continue to be all eyes on this battle for second place, as now Surrey and Bath close in on a couple more back markers. How will this change up the battle as we head into the last few minutes of this one? But Coventry A, what a perfect race it's been for them so far.
Yeah, they've completely checked out in the front. We saw this in the 6th race of round 5 with Liverpool B earlier on, but this is a bigger gap arguably, and we should hopefully have 25 minutes worth of running in this one, so it'll be an even more impressive race lead if they continue to build that. Bath A were having a brief look as we head into the second sector of the lap. Nowhere they can go just yet. Still being led by Surrey B. Great on the defence so far, Surrey, after getting the position back.
This race from Coventry will really help them in terms of the championship charge. I mean, they came into today's running only 4 points off of the championship lead in second place. To remind you, like I mentioned earlier, they're the only team in the Rotax era of BUKC to get back-to-back championship victories in both 2019 and 2020. There were a couple of years where they were just there and thereabouts, not quite close enough to challenge the championship, but they're right back in it here in 2025. And like I say, this result here, this first place, of course, barring any late penalties in the race, will really help them towards the charge for this round. Of course, the championship charge heading into the final round at Clay Pigeon.
Absolutely, as we look on to Surrey B. No, sorry, don't look on to Surrey B. Look on to a driver further down here as we head up into the 3rd sector in just a moment. We're on board with Coventry, not further down at all. My mind's gone frazzled, clearly. We're looking at Coventry A at the moment on that last lap of 51.9, so some back markers to contend with, and they've lost a bit of that delta that they had to P2 as a result. But it must be said that Surrey B and Bath A are doing a good job of maintaining pace, at least with Coventry, because Coventry are working through all of that pace, working through all that back marker traffic, Surrey B and Bath A doing a fairly decent job of trying to keep a decent pace equal to Coventry A.
Exactly, yeah, but this is where, like I said at the start of the race, you build up that gap nice and early on, and then you can be super relaxed, picking your way through the back markers. You don't need to go for any crazy, silly moves because you think you're being hounded by the drivers in behind. You've got a good few corners separating yourself from the drivers behind. You can just think about it that little bit longer, pick your moves where it's right, not get any silly penalties, and hold on to that lead as they head on through towards the checkered flag. 3 minutes left to go then in this race. We now watch the battle for 12th place. This is Sheffield A, Manchester A, Oxford Brookes D, and Portsmouth A all line astern, and UCLB aren't much further back at all as well. So we've got a 4-way squabble here onto the final few laps of this race. Late move down the inside from the number 32, that's Oxford Brookes D, trying to fight their way through, and they've managed to get past the number 11 of Manchester A. Up into 13th place they go.
Yeah, nice battling going on between the 4 drivers with black suits and white helmets here. As we see them.
Makes it very easy for us.
Absolutely, yeah, as they head through to the later part of the lap. And now Southampton A getting ahead of Loughborough C as they start the next lap. Penalty coming in for Coventry B, track limits there. We just had the same panic once again. If you read the word Coventry, you see penalty, and then you realise who's in the lead of the race. But that is for the other Coventry cars here, as we see Sheffield A. Bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, maybe not feeling like that, but certainly putting on a defensive drive now as we see just behind them. It is going to be Oxford Brookes D looking over the shoulder at Manchester A, trying to fight back for the position they've just lost as we started the next lap.
I'm sure it's exactly the same for the team members when they see that on the live timing. It comes up with a penalty for their team. Oh, my goodness, it's just a sister team. Oh,
or any time we mention them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. It's scary being mentioned by us up in the comments box. I promise you we're nice. I promise you we're really nice here in the comments box. Right then. About a minute and a half left to go. Reeve of racing action here for round 5 and round 6 of the British Universities Karting Championship in 2025. What an honour it's been to be in the commentary box with you today, Mr. Reeve Taylor. And what fantastic racing action we've been treated to out on the black stuff. BUKC Mains never fails to disappoint, and we'll be right back here again.
Never fails to disappoint.
Never fails to disappoint? Yeah.
You know what?
Oh, no, I meant the other way around.
No, yeah. Never disappoints. It never disappoints. Honestly, it's great racing. Oh, we've got a spin there.
That's a big
That's
spin.
Coventry A,
that's the
leader of the race, working their way through the back market traffic. Coventry find themselves spun around. They've got enough of a pace, enough of a delta there. They can carry on, but they're going to be a lot less comfortable as they start this race. There we go. No, that is going
It's changed.
to be number 60, Surrey B, leading this race. I thought they got away just in the nick of time, but no, Surrey now leads this race on the road. Coventry A, after such a strong drive into back marker traffic, find themselves now tumbling down to P2.
Well spotted in all of that, Reeve. I'd missed that one. I was all tongue-tied there at the end of that lap. Spinning with contact from a back marker. Less than ideal for Coventry A. And just like we said, they were having such a chill race. They're trying to get back through, but no, they know they've made contact. Slijepcevic trying to find a way through as well. He's been forced to the outside line now, has Coventry, and through goes Axel Slijepcevic. Number 2 of Bath A is up into second place. We thought this race was done and dusted, but it's a grandstand finish. Through goes Coventry back to second place. They're trying to find the way through on Surrey B, and we're going to be heading on to the final lap, ladies and gentlemen.
That is brilliant news. We're getting another lap here. You can sense the anguish in the cart of the Coventry A driver there as Surrey B now out in front, and Bath A have been relinquished down to third place for the time being. Here is another back marker, but this is going to be a very highly frustrating drive for these final couple of moments now.
A little bit of contact between the two top runners here as they headed up through towards Spoon Corner. Absolutely line astern for the lead of this race then. It's Surrey B who leads us down to the carousel. Not the best of exits there for the 3 of Coventry A. He's going to try and hold on to second place, and he does, out of Axel Slijepcevic of Bath A. He's only got a few more corners left to go to try and re-steal this lead away. He was holding on to it so easily throughout this 25-minute sprint race, but one little mistake and it all goes away. 2 more corners to go for Surrey B. Through they come into the right-hander. Will it be a dive for Coventry A? It's not going to be. Surrey B come round the final corner and win race number 6. What an end to the British Universities Karting Championship mainstay here at GYG. What an end to this day of racing, and Surrey B take the spoils.
I simply cannot believe it. The contrast in fortunes there. Surrey B, the delight as they come across the line. Coventry A, utter despair in the cockpit there. Bath A were in the party as well. What a finish to a fantastic day's worth of racing here at GYG.
Oh my goodness, we thought that was going to be the chill one to end off. Oh my goodness, well spotted there, Reeve. I saw the spinner, I just didn't really take much notice of it. The leader spun by a back marker. Well, we said Coventry here were going to get a bit worried by our calls. I think they were a bit more worried when they saw their driver facing the wrong way. But it was a great battle through. It was just, I think, that exit off of Spoon down into the carousel that really lost it there for Coventry. They weren't able to battle back through. And Surrey B stayed in the fight, stayed ahead of Bath A. They had that great squabble throughout the race, but they were there, ahead, ready to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong for Coventry A. What a way to finish the day.
Exactly, and here are provisional results from that rather exciting race there at the end. Surrey B, Coventry A, Bath A, Derby A, Southampton A, Exeter A are 18 finishing the top 6, Loughborough C, Edinburgh A, Loughborough B, Cambridge A, Oxford Brookes A and D, Manchester A and Sheffield A. And then we also are going to move on to Portsmouth A, our top 15, Birmingham A, Liverpool B, Oxford Brookes B, UCL B, Bath B, load of B teams there. Then we have Loughborough A, UWE A. I'm not going to try the other pronunciation because it won't work with my Scouse accent, which comes through every now and again, although you can't really hear it now. Coventry C, Reading A, Coventry B, Loughborough D and Huddersfield A. Then we move on to the final competitors here. Leeds D, Lancaster B, Nottingham A, Bath C, De Montfort A, Sheffield C, Lancaster A and Bristol C are 35 kart results for the end of that exciting race, and that is going to bring an end to us in the, well, not going to bring an end to us in the commentary box, but it brings an end to our commentary for today. It's been a pleasure to be commentating alongside you there, John Ratcliffe. What a way to end proceedings, and I'm pleased to report, folks, that we've got to jump back to Piers in the pit lane.
Thank you both, Reeve and John, for your amazing commentary throughout the day, and also catching what a thrilling end to that race that we had for the final race of the day. And I'm going to grab a word with our eventual winner from Surrey B. Let's grab a quick word. What a race. I bet you didn't think you were going to win that one with 3 laps to go.
No, I saw Eduardo and Axel starting on the front row from P20, and I was like, okay, right, let's just get the best result. And I come out the first lap 6th, don't ask. And then the last 3 laps, I was comfortable with the P2, I knew I had the kart over Axel, he was struggling. And then I just saw Eduardo rejoin the track from nowhere. And then he's a hard racer, it was a lot of bumping, but hard but fair. I knew I had to defend hard, and coming away with the win, that was unexpected.
Absolutely. Remind everyone at home your name if they haven't.
Tom Law, racer for Surrey. Hi Mum, hi Dad.
Surrey B. You tell you what, Surrey B have been my team of the day. I mean,
Yeah.
Had anyone even heard of Surrey B before last year? I don't know. I don't think so.
Last year we were Surrey A, but qualifiers went a bit pear-shaped, so we're now Surrey B is now the A team.
There you go. Anyway, a brilliant day for yourself and the team. Great job. And we'll see you back at the next round in a few weeks' time. Right, I'm going to walk down the grid and we're going to catch some final words with some drivers. Giulio Peroni, we saw you on the TV for a good section of that one. How was it for you?
Not great.
Giulio racing for...
Especially not the first one, huh?
Giulio, you're racing for Loughborough.
Yeah, Loughborough.
It looked like it was quite an entertaining race.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun. Except for lap 1, it was good fun.
Oh dear. Anyway, Giulio, we'll see you back again. Let's wander down and grab some more reaction from what was a thrilling final race. Who are you? Who did you just race for?
Alex Jennings for Oxford Brooks.
How was that for you?
Yeah, tough. I had a lot of pace, but I just sort of just stuck behind just people I can't get past. But it was a good fun race. Enjoyed it.
It looked very good fun. It was quite a good battle up and down the field there.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, not much to add. So yeah.
There you go. Congratulations. Right, I'm going to grab a word with our second place driver, Eduardo. Eduardo, what happened?
That was unfortunate. Well, I was passing back markers and I gave him room, but he just went for the move on the curb and took me out, unfortunately. So, yeah, it is an unfortunate ending because this was my last race in BUKC. So
no way.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Well, you're not going to be back in Clay Pigeon.
No, I won't. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame that it has to be ended like this when I was clearly P1 and got taken up by a back marker. But still, it is what it is.
It was a great race. You potentially deserved the victory. However, you got yourself a lot more TV time than you would have done if you'd have just won by 10 seconds.
Well, there you go. Well, at least that's something. That's a win. But again, yeah, just a bit unfortunate. It's part of racing, so it is what it is.
And it was a good fun final few laps as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was a fun race. I enjoyed it. Just a bit shame the end. It was a bit sour, but yeah, I know it was a good race. Congrats on the winner. A bit unfortunate to lose the race like that, but that's racing. That's racing at the end of the day. So yeah, happy days. I just wanted to say hi as well to everyone watching me that has supported me all those years, especially, and thanks to you for all those interviews and all the work you've done. So congrats, honestly, thank you so much.
Amazing, Eduardo, been amazing to have you in the series. Eduardo Pozo for Coventry there. You can see all the drivers in the background just gathering as we get towards the end of the day now. The podium ceremony will be in a few minutes' time. I'm just going to see if I can refresh and find out what the final results are. I probably don't want to spoil it for everyone, but it looks like it's a Cardiff clean sweep today. They won this morning, they won this afternoon, provisionally of course. And Surrey B, they were basically the best clubman's team by a stretch this morning and again this afternoon, 7th overall. So Cardiff A, Surrey B are our dual winners today. Thank you very much to Club 100 for putting on an amazing fleet of karts that have allowed us to go racing. Of course, we can't do that without them. GYG, it's great to be back. What a circuit and what a day of racing. Some of the best racing in the BUKC we've had for a long time. We hope you at home have been enjoying the Alpha Live coverage throughout the day. If you have enjoyed the coverage, drop a like on this video. And also those who've been watching on the Motorsport UK TV as well, drop us a like on YouTube. And also maybe we'll see you again in the future. Thank you to John and Reeve once again in the commentary box for taking us through all of the day's action. Of course, they will be back hopefully once again next time out in Clay Pigeon. And also thank you to everyone at home. If you've enjoyed the watching today, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you'll tune in again tomorrow for the Inters. To join us again, of course, tomorrow you can join from about 1:15 p.m. for the Inters. That's not been streamed for a few years, so great to see the Inters back live once again. And then once the Inters are done for tomorrow, you'll be joining us again on the 25th and 26th of April at Clay Pigeon for round 7 of the Mains and Clubman's Championship, followed by the Drivers' Championships in the afternoon on the 25th. And then the 26th will be the Intermediates final round, their 4th round of the championship. Thank you so much, and until then, bye-bye. Oh, were you now? Okay.